Chapter 1. Please do not objectify women. Name: Shen Xingchen. Age: 18. Innate talent: unawakened sign and system binding progress, 93. In Qinan City, at Martial Arts High School Number 3, Class 7 of the 3rd year. Sitting by the window in the back row, Shen Xingchen rested his chin on one hand, his mind absorbed in the system panel before him. A hint of excitement flickered across his handsome features, reminiscent of a distinguished reader. In truth, he was not originally from this world. 3 days prior, due to a car accident, he had traversed into this realm, where a wondrous interface, known as the Divine Sign System, had appeared. However, its functions had yet to fully manifest. This world differed from his original one in several fundamental ways, the most significant being the prominence of martial arts. Here, martial prowess was revered above all else. Consequently, the hierarchy of martial arts was meticulously categorized into 9 tiers, each divided into 9 levels, with strict delineations that were not to be transgressed. Individuals here began training in martial arts from a young age, ultimately striving to gain admission to martial arts high schools, followed by martial arts universities. Currently, Shen Xingchen was a student at Martial Arts High School Number 3, designated as a lackluster scholar. Shen, are you truly planning to face off against that Lin Hu in the arena? A plump boy approached him, inquiring. This was Chun Feiyu, a close friend of Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen nodded without elaboration. The challenge had been accepted by the original Shen Xingchen, and he found it difficult to decline, especially since the system would soon be fully bound. Chun Feiyu, growing anxious, exclaimed, "You're only at level 4 of the first tier, whereas Lin Hu is at level 6. Do you genuinely not know why he wants to challenge you?" "Why?" Shen Xingchen asked. Chun Feiyu replied, "Who in the school doesn't know you have a crush on Yang Shi?" Before he could finish, Shen Xingchen raised his hand. "I am unaware." Having just traversed into this world, his mind was still adjusting. Chun Feiyu was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself what pretense Shen Xingchen was putting on, and then continued passionately. "Lin Hu has come on the orders of Jiang Cheng, you know? The one who is vying for Yang Zai's affection." "Jiang Cheng?" Shen Xingchen echoed. This name struck a chord. Jiang Cheng was a prodigy in the advanced class, having successfully awakened the D class innate talent, mountainous rock wall. It is crucial to recognize that only a select few exceptional individuals could awaken innate talents, and those endowed with such abilities possess strength far surpassing that of the ordinary. Jiang Cheng was indeed formidable, yet he was also exceedingly arrogant, not even bothering to confront him directly, sending a lackey to deal with him instead. Glancing back at Chun Feiyu, Shen Xingchen suddenly interjected, "What do you mean by vying for Yang Shi?" "Yang Shi is not an object. Do not objectify women. Be cautious, for you may reveal your true self." My friend, as soon as these words left his lips, the female students in the class nodded in unison, their gazes toward Shen Xingchen softening. Today, Shen Xingchen appeared particularly agreeable. "Wait, what, buddy?" Chun Feiyu was left dumbfounded. Hadn't it always been Shen Xingchen who sought to claim others? Now he found himself the fool. Despite feeling betrayed, Chun Feiyu continued earnestly, "Lin Hu is clearly intent on humiliating you in the arena. You will undoubtedly suffer greatly. It would be best to refrain from participating." A classmate nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your level is vastly inferior to his. How could you possibly defeat him? I've heard that Lin Hu has recently mastered a formidable sword technique. A wise man does not fall into the trap of immediate gains." The girls in the class chimed in unison. Although Shen Xingchen's martial arts prowess was modest, his handsome appearance was undeniable. Even with somewhat lacking strength, he remained strikingly attractive. Shen Xingchen smiled and reassured, "Worry not, he'll manage just fine." This statement was an implicit acceptance of the challenge. At that moment, a boy with delicate eyebrows seated in the front row sneered, "Clown. Songren, what are you saying? Shen is our classmate. How can you side with an outsider?" A female classmate complained. Songren merely snorted and fell silent. Chun Feiyu and the other classmates looked at Shen Xingchen with concern. Just then, a notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Divine Sign System. Finally, it has arrived." Shen Xingchen felt a surge of joy and, maintaining his composure, said, "All right, everyone, disperse. Class is about to begin, and I need to catch some sleep." The classmates had no choice but to quiet down, their enthusiasm waning as they scattered. Shen Xingchen opened the system interface. Divine Sign-In System. Sign in daily to receive 200 insight points, which can be utilized for cultivation and martial skills. Note, 100 insight points equate to 1 year of cultivation time. Shen Xingchen was astounded. Receiving 200 insight points daily meant that in a single day, he effectively gained the equivalent of 2 years of cultivation. Even if the original owner had poor aptitude, taking 2 years to advance a level was a given. However, with the system, everything changed. If he pushed himself to the limit, he could reach the pinnacle of the first tier in just 5 days. Ding! First sign-in triggers novice rewards. More treasures? He felt that the system's sign-in rewards were already beyond expectations. Novice reward. Insight points 1,000 soon. Shen Xingchen received the reward and eagerly began to explore its benefits. You have used 600 insight points to commence cultivation. Initially, you attempt to enter a meditative state, but your mind is restless and you find it difficult to concentrate. After 2 hours, you finally begin to cultivate normally. Your cultivation speed resembles the pace of your girlfriend replying to messages. It appears slow, but in reality, it is even slower. Congratulations, your cultivation speed surpasses 5 of the global human population, breaking the record for prolonged, slow cultivation, earning you the honor of fastest tortoise. You have cultivated for 6 years and successfully advanced to the 7th level of the first tier. What the actual fastest tortoise? Thank you, system. But these insight points are indeed quite useful. They catapulted me directly to level 7. Onward. Shen Xingchen then began to allocate points to his martial skills. After careful consideration, Shen Xingchen chose the spear technique known as the collapse spear style, which the original owner had practiced. You have used 400 insight points. You commence practicing the spear technique, although your comprehension is fairly decent. Your foundation is utterly lacking. Even my grandmother's square dance exudes more vigor than your attempts. After 3 years of spear practice, you finally cease to be a laughingstock and gradually start resembling a competent practitioner. In the 4th year, you finally grasp a fragment of the essence of the spear technique. Congratulations, your martial skill collapse spear style has progressed from beginner to minor achievement after 4 years of cultivation. This darn system, he muttered under his breath in exasperation. Subsequently, Shen Xingchen exclaimed in delight, I've actually achieved a minor success directly. It is worth noting that the effectiveness of martial arts is categorized into 5 stages: entry, subtlety, minor success, major success, and mastery. To have bypassed the stage of subtlety and directly attained minor success. Overwhelmed with excitement, Shen Xingchen eagerly anticipated the arrival of tomorrow. Level 8 awaits, followed by level 9, and then, with the system in place, the future now sparkled with promise. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the time for dismissal finally arrived. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room as a burly young man forcefully kicked open the classroom door. You worthless fool! Are you really just waiting for me in here? Who gave you the audacity? Or is it that your brain is as dull as your talent, incapable of even fleeing? The blades in the arena are merciless should you sustain injuries. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Lin, who had arrived. He regarded Shen Xingchen with a cold smirk, his lips curling into a sneer devoid of any pretense. Behind him stood a throng of onlookers, their gazes toward Shen Xingchen filled with malice. Do you think the Shen will last even a few moves against our boss? I wager he won't last 10 moves? Don't drag Shen Xingchen into your boasting. If he exceeds 5, I shall eat my words. Shen Xingchen chose not to engage in futile banter, striding toward the martial arts arena, declaring, Follow me, do not waste your father's time. Lin Hu's expression darkened. What good is your bravado now? It will only lead to more severe injuries later. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 3, Xiaoxi, Shen Xingchen, and Lin, who were about to clash. A graceful girl smiled at another, more radiant girl. Yang, she furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. Does he not understand his own limitations? Why must he insist on confronting him? Perhaps it's for you. The graceful girl chuckled, but this time, your little childhood friend may truly face some hardship. Yang's eyes' expression shifted, and she clarified, I've told you countless times, our acquaintance is merely due to the length of time. We are not childhood sweethearts. To Yang, Shen Xingchen was simply a neighbor from the same alley. They had known each other since childhood, and while Shen Xingchen had indeed taken a liking to her, it was merely his unrequited affection. In her eyes, Shen Xingchen lacked talent and ambition, truly disappointing to the core. She approached the window, gazing towards the martial arts arena. There, she beheld the standoff between Shen Xingchen and Lin Hu. The arena was thronged with spectators, all clamoring in excitement, though many looked upon Shen Xingchen with pity, believing this to be a one-sided slaughter. Shen Xingchen had just selected a suitable spear from the weaponry and assumed the posture for the spear technique. Chapter 2. Next time, be polite when seeking guidance on spear techniques. Shen Xingchen stood tall, his black hair contrasting with his white attire, holding the spear with an air of dignity that surpassed Lin Hu's presence. Lin Hu, envious of Shen Xingchen's poise, could not help but scoff. In a duel, it is not merely grace that matters. Let us see if you can maintain this composure in the heat of battle. He was already plotting how best to humiliate Shen Xingchen at the maximum possible extent. Shen Xingchen discerned his thoughts and chuckled. Have you finally come to realize your own shortcomings? Lies inflict wounds, while the truth serves as a sharp blade. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Lin Hu, enraged, was the first to strike. In the blink of an eye, he lunged toward Shen Xingchen, his broad blade slicing through the air, producing a fierce wind. Lin Hu practiced a high-level martial technique known as the Rift Wind Blade method, which emphasized victory through speed, leaving opponents no time to react. Truly, as a level 6 warrior, his initial move showcased impressive prowess. However, to Shen Xingchen, such actions and abilities appeared painfully slow. With a resounding thud, Shen Xingchen executed the burst spear technique, effortlessly interrupting Lin Hu's offensive with a mere flick. With ample energy remaining, he twisted his gun and thrust, grazing Lin Hu's cheek and severing a lock of hair. What the hell? Lin Hu gasped in shock, hastily retreating. Shen Xingchen offered him no respite, surging forward like a shadow. He unleashed a series of strikes, each one coincidentally brushing past Lin Hu's face, yet never truly piercing his skull. After several exchanges, Lin Hu was drenched in sweat. This marksmanship was undoubtedly profound. Moreover, if Shen Xingchen had not shown restraint during his initial assault, Lin Hu would have met his demise on the spot. Was this truly reasonable? Who was truly superior by 2 levels here? What on earth? What am I witnessing? Shen Xingchen is toying with Lin Hu? How is that possible? Shen Xingchen's marksmanship is simply dazzling. His technique resembles that of our firearms instructor. What era are we in? Why is he still playing the fool? The onlookers erupted in astonishment. Yangshi involuntarily furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes reflecting surprise. The Shen Xingchen she had known for 12 years was utterly transformed, as if he were a different person. The contest continued, and no one understood the tremendous pressure of Shen Xingchen's marksmanship better than Lin Hu. He defended himself time and again, yet felt powerless. Fortunately, Shen Xingchen was merely intimidating him and had not truly escalated the confrontation. At that moment, Shen Xingchen suddenly mocked, still distracted. You don't genuinely believe I'm a good person, do you? With that, his marksmanship shifted to a brutal intensity, no longer merely passing through, but swinging like a club. The gun's tip struck Lin Hu's face with force, leaving a crimson mark while flipping his body into the air. Then, with a swift kick, he drove Lin Hu's head into the ground, following it up with several brutal strikes. I concede. Lin Hu struggled to speak, but was silenced by Shen Xingchen. Concede what? To your father? Shen Xingchen replied with a smile in his eyes. Remember to be courteous when seeking advice on marksmanship next time. After that, Shen Xingchen thrust his long gun forcefully into Lin Hu's shoulder, splattering blood everywhere. The intense pain rendered Lin Hu incapable of uttering another sound. He gazed at Shen Xingchen in terror, feeling as if this person was utterly terrifying. What depth of contemplation must one possess to endure for a full 8 years, allowing everyone to perceive oneself as nothing more than a mere fourth-tier ineptitude? After such a prolonged silence, why not endure just a few more days? What is it that you seek? Is it merely for Lin Hu? And then Lin Hu, in a fit of rage, collapses from strain. In the fading light of the setting sun, the youth stands for the first time as a victor, triumphantly treading upon the head of his adversary, proclaiming his conquest. His visage bears traces of blood, yet his demeanor is far from disheveled. Rather, he exudes vigor, akin to a sword soaring towards the heavens. Is this truly the Shen Xingchen I know? The audience remains entranced, struggling to comprehend the dazzling marksmanship displayed by Shen Xingchen. In the blink of an eye, Lin, who has stained the arena with blood. This is too ruthless. That Shen fellow is quite the formidable character. We best keep our distance, lest we be splattered with blood. Lin, whose subordinates, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily dial for an ambulance. One of his underlings rushes onto the stage, attempting to rescue Lin, who, shouting as he approaches, "Shen, are you even human? We all attend the same school. How could you strike with such ferocity?" Shen Xingchen is taken aback. What's this? Who cannot bear to lose? Who declare that blades are blind? Seeing Shen Xingchen momentarily stunned, the underling presses on. You must help our leader up and then apologize. Finally regaining his composure, Shen Xingchen inquires, "Did you call for an ambulance just now?" The underling responds, "Of course we did. What will happen if our leader is injured? It's all your fault." Shen Xingchen then queries, "How many do you suppose the ambulance will take away?" The underling, momentarily perplexed, replies, "Surely just one. Are you daft?" In a sudden shift, Shen Xingchen pivots his weapon. With a swift motion, employing the thrust technique of the collapsing gun style, Shen Xingchen precisely pierces the arm of the underling. "Ah!" The nameless subordinate screams, his complexion paling you. Shen Xingchen retorts, "Incorrect. Now it's two." He disregards the underling's wails. With that, Shen Xingchen descends from the stage amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The audience feels a twinge of sympathy for the underling, realizing that avoiding such a calamity was indeed the prudent course of action. Why would one so foolishly advance? By the classroom window, Yang Shi bites her lip, observing Shen Xingchen's retreating figure. At this moment, his charisma is undeniably captivating. Alas, he has merely triumphed over students from the ordinary class. Perhaps only a 7th tier at best. This hardly constitutes anything remarkable. Even she could easily achieve such a feat. No, it would be even simpler. Contemplating this, Yang Shi shakes her head. What is she thinking? It is merely an inconsequential victory. Does it truly warrant her attention? Meanwhile, upon witnessing Shen Xingchen dismount the stage, Chen Feiyu rushes over, his face flushed with excitement. "Brother Shen, you were incredible. How did you manage that?" Chen Feiyu grips Shen Xingchen's collar, shaking him back and forth. Shen Xingchen winces at the rough treatment. "Could you ease up a bit? This is my only shirt." Chen Feiyu finally relents, though his chatter continues unabated. "Have you been secretly training, or did you stumble upon a legendary manual? That was astonishing. If only I could exude such grandeur, I would be willing to marry the school's Belle Jiang." Shen Xingchen is left speechless. How could they indulge so brazenly? Their campus belle, Jiang Qingyao, is not merely pleasing to the eye. Her prowess is astonishingly formidable, likely at least at the 2nd tier. As for Chen Feiyu, well, it cannot be said with certainty, but it is evident that he will never have the opportunity in this lifetime. Honestly, what is your current strength? Chen Feiyu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Xingchen candidly replied, "I am at the 1st tier, level 7. There is no reason to conceal the truth, especially since he would no longer hold that rank by tomorrow." As they approached the school gate, they unexpectedly encountered Yang Shi. Unlike her usual demeanor of turning away, Yang Shi approached them directly this time. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. Chen Feiyu, displaying an uncommon sense of understanding, remarked, "I won't intrude upon your happiness," and promptly excused himself. Yang Shi stated, devoid of any discernible emotion, "You have struck Lin, who be cautious of Jiang Cheng." This revelation further surprised Shen Xingchen. Observing Shen Xingchen's nonchalant attitude, Yang Shi's irritation flared. "Are you even listening? Jiang Cheng is already at the 1st tier, level 8, and has awakened a talent skill. Do you truly comprehend the peril you face?" Shen Xingchen chuckled. "I am aware, but it matters not." It was futile to communicate with someone who lacked understanding, and with that, Shen Xingchen turned to depart. Chen Feiyu had not ventured far, conveniently on the same path. Beside Yang Shi, the delicate-looking girl suddenly remarked, "Have you noticed that Shen Xingchen seems to have stopped pursuing you for some time now?" Upon hearing her friend Lin Xiaojin's words, Yang Shi's body stiffened momentarily. Was that truly his perspective? As long as Shen Xingchen ceased his pursuit, there would naturally be no conflict with Jiang Cheng, thus sparing her from any further troubles. Yet, would Jiangqing truly be so easily placated? And why, upon learning that Shen Xingchen had stopped his pursuit, did she feel a twinge of disappointment? Chapter 3. Can he truly ascend to the pinnacle of the first tier within a week? Nightfall. Within the second central hospital of Qianan City, Lin, whose shoulder was entirely swathed in bandages, and an intravenous drip slowly administered fluids into his hand. His face was etched with resentment and frustration. In the room, there was also a remarkably handsome young man, furrowing his brow. This was Jiang Cheng, Lin Hu's elder brother. Brother Jiang, I underestimated my opponent. I assure you, it will not happen again, Lin Hu said, his expression tense as he gazed at the imposing young man. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively and replied, I watched the course of your battle. You were no match for him. His marksmanship and martial prowess have likely reached a modest level of mastery. Moreover, his true realm should be at the 7th level of the first tier. What? Lin Hu's complexion suddenly paled. Was there truly no opportunity for him? The humiliation of being grievously injured by Shen Xingchen in front of so many was a profound disgrace. If he could not exact revenge, it would be a source of deep discontent. Jiang Cheng spoke calmly. Do not worry. These are mere trifling injuries. Your plight arose because of me, and I shall not allow you to suffer in vain. I am merely contemplating how to seize the right moment to strike. In an instant, Lin, who was overwhelmed with tears, Brother Jiang treats me as kin. If you do not reject me, I am willing to. Stop. Jiang Cheng interrupted immediately. Lin, who hesitated but managed to utter, Become your sworn brother? Jiang Cheng's brow relaxed. It was merely a matter of brotherhood, which startled him momentarily. Yet, a hint of disappointment lingered. Shaking off immature thoughts, Jiang Cheng continued, In 7 days, a master martial artist from Shanghai Tsinghua University will come to give a lecture, and it is certain that the students will engage in sparring. I can arrange for myself to face Shen Xingchen, delivering him a resounding humiliation. He is part of the advanced class. If I invite him to the arena, he will undoubtedly decline. Furthermore, for someone of his caliber to challenge Shen Xingchen, that would be beneath him. Therefore, it is more appropriate to arrange for someone else to take on the challenge. That sounds splendid. Lin, whose eyes brightened momentarily before he cautiously inquired, But is 7 days not a bit late? Jiang Cheng chuckled. I understand your eagerness for revenge. But good things come to those who wait. What does it matter if it is delayed a little? Is it possible that Shen Xingchen could reach the pinnacle of the first tier within 7 days? Upon uttering these words, Jiang Cheng found himself amused by the absurdity of the thought. How could that be possible? The room echoed with his laughter. Under the sparse moonlight, Shen Xingchen hurriedly boarded the last bus, returning to a familiar alley. His home was nestled in a corner of the military-civilian alley in the northern part of the city, one of the few impoverished areas in Qianan City. Not far away stood the old residence of the Yang family, where 5 years ago, Yang Shi's father, Yang Hengyue, had begun to prosper, becoming one of the few affluent families in the area. However, their old house had not been abandoned and was frequently occupied. Such suddenly wealthy individuals often believed in the significance of feng shui. Perhaps that was why they retained their ancestral home. Upon returning home, as Shen Xingchen approached the door, he noticed it slightly ajar. His hand froze mid-motion, for he could hear the voices of his parents within. Shaoli, let us suspend this month's medical expenses. Shen Fu, Shen Zhennan, said to the woman. The gentlewoman named Jiang Li immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. How many times must I say it? As long as our family is together, what does it matter if we endure some hardship? I will not allow you to speak such word again. It was evident that Shen Fu often expressed feelings of being a burden to the family. Typically, when Shen Mu became upset, he would refrain from further discussion. However, today, Shen Zhennan sighed softly and continued, Xiao Shen's martial arts level is merely at the first stage, level 4. He cannot pass the martial arts college entrance examination. What I mean is, let us pause the medication for a month and instead invest in some foundational elixirs to help Xiao Shen break through to level 5. At the first stage, level 5, he would then have a chance to pass the examination. Trying to soothe the woman, Shen Zhennan forced a bitter smile, adding, A month without my medication is not a significant issue. After all, in my state, being a little more useless matters not. Before Shen Mu could respond, the younger sister, sitting nearby, interjected with a stubborn expression. Dad is not useless. Dad is the strongest genius in the city, the top scholar of Qianan City 20 years ago, a prodigy of the Shanghai Divine Martial Academy. He has only become this way due to injury. Shen Mu rasped. The importance of Chun'er's examination surpasses your health. Does it not? How can that be justified? Yet, as Shen Fu attempted to continue, Jiangli covered his mouth. Their gazes met, and their eyes instantly became moist. Inside, muffled sobs began to resonate. Outside, Shen Xingchen stood frozen, for in his past life as an orphan, he had never experienced the warmth of a family. Yet in this life, he found a sense of belonging through the original Shen Xingchen. Even if this home was somewhat dilapidated, a home is still a home. Original. You are truly fortunate. Shen Xingchen murmured to himself, then pushed open the door. Shen Mu hurriedly wiped her eyes, her expression suddenly tense as she asked, Chun'er, when did you return? Why are you so quiet? Jiangli shot an irritated glance at Shen Zhennan, rebuking him for broaching such matters during Shaoshan school hours. Shen Xingchen smiled knowingly, replying, I just got home. He feigned surprise, adding, Dad, I suddenly felt a mysterious sensation and then broke through to level 5. He only mentioned level 5 to avoid alarming his father. Jiang Li's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Something was amiss. Something was profoundly off. Could this child have overheard their conversation and be deceiving them? Observing his mother's demeanor, Shen Xingchen remained silent and demonstrated instead. Suddenly, he struck the air with a punch, causing a stream of energy to swirl around his hand. A soft sonic boom echoed forth. This was the most definitive characteristic of a martial artist breaking through to level 5, a localized breach of the sound barrier. He truly had broken through. Shen Mu Jiangli and Shen Fu Shenzhen then displayed expressions of astonishment. Even little sister Shen Kiki widened her mouth in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with wonder. In the eyes of this 10-year-old girl, her brother was undoubtedly the most impressive person in the world, second only to their father. Seizing the moment, Shen Xingchen exclaimed, This afternoon, during a competition, I faced unimaginable pressure, and in that moment of crisis, I suddenly achieved enlightenment. From now on, my cultivation speed will undoubtedly exceed all expectations. I must give the family a heads up. As for how to explain this to others, I've already devised a plan. I truly just had an epiphany. This is how my cultivation works. Just a glance and I grasp it. Don't you agree? I don't care. You're simply slow in your training. You're envious. I don't eat beef. Go tell the Dongfeng missile about it. Did he truly attain enlightenment? Their parents exchanged a glance filled with skepticism, yet refrained from probing further. There indeed existed precedents in the cultivation world. A certain martial deity of Huaxia had not shown promise in his youth, but it seemed he had only achieved enlightenment in middle age. Never mind. A breakthrough is a good thing. It might save some money as well. By the way, have you had a falling out with that girl from the Yang family? Shun Jinan suddenly inquired. Jiangli expressed her confusion as well. You've been coming home from school earlier lately, which is unusual for you. You used to linger behind that girl. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingchen smiled awkwardly. It seemed his secret crush was common knowledge. He explained, No, I just suddenly realized that focusing on martial arts has a brighter future. Matters of the heart are trivial. However, Jiangli was not convinced and chuckled. You claim there's no emotional turmoil? You've liked that girl since childhood. We all can see it and understand. She is indeed remarkable, so you must put in the effort. Shen Xingchen, flustered, protested, Mom, I really haven't. Please believe me, truly. Yet, Shen's mother did not hear his subsequent words, turning instead towards the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chapter 4. The Awakening Stone. The following day, at dawn, Shen Xingchen opened his eyes and clicked to check in. Gained 200 insight points. Used 200 insight points. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has been elevated to level 8 of the first stage. Cultivation truly is a simple yet monotonous endeavor, Shen Xingchen remarked with a smile. He patted his cheeks to rouse himself and then made his way to the living room. Early in the morning, his parents had already left for work, which constituted one of the few sources of income for the family. He ensured that Shen Kiki completed her morning routine of brushing her teeth, washing her face, and having breakfast before hurrying off to school. As he passed through a narrow alley, he happened to see Uncle Li heading out to work. "Good morning, Uncle Li." After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Xingchen continued on his way, leaving behind only the silhouette of a young man. Uncle Li scratched his head in puzzlement and remarked to his elderly companion, "Did you notice that the Shen family boy seems particularly spirited today?" Upon arriving at the classroom, Shen Xingchen immediately heard Chen Feiyu entertaining his classmates. One student inquired, "Feiyu, what are you so merry about? Did you find some money?" Chen Feiyu grinned widely. "How did you know I broke through to level 6 yesterday?" The classmate replied, "Not that. Who asked you? Show off." Heartbroken, the student left, feeling disheartened not only by his own failures, but also by the success of his friend. As soon as Chen Feiyu spotted Shen Xingchen approaching, he hurried over. Shen Xingchen could tell from his expression what he was about to say and quickly interjected, "You're not just being silly. You didn't find any money. You reached level 6 yesterday, which is commendable, truly." Chen Feiyu's excitement abruptly faded, as if struck by an unseen force. However, considering that Shen Xingchen had achieved level 7 just the day before, he could only inwardly marvel. "Brother Shen, sit," Chen Feiyu exclaimed. The memory of Shen Xingchen's impressive performance in the arena yesterday made Chen Feiyu feel overwhelmingly awed. Shen Xingchen remarked with mild annoyance, "Is it really that significant?" Just then, a classmate called out from the doorway, "Shen Xingchen, Teacher Li wants to see you." The Teacher Li referred to was Li Yu, the kind-hearted middle-aged homeroom teacher of Class 7. Shen Xingchen had a hunch about the reason for the summons, so he followed the classmate to the office building. Turning a corner, he spotted a familiar figure, Lin Hu. However, Lin Hu now had his shoulder heavily bandaged, and a long scar marred the left side of his face. The moment Lin Hu saw Shen Xingchen, his expression turned cold, and then, as if struck by a thought, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shen Xingchen sighed inwardly. The recovery speed of warriors is indeed remarkable. Just one day, and Lin Hu is already able to stand. Observing Lin Hu's menacing demeanor, Shen Xingchen suddenly stepped forward. Lin Hu, startled, instinctively recoiled several steps, leaning against the wall to steady himself. "What do you want?" "This is the teaching building," he shouted initially, only to realize how ridiculous he appeared. To be startled to such an extent by a mere step taken by Shen Xingchen is indeed a great humiliation. Shen Xingchen smiled lightly, saying, "It's nothing, just a reminder that you have lost something." Lin Hu, somewhat bewildered, replied, "I haven't lost anything." Shen Xingchen, with an air of indifference, walked past him, a hint of derision gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "You've lost your dignity." In an instant, Lin Hu's expression darkened, and his tightly clenched fists began to ooze faint traces of blood from the pressure. Shen Xingchen strode away, her spirits lifted. Those who humiliate others shall themselves be humiliated. Soon, she arrived at the office. The class teacher, Liu, adorned with thick glasses, greeted her warmly. "Xingchen, you've arrived." He scrutinized Shen Xingchen's appearance closely. Having taught Class 7 for nearly 3 years, he had hardly paid attention to this invisible student. Apart from his handsome looks, the boy had displayed little else of note. To hear that he had triumphed over Lin Hu yesterday genuinely surprised him, prompting him to question repeatedly whether the teacher who relayed the news had made a mistake. After all, Lin Hu was a top student in the regular class. How could such a promising student be so easily defeated? Liu continued, "The purpose of calling you here is not only to inquire about your confrontation with Lin Hu, but more importantly, to present you with this." He retrieved a small piece of jade, no larger than a fingertip, from his drawer. "This stone is known as the Awakening Stone. Carry it with you, and it will enhance your chances of awakening. Please accept it. Teacher Li, this is too precious." "Why?" Shen Xingchen received the Awakening Stone, perplexed. Although he had only recently come to understand this world, he was aware that Awakening Stones were luxuries reserved for the affluent, used to assist their offspring in awakening their talents. It was said that one Awakening Stone was valued at approximately 20,000 yuan. Why was Teacher Li so devoted to aiding him? Liu continued, "As my student, you have reached the 7th level of the first stage and have yet to awaken your innate abilities. I find myself quite anxious for you. This stone was originally intended for my daughter, but now I bestow it upon you. What about your daughter? Shen Xingchen inquired. Li Yu's eyes crinkled with pride and fondness as he replied, My daughter awakened without the need for an awakening stone. Shen Xingchen was rendered speechless, realizing that Li Yu had been anticipating this moment. Nevertheless, feeling indebted to teacher Li's kindness, he feigned an expression of awe and delight, saying, Teacher, your daughter is truly remarkable. Shen Xingchen understood that flattering the teacher's daughter would bring more joy than merely uttering empty words of gratitude. As for reciprocating the favor, he would fulfill that promise once he had gained strength. For now, making hasty commitments would only lead others to perceive him as boastful. She's not that exceptional. Li Yu waved his hand dismissively. Shen Xingchen secretly chuckled, knowing full well how proud the teacher truly was. Clearing his throat, Li Yu adjusted his glasses and continued. Regarding your altercation with Lin Hu, he instigated it first, so the school will not hold you accountable. Rest assured, if any issues arise, I will stand by you. Shen Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, feeling a flicker of emotion. Lastly, I have heard that you possess remarkable shooting skills. In a few days, a master of marksmanship from Shanghai Shenwu University will come to provide guidance. Do make a commendable impression and bring honor to your teacher, Li Yu said with a smile. Typically, instructors from such prestigious institutions test the student's comprehension. However, Shen Xingchen merely possesses a modicum of talent, the mastery of marksmanship, which took countless years to achieve. Even a modest success pales in comparison to those true prodigies. Li Yu chuckled at himself, realizing he had resorted to desperate measures. How could Shen Xingchen possibly measure up to those gifted students in the advanced classes? Shen Xingchen readily agreed. As he exited the office, he fortuitously encountered a young woman. She donned a creamy white spaghetti-strap dress and elegant high-heeled sandals, her delicate features resembling exquisite porcelain, and her skin, akin to jade, bore a hint of rosy warmth, exuding a rather cool demeanor. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her figure was perfectly proportioned, as if the divine had favored her. This was Jiang Qingyao. Her aura was distinct, reminiscent of an iceberg, instilling an inexplicable pressure that kept strangers at bay. It was said that her demeanor stemmed from mastering a certain ice attribute martial art, a skill only required at the second tier. In this cohort of martial arts, there were only 2 second-tier students. Jiang Qingyao passed by Shen Xingchen with an air of indifference. He was momentarily enveloped by a fragrant aroma, unsure if it was the scent of the young lady herself or specially crafted perfume. Indeed, it was delightful, so impressive. Shen Xingchen inwardly marveled. Such individuals, who achieve this level solely through their innate abilities, are truly extraordinary. Chapter 5. The 6 Harmony Spear Achieved. In the subsequent 6 days, Shen Xingchen continued his regular studies. His cultivation was stagnated at the peak of the first tier, as he lacked a suitable martial technique. Nevertheless, his comprehension value was still accruing normally, and his current balance stood at 1,000 points. Today, the instructor summoned the students to the martial arts hall within the campus. As a master from Shanghai Shenwu University was set to impart knowledge on a profound spear technique, the 6 Harmony Spear. At that moment, the martial arts hall was yet to be graced by the instructor. Only a few dozen students, each possessing a respectable foundation in spear techniques, were present, and Shen Xingchen was among them. He quickly spotted Jiang Qing not far ahead, who made a gesture across his throat and offered a derisive smile. I heard you have mastered a martial skill to a minor degree. That is indeed commendable. Jiang Qing's words dripped with sarcasm, despite their seemingly flattering tone. To him, spending years diligently studying an obscure spear technique merely to achieve a minor accomplishment was rather mundane. After all, he himself had several martial skills that had reached the same level, including a high-grade yellow-tier technique. How is your little friend, Lin Hu, recovering? Shen Xingchen replied with a grin, alluding to Lin Hu's shoulder injury. Jiang Qing's expression darkened, and he muttered, I hope you remain this cheerful for long. Shen Xingchen furrowed his brow, ready to retort, but noticed an instructor approaching. It was ill-advised to engage in further verbal sparring. Thus, he shifted his gaze to the front. There stood two middle-aged men and a girl. To Shen Xingchen's astonishment, he recognized the girl. It was Jiang Qingyao, whom he had encountered only a few days prior. Today, Jiang Qingyao donned a black chiffon dress, radiating an ethereal beauty. She stood quietly to the side, allowing the two middle-aged men to take the lead in the discourse. The positioning of the men indicated that the one in front held a more esteemed status. The man at the back introduced himself. I am Liu Xinfeng, your academic supervisor, and this is your instructor for today's spear techniques, whom you may address as Teacher Song. Liu Xinfeng continued, due to our esteemed Jiang Qingyao's exceptional merit, she has been granted early admission to Shanghai Shenwu University, thus securing this opportunity for guidance. I expect all students to perform admirably today and uphold the honor of our institution. The students began to murmur among themselves, astonished by the news of Jiang Qingyao's direct admission. How could Jiang Qingyao be so stunning and talented? What doors has heaven closed to her? Perhaps the door to your heart. As the chatter subsided, the instructor, known as Song Qing, stepped forward and proclaimed sternly, I possess an aversion to foolishness, and therefore, instructing others in martial arts is not my forte. In my view, an imbecile cannot be taught, and it is a waste of time, whereas a clever person should grasp the concepts with minimal instruction. Thus, during our time together, I do not wish to see any foolish individuals, understood? Song Qing furrowed his brow. The students all sensed the sternness of the instructor. Although they felt uncertain, they collectively exclaimed, Understood, Teacher Song. Song Qing pointed to Jiang Qingyao beside him, stating, Your classmate Jiang Qingyao has also studied the shooting technique under my guidance. Remarkably, she achieved a profound mastery in just one day, and within a month, she reached a minor accomplishment. Such talent is rare even at Shanghai Shenwu University, so I hope you all do not lag too far behind. The students' gazes converged on Jiang Qingyao, who merely nodded subtly, saying little. They had grown accustomed to the cool demeanor of this campus beauty, yet the shock within them was ineffable. Jiang Cheng's gaze towards Jiang Qingyao was filled with covetousness, although he pursued Yang Shi. A girl of Jiang Qingyao's caliber was undeniably alluring. Song Qing cleared his throat and continued. This martial technique is called the Six Harmonies Golden Spear, an advanced version of a Yang family's spear techniques. It is classified as a mid-level profound martial art, typically reserved for second-tier martial artists. I present it to you now, hoping it will enhance your performance in the upcoming college entrance examinations. Shen Xingchen sighed inwardly. Martial arts are categorized into four major tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower minor tiers. The ordinary high school students typically practice yellow-tier martial arts and have yet to encounter a higher echelon. The martial masters of Shanghai Shenwu University showcase their prowess with profound techniques, a true spectacle. Subsequently, Song Qing seized his verbal discourse and began to demonstrate the Six Harmonies Golden Spear. Standing amidst the crowd, he wielded the most ordinary of long spears and commenced his display. At the very first movement, a chilling gust of air began to swirl within the training hall. Song Qing explained, the Six Harmonies Golden Spear is a technique that triumphs through speed, intertwining reality and illusion to bewilder opponents, leaving them disoriented and disorganized. The six residual shadows are the manifestation of the Six Harmonies Golden Spear. Achieving even a single shadow indicates entry into the technique, while the highest level boasts 9 shadows, a speed capable of instilling dread in adversaries. As Song Qing's form transformed from slow to swift, the surrounding wind intensified accordingly. Is this the prowess of a fifth-tier martial artist? Shen Xingchen marveled. Although Song Qing was merely demonstrating for the students and did not exert his full strength, the aura he emanated was still astonishing. After witnessing the performance, Shen Xingchen's system revealed the skill diagram for Six Harmonies Golden Spear, not yet initiated. This was indeed a mid-level profound martial art. Without hesitation, Shen Xingchen allocated 500 points of comprehension value to Six Harmonies Golden Spear. Congratulations, host. You have successfully allocated points to Six Harmonies Golden Spear. Your spear technique has transcended mere entry. No one can claim you fall short of your grandmother's square dancing prowess anymore. due to your foundational proficiency in spear technique, crushing spear style. Your cultivation of 6 Harmonies Golden Spear is remarkably swift, triggering the attribute. Learning by analogy, quadrupling your training speed ding. Your 6 Harmonies Golden Spear has cultivated for 20 years over the span of 5 years, reaching great accomplishment, just a half step away from attaining mastery. Excellent. I suddenly feel my mind brimming with knowledge. Shen Xingchen sighed, reflecting on Teacher Song's demonstration, always feeling it lacked something. The legs were not raised high enough, and the wrist rotation was not decisive. Does this old fellow truly understand marksmanship? After a while, Shen Xingchen lost interest and found a vacant spot to rest. The people around him were taken aback by his departure. How could he dare to be so lax when Teacher Song had such a fiery temperament? Not comprehending the intricacies of the 6 Harmonies Golden Spear, what could he do but resign himself to mediocrity? If he would take it seriously and still not grasp it, that would indeed be embarrassing. Now, others merely perceived him as lazy. But do you understand it? I do not. On the other side, Jiang Cheng, who was diligently studying marksmanship, was amused by this scene. Since you are so unambitious, do not blame me. He chuckled inwardly and immersed himself back into his studies. Sitting nearby, Jiang Qingyao noticed Shen Xingchen had taken a seat as well. She merely glanced up slightly, offering no further reaction. Naturally reserved, she preferred to avoid interaction. Suddenly, Shen Xingchen posed a question to Jiang Qingyao. Classmate Jiang, if the number of afterimages exceeds 6, the 7th becomes illusory. Why is this? How can it be corrected? This was indeed Shen Xingchen's current dilemma. He could generate up to 8 afterimages with full exertion. Yet the 7th and 8th were always insufficiently refined. Jiang Qingyao paused momentarily upon hearing this, then replied coolly, "This is not a matter you should be concerned with at present." Students in the distance overheard their exchange and smirked inwardly. Here comes another who does not recognize their own limitations, attempting such a clumsy technique to strike up a conversation. Surely he does not believe his marksmanship is exceptional? The crowd mocked. Yet, Shen Xingchen merely smiled and said, "Classmate Jiang, you wouldn't be unaware, would you?" Chapter 6. The defeat of Jiang Chengyu are not unaware. Are you? As these words escaped Shen Xingchen's lips, a flicker of ire finally crossed Jiang Qingyao's cold visage. With a tone devoid of emotion, she articulated, "The 6 paths of residual shadows represents the pinnacle of the 6 Harmonies Golden Spear. Currently, only Master Song possesses such proficiency, let alone the 7th path." Upon hearing her remarks, Shen Xingchen's expression transformed into one of realization. "So, it turns out you are all rather inept. If that is the case, practice more diligently." Why the reluctance? After this, Shen Xingchen fell silent. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Qingyao concluded that he had finally grasped the disparity between them, and thus, she refrained from further commentary. And so, the day wore on. Even Master Song, who had been consistently guiding his students, discerned Shen Xingchen's lackadaisical attitude and displayed an expression of disdain. Such a student, regardless of innate talent, is not worthy of my attention, he mused internally. As the practice sessions neared completion, Lu Xinfeng gathered the students together, and Shen Xingchen rose alongside them. "All right, everyone has practiced sufficiently. Let us commence with the sparring," Lu Xinfeng announced. "By the way, for this round, only the 6 Harmonies Golden Spear technique that Master Song just taught may be employed," he added. Shen Xingchen keenly observed that the moment Lu Xinfeng concluded his statement, a fleeting exchange of glances occurred between him and Jiang Cheng. Then, Lu Xinfeng continued, "The first match will be Shen Xingchen against Jiang Cheng." This declaration sent ripples of unrest among the onlookers. Jiang Cheng had devoted an entire day to serious study, and his prodigious talent was evident. He had even managed to conjure a residual shadow. Was he not already on the path to mastery? Quite terrifying. In stark contrast, Shen Xingchen had hardly engaged in learning. What are you saying? What if Shen Xingchen merely glanced at it and mastered it? Song Qing cast a skeptical glance at Lu Xinfeng. Jiang Cheng indeed exhibited commendable progress, and Lu Xinfeng's intention had been to have students of similar skill level spar with one another. However, he reconsidered Shen Xingchen's earlier lethargy. Those who are indolent must face the consequences. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen and Jiang Cheng found themselves in a spacious arena. Jiang Cheng remarked with a grin, "Shun, your luck is rather unfortunate. In this random pairing, you have drawn me." Shen Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "If you wish to inquire about your father's spear technique next time, there is no need for such subterfuge. I could see your clandestine exchanges from miles away." With a scoff, Jiang Cheng prepared to strike. Yet, Shen Xingchen interposed, suggesting, "This is rather dull. Since we are to compete, how about we place a wager?" Jiang Cheng halted his actions, intrigued by the proposition. After contemplating, he declared, "If you lose, you must kneel and call me grandfather." Shen Xingchen chuckled, "How childish. I'm a pragmatic individual. Should you lose, not only will you call me grandfather, but you shall also pay me 30,000. Jiang Cheng retorted angrily, "Will I really lose? If you can manage to win, I would gladly give you 100,000. Shen Xingchen sighed inwardly, recognizing the disparity in their circumstances. Jiang Cheng firmly planted his feet, then propelled himself forward like an arrow. This is the quintessential starting stance of the Six Harmonies' long spear. Even Song Qing could not deny that Jiang Cheng possessed a modicum of talent. Shen Xingchen observed intently as he swung his spear in a wide arc, forcefully dislodging Jiang Cheng's weapon. In a swift motion, he advanced, thrusting his spear with fierce determination. The ferocity of his technique conjured a gust of wind that tousled Jiang Cheng's bangs. The spear's tip now aimed directly at Jiang Cheng's forehead. This strike, honed over 2 decades of training. Can you withstand it? You have lost, Shen Xingchen declared. One move. At this moment, the sharp tip of the adversary's spear loomed ominously before Jiang Cheng, while his own weapon lay discarded. The outcome was unmistakable. A bead of cold sweat glistened at Jiang Cheng's brow. It was a near miss, a hair's breadth from death. How had he accomplished this? After all, he was at the 8th level of the first rank. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? Why had Jiang Cheng relinquished his weapon? Only Song Qing and Jiang Qingyao had discerned Shen Xingchen's earlier maneuvers. In that fleeting instant, a phantom-like afterimage of Shen Xingchen had launched a preemptive strike, severing Jiang Cheng's offensive momentum, which caused him to lose his grip on the spear. Then, with a decisive advance, he executed a rapid thrust aimed at his opponent's vital points. In that moment, Shen Xingchen had flawlessly embodied the principle of the Six Harmonies spear, where movement is as thunderous and the interplay of reality and illusion is harmonized. His precision was so exquisite that it was evident he had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. To achieve such finesse after merely glancing twice, this young martial artist was indeed a prodigy. Song Qing was astounded. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Jiang Cheng, evidently unable to accept his defeat, still had his fists at his disposal despite losing his weapon. He sidestepped, maneuvering around Shen Xingchen's spear to position himself at his flank. His fist, as large as a sandbag, was poised to strike Shen Xingchen's face. "Stop!" Song Qing shouted. Such a promising talent could not possibly fall victim to Jiang Cheng's underhanded attack. Song Qing refused to accept it. Yet Jiang Cheng was relentless. However, Shen Xingchen conjured 2 more afterimages, effectively thwarting Jiang Cheng's assault, and propelled himself forward, sweeping his spear horizontally. With a resounding thud, Jiang Cheng was sent hurtling backward. What is happening? Can anyone explain why Jiang Cheng is being thrown back? Does it not hurt? The crowd reacted in a myriad of ways. Jiang Cheng's body collided with the wall before collapsing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, evidently suffering significant internal injury. Jiang Cheng now realized the gravity of his underestimation. Shen Xingchen was indeed at the pinnacle of the first rank. Just days ago, he had dismissed his concerns as mere jest, yet here it was, all too real. How could this be? 2 levels gained in just a week. Jiang Cheng felt a heaviness in his chest. Could he accept such a failure? No, absolutely not. He still possessed his innate abilities. Veins bulging, he lost all semblance of reason and charged frantically at Shen Xingchen. His arms quickly coalesced into a defensive earthen wall, his D rank, innate ability, mountainous rock wall. Now, Shen Xingchen began to take the confrontation more seriously. Talent and supernatural abilities can be exceedingly troublesome, even if they are merely classified as D-grade. Before Jiang Cheng arrived, Shen Xingchen had already begun to wield his spear. Each time Shen Xingchen's body came to a halt, a phantom would coalesce around him. 1, 2, 3, 6. Surrounding Shen Xingchen were 6 phantoms. As Jiang Cheng charged forward, those 6 figures converged once more. With a resounding crash, a force several times greater than Shen Xingchen's true form erupted from the tip of the spear. Jiang Cheng's arm, enveloped in earth escape, collided with the spear. A dull thud echoed, and Jiang Cheng's arm snapped, sending him flying once again. I know, on the ground, his entire body convulsing. What? Upon witnessing Shen Xingchen's 6 phantoms, Song Qing's face began to flush, his emotions reaching a fever pitch. He had achieved mastery. Such a person exists in this world. What does my decade of grueling practice amount to? Song Qing was beside himself with fervor. Could he truly endure such hardship? His classmates also began to comprehend. Although they could not grasp the intricacies of the spear technique, they recognized the significance of the 6 phantoms. Even Teacher Song could only manage 6, and Shen Xingchen had merely glanced twice. Jiang Qingyao's typically serene visage was now beset with astonishment. No wonder Shen Xingchen had earlier inquired about the 7th phantom. It turns out he had truly accomplished it. Throughout the years, she had prided herself on her extraordinary talent and unparalleled comprehension speed. Yet she had not anticipated the existence of such a remarkable prodigy. Remembering her previously haughty demeanor, a faint blush crept across Jiang Qingyao's delicate face. It was utterly humiliating. Shen Xingchen approached Jiang Cheng, standing before him as he knelt. Then looking down with a mischievous smile, he taunted, "Stop your wailing. Now call me Grandpa." Chapter 7. S-Class. Azure Dragon of the Sky, what's the matter? Unable to accept defeat? Shen Xingchen's haughty voice pierced through Jiang Cheng's ears, laced with scorn. The surrounding classmates and teachers observed silently, reluctant to intervene. In the realm of martial arts, the state of one's mind is paramount. The wager was one they had set themselves. To breach, it could summon inner demons in the future. Song Qing, with an excited expression, gazed at Shen Xingchen and inquired of Lu Xinfeng, "Which class is this student from? How are his usual grades? You see, I still have quota spots for recommendations." Song Qing's eyes burned with fervor, leaving Lu Xinfeng feeling uneasy. "Just moments ago, you claimed he was lazy. What about your integrity?" Undeterred by Lu Xinfeng's peculiar gaze, Song Qing urged, "Quickly tell me." Lu Xinfeng cleared his throat. "I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Shen Xingchen is merely a student from the ordinary class, with unremarkable grades." Song Qing's disbelief was palpable. How can this be? Such a martial arts prodigy, yet just an ordinary student? Lu Xinfeng elaborated. He possesses no innate talents. No matter how keen his understanding, he remains an ordinary class student. In truth, according to Lu Xinfeng's information, Shen Xingchen had only recently broken through to the 7th level of the 1st tier. How can this be? Do you not realize that innate talents are crucial for a martial artist to break through the 5th tier? Song Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Without innate abilities, one is forever barred from advancing to the 5th tier. The 5th tier may seem distant for a high school student, yet in university, it is not uncommon. Many 4th-year students on the brink of graduation can achieve this. A person without innate abilities has little potential for development. This is evident. The 5th tier represents a martial artist's lifetime threshold. To surpass, it is to become a formidable force. Failure to do so means that even reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier still relegates one to the lower echelons of martial artists. Regaining his composure, Song Qing remarked, "What a pity. Even awakening an E-level talent would." Sigh. Ultimately, it is a misallocation. He recognized that Shen Xingchen was already at the pinnacle of the 1st tier, just a step away from attaining the 2nd tier with the right technique. Yet, there were still no signs of any innate talent awakening. This could only imply that he lacked innate abilities altogether. The students had overheard the conversation between the 2 teachers and breathed a collective sigh of relief. So, Shen Xingchen truly has no innate talent. The superiority felt by those who had already awakened their innate abilities resurfaced as the previously suppressed sense of superiority returned. I said it all along. How could the school bear to overlook such a person? Their understanding indeed surpasses ours. We are in awe. Hith. Temporary setbacks do not dictate the outcome of one's life. We shall meet at the pinnacle. Jiang Qingyao displayed a look of regret. Such an outstanding individual. Yet to face such circumstances, truly a miscarriage of fate. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng finally emerged from his agony. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly straightened his broken arm, then, in a barely audible voice, murmured grandfather before turning to leave. Although his voice was faint, Shen Xingchen still heard it. He feigned a furious demeanor and exclaimed, "Mind your words. I have no grandson like you." Upon hearing those words, he felt as though his molars might shatter. Yet, the current circumstances favored others. Just wait until I reach the 5th stage. What transpires today, I shall repay 100-fold. Jiang Cheng's silhouette departed, solitary and desolate, yet resolutely steadfast. Shen Xingchen exclaimed, "Hey, don't forget to transfer my 100,000. Jiang Cheng stumbled slightly at the remark. After this farce concluded, the students resumed their regular practice. Shen Xingchen couldn't shake the feeling that the teacher named Song Qing regarded him with a peculiar gaze, as if he were both fascinated and disgusted. Akin to viewing a golden nugget in a latrine. Even the students cast odd looks in his direction, unable to endure it any longer. Shen Xingchen shouted at a nearby student, "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll gouge your eyes out. If I can't confront Song Qing, can't I handle you students?" The frightened student recoiled slightly, only to feel a pang of humiliation. He retorted indignantly, "Fine, I want to look." Shen Xingchen thought to himself, "I truly can't find a way to counterattack." Meanwhile, Song Qing, having overheard Shen Xingchen's outburst, felt a peculiar sensation. Was he being indirectly criticized? Then again, he mused, he's merely a child. He couldn't possibly harbor such intentions. Thus, he cast another glance at Shen Xingchen, who happened to be berating another student for staring. The student, feeling wronged, promptly shut his eyes. After the practice concluded, the day's classes came to an end. Shen Xingchen left a few minutes early, and the remaining individuals heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of being dominated was utterly terrifying. As Shen Xingchen exited the martial arts hall, dusk began to settle. He intended to cross the playground directly to the cafeteria when, suddenly, the awakening stone in his arms emitted a flicker of light. Finally, it awakened. Shen Xingchen exhaled in relief, though he still harbored some concerns about what the teachers had said. Yet this light, this commotion, seemed rather minor. Could it possibly be merely an E-grade? Just as he pondered this, the system chimed in, "Congratulations, host. You have awakened the E-grade beast talent, Fire Lizard." What the hell? Shen Xingchen exclaimed in frustration. There was no need to even visit the talent testing chamber. The system had directly informed him. After waiting so long, this was what he received? Although something was better than nothing, who wouldn't desire greater strength? Ding! The system's voice resounded once more. Detected host's talent as E-grade. The system will automatically enhance it. Fire Lizard, E-grade. Azure Dragon of the Sky, S-grade. Please accept. As the system's voice faded, the clouds above the playground suddenly thickened, and a brilliant azure golden light beam shot skyward. The immense power surged into the heavens. Its astonishing presence felt for miles around. "Wow!" Shen Xingchen exclaimed in delight. He then beheld an ethereal azure golden dragon silhouette gliding through the clouds, cascading down the light beam. Shen Xingchen's form was enveloped in radiant light. The entire northern district of Qianan City shone as brightly as day because of this luminescence. Within the Education Bureau, a meeting was convened to discuss the administration of the college entrance examinations. Director Li Tianshuo was startled, causing the tea in his mouth to spill forth. The other educators were perplexed. What could have caused such a reaction from their esteemed director? Then, they beheld the striking beam of light outside the window, and many officials widened their eyes in astonishment. "Has the demon clan attacked?" someone inquired. Li Tianshuo gazed in shock at the soaring azure and golden light, rendered momentarily speechless. A senior official, his face a mask of horror, exclaimed, "This is an awakening. This is the manifestation of innate abilities." The crowd was taken aback. Such phenomena could only be associated with an S-level talent. Could it truly be S-level? It has been many years since an S-level has graced Huaxia. Each S-level individual is a pillar of strength for our nation. The emergence of such a figure in Xianan is astonishing. Finally regaining his composure, Director Li Tianxua turned to the assembly with palpable excitement. In which direction lies the school responsible for this? Silence enveloped the room. Just as Li Tianxua lamented the lack of an answer, from the far corner, Principal Shen Xingchen of Wudao, 3rd Middle School, trembled, his lips quivering as he spoke. "That is my 3rd middle school. It is the playground of 3rd Middle." Chapter 8. On the strength of Shen Xingchen and the gathering of directors and principals from various schools, astonishment was palpable. Wudao, 3rd Middle School, merely a middle-tier institution in Xinan City, was overshadowed by the likes of Wudao, 1st Middle School, and Maching Academy, yet had serendipitously discovered an S-rank talent. Congratulations were in order. Wudao 3rd was poised for an ascent. Why was it not someone from the 1st Middle School? Li Tianxu's emotions surged as he commanded, "Shen Xingchen, I order you to investigate this at once. I want all his information before dawn." Despite his overwhelming excitement, Shen Xingchen maintained his composure and replied, "Rest assured, Director." As the divine beam of light gradually faded, Shen Xingchen appeared to be enveloped in a gentle aura, enhancing his already striking features to resemble a celestial being. His bones, his flesh, resonated with an inner harmony, a surging power, a formidable dragon might. Congratulations, host, for merging with the S-rank talent ability, Heavenly Azure Dragon. Acquired skill, Dragon Might, renowned for their physicality, strength, and speed in the state of Dragon Might. Instills terror in adversaries while enhancing the host's physical strength by 300, power by 300, and speed by 200. The Azure Dragon, positioned in the eastern sector among the 28 lunar mansions, has safeguarded our ancient China through the ages, maintaining a revered status among dragons and embodying supreme power. Acquired skill, Life Revival. When activated, recovery speed is enhanced by 300. The Heavenly Azure Dragon once obtained a tome of secret arts, further augmenting its already formidable recovery potential. Remarkable. Shen Xingchen marveled. Such effects and enhancements were unprecedented. In comparison, Jiang Cheng's D-rank talent ability, Mountain Wall, paled against his Heavenly Azure Dragon, akin to a mere presentation defense. Shen Xingchen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It was time to reward himself with a grand feast. With that thought, he strode confidently towards the cafeteria, his steps exuding arrogance. Today, he would order 10 pig knuckles. Simultaneously, 2 astonishing pieces of news spread like wildfire across the campus. The first was that Shen Xingchen had mastered the intermediate-level spear technique at the Martial Arts Hall within a single day, achieving a remarkable level of proficiency, and had decisively defeated Jiang Cheng in practice, securing the right to pursue Yang Shi's favor. The second revelation was the mysterious dragon shadow that appeared on the academy's playground, suggesting that a student had awakened a high-level talent ability. Merely witnessing the phenomenon hinted at its formidable power, unmistakably an invincible presence. Meanwhile, Chen Feiyu was engaged in casual conversation. "Feiyu, you seem to know a lot. Is it true that the one who awakened on the playground was Shen Ge?" "I'm not certain." "Shen Ge, you are familiar with Xiao Shen. Do you know why he has suddenly become so formidable?" Chen Feiyu gestured towards a faculty member passing by with a boiling kettle. "What you're implying is that practice makes perfect, correct?" A student's eyes lit up. "Not quite." Chen Feiyu shook his head. "What I mean is that he has awakened." In a certain classroom, Lin, who observed the entire process of the awakening phenomenon, his face adorned with envy. "Such is the demeanor of a true gentleman," he mused. "If only he could awaken such extraordinary talents. Even Jiang Cheng would be compelled to kneel before him." The mere thought brought him joy. Suddenly, a figure rushed over in a flurry. Boss, it's bad." Lin, who looked at the young with disdain. At this age, he should have learned to conduct himself with more composure. Truly, he was a source of embarrassment. Lin, who reassured him, "What's the matter? Sit down and speak slowly. This is no way to behave." The young, whose surname was Shun, was about to face a significant setback at Jiang Ji's hands, and Lin Hu, in a splendid mood, was not inclined to fuss over the younger ones. They cast a peculiar glance at his boss, biting his lip. Lin Hu leisurely sipped his tea and said casually, "Now, what is it?" They replied. Shen Xingchen made quite an impression during the guidance class. Jiang Ge was defeated. Lin Hu spat his tea all over his face, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Say it again." Wiping his face with a forlorn expression, reiterated, Jiang Cheng was defeated by Shen Xingchen in the martial arts hall. He had been rather tactful in his wording. According to the classmate who conveyed the message, Jiang Cheng had launched 3 aggressive strikes, all effortlessly neutralized by Shen Xingchen, who exhibited no resistance whatsoever. It was a pure slaughter. He vividly recalled the exaggerated admiration that classmate had for Shen Xingchen. Lin Hu's expression suddenly turned blank. Defeated? Defeated? How could that be? Woo-woo. Ha ha ha. Boss, wake up. Don't scare me. In class 3, She was engrossed in studying a martial arts manual, mere steps away from the pinnacle of the first tier. At that moment, a girl sprinted towards her. Xiao Si. She lifted her head and turned to see her best friend, Shen Xingchen. Xingchen, what is the matter? Why the rush? She inquired with a smile. Her usually composed friend seemed unusually flustered today. Had she perhaps learned the identity of the student who had just awakened and triggered the phenomenon? She was keen to hear about the exceptional individual who had been fortunate enough to awaken such extraordinary abilities. Shen Xingchen, catching her breath, said, "During today's guidance class, Shen Xingchen defeated Jiang Cheng in 3 moves. Even when Jiang Cheng used his innate abilities, he could not last a single round against Shen Xingchen." Shen Xingchen smoothed her not particularly impressive bosom, still in shock from the news she had just received. Surely, she would also be astonished upon hearing it. She dropped the technique she was holding, her face a canvas of disbelief. How is this possible? I have known Shen Xingchen since childhood. I'm all too aware of his capabilities. How was this any different from someone telling me that the individual who awakened on the playground was Shen Xingchen? It is utterly absurd. Seeing Xi's skepticism, Shen Xingchen continued, "It's being said outside that Shen Xingchen has already reached the pinnacle of the first tier and possesses remarkable insight. Is that true?" Sablas Bauset, her expression frozen in contemplation. Her delicate hand clutched the martial arts scroll tightly, and her tiny fingers began to pale from the exertion. No one could fathom the tumult of emotions coursing through Shi at that moment. What is the greatest joy in the world? Winning the lottery. And what is the most profound despair? Winning the lottery, only to find it has expired. The architects of these 2 monumental events now appeared utterly unfazed. Just moments ago, Shen Xingchen had relished 10 succulent braised pork knuckles, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With his training speed ensured and endowed with exceptional innate talents, he was undeniably filled with ambition. Yet, he understood that only through relentless self-improvement could he maintain his edge. Currently, he lacked 2 essential elements: a method to ascend to the second tier of cultivation and a style of fist or palm techniques. The need for a cultivation method was clear, as it was crucial for his advancement. The necessity for martial techniques arose from his realization that his combat prowess had become overly reliant on external weaponry, his firearm. Should he lose his gun, his fighting capability would diminish considerably. This was far from an encouraging sign. He had no desire to emulate a certain young hero surnamed Ling Hu, who would scramble to retrieve his sword upon the approach of an enemy. Furthermore, he now possessed an S-level divine ability, the Celestial Azure Dragon, which emphasized the importance of physical strength. Thus, he was in urgent need of a manual on fist or palm techniques. With that thought in mind, he made his way toward the reading room. Chapter 9. The 8 Desolations Concealing Dragon Fist, a treasure of the Xianyu, classified as a mid-level yellow-grade martial art. Utterly worthless. The 5 Tiger Fist, also mid-level yellow-grade. Pure rubbish. The Divine Camel of Snow Mountain Palm, a high-level yellow-grade. A slightly better form of refuse. Shen Xingchen felt that searching for superior martial arts and techniques in the reading room was akin to sifting through excrement in search of gold. After more than an hour of perusing, he had yet to discover what he desired, not due to lofty expectations, but rather to a harsh reality. From Shen Xingchen's understanding, prodigies from affluent families, like Jiang Qingyao, practiced only the most elite martial arts and techniques. Such mastery was essential to achieve invincibility among peers, and even to surpass one's rank in battle. Still impoverished, Shen Xingchen lamented, wishing someone would bestow upon him a high-level martial art. His demands were modest. Just 2 celestial-grade techniques would suffice. This was not mere daydreaming for Shen Xingchen. Upon awakening his powers, he had considered the considerable commotion he had caused, likely drawing attention from many. Although he had been alone on the playground at that moment, the school could easily review the surveillance footage to ascertain the truth. As an S-rank individual, surely the principal could grant him 2 martial arts with ease? Just then, his attention was drawn to a peculiar scroll. The scroll appeared astonishingly ancient, as if it belonged to a bygone era. Shen Xingchen reached out to grasp it, only to inadvertently brush against a cool, delicate hand. Shen Xingchen frowned. Which girl dared to take advantage of him? With a swift motion, he extracted the aged scroll from its compartment, his gaze piercing through the opening to observe the other side. Shen Xingchen was captivated. Opposite him, the girl revealed only half of her head. Yet her beauty was undeniable. Her visage was one of unparalleled allure, the light casting a soft glow upon her profile, enveloping her in a haze of enchantment. Jiang Qingyao, what was she doing here? At that moment, Jiang Qingyao's brow furrowed slightly, evidently troubled by the loss of her scroll. However, she too had noticed Shen Xingchen across the way. A flicker of surprise danced across her porcelain-like face before she turned to depart. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. Jiang Qingyao was actually willing to relinquish the martial arts scroll to him. In truth, it had been Jiang Qingyao's hand that first touched the scroll. His act of seizing it had little justification. This revelation significantly altered Shen Xingchen's perception of Jiang Qingyao. Previously, he had viewed her as a proud little swan, perhaps a bit too willful. It turned out she possessed a gentle side. Shen Xingchen selected a spot and began to read the scroll. Upon closer inspection, he found the inscription, "My lifelong dedication, countless battles faced, never prioritizing cunning." This fist technique emphasizes strength. With a fist strikes, gold and stone are reduced to dust. Even deities avoid its might. To his astonishment, this was a martial arts manual, its rank unknown. Yet, the author's grandiloquent prose suggested it was extraordinary. Regrettably, it was a fragment. Just as Shen Xingchen felt a pang of disappointment, a notification resonated within him. Detected a low-level Earth-grade fragmented fist manual, 8 Desolations Concealing Dragon Fist, available for learning. Shen Xingchen was astonished. A fragment could be learned? Without hesitation, Shen Xingchen proceeded. Congratulations to the host for utilizing 500 enlightenment points. You opened the tattered scroll of the martial art, 8 Desolations Dragon Fist, yet found it utterly incomprehensible, discarding it by the roadside while exclaiming that even dogs would not practice it. Half an hour later, you retrieved the scroll once more. You commenced your study of the martial technique, but still struggled to understand. Subsequently, aided by the system's minuscule guidance, you gradually grasped the essence of it. Ding! After 5 years of cultivating the Earth-level martial art, 8 Desolations Dragon Fist, you barely reached the level of subtlety. Shen Xingchen's fist began to emanate a potent energy. Upon further reflection on this explosive force, Shen Xingchen realized that even though 8 Desolations Dragon Fist was merely at the subtlety stage, the power unleashed surpassed that of the perfected 6 Harmonies Golden Spear by a considerable margin. Earth-level martial techniques are indeed fearsome. Shen Xingchen nodded in satisfaction before coolly tossing the scroll to Jiang Qingyao, leaving her with the sight of his elegant silhouette as he turned to depart from the reading room. Jiang Qingyao, who had been engrossed in studying other techniques, was suddenly interrupted by Shen Xingchen. She then noticed the ancient scroll appearing on her desk. So, you too cannot comprehend it? Jiang Qingyao sighed. She had been aware of that scroll for quite some time. Just by observing its incomplete sections, she understood it was an extraordinarily formidable technique. After months of diligent study, she had managed to discern some clues. Shen Xingchen, After merely glancing at it for a brief moment, could not even guarantee he could finish reading the scroll. It seemed he had given up. Jiang Qingyao shook her head, believing that as fellow prodigies, Shen Xingchen must possess a similar pride to her own. Individuals of their caliber, upon encountering such a powerful martial art, would surely delve into its study, even if it were a fragment. However, Shen Xingchen had disappointed her. It turned out they were not of the same ilk after all. In a desolate self-study room, a group of unruly students sat together. Is it true? Did Shen Xingchen really touch Jiang Qingyao's hand? The leader of the group, named Tang Chun, frowned. He was the second most prominent figure in the school. Apart from Jiang Qingyao, only he had attained the second tier. I can assure you, Brother Chun, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Someone affirmed. Not only had he seen their hands make contact, but he also noted that Jiang Qingyao seemed unconcerned by it. This was truly bewildering. Tang Chen's frown deepened. Well, that Shun fellow already has Yang Shi, and now he dares to lay hands on my person? It was well known throughout the school that Jiang Qingyao was Tang Chen's cherished star, even if the goddess herself scarcely acknowledged him. Yet, who dared to touch her would be courting death. At that moment, one of his underlings spoke up. Brother Chun, that Shun fellow is quite formidable. Although he is at the peak of the first tier, he has cultivated a profound martial technique to great perfection, and he may well possess the strength to contend with a second-tier practitioner. Another added, Indeed, Brother Chun, you have just ascended to the second tier, and your foundation has yet to solidify. It would be unwise to act recklessly. Tang Chen's expression darkened. Are we to allow that Shun fellow to bully my woman? Jiang Qingyao was his forbidden touchstone. Like a dragon's reverse scale, to touch it meant certain death. Young brother, Brother Chun, I have a brilliant plan. Tang Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Speak swiftly, young brother. With over a month remaining until the college entrance examination, we should act the day before, ensuring that Brother Tang's mastery remains steadfast while rendering that surname Shun's exam results utterly disastrous. How delightful that would be. Tang Chun narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Sunja, your intentions are truly malevolent. Yet, I must say, I find them rather appealing. To disrupt another's examination results is to jeopardize their future, affecting them for a lifetime. Tang Chun had heard of Shen Xingchen's remarkable achievements. Surely, for a student of such exceptional insight, failure in the college entrance examination would be a lifelong torment. Hee ah ha ha ha. In the self-study room, the laughter of the group echoed far and wide. Among the onlookers, the outermost Lin who displayed a contemplative expression upon hearing their scheme. This scene seemed oddly familiar. He felt he had witnessed something akin to it just a few days prior. Chapter 10. Debt Collection on her way home. Shen Xingchen encountered Yang Shi. Upholding the principles of politeness, she greeted, What a coincidence. Typically, such pleasantries are exchanged between unfamiliar individuals who then continue on their separate paths. Yang Shi responded calmly, Not a coincidence. I was waiting for you. Shen Xingchen remarked, Is that so? This isn't how the script goes. An awkward smile adorned her face. Yang Shi continued, I heard you've reached the pinnacle of the first tier. I'm merely at the 8th level of the first tier. How did you manage that? In her heart, Yang Shi mused that Shen Xingchen had harbored feelings for her for so many years. It was implausible that he could simply dismiss them. With a subtle gesture, she could elicit a response from him once more. Shen Xingchen shrugged. I have no idea. I just woke up the next day upgraded. This was the truth, albeit one that few would believe. Yang Shi chuckled lightly. You still have such an amusing way with words. At this, Shen Xingchen found herself at a loss for words. Wait, are you serious? Is this how you used to speak of the original host? Didn't you say her attempts at humor resembled a fly buzzing chaotically, quite bothersome? While that assessment held some truth, as flies are drawn to filth, Shen Xingchen lost all interest in continuing the conversation. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yang Shi bit her lip, her eyes glimmering with emotion as she grasped Shen Xingchen's arm, softly imploring, Let us reconcile, just like before. This statement was undeniably explicit. Yang Shi believed she had already extended considerable grace to Shen Xingchen. She had committed no wrongdoing. It was Shen Xingchen who insisted on concealing her abilities. On what grounds do you assume I would continue to harbor feelings for you? Shen Xingchen questioned. Although he was not the original host and had never been fond of Yang Shi, he felt no fault in uttering those words now. The heartfelt sentiments that had been trampled upon would be picked up piece by piece. Yang Shi exclaimed in delight. So you admit you liked me before? Shen Xingchen felt exasperated, still testing the waters. No matter how he responded, it would inevitably seem like flattery. To deny his affection? Everyone was aware of the original host's efforts. Who would believe that? Merely stubbornness. To affirm it? That would only validate her allure, revealing her current petty emotionality. Yang Shi refrained from probing further and shifted the topic. Did you see the students who awakened on the playground today? I think such individuals are truly impressive. Shen Xingchen immediately grasped the underlying implication in Yang Shi's words. Essentially, she was suggesting that there were many boys far superior to him, advising him not to be overly proud, as she had already shown him considerable favor. Shen Xingchen retorted, but does he even find you appealing? Yang Shi frowned, sensing that Shen Xingchen was being rather ungracious today. She replied, how do you know he wouldn't be captivated upon seeing me? Yang Shi was quite confident in her appearance. Even that S-tier awakener could not entirely resist her charm. Just like me, he likely finds you unremarkable, believe it or not. Shen Xingchen brushed Yang Shi's hand away, leaping onto the roof beam. As she continued speaking, Yang Shi felt as though she might expel the 10 pig knuckles she had consumed that day. She yearned to follow Shen Xingchen onto the rafters. However, Shen Xingchen, with remarkable swiftness, delivered a kick that sent Yang Shi tumbling back just as she leapt. Without hesitation, she departed swiftly. Yang Shi's body soared momentarily before being struck in the abdomen, curling her into a shrimp-like shape as she crashed back to the ground. Though unharmed, the humiliation weighed heavily upon her. Most significantly, she was taken aback. Shen Xingchen had never treated her in such a manner before. In the office of the director of the Education Bureau, Director Li Tianshuo received a phone call from Wudao 3rd Middle School. He eagerly connected the call, never having desired a call from the school more than he did today. Principal Chen Lingjun of Wudao 3rd Middle School stated, Director, we have identified the student. His name is Shen Xingchen, and he has reached the pinnacle of the 1st rank, having recently advanced. Li Tianshuo exhaled in relief. For the past few hours, he had feared that the individual had merely passed through Qianan City. Chen Lingjun continued, this child has remained inconspicuous until now. Who would have known he stealthily ascended to the pinnacle of the 1st rank? It is said that he has also achieved considerable proficiency in martial arts. Li Tianshuo's expression brightened with excitement. Excellent. Please send me his file. I wish to review it myself. Certainly, Director, came the reply. After hanging up, Li Tianshuo swiftly received an electronic file. He glanced over it briefly before instructing his assistant, prepare the vehicle. I am heading to Jumin Alley. Upon returning home, Shen Xingchen was immediately embraced by his younger sister, Shen Kiki. Big brother, Shen Kiki affectionately called out. Shen Xingchen smiled knowingly and hoisted his sister onto his shoulder, eliciting her delightful laughter. Suddenly, his sister pointed towards the room, where it seemed a dispute was unfolding. As Shen Xingchen approached, he recognized 2 additional figures in a room besides his parents, his aunt and his cousin. His aunt, with a mocking tone, remarked, oh, isn't this our academic prodigy from 20 years ago? How has he fallen so low? Jiang Li's expression turned grim as she retorted, sister-in-law, no matter the circumstances. My husband is your family member's younger brother. How can you speak in such a manner? Shen Xingchen frowned. He was aware of some familial matters. His father had always been exceptional compared to his peers, and it was inevitable for his uncle, as the eldest brother, to harbor envy. When his father was at the height of his prowess, they could only look up in admiration. However, once his father's meridians were damaged, and he fell below even the common man, the resentment accumulated from years of jealousy erupted. Thus, his aunt had always spoken harshly. She continued, if you wish for me to speak kindly, it is not difficult. Repay the debts you owe from a few months back, right now. She thought to herself, even in such dire straits, he still clings to his pride. How can he not endure a few harsh words? Jiang Li's face paled. When our family was thriving in Jinnan, we provided you with countless benefits. Now that we are in distress, You demand repayment for a mere 400 yuan? Must you pressure us in such a way? 400 yuan, to an ordinary family, might equate to just 1 or 2 meals. Yet for the present day Shen family, this is a matter of life and death. Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, the aunt's eyes flickered slightly, yet she persisted. That was many years ago. The present is now. Return the money, and we shall leave. You. Jiang Li's expression darkened. At that moment, Shen Xingchen stepped into the room, instantly drawing several gazes. Before his parents could speak, the aunt hastily interjected. Isn't this my dear nephew? Out so late from school? Such diligence. Of course, her affection for this nephew was feigned. She merely teased him, having heard that his martial arts prowess was rather lacking. Shen Xingchen, aware of his aunt's insincerity, promptly tossed 400 yuan bills into her hands. You may leave now. This money was won from Jiang Cheng, and he had set aside 1,000 as a reserve, coincidentally timed. His disdain for this aunt was profound, still lavish as ever. Little Chun, she remarked, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected money. But do not let this interfere with your martial training. Look at my Yuer. Already at the peak of the first stage, a young man named Shun Yu emerged from behind, exuding an air of superiority. Though he was merely 2 months younger than Shen Xingchen, his martial arts level surpassed that of his cousin significantly. Naturally, he had reason to be proud. The aunt, her eyes gleaming with mirth, proposed, It seems the 2 brothers have not seen each other in quite some time. Why not have a little competition now? She had visited her younger brother's home a few times before, each time suggesting that Shun Yu and Shen Xingchen spar. However, this dim-witted nephew had always declined, lacking even the courage to accept the challenge. Shen Yu, with a disdainful expression, taunted, Cousin, do you dare? As a top 50 contender in the martial arts ranking of his grade, Shen Yu possessed his own confidence. He was certain that his cousin, with a history of mediocrity, would not dare to accept. Should he actually have the audacity to agree, then he would certainly teach this elder brother a lesson in martial arts. Just when everyone anticipated Shen Xingchen would once again refuse, a gentle smile graced his face. Very well. Chapter 11. The Might of the Dragon Good. Shen Xingchen's voice reached Shun Yu and the old lady's ears, leaving them quite astonished. To their knowledge, Shen Xingchen had only just broken through to the first level. 5th tier. What audacity did he possess to confront a peak of the first level? Or was it merely to preserve the fragile pride of youth? Nearby, Shen Xingchen's parents were equally taken aback, seemingly unaware of when they had begun to struggle to comprehend their own son. Shen Kiki, unburdened by worries, laughed heartily. It's quite impressive. In this courtyard, perhaps only this 10-year-old girl believed her elder brother could prevail. Shen Yu furrowed her brow. The disparity between us is far too great. Are you certain you've considered this? To act recklessly, spurred on by a mere taunt, seemed to her utterly foolish. Shen Xingchen nodded. Indeed, the gap in our strength is considerable. How could an ordinary C-level talent contend with an S-level? However, this statement resonated differently in the ears of others. The old lady scoffed inwardly, realizing that this Navi nephew was merely clinging to his pitiful pride. After such a long time, his own strength had hardly improved. If little Yu were to injure him, would he require compensation for medical expenses? Meanwhile, Shen Yu's sense of satisfaction peaked. She had heard tales of her second uncle's remarkable talent, only to be diminished by injury. Now, fortune had shifted. It was her turn to shine as the family's prodigy, the one whom all gazed upon with admiration. Are you ready? Shen Xingchen inquired calmly. He wished for the seemingly inevitable contest to conclude swiftly. Shen Yu was taken aback by her foolish older brother's eagerness for her to proceed. Truly, he was unaware of the peril he was in. Suddenly, she lunged forward, too lazy to even employ her talent, for her opponent was unworthy. Seeing such a feeble attack, Shen Xingchen could not even be bothered to evade. Shen Yu, observing Shen Xingchen's immobility, assumed he had not comprehended her movement style, and thus looked down on his capabilities even more. At such a level, he was not even as formidable as the lowest ranked in their school. Bang! Shen Yu's fist, propelled by the speed of thunder, was about to strike Shen Xingchen. The old lady chuckled coldly, foreseeing their household transforming into 2 ailing individuals. Jiangli wore a worried expression, while Shun Jinan's countenance darkened. Yet unexpectedly, A trace of mockery appeared at the corner of Shen Xingchen's mouth. With a mere lift of his hand, he grasped Shen Yu's fist. Is this all you've got? Shen Xingchen's gaze fixated on his cousin Shen Yu. In an instant, his pupils shifted from their natural brown to a divine azure vertical slit. The ancient bloodline was awakening, boiling forth. It was the might of the celestial azure dragon. Shen Yu, incredulous, attempted to retract her fist to launch another assault. However, after 2 attempts, even utilizing her talent, she could not budge him in the slightest. How could this be? Shen Yu was utterly baffled by Shen Xingchen's extraordinary prowess. The elderly woman present, along with Zhang Li, had no martial arts training. To them, Shen Yu appeared to be intentionally allowing himself to be captured by Shen Xingchen's fist. Only Shen Jinan's gaze towards Shen Xingchen shifted, for he understood that this absurd scene was a result of the vast disparity in their strength. Shen Xingchen's power was at least double that of Shen Yu. The contest had yet to conclude. Shen Xingchen's free left hand assumed a posture of gathering strength, akin to a bow drawn taut. Shen Yu watched as that fist loomed larger in his sight, exerting all his strength to withdraw his arm. Yet he remained unable to do so. His expression was one of horror. Then, with a resounding crash, Shen Xingchen's formidable punch struck Shen Yu's shoulder. At last, Shen Yu's body was liberated from its constraints and flew backward. The elderly woman's smile froze on her face, revealing a look of disbelief. Jiang Li and Shen Jinan were both visibly astonished. Shen Kiki, the younger sister, wore a jubilant expression. Big brother was indeed the strongest. The elderly woman quickly regained her composure and hurried to assist her son. She complained, "You must have employed some underhanded means. He's your own brother. How could you be so ruthless?" In her eyes, her usually outstanding son could not possibly be so easily overwhelmed. Shen Xingchen let out a cold snort, his entire being radiating a brilliant golden aura, an overwhelming presence enveloping the courtyard. The elderly woman felt herself ensnared by an invisible force, making even breathing difficult. Her expression shifted to one of dread, and she no longer doubted Shen Xingchen's might. "Your uncle is still at home. Do you think he will let you off after you have so humiliated us today?" She ground out through clenched teeth. Though her husband lacked exceptional talent, he had trained for over 30 years and had already attained the rank of a third-tier warrior. Shen Xingchen retorted mockingly, "Cousin, the ground is cold. Do not fall asleep. My punch was not meant to knock you unconscious." After all, he could not possibly kill his cousin with a single blow, so he had held back somewhat. The reason Shen Yu lay on the ground, unable to rise, was likely due to his own shame. Upon hearing Shen Xingchen's words, Shen Yu slowly opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Observing Shen Yu's recovering state, Shen Xingchen privately sighed, setting aside his cousin's strength. His acting skills were indeed commendable, at least better than those young stars from his previous life. Shen Yu addressed his mother, "Today, I have been bested, but I shall refine my skills and return to reclaim my dignity." The elderly woman's eyes glistened with tears. Her son truly deserved to be admitted to a prestigious university. He possessed ambition. As for Shen Xingchen, he must have employed some obscure method. Perhaps in a few hours, he would suffer a backlash. The elderly woman grasped her son's hand, saying, "Though you lost due to carelessness, that young rascal's strikes were excessively heavy. Your father will surely seek justice tomorrow." Shen Yu remained silent, perhaps contemplating bringing his father to reclaim some honor. Meanwhile, as Shen Xingchen and Shen Yu engaged in their contest, a fleet of black luxury vehicles boldly traversed Jumin Alley. The driver spoke to the 2 middle-aged men in the back. "Director, principal, that student Shen resides in this alley." Director Li Tianshu furrowed his brow, pondering the emergence of such talent from such a dilapidated background. His assistant remarked, "Director, this student Shen has an equally tumultuous family history. His father was once a prodigy at the martial arts first school of Qianan City, awakening the A-grade fire attribute talent known as Mingzhu Tianan, and even gained admission to Shanghai Xinwu. Over the past few hours, he had thoroughly examined Shen Xingchen's profile. To put it dramatically, Shen Xingchen likely knew less about himself than his assistant did." "Then why?" the director queried, his brow knitting further in confusion. The assistant explained, because his father was ambushed and nearly killed by a formidable figure from the demonic clan in Shuyu Longcheng, suffering grave injuries that affected his very essence. Shuyu Longcheng? The director murmured softly. That is the border fortress of Huaxia, the most brutal battlefield in the world. Just as Li Tianshu was about to inquire further, he caught sight of a familiar azure golden aura surging from the depths of the alley, a manifestation of S-grade power. Quick, let us move, the director urged. The roar of engines echoed as a formidable convoy surged through the narrow passage. Many residents emerged from their homes, curious to witness the unfolding event. Chapter 12. The Director's Visit. The elderly woman assisted Shen Yu as they made their way step by step toward the entrance, muttering complaints under her breath. With a forceful kick, she swung open the gate of the courtyard, ready to step outside. Suddenly, a procession of orderly business vehicles entered the alley, their headlights illuminating the area as brightly as day. The elderly woman's foot hesitated mid-step. The voices emanating from the vehicles were imposing, clearly belonging to the affluent or the powerful. How could such prominent individuals possibly be associated with this humble military civilian alley? The residents of the alley poked their heads out, peering curiously. Who were these distinguished guests, arriving in the dead of night to our dilapidated neighborhood? It seemed that fortune was about to smile upon this alley. Could it be that someone from a Yang family had returned for a few days? It was rumored that their daughter excelled academically, and the head of the Yang family was a fifth-tier martial artist. It was quite possible. After all, a fifth-tier martial artist in Xiaonan City was akin to a patriarch of a prominent family. Only heads of families like the Tang, He, and Yang clans possessed such prowess. Sixth and seventh-tier individuals were rare and formidable figures, beyond the reach of the common folk. The neighbors buzzed with speculation. The vehicles continued their course through the alley, not pausing until they reached the deepest residence. The Shen family. Is it the household of the ailing Shen? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Soon, several individuals exited the foremost vehicle. Leading the way were two middle-aged men, flanked by a retinue, striding purposefully toward Shen Xingchen's home. These were none other than Li Tianxua and Chen Lingjun. As Li Tianxua disembarked, he happened to cross paths with Shen Xingchen's elderly relative. Recognizing him as a person of significance, she dared not utter a word. Perhaps this was due to some grave matter concerning her nephew's family, and she must not involve herself. Li Tianxua approached with warmth, eager to introduce himself. You must be Madame Jiang Li, and this must be Shen Tongxue. Just by looking at your faces, I can tell you are truly blessed. This is the mother of the S-class Shen Tongxue and the S-class little student, and we must show the utmost respect. Shen Yu bore a complex expression, while the elderly woman stood in stunned silence. The name Jiang Li was not unfamiliar to her. It was her sister-in-law's full name. Could it be that these visitors were indeed here for the family behind her? But how could that possibly be? Seeing the elderly woman in a daze, Li Tianxua assumed she was simply unaware of his intentions and sought to clarify. Madame Jiang, your son Shen Xingchen has excelled academically at school. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Xingchen interjected, Hello, I am Shen Xingchen. My mother is over there. As he spoke, he gestured toward Jiang Li. He had already surmised the reason for their visit. It was undoubtedly due to the commotion surrounding his awakening that had attracted the attention of these high-ranking figures from Huaxia. He had rehearsed for such a scenario, though he hadn't anticipated it would garner such significant attention. Li Tianxua's voice faltered, a hint of awkwardness creeping in. However, being a person of authority, he quickly regained his composure and inquired. Then these two must certainly be exceptionally close neighbors, correct? Despite the discomfort, one must never let the conversation fall flat. Li Tianxua prided himself on his cleverness. At such a late hour, anyone lingering in another's home could only be a neighbor or a relative. Surely he could not be mistaken in this regard. Shen Xingchen's expression remained impassive. Those two were creditors just moments ago, and now they are adversaries. Pardon? Li Tianxua was momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Is your family specifically targeting me? He withdrew his enthusiasm for the two individuals, disdainfully brushing off his sleeves before finally stepping into the courtyard. The neighbors erupted in chatter. It turned out they were indeed here for the Shen family's young man. The once dilapidated Shen household seemed poised for a resurgence. I always believed Xiao Shun would achieve greatness. I recognized his potential early on. Old Man Li retorted, "Just a few days ago, you claimed the Shun boy was destined for failure," the elderly Li responded. "What I meant was I saw that lad quite clearly this very morning." The matron's complexion began to pale. Scenes reminiscent of 20 years ago unfolded, a time when Shen Xingchen was also at the pinnacle of his prowess. Observing the matron's flustered demeanor, Shen Xingchen's lips curled into a mocking smile. "If you have the courage, come seek revenge." Once inside, Li Tianxuan made no further missteps. The two parties introduced themselves in turn, quickly growing familiar with one another. Throughout this process, Jiang Li remained in a daze, perhaps overwhelmed by the spectacle, or perhaps by the sheer impact of her son's unexpected triumph. Shen Xingchen, however, maintained a much calmer demeanor. Li Tianxuan produced a 2-meter-tall stone monument from his storage pouch. "Shen Xingchen, I trust you are aware of our purpose here, though you may not yet comprehend the nature of your awakened talent." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Shen Xingchen. "This is a spirit-testing monument. You shall now attempt to test your abilities in our presence, allowing us old fellows to widen our horizons in S-class. Such an event is not something one encounters every day." Shen Xingchen did not shy away from the challenge. To secure better resources, one must demonstrate their worth to the higher-ups. He gently placed his palm upon the monument. Golden patterns rippled from the center of the stone. Onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Starting with golden patterns indicates a stable S-class potential. Subsequently, those golden patterns effused a faint azure hue, exuding an air of solemnity. Ultimately, the azure golden patterns coalesced into the silhouette of a dragon. With that, the test concluded. Li Tianxua's eyes gleamed with excitement, while Chun Lingjuan's reaction was even more exaggerated. His face flushed as if in a state of euphoria. "It's an S-class divine beast talent. Heavenly Tsang Qinglong," Li Tianxua exclaimed with fervor. "Such a talent, spoken of only in ancient texts, is the legendary dragon a tribute S-class ability. The college entrance examination quotas for Qianan City this year are secured. Moreover, fostering a relationship with an S-class talent now will yield immeasurable benefits when he ascends to the royal level." Li Tianxua gazed into Shen Xingchen's eyes, which sparkled with a fervent intensity. "Shen Xingchen, do you comprehend the significance of an S rank? Achieving the rank of king signifies invincibility, truly the unparalleled might of humanity. Furthermore, should you ascend to a leadership position in the future, it would undeniably be a remarkable accomplishment. What good fortune! Good fortune is an achievement in itself." With a buoyant spirit, Li Tianxua continued, "I shall not speak in abstractions. If you have any needs, I will do my utmost to assist you." He discerned that the family of this S-rank individual had undergone significant turmoil and was currently in dire straits. Shen Xingchen pondered for a moment before stating, "My family is impoverished. If I do not lament our poverty now, when else could I?" Li Tianxua, understanding the gravity of the situation, produced a black gold card. "This is a premium card with a limit of 1 million yuan. Use it as you see fit, and should you require more, do not hesitate to ask." Shen Xingchen deliberated further. "I have reached the pinnacle of the first tier, yet I lack a formidable martial art." Li Tianxu responda. "This is a jade token from the municipal library. You may select any martial art you desire." Shen Xingchen sighed. "Given my father's current health, it is difficult for me to focus on my training." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tianxua offered to check Shen Xinan's pulse. His brow furrowed with concern, as did Shen Xingchen's. Why was it that the most crucial matter could not be resolved? After a moment of contemplation, Li Tianxua remarked, "Your father's ailment was inflicted by a member of the elite royal family of the demonic race. Their methods are exceedingly insidious. They shattered his meridians while leaving behind a lingering chill, which has rendered your father's condition resistant to treatment. Is there a remedy?" Shen Xingchen inquired, filled with hope yet anxious. If even the director could not find a solution, then perhaps there truly was none. There are always solutions. Chapter 13, The City Librarian Principle. It is an impossible task. However, the S level is defined by principles. To heal your father, 2 essential components are required. Li Tianshu Analiza. One is a medicinal herb known as fire spirit mushroom, an exceptional fire-attributed spiritual material that flourishes in volcanic regions and is exceedingly rare. Perhaps found in the national collection, unfortunately, we have none in our city. Unless you can accomplish a significant feat, you may petition higher authorities for the privilege to access the national collection. The other essential element is the royal blood of the demon clan that has severely injured your father. It merely requires a shared bloodline, which necessitates careful attention to the battlefield. Personally, I find this to be even more challenging to procure, and we are unable to acquire it. The offspring of the demon royalty are born at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Their blood is incredibly precious. Shen Xingchen finally comprehended the reason behind Li Tianshua's earlier frown. These two items are utterly unattainable for an ordinary family. Observing Shen Xingchen's despondent expression, Li Tianshua offered a remedy. While healing may be out of reach, I possess some spirit essence pills that can stabilize his condition. Taking one every 7 days should prevent his health from deteriorating further. As he spoke, Li Tianshua produced a small porcelain vial. Shen Xingchen accepted it and inhaled deeply, the rich fragrance of the medicine confirming its potency. With utmost sincerity, Shen Xingchen bowed deeply. Thank you. Other matters are inconsequential. He has the system to manage those. But his father's illness is a different story. His father cannot endure much longer. Li Tianshua observed Shen Xingchen's actions, clearly recognizing that, for this child, no amount of wealth or cultivation techniques could compare to the significance of his father. Li Tianshua smiled as he helped Shen Xingchen to his feet, his gaze filled with admiration. What a remarkable child! Despite his astonishing talent, he remains humble and possesses a heart full of gratitude, unlike some privileged students who, after merely achieving minor accomplishments, become unbearably arrogant, completely unaware of their own limitations. Should this S-level individual be prideful, he might still form connections, but inevitably, he would fall short in substance. In any case, he was thoroughly impressed by this child. Li Tianshua cheerfully extended a business card. This is my personal phone number. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Shen Xingchen joyfully accepted it. In the entire Qiunan city, Li Tianshua was akin to a benevolent figure, akin to Doraemon. Li Tianshua continued with a smile. I have discussed my official matters. Now we can converse about everyday topics. He was genuinely interested in the child's past. However, other visitors were not inclined to grant this opportunity. The principal of Martial Arts High School 1 interjected. Shun, would you consider joining our institution? We possess the finest resources. Principal Chen Lingjun of High School 3 grew anxious. How dare you poach students right in front of me? Bye? Have you no shame? The female principal of Mingzhu Academy chimed in. Shen Xingchen, would you like to come to our academy? We have an abundance of beautiful girls. Mingzhu Academy traditionally only admitted female students, yet this time, they made an exception for Shen Xingchen. Chen Lingjun retorted, you should first ensure your male restroom is properly constructed before you speak. The female principal frowned slightly. Subsequently, the gathering included several principals and directors from other secondary schools. Principal of number 2 high school, Chen Lingjun, remarked, why are you merely a director, while others are principals? Is this a sign of disrespect toward my student? The head of MO Chandao Academy interjected, Student Shun, we have. To which Shen Lingjun retorted, what kind of shoddy schools are they? As representatives from the 6 major secondary schools convened, the principal of number 3 high school appeared utterly frantic. Shen Xingchen politely responded, I appreciate the kind offers from all the principals and directors, but I am quite content at number 3 high school and have no intentions of transferring. His classmates in class 7 were quite amiable, and the homeroom teacher was very responsible. The principal of No. 3 had even come to his home personally to ensure he wouldn't be swayed, demonstrating his utmost care. Shen Xingchen found no reason to leave. Upon hearing this, the principals and directors understood and ceased further discussion. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the dignitaries departed. As the principal of number 3, Chen Lingjun, left, tears welled in his eyes. Rest assured, student Shun, number 3 will not disappoint you. Once the crowd had dispersed, Only the 4 members of the Shen family remained in the room. Shen Xingchen, the father, had tears in his eyes, reflecting a blend of pride, confusion, astonishment, and deep satisfaction. His mother, Jiang Li, discreetly wiped away her tears. Unable to bear the emotional atmosphere, Shen Xingchen broke the tension with a playful remark, "Dad, am I impressive or what?" This light-hearted jest effectively lifted the spirits in the room. Shen Xingchen, with reddened eyes, playfully scolded, "You little rascal." He looked anew at the son he had watched grow, realizing that his son had become remarkably outstanding, surpassing even his own achievements in his youth. Jiang Li gazed at her son with tender eyes, reflecting on the struggles he must have faced in his journey toward excellence. Only his younger sister, Shen Xingchen, remained blissfully oblivious, incessantly exclaiming, "Big Pot is the best. Big Pot is a genius." The following day, under the guidance of a dedicated driver, Shen Xingchen headed to the city library. His sole objective was to acquire techniques that surpassed the Earth tier. Accompanying him to the library was Su Rou, the secretary of Li Tianxua, a woman in her 30s clad in professional attire that did little to conceal her alluring figure. Throughout the journey, she cast curious glances at the young man beside her. Is this what an S-class looks like? Aside from his somewhat refined appearance, he seems no different from an ordinary person. Shen Xingchen felt somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny and attempted to shift the conversation. "Sister Su, have you noticed how perfectly round the sun is today?" The moment he uttered this, he regretted it, realizing how foolish it sounded. When is the sun not round? Su Rou furrowed her brows slightly. "You've reminded me. This suit is indeed a bit warm." With that, she removed her jacket, leaving only a shirt, which accentuated her alluring silhouette. The female driver, witnessing this, felt a pang of insecurity and lowered her head. Shen Xingchen swallowed hard, regaining his composure. "Sister Su, what I meant was that the air conditioning in the car is a bit chilly." Su Rou chuckled lightly. "It is a bit cold. Would you like me to lend you my jacket? Or perhaps let me hold you?" Su Rou naturally perceived Shen Xingchen's embarrassment, prompting her to tease him a little. The antics of adolescent boys are truly amusing." Shen Xingchen quickly shook his head, exclaiming, I'm quite fit. Who understands my family?" He added, "Boys must take care of themselves when they go out." Su Rou chuckled softly. "That's wonderful indeed. One can only fear if a boy isn't fit." Shen Xingchen was momentarily struck dumb. "Is that correct?" Su Rou covered her mouth, laughing lightly, realizing that even an S-class individual could experience such awkward moments. Throughout the journey, Shen Xingchen felt a mix of pain and joy. By the time they reached the city library, it was already noon. Shen Xingchen disembarked with Su Rou by his side. Upon seeing the vehicle, 2 security personnel recognized that their visitors were either affluent or prestigious, and they dared not be negligent. However, they proceeded to adhere to protocol. "Hello, student. This is the city library, and a passage permit is required for entry." Shen Xingchen nodded, saying, "I do not possess a passage permit, but someone informed me that this jade token grants access." The security guard paused upon seeing the jade token, then took it and examined it closely. This is the director's badge. How could this be? How could he be so young and already a director? Could he be a relative of the director? The guard's heart raced as he stepped aside to clear the way. Chapter 14. The Heist of the Library. The ancestral dragon scripture, Shen Xingchen was taken aback by the demeanor of the 2 security guards. It appeared that this jade token was indeed quite powerful. Accompanied by Su Rou, he stepped into the library. Upon entering, he was astounded by the grandeur of the structure. The entire library shimmered with golden brilliance, reminiscent of a classical palace from an ancient dynasty, exuding an air of solemnity. Martial arts techniques and methods were displayed within the intricately carved walls surrounding the space, while at the center stood a spiraling staircase. The bamboo slips and scrolls corresponding to these martial arts techniques radiated a strong luminescence, each possessing considerable value. Is this the essence of the entire city? Shen Xingchen marveled. If only he could take a few martial arts manuals with him. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a gentle cough beside him. Su Rou gazed at Shen Xingchen with profound meaning and remarked, "It is indeed magnificent. If only we could take a couple more martial arts or techniques with us. Wouldn't you agree?" Shen, caught in the act of his thoughts, Shen Xingchen chuckled awkwardly. This cunning woman truly sharp-witted. Shen Xingchen abruptly inquired, Sister Su, would it be permissible for me to merely observe a little longer without taking anything? Su Ro nodded with a smile, of course. After all, one must make a choice. It is impossible to decide based solely on the cover. Moreover, just because you observe longer, does it mean you can master it? How could that be possible? Shen Xingchen's eyes curved into crescents, akin to a sly little fox. If that is the case, then I cannot be held accountable. Upon leaving the library this time, I shall see who dares to stand against me. Shen Xingchen feigned nonchalance as he ascended the staircase, approaching a bookshelf and picking up a scroll. Heavenly Gang as 10,000 Buddha Seal, advanced martial technique of the mysterious rank. It amalgamates the divine power of myriad Buddhas, forming a formidable palm print within one's palm. This one seems quite satisfactory. I shall keep it for now. Shen Xingchen pretended to casually flip through a couple of pages, not intending to memorize the specific techniques. For him, it was irrelevant whether he could recall it. What mattered was that the system could remember. 5 minutes later, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Martial technique, Heavenly Gang S 10,000 Buddha Seal, successfully recorded, available for immediate learning. Shen Xingchen returned the scroll to its place. Su Ro nodded in satisfaction. It was known that only a few exceptionally gifted individuals could memorize and master a martial technique within mere hours. Su Ro was certainly aware of Shen Xingchen's remarkable talent, so if he truly took an hour for just a glance, that would be unacceptable. However, just 5 minutes, who would care? It is important to note that high-tier martial techniques and mystical methods are recorded through intricate patterns. If one cannot comprehend them entirely, even an eidetic memory would be insufficient to grasp their subtleties. This is what it means to understand the essence, but not be able to articulate it. In the time that followed, Shen Xingchen continued to browse through martial techniques and methods, spending varying lengths of time, some shorter, some longer, but never exceeding 6 minutes at most. Su Ro was very pleased. Although this young man hailed from a humble background, he understood restraint and harbored no greed. Shen Xingchen was equally content with this process. Perhaps this is what is referred to as a win-win situation. During this period, he reviewed 4 martial techniques and 4 methods. Regrettably, the martial arts techniques available were all of the profound tier, failing to meet his expectations, prompting him to set them aside upon merely picking them up. However, he did acquire a substantial number of combat skills, namely Invisible Sword of the Cosmos, Shattering Void Finger, Tearing Sky Fist, and Divine Movement. Among these, only Invisible Sword of the Cosmos was of the initial level of the earthly tier, while the rest were of the advanced level of the profound tier. Given his current realm, studying earthly tier martial arts would only hinder his progress. The profound tier was perfectly suited for him. Lingering any longer might arouse Su Ro's suspicions. Shen Xingchen resolved to dedicate the remaining time to selecting a technique. He scanned the surroundings, yet was left unsatisfied. Seeking assistance, he turned to Su Ro. This old woman had hurled insults at him during the journey, yet she could not simply disregard their discourse upon closing the car door. With a smile, Su Ro advised him, do not seek with your eyes, but with your heart. The truly exceptional techniques resonate with the practitioner. As she spoke, her eyes curved mischievously, making it difficult to discern the veracity of her words. Shen Xingchen decided to give it a try, only to find it utterly futile. This old woman indeed ceased to acknowledge him once the door was shut, deceiving him. It seems that the older the woman, the more adept she is at trickery. Ascending a flight of steps, Shen Xingchen came across Xianbing Condensing Spirit Technique, a mid-level earthly tier skill that transforms profound spiritual energy into ice, capable of freezing an opponent's energy when mastered. It bore some resemblance to that of Jiang, the school beauty. Would she practice such a technique? Despite being earthly tier, he remained somewhat dissatisfied and decided to keep it as a backup. Next was Blood Sea Scripture, also a mid-level earthly tier technique which, when cultivated, unleashed a terrifying aura of blood, deterring all living beings. Is this a righteous technique? Then there was the Yin-Yang Harmonious Union Scripture, a lower-level earthly tier skill that required intimate relations with the opposite sex during cultivation, resulting in a dramatic increase in power with each completion. This one is splendid. What a pity it is only a lower-level, earthly tier. As Shen Xingchen sighed in contemplation, suddenly, deep within his heart, he sensed an exceedingly faint call. It was not akin to human language, but rather a form of mental communion. Following the direction of the call, he gazed upward to find a remarkably ancient golden page emanating a dazzling light from the highest point of the library. Is this resonance? Shen Xingchen was taken aback. It turned out Su Ro had not deceived him. Such wondrous techniques truly existed. It seems he had misjudged her, unbeknownst to Shen Xingchen. Su Ro at the bottom was gaping in astonishment, her eyes filled with incredulity. Resonance of scripture. He had only heard tales of such legends and stories. How could something that existed solely in folklore be real? Shen Xingchen hastily approached and retrieved the golden page. Upon his first glance at its contents, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his very consciousness were being drawn into its depths. It revealed a mysterious pattern, at the center of which the shadow of a golden dragon flickered in and out of view. The majestic dragon's eyes, with vertical pupils, radiated an overwhelming power. Shen Xingchen's awareness intertwined with the dragon's shadow. With a resounding thud, everything changed. The golden pages began to blur, and an air of majesty fully blossomed. Shen Xingchen beheld the title of this scripture, the Sutra of the Ancestral Dragon, rank, unknown. Such formidable might, such terrifying power. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xingchen chose to cultivate this profound technique. Upon receiving Shen Xingchen's acknowledgement, the overwhelming dragon aura from the golden pages surged into his brow, like a stream merging with the sea. Shen Xingchen's body levitated, his aura soaring with each passing moment. Su Ro watched in astonishment. That golden page had resided in this library for decades, and no one had ever comprehended its contents. Merely sensing the aura of the scripture, everyone could discern its unparalleled value. How many souls could only dream of such an encounter? Yet this young man, with but a touch, elicited such an exuberant response. How could one bear such a disparity? Chapter 15. The loyal Lin who Shen Xingchen basked in the golden radiance, exuding an aura that was both sacred and imposing. Half an hour later, the light gradually receded. Shen Xingchen's momentum surged, ascending to the first level of the second tier, feeling the explosive power coursing through his body. Shen Xingchen was filled with delight. Is this the foundation of the second tier? Su Ro, sensing Shen Xingchen's aura, displayed a peculiar expression. Is the aura of the second tier truly this formidable? One might mistakenly believe you have just advanced to the third tier. Su Ro exclaimed, "What kind of monster are you?" Shen Xingchen, with his divine essence reined in and his deep-set eyes steadying his aura, shot a displeased glance at Su Ro. Isn't that a personal attack? Su Ro, visibly excited, stepped closer to Shen Xingchen, her chest rising and falling rapidly. The majestic, snow-white peaks stirred Shen Xingchen's blood. He inwardly marveled. Sister Su is truly remarkable. Obliviestoshin Incanis Gaze, Suroik Flint. Do you have any idea how long the Ancestral Dragon Sutra has been dormant here? No one has ever been able to awaken it, yet it chose you. Why is that? Is the gap between people really so vast? Shrugging, Shen Xingchen replied, I have no idea. Can't you all do it? He wore a look of incredulity, as if surprised by their lack of capability. Su Ro glared at him, her frustration palpable. The Ancestral Dragon Sutra has no creator. It seems to have been birthed by the heavens and the earth, and no one knows what awaits. We have conducted research, and this technique is at least of celestial grade, though perhaps our understanding is limited. In any case, you have stumbled upon a tremendous fortune, but since it chose you, there must be a reason. You undoubtedly possess something extraordinary. Nodding, Shen Xingchen felt the immense power of the Ancestral Dragon Sutra. Lacking a comparison, he was uncertain of the sutra's true tier. All he knew was that his current aura far surpassed that of Jiang Qingyao during their first encounter. Su Ro continued to regard Shen Xingchen as though he were an anomaly. Little pervert, it's about time we leave. Shen Xingchen clicked his tongue. Sister Su, that title can easily be misconstrued. Those unaware might think I've done something unspeakable to you in the library. Shen Xingchen was escorted back to campus by Su Ro. Upon entering the gates of the third school, he fortuitously encountered someone at the entrance. Lin Hu. Shen Xingchen was not surprised to see him. He understood Lin Hu's desire for revenge. What baffled him was Lin Hu's audacity to approach him alone. Was there any difference between this and courting death? Come with me, Lin Hu said with a strange expression directed at Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. Does he have an ambush set somewhere? This thought intrigued him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that having just awakened an S-class talent and stepped into the second tier, he could easily send anyone within the academy, including Jiang Qingyao, flying. Following Lin Hu to a secluded spot, Shen Xingchen inquired, "What is going on? Have you found another formidable ally?" Shen Xingchen was taken aback as Lin Hu suddenly knelt with great force, causing even the blue bricks to shatter beneath him. Goodness, brother, you certainly possess a unique character. Shen Xingchen was stunned by this act. What was he trying to achieve? Lin Hu declared, "I inquired around and discovered that at dusk yesterday, the only person passing by the playground who had not awakened was you." Lin Hu was always aware of who could be provoked and who could not. He immediately sought information regarding awakened individuals, and when he heard the final outcome, he was left in shock for quite some time. Shen Xingchen nodded, realizing that those capable of being a leader were indeed distinct. Lin Hu then bowed deeply 3 times, pleading, "I beg you, spare me." Shen Xingchen chuckled, genuinely not considering Lin Hu a threat, as long as Lin Hu kept his distance. Shen Xingchen had no desire to trouble him. However, this little ruffian seemed to judge others by his own standards. Was he, in essence, suggesting that Shen Xingchen was of low character? Could he tolerate such an insult? Noticing Shen Xingchen's frown, Lin Hu grew anxious. "You cannot harm me. I bring news." Shen Xingchen was taken back. "Speak." Lin Hu hastily continued, "I heard that Tang Chan plans to target you before the college entrance examination, which would prevent you from taking it normally." He recounted Tang Chen's scheme in detail. Quite astutely done. Shen Xingchen smiled. He had indeed heard of Tang Chen, the second best student in their grade. Did he have any personal grievances with him? Shen Xingchen's gaze sharpened as he inquired, "Why would Tang Chen want to trouble me? Is it because of you?" Lin Hu retracted his neck, then clarified, "Because you were frivolous with Jiang Qingyao." Shen Xingchen was momentarily stunned. When had he committed such an act? How could he have completely forgotten such a trivial matter? How could it be so easily dismissed? Seeing Shen Xingchen's confusion, Lin Hu explained, "That day in the reading room, you touched the hand of the goddess Jiang." Lin Hu recounted the incident, leaving Shen Xingchen in a daze. Was Tang Chen truly that foolish? Was this all? One might think he had made an inappropriate advance on Jiang, the school beauty. Shen Xingchen pressed on, "How do you know about this?" Lin Hu, looking rather awkward, admitted, "Because I am one of Tang Chen's underlings." You. Shen Xingchen stared at Lin Hu for a long moment before finally giving the thumbs up. "You traitor." Well played. Lin Hu was indeed a remarkable figure. He was a subordinate of both Jiang Cheng and Tang Chen, and now it appeared he was about to become one of Shen Xingchen's as well. Shen Xingchen seriously suspected that Lin Hu had awakened some peculiar system. Anyone who agreed to be his subordinate seemed to encounter misfortune. Quite ominous. Lin Hu continued, "You are currently at the peak of the first tier. You certainly cannot contend with Tang Chen. It will be best to lay low before the college entrance examination and avoid drawing attention." He believed that while Shen Xingchen possessed tremendous potential, he was not yet capable of confronting Tang Chen at this moment. He is captivated by Shen Xingchen's potential. Shen Xingchen is an S-class. In a cold voice, Shen Xingchen commanded, "Lead the way." Lin Hu, puzzled, inquired, "Where to?" Shen Xingchen replied calmly, "To Tang Chen's location." Am I to shy away from his brilliance? Lin Hu realized that Shen Xingchen had not heeded his own words. Just as he was about to persuade Shen Xingchen to reconsider, he heard Shen Xingchen's frigid tone once more. "Lead the way." At the Martial Arts Academy, Tang Chen was engaged in a rather romantic endeavor today, confessing his feelings to Jiang Qingyao. This marked his 99th confession. Although he had never received a response, he reveled in the experience. Perhaps this was what true love felt like. Inside the academy, colorful balloons adorned every corner, and red candles were arranged into a grand heart, setting a romantic ambience. Tang Chen's heart raced. 99, Such a poetic number. Many protagonists in stories have moved the heroines only after 99 declarations. He believed he was no exception. Thus, he had prepared meticulously. As dusk approached, Jiang Qingyao would enter through the academy's main door for her usual after-class practice. Then, the stunning girl would behold the exquisite red carpet, the dazzling light display, and himself holding a bouquet of flowers. This romantic scene had played out in his dreams countless times. A smile graced his lips. Just then, the door swung open. Jiang Qingyao's silhouette appeared at the entrance. She remained as breathtakingly beautiful as ever, captivating to the point of distraction. With a warm smile, Tang Chun approached his goddess, reminiscent of a prince in a fairy tale advancing toward his princess. At the doorway, Jiang Qingyao paused momentarily, then a flicker of disdain crossed her brow. This Tang, relying on the business ties between their families, acted with such impunity. How many times had this happened? She had lost count. She turned to leave, stepping back only to collide with something. Turning around, she discovered it was not an object, but a person. A strikingly handsome face, tall yet not bulky. With a hint of defiance in his gaze, none other than the recently arrived Shen Xingchen. Lin, who dared not appear alongside Shen Xingchen before Tang Chun, leaving only him and Jiang Qingyao in view. The sun had yet to set, and from the Martial Arts Academy, one could see the girl leaning softly against the boy's arm, draped in vibrant twilight hues, resembling a poetic oil painting. Jiang Qingyao had never been this close to a male before. The moment their bodies brushed, she instinctively recoiled, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Shen Xingchen, unfazed, wore a playful smirk as he looked at Tang Chun. "Say, you come here, let's have a chat." Chapter 16. Thank me for making you aware of your worthlessness. Tang Chun gazed at the affectionate pair by the entrance, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. From his perspective, it was nothing short of betrayal to see his beloved girl nestled in another man's embrace, her expression one of coyness. The man, brimming with arrogance, exuded a provocative demeanor through both his gaze and words. Tang Chun gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Shen Xingchen, are you seeking death?" He acknowledged that Shen Xingchen possessed remarkable talent and wielded a formidable advanced martial art, making him a challenging adversary. However, Tang Chun also held his own pride. He was a second-tier expert who had awakened the B-grade talent ability, Thunder Serpent. Jiang Qingyao furrowed her brow slightly. Though she loathed Tang Chun for his relentless pursuit, she felt constrained by the ties between their families. Shen Xingchen, at the pinnacle of the first tier, was bound to face significant repercussions, regardless of the reasons behind his feud with Tang Chun at this juncture. She advised Shen Xingchen, "Your talent is considerable. Yet, as you currently stand at the peak of the first tier, there is no need to act recklessly." While she admired his insight, she remained skeptical of his strength. Shen Xingchen smiled. "The peak of the first tier? That was my yesterday's realm." With a calm demeanor, he approached Tang Chun. Tang Chun's palms crackled with arcs of purple lightning, swirling around him like serpents, emanating a sharp, crackling sound. "Brother Chun, give him a good beating and reclaim your sister-in-law," shouted his underlings. "Yes, avenge Brother Lin Hu." Hey, where did Brother Lin Hu disappear to at such a gratifying moment? The surrounding ruckus from Tang Chun's followers filled the air. Shen Xingchen heard their taunts and smiled with an odd expression. "I heard you were planning to trouble me before the college entrance examination." Tang Chun's expression shifted. How could he know? Was he not here for Jiang Qingyao? Was this merely for the sake of pride? That was incredibly audacious. Shen Xingchen ceased speaking. Suddenly, he took a step forward, accelerating swiftly. Tang Chun was momentarily dazed. When had Shen Xingchen acquired such speed? Did he possess a martial art technique that enhanced his movements? That posed a serious problem. Jiang Qingyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Shen Xingchen did not afford Tang Chun the luxury of response. With his right hand, he summoned a surge of spiritual energy, emanating an overwhelming dragon's might. This was the Earth-tier martial art, 8 Desolate Dragon Strength, with the augmentation of the S-grade talent ability, Heavenly Azure Dragon. Even the initial move was enough to send Tang Chun's subordinates sprawling backward. Tang Chun, facing the pressure head-on, paled in disbelief. Was this truly the peak of the first tier? Had he not awakened? What was that azure golden dragon shadow enveloping him? Some post-production effect? He hastily employed his martial art technique to flee, but his speed was no match for Shen Xingchen's pursuit. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "Damn legs. Get moving already." Shen Xingchen's fist approached with the force of a tempest. His iron-like fist, infused with unparalleled dragon might, struck Tang Chun squarely on the head. Tang Chen's body spun a full 90 degrees before crashing to the ground, splintering with scattering around him. Tang Chen's head was firmly embedded in the wooden floor, fitting so snugly that it was nearly impossible to dislodge. Jiang Qingyao was utterly astonished. She had just distinctly sensed that Shen Xingchen had made a breakthrough to the second tier. Moreover, he possessed a gifted divine ability, a high-tier dragon attribute divine ability, at the very least classified as A grade. Furthermore, his martial skills felt so familiar. Was it from that tattered scroll in the reading room? To attain such prowess merely from a fragment? The onlookers were so stunned they scattered to the sides. Having struck our leader, they knew they could not strike me. Shen Xingchen wore a smile, gazing at the dazed Tang Chun, and inquired, "Does the dragon have a reverse scale? Where is it?" Tang Chun replied, "You cannot harm me. I am the direct descendant of the Tang family from Qianan." Shen Xingchen dismissed his words entirely, delivering a punch to his abdomen. "Is it this?" Another punch struck his side. "Or this? What a joke! Does he really think he is the only one with connections? Does he believe my business card as the head of the Education Bureau was obtained so easily?" Tang Chun grimaced in pain, veins bulging. He began to realize that Shen Xingchen was indeed a madman. Just as Shen Xingchen was about to strike a sensitive area, Tang Chun panicked and shouted, "Stop, brother. You are my brother. I no longer have a reverse scale. I am compliant." If this continued, he would no longer be a man. Shen Xingchen chuckled and ruffled his hair. "Good boy." Tang Chun shuddered, yet he felt too humiliated to resist. Shen Xingchen added, "I think you should express your gratitude." "Huh?" Tang Chun replied. Shen Xingchen grinned. "Thank me for enlightening you on what a waste you truly are. So lackluster. In front of your goddess, being humiliated by another man, and still claiming to be compliant. If this doesn't qualify as a waste, then what does?" The original owner had endured such severe beatings in the past, but had never uttered such words. Tang Chen's face flushed crimson. Thanking him for revealing his own inadequacies, what nonsensical logic was that? Shen Xingchen had undoubtedly reached the second tier long ago. He had been biding his time, only to erupt today, and he had unwittingly fallen into his trap. In this contest of wits, he had no grounds for complaint. At that moment, Jiang Qingyao suddenly stepped forward, her expression electrified. "Your martial arts. Could it be?" She had been studying that tattered martial arts manual for months. Yet due to its severe incompleteness, she had been unable to comprehend it. However, what Shen Xingchen had just demonstrated was precisely that style. Although she did not know its name, the essence of that technique resonated with the aura of the manual. Tang Chun, trampled beneath, spat out a mouthful of old blood. Who among his family could comprehend this? He was being stepped on, while his goddess gazed at the man who stood over him with sparkling eyes. Indeed, it was that manual. Shen Xingchen brushed Jiang Qingyao's delicate hand aside. Wasn't this girl supposed to be aloof? Why was she now so exuberant? Jiang Qingyao realized she had lost composure, but still shone with excitement. "Teach me." For a martial arts prodigy, facing an unsolvable conundrum was truly heart-wrenching. Now, she had found the answer. Shen Xingchen retorted, "On what grounds?" It took a long time to accumulate that insight. Jiang Qingyao's beautiful eyes narrowed. "You may propose conditions, any conditions." Witnessing this scene, Tang Chun once again spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding lackeys stood frozen in astonishment. Jiang, the school beauty, was typically aloof. When had she ever displayed such a demeanor? Before Shen Xingchen could respond, Jiang Qingyao realized there were too many people around, making it unsuitable for conversation. She grasped Shen Xingchen's sleeve, seemingly afraid he might turn and flee, and said, "Come with me." Shen Xingchen was led out of the martial arts hall. He vowed that it was truly his gentlemanly nature that allowed him to be easily towed along by the girl. It was certainly not due to her enchanting fragrance. In a pavilion on campus, Shen Xingchen and Jiang Qingyao sat facing each other. Jiang Qingyao regarded Shen Xingchen with the gaze of one who has discovered treasure. You may propose conditions, and I shall strive to fulfill whatever I can. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in Xianan City, she possessed such confidence. Whether it be combat techniques, methods, or weaponry, she had access to the finest resources. Shen Xingchen's eyes roamed up and down as he assessed Jiang Qingyao. Are any conditions truly permissible? This girl certainly has a commendable figure. Jiang Qingyao noticed Shen Xingchen's gaze, and her expression turned to one of embarrassment and annoyance. Do not even think about those matters. I am referring to resources such as methods, wealth, and combat skills. Shen Xingchen feigned confusion. Jiang School Beauty, what you mentioned, what exactly are those matters? I am unclear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyao was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with shock at the depths of his audacity. Chapter 17. The Clue of the Fire, Ganoderma You. Jiang Qingyao stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Shen Xingchen gazed at her with a mischievous smile. Jiang Qingyao, exasperated, exclaimed, "You scoundrel!" Shen Xingchen replied, "But I haven't said anything at all." Jiang Qingyao stamped her foot in frustration. "You are despicable." Shen Xingchen retorted, "I haven't done anything." Jiang Qingyao repeated, "You scoundrel." This insult had already been hurled at him. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Qingyao finally spoke again. "Your cultivation technique must be poor. I can offer you a terrestrial-grade technique." Shen Xingchen silently activated the ancestral dragon scripture, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge violently, with the dragon's might wreaking havoc in the small pavilion. The terrifying pressure was unmistakably not from an ordinary technique. Jiang Qingyao's expression turned to one of disbelief. In her impression, this classmate Shen should not be able to afford such a technique. After another lengthy silence, she said, "I have money. I can pay you to be my martial instructor." Shen Xingchen nonchalantly produced a black gold card from his pocket and slapped it onto the table, exuding an air of a domineering CEO ready to settle the bill. Jiang Qingyao's mouth hung agape in astonishment, her eyes wide with incredulity. The black gold card had a minimum limit of 1 million. This time, Jiang Qingyao found herself at a loss for words. Shen Xingchen suggested, "I actually have need as well. I require a fire Ganoderma, preferably one that is over 300 years old." Although it was highly unlikely that Jiang Qingyao could produce such a thing, he wished to inquire nonetheless. Jiang Qingyao was left speechless. "Do you have any idea how precious the fire Ganoderma is? There might not even be one in the entire Xianan City. Even if you sold me, you couldn't obtain one. For those awakened with fire affinity abilities, the fire Ganoderma is the ultimate auxiliary substance. If used as a catalyst to refine an 8th-grade elixir, the fire separation pill, it could even assist a 9th-tier master in breaking through. This is why the fire Ganoderma is so invaluable. For those with fire attributes, it is not an exaggeration to call it a divine pill." Shen Xingchen, feeling disheartened, casually asked, "So do you have one?" Jiang Qingyao rested her chin on her hand. "I do." Shen Xingchen was taken aback. "What? You really have one?" Jiang Qingyao explained, "My father's innate ability is an A-grade fire attribute divine beast, the Bixia lion. When he was at the 9th tier, he had made a considerable effort to find it and ultimately discovered it in a highly secretive cave. It was a twin fire Ganoderma. He used one, and the other remains." Shen Xingchen's lips trembled. He understood that the value of a local-grade martial manual paled in comparison to that of the fire Ganoderma. Yet a glimmer of hope still resided in his heart. Jiang Qingyao shook her head. The family would never part with it. Shen Xingchen's expression darkened. Jiang Qingyao noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired, "Why do you need the fire Ganoderma? Is it that important to you?" Shen Xingchen recounted his father's situation. Jiang Qingyao listened intently, finally grasping the significance of the fire Ganoderma to the young man before her. For him, the fire Ganoderma represented the dignity and life of his loved one. Shen Xingchen smiled bitterly and prepared to leave. "Indeed, I was too naive. Even if I truly uncover the clues to the fire spirit mushroom, what resources do I possess for exchange? It is far more crucial to cultivate my own strength. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can I shield that small family from all calamities and hardships." Watching Shen Xingchen's departing figure, Jiang Qingyao felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She had never experienced the despair of youth. Yet she believed that such an exceptional person should not be ensnared in such circumstances. Gritting her teeth, she softly uttered, "Though my family may disapprove, I can help you steal it." Her voice was not loud, but to the young man, it resonated like thunder. Why? Shen Xingchen could not comprehend. Was it merely for a low-tier martial arts manual? Surely not. Given Jiang Qingyao's lineage, she would have access to numerous low-tier martial techniques. Her fixation on that tattered manual might simply stem from her indomitable spirit. But why? A slight smile graced Jiang Qingyao's lips. "Because you helped me deal with Tang Chun. Is that acceptable?" In Jiang Qingyao's realm, the words poverty and destitution had never existed. Thus, even if the fire spirit mushroom held immense value, it was merely a trifle in her eyes. Most importantly, she found Shen Xingchen quite agreeable. Shen Xingchen. Such reasoning was evidently insufficient. With concern, Shen Xingchen remarked, "Are you certain there won't be repercussions if you steal it? A family of such stature should have zero tolerance for the theft of their treasure possessions." "Fear not. My father dotes on me. He won't harm me." Jiang Qingyao waved her hand dismissively. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. Such words were hardly reassuring. Wasn't this a bit too reckless? "And your father? You needn't worry about him. I have my own choices." Jiang Qingyao raised her brow and continued, "I won't be helping you for free. I have witnessed your martial talent, so you must unconditionally assist me with any martial challenges I may face in the future." Opportunities to humble Shen Xingchen were scarce, so one must seize the moment. Shen Xingchen nodded, "Very well." Jiang Qingyao's lips curled into a smile. "How benevolent I am." Before she could finish, Shen Xingchen interjected, "Could you perhaps call me master? Any martial inquiry could be directed to you. Is that not the essence of a master and disciple relationship? Just imagine the joy of having such a lovely young lady as a disciple." Jiang Qingyao's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Is this how you treat a benefactor?" With fury, she glared at Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen clicked his tongue. "If that is not acceptable, why so fierce? Then let it be a relationship of martial exchange without the title of master and disciple." Disappointment settled in Shen Xingchen's heart. Jiang Qingyao continued to glare fiercely. "Then how about a martial exchange between classmates?" In truth, Jiang Qingyao would not offer any substantial value for such an exchange. However, Jiang Qingyao quelled her anger and nodded in satisfaction. At least she was somewhat sensible, although she understood that this was merely a unilateral grant. It was imperative to maintain appearances. "By the way, are you truly not afraid of any reprisals from the Tang family? While the Tang family may not rival my Jiang family, this should not be underestimated. Do you require my assistance?" Jiang Qingyao. Shen Xingchen waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern. The Municipal Education Bureau is a state entity. If they wish to protect someone, it is a rather straightforward endeavor. The two continued to discuss the details of their illicit plans, ultimately parting ways with satisfaction. Shen Xingchen suggested that once he procured the royal blood of the demon clan, he would retrieve the fire spirit mushroom. Firstly, after the incident, the fire spirit mushroom had been hastily consumed, leaving Zhang's father unable to reclaim it in time. Secondly, delaying further would allow Jiang Qingyao to enhance her cultivation, making her more resilient. Throughout the discussion, Shen Xingchen could not shake the feeling of encroaching upon someone else's daughter. Morally, he felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, thinking of the suffering his father endured on the hospital bed, Shen Xingchen swiftly retracted that guilt. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Tang Chun gazed at his subordinates, demanding to know who had leaked the information. Chapter 18 originally, I intended to interact with you as an ordinary person. Who could have leaked the information? Tang Chun gritted his teeth and inquired. He had yet to take action. It was merely a plan. Yet he faced the wrathful retaliation of Shen Xingchen. All of this turmoil stemmed from that traitor. He coldly questioned a subordinate. Was it you? The subordinate trembled. No. It wasn't me. He turned to another subordinate. What about you? The subordinate replied. Not me. Finally, he cast his gaze towards Lin Hu in the corner. Upon sensing Tang Chen's stare, Lin Hu began to tremble with unease. Realizing his reaction was rather conspicuous, he hurriedly explained, It wasn't me. Tang Chun's gaze sharpened. Why are you so anxious? I haven't even asked yet. Lin, who distinctly felt the increasing intensity of Tang Chen's scrutiny. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. At that moment, Tang Chun chuckled lightly. Of course, I know it couldn't possibly be you. Your explanations are superfluous. He was well aware that Lin, who had been publicly humiliated by Shen Xingchen in the arena. Surely, he would harbor a deep-seated hatred for Shen Xingchen. How could he possibly betray his own? Anyone could betray, but not Lin, who. After all, Lin, who was a man of unwavering integrity. He then turned to Sun Jia. What rank is your cousin He Yin at now? And is she confident? This time, he planned to play a cunning game of using a tiger to swallow a wolf. The grand competition of the 6 academies was approaching, and all the top figures of Qianan City would be present, including Sun Jia's cousin for number 1 high school. Sun Jia affirmed, my cousin is currently at the 2nd tier, level 5, stronger than Jiang Qingyao, while Shen Xingchen appears to be merely at the 1st tier, level 1, certainly a sure victory. Excellent. If successful, I shall reward you with a bottle of Peiyuan Dan, Tang Chen praised. Being beaten by peers was something even he could not bear to let his family know. Thus, it was best to resolve matters himself. Moreover, once Shen Xingchen was severely injured, he might have the opportunity to seek personal vengeance. Lin, who cautioned, boss, that Shen Xingchen might possess an S-level innate talent. Tang Chun recalled the oppressive aura of Shen Xingchen and darkly remarked, understood, even if he is S-level, it is highly unlikely he could defeat another prodigy 4 tiers above him. After all, that He Yin is an A-level talent with the innate ability of a mind master, and her martial skills and techniques are top tier. Compared to myself, who has just entered the 2nd tier and has yet to stabilize, she is leagues ahead. In recent days, an astonishing piece of news emerged from the school. Tang Chen had confessed his feelings to the school beauty Jiang Qingyao in the martial arts hall, only to be interrupted by Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen, driven by love, ruthlessly pummeled Tang Chen. It was said that Shen Xingchen had already reached the 2nd tier. Consequently, the 2nd position in the academy was seized by Shen Xingchen. There were also whispers that Shen Xingchen was the awakened one who had manifested a celestial phenomenon on the playground that night. It was speculated that he might possess an S-level divine beast affinity with dragon attributes. After the school's confirmation, the credibility of this news has significantly increased, and it has now become common knowledge. When Chun Feiyu first heard the news, his mind was utterly bewildered. Can you believe it? Just a few days ago, he was lamenting to his close friend about the arduousness of cultivation, expressing how difficult it was to ascend to the heavens, while also complaining about the extraordinary talent of Jiang Cheng, who was perceived as a bully, and lamenting the fact that such a person was vying for the affections of the goddess Yang Shi. Yet today, he holds an S-grade talent, stands as the 2nd most esteemed individual in the academy, and is embraced by the most revered goddess. Has the world gone mad? Or is it he who has lost his senses? The girls in the class were filled with curiosity. Xiao Shun, your previous demeanor was all an act, wasn't it? You deceived us splendidly. Can we still frolic together? One girl's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of spring's arrival. Shen Xingchen feigned profundity, declaring, this is all the fruit of my diligent cultivation. Roughly estimating, he had been practicing techniques and martial arts for over 40 years in the system. How could that not be considered arduous? Indeed, enlightenment dawned upon his classmates, and they secretly vowed to strive even harder in their training. A classmate inquired, Xiao Shun, are you going to represent the school in the 6 Academy competition? The 6 Academy competition is held annually for the senior class to gauge student capabilities prior to the college entrance examination. Typically, the top 5 students from the 3rd middle school are sent to participate. With Jiang Xiaohua ranking 1st as a 2nd tier, level 3, it was evident that Shen Xingchen, being the undisputed 2nd, would most likely be part of the team. Shen Xingchen nodded in affirmation. Just yesterday, the homeroom teacher, Liu, had informed him that the competition would take place in 3 weeks. Another classmate remarked, Xiao Shun, you will surely gain fame in the future. Please, sign your name for me. Laughter erupted among the other students. Only you, Li Ming, are the smartest. Shen Xingchen readily agreed, signing his name in a notebook before handing it to the classmate. However, upon glancing at the signature's location, he realized something was amiss. How could this be a homework book? Shen Xingchen sheepishly remarked. I signed on your literature assignment. I truly apologize. Perhaps you could submit my homework for me, since it's already in your possession? The classmate, upon reviewing the work, was left in tears. The assignment was rendered useless. Shen Xingchen gazed at his classmate with a sense of guilt, lamenting, alas, I have been so careless. In class 3, the classroom buzzed with conversation. Yangshi listened to Shen Xingchen recounting Shen Xingchen's exploits, her mind a flurry of confusion. She finally realized that the little boy who had once followed her around had transformed into someone extraordinary. He was now an S-grade talent, a second-tier warrior, unrivaled in the entire academy except for Jiang Qingyao. Meanwhile, she had only awakened a C-grade talent at the first tier, level 8. In the eyes of the former Shen Xingchen, her accomplishments might have shone brightly. However, at present, that boy had left her far behind. Reflecting on that evening, she recalled how she had praised the exceptional S-grade awakener in front of Shen Xingchen. To think that the S-grade was none other than Shen Xingchen. This realization filled her with both shyness and indignation. Shen Xingchen, why must he conceal his true self? Does he find a sense of superiority in such deception? Yangshi pondered, am I truly at fault? Shen Xingchen remained silent. With a furrowed brow, Yangshi continued, I am not in the wrong. If he possesses such remarkable talent, why feign mediocrity? Had he always showcased his brilliance, I would have been with him long ago. All of this is his doing. He owes me an apology. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. To her, matters of the heart should not be judged by one's innate abilities, but rather should return to the essence of genuine emotion. Reflecting on the past, Shen Xingchen's devotion to Yang, she was indeed enviable. In days gone by, he would bring porridge to her in the morning and offer her an umbrella on rainy days, displaying unparalleled attentiveness. She vividly recalled the day when Yangshi was afflicted by menstrual cramps. Shen Xingchen, despite the risk of school penalties, prepared a bowl of ginger tea and presented it to her. Although he seemed inconspicuous then, his feelings were profoundly sincere, and his gaze was untainted by pretense. Shen Xingchen believed that, for Yangshi, the Shen Xingchen of yesteryears was far superior to the one of today. Yangshi lamented, Qingqing, why do you not defend me? Shen Xingchen merely sighed. Perhaps the former Shen Xingchen only wished to spare you from undue pressure, thus feigning inadequacy. Suddenly, an evocative line from a film crossed her mind. I initially sought to engage with you as an ordinary person, yet the result was estrangement. Therefore, I shall reveal my true self. I am the strongest prodigy. Chapter 19, Astonishing. The 8th Wilderness S Dragon Fist achieves minor accomplishment. At the Martial Arts Academy, the playground sprawled with lush green grass, fragrant flowers wafted through the air, and leaves rustled gently nearby. In a corner, a young girl on a swing was being pushed by a boy, eliciting a chorus of delighted shrieks, her face beaming with happiness. After a while, the swing came to a halt. The girl, named Hien, turned to the boy and said, Chigu, we must both participate in this upcoming competition of the 6 courtyards. As the second and third in their grade respectively, Hien and Qiyang had always been regarded as a perfect pair. Both were strikingly attractive and formidable in strength, inciting envy from countless admirers. Qiyang Chuklet, are you afraid I might snatch the championship from you? His words were merely playful banter. They both understood that regardless of who claimed the honor, it would be equally deserved. Hien smiled sweetly. I'm the second in our grade. There is quite a gap between us. The championship is undoubtedly mine. She had heard that Bai Chanyue, the first in their grade, had decided not to participate in this year's freshman competition, making the title seem like an effortless acquisition for her. Qian grinned, exactly. My Yin Yin is the strongest. Hien's lips curved upwards in pride. But then she proposed, let us make a pact. We must meet in the finals, and I shall graciously concede the championship to you. What do you say? She yearned for her boyfriend to experience the thrill of triumph, believing it might aid him in his own breakthroughs. Qiyang paused, then grasped the girl's intentions. Responding with a smile, sure, he would never refuse her kind gesture. They were inseparable. Recalling something, Qiyang inquired, "I heard your cousin has encountered some troubles and needs you to deal with someone?" Ian clarified, "It's merely an ordinary student who has just advanced to the second tier. My cousin had a disagreement with him." What kind of formidable character could possibly argue with my cousin? Given their status, would they dare provoke her or Qiyang? For geniuses like them, surpassing levels is commonplace. They would never deign to regard a lower-tier individual. Qiyang's eyelid twitched. "You're sure it's manageable?" Ian retorted playfully, "You underestimate me. Such a trivial matter is easily resolved." Only then did Qiyang feel reassured. "That's good." Ian playfully nibbled on her small canines. "If you doubt my abilities again, I shall bite you." The two nestled together, watching the sky transition from dusk to sunset. Then, at a certain moment, as Ian leaned against the boy, her eyes glimmered with emotion as she asked, "Chigo, what would you do if one day I were to be killed?" Girls in their adolescence tend to be more sentimental, especially those in the throes of young love. Qiyang replied earnestly, "My dear, I forbid you from speaking such words. If that day were to come, I fear I would be unable to face this lonely world." Ian giggled. "I'm merely speculating." Qiyang pondered for a moment. "Then I would upend the entire world, stacking the enemy's corpses to create a throne, and then succumb to memories, dying sweetly." Ian beamed with delight. She relished hearing her lover utter such romantic sentiments, as it enveloped her in the warmth of sweet love. "How truly romantic. What if someone merely hurt me?" the girl inquired. Qiyang's smile faded. "Who would dare to inflict harm upon you? Do they wish for their own demise?" It is truly wonderful to have you." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have utilized 2,000 points of comprehension value, practicing the technique Ancestral Dragon Scripture for 20 years, elevating your realm to the second stage, 5th level. In just over 2 weeks, Shen Xingchen accumulated 3,000 comprehension points, utilizing a significant portion in one go. Second stage, 5th level. Shen Xingchen felt immense satisfaction with his current tier. Even amidst the brilliance of prodigies in the college entrance examination arena, such a rank is remarkably high. The remaining comprehension points could be considered for enhancing martial skills. During this period, Shen Xingchen thoroughly acquainted himself with the Ancestral Dragon Scripture. He had been correct. It is an exceptionally powerful technique. As it stands, Jiang Qingyao's earthly tier technique pales in comparison to the essence of Ancestral Dragon Scripture. He truly stumbled upon a treasure. Of course, such strength comes with prerequisites. Only those possessing an S-grade Divine Beast affinity can cultivate the Ancestral Dragon Scripture effectively. What a remarkable coincidence. He pondered whether to allocate all remaining martial points to 8 Desolation's Dragon Fist, for it is currently his strongest and most compatible martial secret technique. Speaking of the 8 Desolation's Dragon Fist, Shen Xingchen glanced towards a nearby open space. Clad in a white training outfit, the young girl Jiang Qingyao was tirelessly practicing her delicate punches. A sheen of perspiration adorned her fair complexion, her eyes weary yet resolute in perseverance. Since their agreement that day, Jiang Qingyao frequently visited Shen Xingchen in the evenings to seek guidance on martial arts. However, thus far, she had only inquired about the 8 Desolation's Dragon Fist. Shen Xingchen approached her, withdrawing a ruler from his waist, tapping her rear gently. "Lift your hips, sink your body." Jiang Qingyao felt the force at her backside, her entire being jolted as if electrified, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, she complied with Shen Xingchen's instructions. Through these days of exchange, she gradually came to realize one profound truth. Every word Shen Xingchen uttered regarding martial techniques was indeed correct. Over this time, she also gained a comprehensive understanding of Shen Xingchen's martial talent. He could deduce entire phrases from the fragmented sentences of the martial manual with remarkable accuracy, as though the manual were meant to be articulated in such a manner. How could she not be astonished? Shen Xingchen was quite pleased with Jiang Qingyao's attitude. Diligence, perseverance, industriousness, and wisdom. This was his assessment of her martial journey. Such talent, coupled with extraordinary effort, makes success virtually inevitable. Furthermore, he was astounded by Jiang Qingyao's speed of comprehension. Each time he offered a slight hint, Jiang Qingyao grasped it entirely. At this rate, she would likely grasp the fundamentals of her 8 Desolations Dragon Fist within just 3 months. This is indeed an earthly tier martial skill. Is this what it means to be a genius? Without further hesitation, Shen Xingchen declared, "System, allocate all comprehension points to 8 Desolations Dragon Fist." Understood, host. You commence the arduous journey of mastering the martial art known as the 8 Wilderness Dragon Fist. Despite your diligent efforts, progress remained elusive. At this juncture, you found inspiration by observing the graceful movements of a beautiful woman practicing her punches nearby, which remarkably enhanced your training speed by 50%. After a decade of dedicated practice, you achieved a preliminary mastery of the 8 Wilderness Dragon Fist. Amidst this journey, Jiang Qingyao tirelessly practiced, her attire soaked in perspiration. Yet her expression radiated satisfaction. The essence of the 8 Wilderness Dragon Fist lies in its momentum. Producing a resonant dragon-s roar signifies one's entry into its realm. She was confident that within mere months, she would successfully breach this threshold. The emergence of 3 dragon roars indicated a refined mastery, a level currently attained by Shen Xingchen, for which she estimated an additional year of effort was necessary. Undeterred, she remained resolute. While Shen Xingchen languidly rested, she persisted in her relentless pursuit of improvement. If this trend continued, she was certain that she would not only catch up to Shen Xingchen, but also surpass him. At that moment, she envisioned the day when he would address her as master. Suddenly, she sensed a rush of wind. Turning to investigate, she beheld Shen Xingchen enveloped in a radiant dragon aura, an overwhelming force converging in his fists. The air around them crackled with energy. The might of his punches unleashed a thunderous roar. 1, 2, 5, 8 Wilderness Dragon Fist reached its preliminary mastery. At this realization, Jiang Qingyao's exquisite visage was suffused with confusion, disbelief, astonishment, and an exclamation of frustration. Chapter 20. The clash of 2 women. If it weren't for maintaining the persona of the aloof goddess, Jiang Qingyao would have certainly let out a string of expletives. Why? Why was it that despite her arduous cultivation, the breakthroughs were achieved by that individual? And could the noise from your breakthroughs be a tad quieter? You have disturbed my tender heart. Do you realize that? After completing a round of the 8 Desolations Dragon Fist, Shen Xingchen felt invigorated. This martial art was as if it were crafted solely for him. Aside from its challenging nature, it bore no other flaws. After 15 years of painstaking dedication to mastering this technique, he had finally reached a minor accomplishment. He glanced over at Jiang Qingyao. Alas, she seemed rather discontented. Who had upset her? Never mind, never mind. After all, she possessed the precious spirit herbs he so desperately needed. Perhaps he could teach her a few moves to lift her spirits. Shen Xingchen approached Jiang Qingyao. I've just had an epiphany. I've made a breakthrough in my martial arts and have new insights to share with you. Oof. Jiang Qingyao clasped her hands behind her back and turned away. Woe is me. She was determined to leave this sorrowful place. Jiang Qingyao departed with unwavering resolve, as if she had made a solemn decision. Shen Xingchen found himself utterly perplexed. Women truly are a curious species. Not far away, Jiang Li, Shen Zhennan, and Shen Ku, 2 adults and a child, observed the scene with amusement. After consuming some spirit elixirs, Shen Zhennan's health had improved, and he was now able to sit outside and bask in the sunlight rather than remain bedridden. Vin nin kiskiviko loid aish on Yang Qingyo. She was utterly captivated. Is there truly such a beautiful sister in the world? In her realm, aside from her mother Jiang Li, only Yang Shi from the neighboring courtyard could be considered a little beauty. However, she held no affection for the older sister Yang Shi, as she sensed a lack of adequate respect in the way she looked at her brother. Though Shen Ku was still young, she was already adept at discerning the nuances of relationships through the expressions and actions of others. Shen Zhennan, munching on sunflower seeds, turned to his wife and inquired, Xiao Li, what do you think the relationship is between that girl and our little Shen? This girl was undoubtedly the most beautiful he had encountered, aside from his wife. Why had she suddenly grown so close to their son? As a father, Shen Zhennan was naturally curious. Could it be? Jiang Li gazed at Jiang Qingyao's figure from a distance, growing increasingly fond of her. With a smile in her eyes, she remarked, "Yesterday I asked Chen Er, and he said that girl is his little disciple." Such a claim, Jiang Li found hard to believe. Who would appoint a peer as a teacher? Moreover, the fierce aura she exuded while practicing martial arts suggested she was likely a top student at her school. Could Chen Er truly be her mentor? Unlikely. Perhaps her son was merely trying to pull a fast one on his own mother. Our son has a disciple now? Shen Xingchen exclaimed in shock. I thought she might be a future daughter-in-law. A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. With such beauty and compatibility, why would they be teacher and student? Jiang Li shot Shen Xingchen a disapproving glance, expressing her disdain. You're such a typical male? Shen Xingchen scratched his head, bewildered as to why his wife held such discontent. Jiang Li explained, what master and disciple? They must be fooling us. Do they look like a master and disciple to you? Shen Xingchen suddenly realized, are you suggesting that he is deceiving us? Jiang Li rolled her eyes again. Her husband was rather dim-witted. Was he still worth keeping? Just then, in Jiang Li and the other's line of sight, Jiang Qingyao scolded Shen Xingchen lightly, and then turned to leave, leaving Shen Xingchen standing there in a daze. Shen Xingchen observed and asked his wife, what happened? Jiang Li, with a knowing glance, replied, your son doesn't know how to charm girls. She's angry. Shen Kiki, listening to her parents, looked worriedly at her brother and the older sister. Sister Jiang Qingyao would bring her gifts, teach her to play with string, and push her on the swing. She adored Sister Jiang Qingyao. Her brother must try harder. Shen Kiki hurried over to Jiang Qingyao. Sister Jiang, are you leaving? Although Jiang Qingyao was still engulfed in her sadness, she responded, yes, Kiki, goodbye. Shen Kiki's brows furrowed. Did my brother upset you? Can you please not be angry with him? If Sister Jiang doesn't come to our house, I won't get any candy. And no one will teach me the string tricks. Jiang Qingyao gently patted Shen Kiki's head, smiling. No, I'm just tired today. I'll come again tomorrow. She noticed the little girl's worries and sought to comfort her. How could Shen Xingchen, who only knew how to irritate others, have such a delightful sister? She wanted to know what color of bag Shen Kiki liked, so she could come and steal it in a few days. Only then did Shen Kiki feel reassured and let Jiang Qingyao leave. As the sun gradually set, the sky appeared to be covered by a layer of cotton. Shen Kiki exclaimed that she was hungry. Soon, Jiang Li prepared dinner. Shen Xingchen sat at the table, feeling that his family's gazes were somewhat peculiar today. Is there something on my face? Shen Xingchen asked. Shen Kiki, Shen Xingchen, and Jiang Li all replied in unison, no. Shen Xingchen scratched his head in confusion. How strange. Although Shen Xingchen was suspicious, he had no idea why and continued to focus on his meal. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Could it be that Sister Jiang left something behind? Shen Kiki was the first to put down her utensils and dash to the door. Does Sister Jiang want to eat at my house? Before Shen Kiki could finish her sentence, she saw the figure standing outside. Yangsablas. Bang. Shen Kiki shut the door, regretfully saying, oh, it's not Sister Jiang. She stood at the door, first greeted by smiles, then met with a cold door slam. Looking utterly bewildered, Jiang Li stood up and lightly tapped her daughter's forehead. You silly girl, that's your sister Yang Shi. Then, Jiang Li opened the door. Welcoming Yangsablas inside. The two families had been neighbors for over 20 years without any grievances, so the necessary courtesies should still be observed. However, Jiang Li was somewhat surprised. In the past, her son Shen Xingchen would rush to greet Yang Shi every time, but this time he seemed so calm, merely focused on his meal. Are you truly not planning to pursue Yang Shi any longer? Is it due to that girl named Jiang Qingyao? When Yang Shi entered, Shen Kiki wore a face full of hostility. Sister Jiang, there's only so much I can do for you. Shen Kiki muttered. Kiki, what are you mumbling about? Jiang Li couldn't quite catch her words. Nothing, Mom. You must have misheard. Shen Kiki quickly retorted. Jiang Li, not taking it to heart, complained to her son, little she has arrived. Why aren't you welcoming her? Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to the nuances of her son's relationship with Yang Shi, assuming they were merely having a quarrel. Yang Shi remained unperturbed by Shen Xingchen's demeanor and smiled at Jiang Li, saying, it's all right, Aunt Jiang. Then, turning to Shen Xingchen, she remarked, Could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. After much contemplation, she had decided to take the initiative in showing her goodwill towards Shen Xingchen. The S rank truly shone brilliantly, and now that Shen Xingchen had advanced to the second tier, he was worthy of her efforts. Shen Xingchen reluctantly followed Yang Shi outside. Yang Shi began, I know there may be some misunderstandings between us. In fact, I have. Shen Xingchen furrowed his brow. Was she about to confess her feelings? Just as he was about to interrupt her, the gate to the courtyard swung open. A stunning girl clad in a moon-white martial arts robe appeared at the entrance, her silhouette draped in a gentle moonlight. Her features were exquisite, as if painted by a master artist. Her eyes sparkling with mischief as she spoke. I accidentally dropped my key. Could you help me find it? Alas, who might this enchanting classmate be? Chapter 21. The insufficiency of your bargaining chips. Yang Shi's gaze froze upon catching sight of Jiang Qingyao. In her mind, the only girl at Sanzhong who could make her feel somewhat inferior in terms of beauty was Jiang Qingyao. Recently, whispers had circulated within the school, claiming that Shen Xingchen was pursuing the top student, Jiang Qingyao. Yang Shi dismissed it as mere gossip, for deep down, she believed the chasm between Shen Xingchen and Jiang Qingyao was insurmountable, akin to a firefly chasing the full moon. However, upon witnessing Jiang Qingyao in Shen Xingchen's courtyard today, standing side by side, she found them surprisingly compatible. How could they not be? One was an owner of S-grade talent, a rising star eclipsing Tang Chun, while the other was the perennial top student, breathtakingly beautiful and exuding unparalleled grace. A sudden wave of intense insecurity washed over Yang Shi, an unfamiliar feeling brought on by Shen Xingchen, the boy who had always trailed behind her, seemingly drifting away. Unbeknownst to Shen Xingchen, he remarked to Jiang Qingyao, she is merely a passerby. I shall fetch the keys for you. And with that, he retreated into the room. Yang Shi interpreted his words as a sign of lingering annoyance and paid it no mind. Jiang Qingyao began to assess the girl beside her, smiling as she said, You must be Yang Shi, right? Shinkiki has mentioned you. She says that you look down on my brother, flaunting your modest achievements with excessive pride. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what kind of person could evoke such arrogance in a child so young. Yang Shi felt a surge of defensiveness. You know me? Why would Jiang Qingyao, with whom she had no prior acquaintance, be aware of her existence? Was Jiang Qingyao in pursuit of Shen Xingchen and thus inquiring about her? With a smile, Jiang Qingyao clarified, It is Kiki who often speaks of you. Of course, she refrained from sharing Shinki's more disparaging remarks about Yang Shi. Upon hearing this, Yang Shi's eyes involuntarily curved into a smile. So, Kiki still thought of her. I have known little Shen since childhood. I have watched Kiki grow up and treat her like a sister. What did it matter if Jiang Qingyao was the school belle or the top student? Yang Shi had known Shen Xingchen since they were young, and their families had been neighbors for years. Naturally, Shen Xingchen's family and sister favored her more. Such a bond was not something Jiang Qingyao could rival. Jiang Qingyao discerned the implications in Yang Shi's words and felt taken aback. Was Shen Xingchen truly so popular with the opposite sex? Did he inspire such jealousy? Yet, was there perhaps a misunderstanding with this Yang Shi? Her words were rather humorous. Jiang Qingyao fell silent. By nature, she was cool and reserved. Her increased chatter in recent days was purely a result of Shen Xingchen's influence and irritation. Now, confronted by a stranger, her words dwindled once more. Shen Xingchen emerged from the room, grinning as he asked, Would you prefer the golden key or the silver key? Jiang Qingyao was at a loss for words. The river god and the axe? How could such an outdated joke still be in circulation? How childish. Jiang Qingyao blinked her starry eyes and said, Lord River God, all I desire is my house key. Shen Xingchen nodded with satisfaction and handed the key to Jiang Qingyao. Witnessing this exchange, Yang Shi displayed an incredulous expression. Was this truly the Jiang Qingyao she knew? You must be an imposter. Quickly return our aloof school beauty from class 3. Jiang Qingyao received the key, expressing her dissatisfaction. Shouldn't you have given me 3 keys? Where are my golden and silver keys? Shen Xingchen chuckled awkwardly. Next time, I promise. Jiang Qingyao did not press further. Upon acquiring the key, She skipped home with a light heart. After watching her depart, Yang Shi inquired, "Are you quite familiar with classmate Yang?" Shen Xingchen's smile faded as he replied, "We are somewhat acquainted." Thus far, their friendship remained as pure as a delicate white flower. Yang Shi pressed on, "And us?" Her eyes sparkled with hope. Yearning to hear that answer she had grown weary of since childhood. Shen Xingchen replied calmly, "If you were a bit more normal, we might be considered amicable neighbors." Yang Shi giggled, "Aren't we childhood sweethearts?" This was a phrase Shen Xingchen often mentioned, and many at school accepted it as fact, though Yang Shi had not previously embraced it. Now, however, by voicing it, she sought to win Shen Xingchen's favor, for it was his long-held obsession. To her surprise, Shen Xingchen responded coldly, "You possess quite the sense of humor. Were it not for his inheritance of the original's memories, he might have genuinely believed they were merely playful adversaries from childhood." Yang Shi, appearing pitiful, gently asked, "Xiao Shun, what has been troubling you lately? You weren't like this before." Even the most patient individual could not withstand repeated rejection, especially from one who had once harbored feelings for them. Shen Xingchen replied, "The love you envision is too transactional, akin to a business deal where both parties agree on a price to be together. I do not share that perspective. I believe one should be more sentimental. At the very least, I should feel that you love me as a person, not as a bargaining chip. Even in a transaction of chips, we are not on the same level. So how could you think I would have feelings for you? When I sought a relationship with you, you claimed my chips were insufficient. Now that your chips are lacking, you wish to pursue a relationship with me. Tell me, does that seem reasonable to you? Answer me." It was rare for him to speak at such length to explain his actions. This might be the last time he did so, perhaps the only time. After finishing, Shen Xingchen retreated to his room, clearly signaling the end of the conversation. Yang Shi stood frozen in place, feeling that for once, Shen Xingchen's words held merit. Yet, she was a girl, shouldn't she have certain privileges? Was there any fault in her desire to ascend socially? As she prepared to retort, Shen Xingchen had already closed the door, leaving her alone in the courtyard. After a prolonged silence, Yang Shi despondently exited the small yard of the Shen residence and made her way home. She appeared lost in thought, her mind wandering aimlessly. Within the confines of the Shen residence, Shen Qiki insisted on sleeping in her brother Shen Xingchen's room, despite his numerous attempts to evict her. Shen Xingchen ultimately relented and allowed her to stay. He was preoccupied with reviewing the system panel. Name: Shen Xingchen. Rank: 2nd level, 5th stage, innate talent, Celestial Azure Dragon. Associated skills: Dragon Might, Life Restoration, Martial Techniques, Shattering Spear Style, Minor Mastery, 6 Harmonies Golden Spear, Major Mastery, 8 Desolations Dragon Fist, Minor Mastery Cultivation Method, Ancestral Dragon Scripture, Comprehension Points, 0. Shen Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. With the activation of his innate talent, he felt confident in confronting even the pinnacle of the 2nd level. Finally, he possessed a sense of security. "Brother, tell me a story." Shen Qiki clung to him like an octopus. Fortunately, she was only 10 years old, her body still in development. Shen Xingchen narrated several fairy tales until it was time for bed. "Qiki, please turn off the light." "Brother, I am afraid of the dark. You do it." "I prefer when Qiki turns off the light." "Why?" "Because the darkness is deeper when Qiki does it." "All right then." Chapter 22, Departure. On Wednesday morning, after 4 days, Shen Xingchen had accumulated 800 martial arts points. Today marked the grand competition of the 6th Academy, held at the First Central Sports Arena in Xianan City. The participating contestants were to make their way to the city center arena, courtesy of the school bus. As Shen Xingchen made his way to school, he passed through a narrow alley where a familiar figure stood in the shadows. "Lin Hu." Shen Xingchen called out to the darkness. "Is there any new movement?" After careful consideration, Shen Xingchen decided against accepting Lin Hu as a subordinate, choosing instead to have him serve as an undercover agent beside Tang Chun. Tang Chun had some connections. One could never be too cautious, as he might resort to desperate measures. Lin Hu's expression was complex. "Yes, I'm here to discuss this matter." Tang Chun does not intend to utilize his family's influence. Rather, he wants to enlist the help of other students. Sun Zhe's cousin is a prominent figure at Yizhong. Named He Yan, they plan to have someone from Yizhong look out for you during the 6th Academy competition. So be careful. Here are the detailed documents about her. Lin Hu handed over a file. Shen Xingchen accepted it, appreciating Lin Hu's attention to detail. All right, you may leave now, he said, waving his hand. As Lin Hu took a couple of steps away, he hesitated, as if he wanted to say something more. If you have something to say, just speak up. Does Tang Chen have other plans? Lin Hu hesitated before speaking. My family doesn't know about my involvement in this. You must help me keep it a secret. Of course, Shen Xingchen replied, dismissing it lightly. I thought it was something significant. I almost assumed you were involved in some dubious dealings. Upon arriving at the school gate, Shen Xingchen spotted the school bus ready to transport them to the city sports arena. To everyone's surprise, the headmaster of Sanzhong, Chen Lingjun, was leading the group. Also present was Shen Xingchen's homeroom teacher, Liu, along with several other unknown administrators. Following them were the contestants, ranked in order: Jiang Qingyao, Shen Xingchen, Tang Chun, Song Shuqin, and Yi Jingjing. As Shen Xingchen approached, Chen Lingjun greeted him with a beaming smile. Ah, Shen, you've arrived. We are about to depart. The headmaster was particularly eager to witness the prowess Shen Xingchen would display, hoping that this S-rank talent would not disappoint him. From a distance, Jiang Qingyao nodded at Shen Xingchen. After witnessing his comprehension ability, her confidence had waned considerably. She estimated that even without relying on her innate gifts, she would not be a match for him. Her position as the top student in her grade now felt hollow. However, she was not one to dwell on matters excessively. There were indeed more formidable individuals at Yizhong, and the stronger their Sanzhong representatives were, the better. She merely lamented her own lack of strength. Initially, Tang Chun regarded Shen Xingchen with a calm demeanor, as if there were no past grievances between them. However, when Jiang Qingyao smiled at Shen Xingchen, Tang Chen's expression darkened, revealing a flicker of resentment and malice in his gaze. Shen Xingchen smirked disdainfully. In this 6th Academy competition, he would ensure that this so-called prodigy would no longer possess the courage to meet his gaze. And then, Shen Xingchen greeted Teacher Liu before boarding the bus with the group. The awakening stone belonging to Teacher Liu was of paramount importance to Shen Xingchen. Should he fail to awaken his innate abilities, even with a system at his disposal, he would remain stagnated at the 4th tier until his demise. Such a life would hold little meaning. Therefore, his respect for Teacher Liu was deeply sincere. Teacher Liu nodded in approval, feeling gratified. After many years of teaching, he had finally encountered a true genius. The future of this child would shine as brilliantly as the stars, and Liu felt a sense of joy for him. On the bus, Chen Lingjun briefed everyone on the competition details. This tournament would feature the elite from the 6 academies, totaling 31 participants, with 5 rounds of elimination to determine the champion. The students nodded in understanding, aware that the school of the previous year's champion could have an additional participant. Chen Lingjun continued, stating that while the first round might allow for some to have buys, the remaining 4 rounds would demand genuine strength to advance. He introduced the top students from several other academies. From Imo Chandao Academy, the foremost contender, Wenheng, possessed the innate ability of Mountain Dragon, classified as A grade, at the 2nd and 3rd tier. From Wudao No. 2 Middle School, the leading student, Bei Mingxue, held the innate ability of spatial displacement, also A grade. At the 2nd tier, 1st level, Shen Xingchen listened attentively. Wudao Middle School in Xianan City typically saw only the top student reach the 2nd tier, while others struggled at the peak of the 1st tier, albeit with higher-level innate abilities. Thus, it seemed that the students from Wudao No. 3 this year were exceptionally gifted, with 3 2nd-tier contenders. Only Wudao No. 1 posed a formidable challenge. Chen Lingjun remarked that Wudao No. 1 boasted 4 heavyweight students, all of whom had attained the 2nd tier. He cautioned them to exercise extra caution when encountering them. Although the top student from Wudao No. 1 was not participating, the 2nd-ranked student was still formidable. Wudao No. 1's Hien, 2nd tier, 5th level, with the innate ability of Mind Master, A grade. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The strength of Wudao No. 1 was clearly on a different level compared to them, surpassing their top contender, Jiang Qingyao, by 2 tiers. Noticing the expressions of his students, Chen Lingjun continued. From Wudao No. 1, We also have Qi Yang, second tier, fourth level, with the innate ability of blood explosion, A grade. He then shared additional details about other students, highlighting the pressure felt by the students from Wu Dao number 3 due to the 4 second-tier contenders. How can we possibly win? Yi Jingjing lamented. Indeed, even with a strategy like Tianji's horse racing, we can't hope to prevail. Their second-ranked student is on a higher tier than Jiang, our school flower, exclaimed another. You lowly steed, all you do is boost other spirits. Tang Shen rebuked Song Shuqin. Song Shuqin, his face pale with anger, could only remain silent, realizing he was at the peak of the first tier. Jiang Qingyao remained quiet, her brow furrowed, clearly feeling the weight of the pressure. In contrast, Shen Xingchen reclined nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. Observing Shen Xingchen's relaxed demeanor, Tang Chen couldn't help but smirk coldly. Enjoy your comfort while it lasts. Once we reach the competition arena, let those from number 1 teach you a lesson in humility. Suddenly, Shen Xingchen opened his eyes, startling Tang Chen. With a sidelong glance at Tang Chen, he inquired with a smile, What mischief are you plotting? Do share with me. Tang Chen's expression shifted. What nonsense are you spouting? The last time, he faced repercussions from Shen Xingchen due to a leak of information. This time, he was exceedingly cautious, confiding only in a few loyal subordinates, including Lin Hu. He could not fathom how Shen Xingchen could possibly be aware in advance. Shen Xingchen merely smiled. How could this little fool keep a secret? Chapter 23. The strength of each academy. As the journey continued, Tang Chen remained unusually silent, burdened by his thoughts. In the presence of so many teachers, Shen Xingchen found it impossible to confront him, thus avoiding any conflict. Soon, the school bus halted outside the Grand Sports Arena in the city center. This magnificent structure resembled a hexagonal crystal, its walls adorned with 3D projections showcasing footage from competitions of previous years. Flanking the main entrance, vibrant red banners proclaimed, "A decade of honing a sword. Today we test its edge. Without hardship and toil, the third year is daunting. Without effort and striving, the third year is futile. Striving through the seasons, whose dream shall bloom after a decade." Shen Xingchen observed these words, feeling a sense of nostalgia akin to preparing for the college entrance examination in a past life. Yet, such motivational phrases were aimed at ordinary students. What a jest it was to think that years of hard work could surpass my unparalleled talent. If diligence sufficed, then what need have I for innate ability? Before long, the reception staff arrived. Under their guidance, Shen Xingchen and his companions proceeded to the competition stage. Upon entering the venue, they instantly garnered numerous gazes. Look, that's the team from the 3rd Martial Arts Academy. I've heard they have an S-Class student this year. How impressive. S-Class. There are so few S-Class students across all of China. They must be the frontrunners for this year's championship. Incredible. But did you know that the 1st Academy has 4 second-tier students, with the strongest being at level 5? The S-Class from the 3rd only ranks as a 1st tier. Is that true? If you're deceiving me, I'll be quite displeased. Amidst the murmurs, Shen Xingchen calmly walked past and chose a spot in the resting area. In the relaxation zone of the Machin Academy, the top student, Wen Heng, gazed at Shen Xingchen with keen interest, exclaiming, "Is this the S-Class? Truly dazzling." His eyes sparkled with jealousy. As the pinnacle figure of his academy, Wen Heng possessed his own pride and would not feel inferior merely because another was an S-Class. Beside him, his sister, Wenji, also a contestant from Machin Academy, smiled and remarked, "He is certainly in the spotlight now. If you can surpass him and advance, even if you don't win the championship, you'll still gain considerable fame." Being at the peak of the 1st tier, Wenji held a strong admiration for her brother. Wen Heng chuckled. "It's not that simple, you know." Though he feigned humility, a look of satisfaction crossed his face, relishing his sister's admiration. Wenji teased, "So, does that mean you think you might lose?" She employed a slight provocation. Wen Heng continued to smile. "How could that be?" "Then, brother, I want to see you surpass him. When you face him, you must give it your all and humiliate him properly," Wenji urged. Wen Heng, puzzled, inquired, "Did he offend you?" It was evident to him that his sister was targeting the S-Class student. Wenji explained, "Before he arrived, everyone admired you. But now all they talk about is him. I'm not happy. Clearly, you are far superior. Wen Heng paused, taken aback. To his surprise, Wen Ji exhibited such meticulousness. Earlier, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, what was merely an S-class talent? Numerous factors determine one's strength: rank, cultivation methods, martial skills, and combat awareness, each of which can significantly elevate one's combat prowess. If that individual surnamed Shen were truly formidable solely due to an S-class rating, what was the purpose of this year's S competition among the 6 academies? They might as well award him the title outright. Wen Heng gazed tenderly at his sister, indulging her wishes. Then brother shall comply, and when we encounter him, I shall ensure he is thoroughly humiliated. Wen Ji leapt with excitement. Brother is the best. At that moment, a figure clad in a sky blue school uniform emerged from the contestants' passage into the arena. Each participant exuded an air of confidence. The flowing cloud emblem of martial arts, number 1, glistening on the left shoulder of their uniforms. This was the contingent from number 1. Leading the group was Li Junfeng, the head of the school, whose casual strides belied a formidable presence, emanating the oppressive aura of a high-ranking martial artist. Behind him, 2 students walked side by side, exchanging smiles that suggested a close camaraderie. These were the top talents of martial arts number 1, Qiyang, a second-tier level 4, and He Yin, a second-tier level 5. Almost simultaneously, He Yin's gaze met Shen Xingchen's. Intrigued, Shen Xingchen pondered the nature of the individual whom Tang Chun had chosen to confront him after witnessing his own prowess. In contrast, He Yin merely offered a gentle smile, appearing to extend a customary greeting as any ordinary competitor would. However, Qiyang beside her wore a distinctly disdainful smile, regarding Shen Xingchen with a mocking glint. With a playful smirk, Shen Xingchen raised a middle finger in response. Qiyang's expression darkened immediately, losing its mirth. Yin, noticing the exchange, could not help but chuckle. This S-class was indeed self-assured. Surely, he did not genuinely believe that relying solely on his innate talent could render him invincible in this arena. That would be rather naive. With a smile, Yin inquired of Qiyang, "What? Do you intend to teach him a lesson?" Qiyang shrugged nonchalantly. "To be honest, I have little interest in dealing with someone 3 tiers below me. For individuals like us, battling beyond 1S level is routine. Why would we concern ourselves with a mere second-tier level 1? Yet, since he has a grievance with our little brother, I wouldn't mind crushing him effortlessly." Yin feigned annoyance. "Who is your little brother?" "That is my cousin." This audacious boyfriend seemed to relish taking advantage of her. Despite her playful reproach, a smile of happiness graced her face. Qiyang approached Shen Xingchen, made a gesture across his throat, and then strode away. Jiang Qingyao arrived beside Shen Xingchen, her brow furrowed with concern. "Did that person just say something to you?" She had sensed the malice emanating from the 3rd-ranked student of number 1. Shen Xingchen shrugged indifferently. Perhaps he wishes for his own demise. He perceived that the students of Wudao number 1 possessed an inexplicable sense of superiority. A mere second-tier, level 4 underling with an A-grade martial talent had the audacity to provoke him. The onlookers also became acutely aware of the confrontation between the 2 parties, instantly igniting a fervent interest. The tension between Wudao number 1 and Wudao number 3 was palpable. "Are you blind? Clearly, this is a personal matter," one exclaimed. "So, are you suggesting that those for number 1 have offended an S-grade student for number 3? How unfortunate for them. Let's hope the S-grade goes easy on them." This individual had only just learned of the emergence of an S-grade student from number 3 and was utterly astonished. "You must be blind." Those from No. 1 are He Yin and Qiyang. Qiyang is at the 2nd tier, level 4, and He Yin is even more formidable at 2nd tier, level 5. How could they possibly fear someone with the surname Shen? Rather, it is Shen who should pray not to cross paths with them. Goodness, they are that remarkable? After a considerable time, the murmurs gradually subsided. As the bell tolled, a middle-aged man at the podium grasped the microphone. "Students and faculty, please be silent. The grand competition among the 6 academies is about to commence." This was the organizer of the event, Director Wang Hao of the Education Bureau. Chapter 24. The Pathological Brother Complex. Wen Ji next. The rules of this competition shall be announced. There are 31 participants, comprising 6 from Wu Dao First Middle School and 5 from each of the other academies. The competition is divided into 5 rounds, where victors advance while the defeated are eliminated. Let us commence with the draw for the first round. Chief Wang Hao addressed the crowd below. The annual competition among the 6 academies is meticulously organized by the Education Bureau, and this year is no exception. However, this time, although the director could not attend due to work commitments, he has expressed a particular interest in a student named Shen Xingchen. Wang Hao understood the importance of not neglecting this matter. As Wang Hao's voice faded, the large screen at the center of the city sports arena began to randomly select the matchups. Soon, the results were revealed. Shen Xingchen versus Wen Ji. Wang Hao was taken aback. The very first match featured the student under the director's watchful eye. He must pay close attention. Wen Ji. That name sounds familiar. She appears to be the second young lady of the Wen family. It is said that she performs admirably, having reached the pinnacle of the first tier at such a young age. Yet, she has drawn Shen Xingchen, who possesses an S-level talent and has concurrently attained second-tier strength. Such misfortune. In the resting area of Mo Chandao Academy, Wen Ji's expression was far from favorable. Although she had initially underestimated Shen Xingchen, she recognized that she was not his match. With her head hung low, she ascended the arena. Shen Xingchen approached the platform with an air of indifference. As he stood poised against his opponent from Wu Dao First Middle School, he sensed that someone from Mo Chandao Academy was scrutinizing him, their gaze imbued with a distinct malice, unlike that of the other spectators. This puzzled Shen Xingchen, who focused intently on Wen Ji. In turn, Wen Ji regarded Shen Xingchen with the same caution. Against an adversary of this caliber, even a moment's inattention could lead to immediate elimination. May I inquire? Shen Xingchen began. Before the match commenced, what were you discussing with the boy beside you? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to pose the question directly. However, Wen Ji maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly intent on treating the match with utmost seriousness, choosing not to respond. Internally, she experienced considerable turmoil. While conversing about Shen Xingchen with her brother, she had deliberately concealed her animosity to avoid attracting his attention. Moreover, the distance between them was significant, yet Shen Xingchen had still perceived it. Unbeknownst to Wen Ji, Shen Xingchen had already reached the 5th level of the second tier and practiced the supreme technique, the ancestral dragon scripture, granting him a far superior grasp of such energies compared to both Wen Ji and Wen Heng. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Shen Xingchen ceased his inquiries. Suddenly, his aura sharpened, and with a decisive step forward, the spiritual energy beneath his feet began to surge. You choose silence, do you? You harbor hostility, do you? Then allow me to ascertain your true capabilities. Wen Ji dared not be complacent. Without hesitation, she summoned her entire spiritual energy, which swiftly coalesced around her, forming an imposing 5-layered barrier. This was a family secret technique, the Xian Shui armor shield. The more spiritual energy infused, the stronger the defense. Even in the face of a second-tier adversary, it could provide her with a fleeting sanctuary. This time, victory seemed utterly unattainable. She was determined to witness the true might of Shen Xingchen, to see how many layers of her defenses he could penetrate. In the face of Wen Ji's resolute stance, Shen Xingchen appeared remarkably composed, his expression cold as he gazed upon the layers of luminous walls. Then, with a casual punch, he struck out. Not even the most basic martial techniques were employed. Wen Ji's level was far too low, and the spiritual energy she could muster was insufficient. Her defenses, in Shen Xingchen's eyes, were simply feeble. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xingchen's fist collided with Wen Ji's protective barrier. Bang, 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 within mere moments. The 4 walls of light crumbled as easily as a spider's web. Wen Ji's expression changed dramatically. The pressure she felt was nearly identical to that of facing her brother, Wen Heng. Fortunately, she had experienced a minor breakthrough recently, which allowed her to conjure the 5th barrier. Yet, just as she reveled in her fleeting triumph, the final barrier before her began to show fine cracks, signaling the collapse of her defenses. This was impossible. Wen Ji's demeanor turned frantic, disbelief flooding her mind. Even her brother, Wen Heng, could not shatter all her barriers in such a brief span of time. Bang! The chilling reality struck hard at Wenji's heart, accompanied by a fist that loomed ever larger. In the final moment, Shen Xingchen transformed his fist into an open hand, pressing it against her head as he asked, "I will ask you one last time. Why do you harbor animosity towards me?" Around Shen Xingchen, a ferocious pressure surged. Under this oppressive weight, Wenji's legs trembled, robbing her of any courage to resist. The onlookers were astonished, while it came as no surprise that Shen Xingchen would triumph in this contest. Wenji's defensive martial techniques appeared exceedingly intricate. Even a typical second-tier practitioner would require time and effort to breach them. Yet, Shen Xingchen had not even used martial techniques. He had dismantled her defenses with but a single breath. Was the potential of an S rank truly so terrifying? Wen Heng, unable to bear the humiliation of his sister, shouted from the sidelines, "My little sister is inexperienced. I implore you, Shen, to show her mercy." In Wen Heng's eyes, as a prominent figure of the Machin Academy with second-tier, third-level prowess, Shen Xingchen ought to afford him some respect. Shen Xingchen was indeed prepared to relent. Although Wenji had exhibited malice, he lacked substantial evidence, making it difficult to strike too harshly. However, at that moment, Wenji stubbornly cast a glance at her brother before turning to Shen Xingchen and declaring, "I simply disdain you." What of it? My brother, Wen Heng, has exhibited extraordinary talent in martial arts since childhood. Any technique he learns, he masters to an exquisite degree within 3 months. Furthermore, he later awakened an A-rank talent. How could someone like you, who has languished in obscurity for years and merely relies on luck to awaken an S-rank talent, possibly compare? Your awakening of S-rank talent merely serves to enhance my brother's path to greatness. In my eyes, you are but a stepping stone for him. What does it matter if you have defeated me? My brother will undoubtedly reclaim my honor. Shen Xingchen suddenly understood. So, this Wenji is somewhat of a pathological brother complex. You adore your brother, and that is your prerogative. Why must others serve to highlight his superiority? What? Is your brother a human being while others are not? Should others merely act as stepping stones for your brother? What kind of reasoning is that? Shen Xingchen no longer held back, her gaze turning fierce. Your brother? You had best pray that he does not cross my path. Otherwise, you shall witness the most disgraceful side of him throughout his life. A woman like her deserves to be trampled into the ground. Otherwise, she might float away. Upon observing Shen Xingchen's expression and actions, Wen Heng grew anxious. You, Shen, dare to... Shen Xingchen paid no heed to Wen Heng's warnings and delivered a fierce kick. That forceful blow struck Wenji squarely in the chest, sending her body hurtling through the air. Crack! At that moment, it seemed the sound of a rib breaking echoed. Subsequently, Wenji plummeted outside the stage, unconscious. Wen Heng rushed to his sister's side, lifting her up. His eyes glinted with malice as he glared at Shen Xingchen. Very well, Shen Xingchen, I will remember you. You had better hope we do not meet again. With that kick, any possibility of reconciliation between them vanished. Although he had intended to humiliate Shen Xingchen, he never truly had the chance to act on it. Shen Xingchen had shown no mercy whatsoever. In light of this, let the rift between them be irreparably torn. Chapter 25. The Pride of Qi Yang, Shen Xingchen triumphs. With the finality of the judge's voice, this contest has officially concluded. Although the first match lacked spectacular combat, it was rife with underlying tension, much to the delight of the spectators. Many eagerly anticipated the clash between Shen Xingchen and Wen Heng. In the rest area of Martial Arts School 1, a student who had just advanced to the second tier inquired of Qi Yang, "What do you think of that S-rank individual?" Despite Shen Xingchen having delivered but a single punch, the force he exhibited was quite remarkable. Qi Yang cast a cold glance at the questioner and remarked, "With such a level of defense, to have momentarily faltered before the 5th layer of the light shield. This so-called S-rank truly lacks prowess." Though Shen Xingchen was halted by the 5th layer of the light shield for merely an instant, it was evident to geniuses such as themselves that this was a sign of weakness. In his view, facing an opponent of the 1st tier and displaying such performance was unacceptable. Had it been him, the moment he struck, that Wenji would have been sent tumbling from the arena due to a collapse in defense, rendering a second strike unnecessary. The classmate nodded in understanding, realizing that his lack of experience had led him to underestimate Qi Yang, a prodigy who, barring the top student of their year, was unmatched. Truly terrifying. Among the second-tier students of School 1, Hien laughed. I hope that Shen does not falter against Wenheng. That would indeed be rather dull. They too perceived the S rank as a novelty. Qi Yang chuckled. If Wenheng can indeed suppress him, that would simply indicate his utter incompetence. On the platform, Wang Hao, the head of the Education Bureau, silently noted Shen Xingchen's performance. Thus far, Shen's display had been commendable, yet his opponent was simply too weak to reveal the full extent of his capabilities. Shen Xingchen calmly descended from the arena. He felt little in regard to acquiring an inexplicable rival. Shen Lingjun gazed at Shen Xingchen with satisfaction. The latter was composed and formidable, and Shen's approval only deepened with each passing moment. Soon, the second round of matches commenced. The draw results were announced. Qi Yang versus Baiming Shui. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the top contender from Martial Arts School 2 would face off against the elite of School 1 so early in the competition. A smile grudged Young's lips. At last, he would have the opportunity to showcase his abilities before the audience and demonstrate the chasm that lay between him and that S-rank individual. He ascended the platform with a beaming countenance. Opposite him, Baiming Shui displayed no discernible emotion. Qi Yang remarked, I am not one to indulge in pity. Thus, I hope you do not harbor any illusions regarding this contest. Baiming Shui remained remarkably composed, wielding her sword with a singular focus. This was, in fact, her combat style, to maintain absolute rationality under any circumstances. Only by doing so could she execute the most judicious counterattacks against her opponents. Qi Yang's tier was 3 ranks above hers, and even she, a prodigy, felt the weight of immense pressure. Upon witnessing the cautious demeanor of Baiming Shui, Qi Yang chuckled. Have you ever heard the saying? In the face of absolute power, any technique is rendered futile. As he spoke, his body surged forward with sudden intensity, a wave of blood energy beginning to emanate from him. Qi Yang's aura skyrocketed, his physique expanding to the point of tearing his garments, revealing a robust and powerful musculature. This was his A-rank talent, Bloodburst. Once activated, this innate ability would enhance his physical strength by full measure. He relished the pure confrontation of flesh against flesh, the sheer ecstasy of overpowering his adversaries with raw might. The full force of his second-tier, 4th-level strength erupted forth. Sun Luo Fist Seal. Blood-red markings began to manifest upon his fists, showcasing his prized martial technique, a mid-level Xian class skill. Remarkably, he had mastered this technique to its zenith within just 3 years, causing quite a stir throughout the academy. It was evident that he was displaying the entirety of his prowess from the outset, intending to intimidate everyone present, particularly that unaware S-rank individual. Baiming Shui raised an eyebrow, acutely aware that this was a lethal strike that could not be underestimated. As Qi Yang charged toward her, she decisively opted for spatial displacement, her own A-rank talent. This ability allowed her to alter her position within a limited range, affording her the flexibility to employ more agile tactics against a stronger foe. A rift in space materialized before her, and in an instant, she vanished, reappearing on the opposite side of the arena. Qi Yang sneered, useless. His form became little more than a shadow, swiftly arriving at the location to which Baiming Shui had just relocated. The arena was scarcely expansive. To him, it was merely a heartbeat's distance. Where could Baiming Shui possibly evade to? Understanding the potency of Qi Yang's Sun Luo Fist Seal, Baiming Shui dared not confront it head-on and swiftly executed another displacement. Thus, the two figures danced across the stage, one flickering through space, the other leaving trails of crimson afterimages. After several exchanges, Baiming Shui began to sense the strain. The energy expended by spatial displacement was undoubtedly greater than that of Qi Yang's relentless assault, yet the limited space afforded her no opportunity to create distance. At last, after another instance of spatial maneuvering, Baiming Shui resolved to confront her adversary directly. Her long sword rose sharply, invoking another Xian-class martial skill. Qian scoffed, seeking death. He discerned that her sword technique was only at a minor level of mastery, and she was 3 ranks beneath him in strength. It was akin to a fragile egg striking a stone. Was this truly the pinnacle of the Second Academy? How utterly dull the grand competition among the 6 academies seemed. No wonder Bai Chanyue was disinclined to participate, as Qi Yang's fist met Bai Mingshue's longsword. A resounding explosion echoed, flesh colliding with steel. The sword shattered inch by inch. Unable to maintain her composure, she spat forth a mouthful of blood. Qi Yang, relentless in his pursuit, unleashed another punch, sending Bai Mingshue's body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. The spectators were left in shock. Ji Yang undoubtedly stands as a paragon of excellence from Yizhong. One cannot help but perceive a stark disparity between the prowess of Yizhong this year and that of other institutions. Even those of S rank cannot possibly rival such formidable strength. Ji Yang has mastered his martial arts techniques to a remarkable degree, and his skills are likely of profound intricacy, perhaps even at the Earth rank. It seems that this year's championship is destined to belong to Yizhong. After witnessing Ji Yang's extraordinary capabilities, many of the competitors have succumbed to a sense of despair. A subtle smile graces Ji Yang's lips. He revels in the adoration of the crowd, which profoundly satisfies his vanity. He yearns for a path in martial arts where he is met with trepidation from his adversaries, admiration from the feeble, and the adulation of countless spectators. With his fist raised high, he casts a glance at his beloved, striking his chest with pride etched upon his face. The girl named Tian gazes at Ji Yang with starry eyes, enamored by her boyfriend's brilliance. As for the girl from Erzhong, she pays her no heed. The weak must endure the relentless oppression of the strong. She hopes Ji Yang will continue to dominate until the finals, where she will graciously concede defeat, bestowing the championship upon him. Such a scenario would be the epitome of romance. Chapter 26. The antique market. Wan Heng gazed at the dazzling Qi Yang on the stage, his eyes filled with a palpable sense of apprehension. With formidable mid-level martial arts of the Xian tier and a second-tier, 4th-level combat rank, such prowess left even when Heng uncertain of his chances of victory. How audacious of Shen Xingchen to provoke such a figure. It was a reckless gamble indeed. In the rest area of the first school, Jiang Qingyao inquired of Shen Xingchen. Qi Yang is a second-tier, 4th-level warrior. Do you feel confident facing him? She understood that Shen Xingchen's martial skills and techniques were of an elevated caliber, making him a formidable opponent within the same realm. Yet, Qi Yang was no ordinary adversary, possessing the capability to engage in battles beyond his rank. Qi Yang exuded an air of arrogance, and given the animosity between him and Shen Xingchen, an encounter in the arena could yield dire consequences if Shen were to falter. With a smile, Shen Xingchen replied, I would say, I'm 999 confident. I leave a mere 0.001 for humility, for as a great man once said, humility fosters progress. Jiang Qingyao shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, You hardly seem humble. However, despite her words, a sense of reassurance blossomed within her. Based on Shen Xingchen's previous conduct, he would not allow himself to be bested easily. Moreover, his adversaries would inevitably suffer in ways she could scarcely imagine. Shen Xingchen, in truth, wished to express that he had already been quite modest. Qi Yang's earlier display was, frankly, rather mediocre. The subsequent matches unfolded in a rather ordinary fashion. Jiang Qingyao faced an opponent from the Mo Chun Dao Academy, a peak first-tier contender, and emerged victorious with ease. Wan Heng's opponent was similarly unremarkable, and he triumphed without much effort. There were also several battles among first-tier fighters. To everyone's surprise, a girl named Yin faced off against the top contender from Mingzhu Academy, a second-tier female warrior, yet Yin secured victory effortlessly. Wielding a long spear, she displayed commanding grace, defeating her opponent without apparent strain. Her striking force mirrored that of Qi Yang, which perhaps explained their uncanny compatibility. As the day's competitions concluded, Shen Xingchen and his companions headed towards their hotel accommodations. Due to the school's considerable distance from the city center, all students were lodged at the Golden Huang Hotel near the sports arena. Since we've come all this way, Qingyao, shall we venture out for a stroll? Tang Chun said enthusiastically, his gaze fixed on Jiang Qingyao. Jiang Qingyao frowned, finding his persistent attentions rather vexing. If only he would take the hint and give up. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. She entwined her arm with Shen Xingchen's and sweetly proposed, "Would you take me out for some fun?" Shen Xingchen was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. "What are you doing, girl? Our pure friendship, like a pristine flower, is being jeopardized." Then, Jiang Qingyao leaned closer, whispering, "This Tang fellow has been pestering me for ages. Help me out this time, and I'll treat you to a meal." Shen Xingchen was left in stunned silence. So, she needed me to be her shield. Why complicate matters so? The teacher has already departed, and I could easily give him a good beating. After all, I find him quite displeasing. Jiang Qingyao discerned the unspoken sentiments in Shen Xingchen's gaze and reproached softly, "You, with your blunt demeanor, fail to grasp that psychological attacks are the most devastating. I merely wish to resolve this matter once and for all. In any case, you shall heed my advice this time." Thus, Shen Xingchen fell silent. To Tang Chun, the whispered exchanges between Shen Xingchen and Jiang Qingyao appeared to be the flirtations of a young couple. His face darkened with anger. He shot a glance at Shen Xingchen, but refrained from uttering harsh words, fearing retaliation from him. In the end, he merely snorted in suppressed fury. Subsequently, under Jiang Qingyao's guidance, Shen Xingchen found himself on a pedestrian street. At last, he was liberated from his previous company. Jiang Qingyao exhaled in relief. Shen Xingchen regarded her with a perplexed expression, still convinced that delivering a good thrashing to the one surnamed Tang would be a more straightforward approach. As tranquility settled, Shen Xingchen suddenly became aware of a soft sensation against his arm. As he registered what it was, he witnessed Jiang Qingyao retract her small hand as if shocked. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Shen Xingchen remarked with mild irritation, "So now you feel shy?" Jiang Qingyao lowered her head, lost in thought. All she knew was that in that fleeting moment, her heart skipped a beat, a mysterious force tugging at her emotions. They lingered in silence for what felt like an eternity. After an indeterminate span of time, a voice broke through the stillness. "Young man, would you care to peruse some antiquities?" A middle-aged man with triangular eyebrows and a bushy beard smiled at them from his stall in the distance. He delighted in young individuals who appeared innocent and unguarded, especially when accompanied by a girl of similar age, for it would surely enhance his standing. With a few persuasive words, he might just strike a lucrative deal. Shen Xingchen turned to see the vendor, and upon looking up, realized they had inadvertently wandered into an antique street. This market was renowned throughout Xiaonan, reputedly teeming with treasures unearthed from significant relic sites. It was said that a ninth-tier martial deity once procured a copper piece here, which unexpectedly contained the legendary technique known as the Nine Heaven Star technique. The veracity of such tales is difficult to ascertain. It could very well be a fabrication of wealth-driven schemes. Shen Xingchen approached the stall of the bearded man and inquired, "Good sir, what fine treasures do you possess?" The bearded vendor cheerfully replied, "Do not be misled by the modesty of my stall. The treasures within are the fruits of my labor. Behold this conical hat. I unearthed it in the Mirror Mountain ruins. It often emanates an enigmatic azure light. It could indeed be a remarkable artifact. I am reluctantly parting with it for merely 100,000. This was no mere fabrication. The hat indeed frequently emitted a blue glow, albeit its sole flaw was that it could only emit such light. Shen Xingchen stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, "Sir, you claim this is a hat?" "Indeed," the bearded vendor affirmed. "Isn't its shape and design quite evident?" Shen Xingchen continued, "You mentioned it often emits a green light. Under what circumstances does that occur?" The bearded uncle corrected, "It is not green light, but azure light. I often encounter it during my business trips." His words abruptly halted, as if his mind had been struck by a bolt of lightning. "Green light, hat, business trips." His lip quivered. "Young man, it cannot be." His wife, though possessing some beauty, had been his companion for many years, sharing joys and sorrows. At that moment, the hat in his hand suddenly emitted a blinding azure light, more astonishing than before. The bearded uncle could no longer maintain his composure. "Young man, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he disregarded his stall, tears welling in his eyes, and fled in haste. Jiang Qingyao witnessed the entire scene and let out a soft chuckle. Shen Xingchen picked up a booklet and glanced through it, realizing it was a price list. Upon closer inspection, the hat was priced at 50 yuan, but could be acquired for 20 if one was knowledgeable about its worth. Shen Xingchen was left speechless. What a farce! This old uncle had not spoken a single truth. Shen Xingchen remained at a loss for words. Chapter 27. The bet and the match the following day. The competition proceeded as scheduled, continuing with a random draw. 2 students, 1 male and 1 female, were selected on the big screen and stepped forward from the crowd to ascend the stage. In the resting area, Jiang Qingyao leaned in and inquired of Shen Xingchen. Who do you think will win? Shen Xingchen observed the 2 participants, neither of whom he recognized, and noted they were merely at the pinnacle of the first tier. The balance of power in the arena appeared even, making it difficult to discern who possessed the upper hand. At that moment, Shen Xingchen suddenly perceived a hint of mischief flickering at the corner of the male contestant's mouth. Something was amiss. He was concealing his true abilities on several occasions. It seemed the female contestant was on the verge of delivering a crushing blow, yet he miraculously evaded each attack. It was not mere luck. His marksmanship must exceed what was currently displayed. In contests where the disparity in strength is minimal, it is not uncommon to harbor a hidden lethal move. With this realization, the likelihood of the male contestant's victory seemed even greater. With a knowing smile, Shen Xingchen turned to Jiang Qingyao and proposed, "Shall we wager on who will win?" Jiang Qingyao, her enthusiasm palpable, replied, "Absolutely. If you lose, you must compliment me with 20 unique adjectives describing the beauty of women, without repetition." "What?" Shen Xingchen exclaimed. "How about we change it? I could help you break Tang Chen's leg instead." Despite the high probability of his victory, the thought of losing filled him with dread. The embarrassment would be unbearable. Nearby, Tang Chun overheard this exchange, his expression darkening. What did Shen Xingchen take him for? A mere toy? However, Jiang Qingyao was relentless, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "No, you must praise me," she insisted. Oomph. She had long been irked by his arrogance and was determined to teach him a lesson this time. Shen Xingchen's face darkened. "Since you are unyielding, do not blame me for being ruthless." After some contemplation, he declared, "Very well, I wager on the male contestant's victory, and if you guess incorrectly, you shall refer to me as Brother Xingchen henceforth." Upon hearing this stipulation, Jiang Qingyao's ears flushed crimson. Such a sweet and intimate title? Yet, in her determination to triumph over Shen Xingchen, she gritted her teeth and accepted the wager. She began to watch the match with utmost seriousness, her small hands clenched tightly, seemingly more anxious than the 2 contestants themselves. Soon, the dynamics of the battle shifted. Initially, the female contestant unleashed her signature move, a B-grade talent, wind escape. Her speed was astonishingly swift, often leaving the male contestant struggling to keep up, and it appeared she was on the verge of securing victory. However, only she was aware of her dwindling spiritual energy. At a critical moment, her pace began to falter. This was the moment the male contestant had been waiting for. With a cold smirk, he unleashed his marksmanship, breaking from his earlier predictability into a whirlwind of strikes. As the female contestant's wind escape slowed, the male contestant's speed surged. Bolstered by his B-grade enhancement talent, his spear danced like a dragon, launching a series of stunning strikes. With angles so acute, his spear pierced through the female contestant's defenses, aiming directly for her neck. Had he not shown restraint, she would have met her demise on the spot. "I have lost," the female contestant exclaimed, her face drained of color. "I too have lost." Jiang Qingyao anxiously clutched the hem of her garment. Shen Xingchen regarded her with an enigmatic smile. Jiang Qingyao's ears flushed crimson as she gazed downward, lost in thought. Shen Xingchen urged her on, saying, "One must be willing to accept the stakes." Jiang Qingyao opened her mouth, yet the words failed to escape her lips, her cheeks reddening further. At that moment, the new draw results were announced. Shen Xingchen would face when hung. The announcement echoed throughout the gymnasium. With a smile, Shen Xingchen rose and, as he passed by Jiang Qingyao, remarked, "Take your time to gather your emotions. I shall await you. Huh? Jiang Qingyao appeared utterly drained of strength and means. After delivering his cheerful statement, Shen Xingchen strode confidently onto the stage. From the audience's fervent cheers, it was evident that this match was charged with tension. Shen Xingchen had always found the siblings perplexing, one exuding inexplicable confidence, the other exhibiting a somewhat obsessive fervor. Given this, he resolved to use the match as a means to teach them a lesson, demonstrating that even among geniuses, disparities exist. Wen Hong approached from the opposite side of the stage, casting a derisive glance at Shen Xingchen. Your luck truly is unfortunate. In Wen Heng's view, while Shen Xingchen's abilities fell short of his own, reaching the top 8 was still within reach for him. However, encountering him so early in the competition was certainly a stroke of bad luck. Shen Xingchen replied with a smile, I am curious, from where does your confidence stem? As an S rank, do you genuinely believe that facing an opponent merely 2 levels below will guarantee your victory? Even if he is also a genius, one can fight above their rank. Do you truly believe it is that certain? A smirk curled at the corners of Wen Heng's mouth. Then watch closely. With that, Wen Heng stepped forward, his spiritual energy surging forth like a tidal wave, his aura steadily escalating. Second tier, third tier? No, the momentum did not wane, but intensified further. Fourth tier of the second level. Wen Heng's might erupted completely, gusts of wind swirling around him. He coldly declared, Shen Xingchen, what do you intend to use to contend with me? The audience erupted in astonishment. Wen Heng had indeed concealed his strength, now revealing himself to be at the 4th level of the second tier. At his age, most students of comparable standing were still stuck at the 1st tier. What was there to be surprised about? Wasn't he there already a 2nd tier, 5th level student at the 1st high school? What level were you at? Peak of the 1st tier? And what of it? As the crowd lavished praise upon her brother, Wen Ji's spirits soared, as if she too had reached the 4th tier of the 2nd level. This time, let her brother thoroughly humiliate Shen Xingchen and take vengeance on her behalf. Even the head of the Education Bureau, Wang Hao, marveled. The caliber of this year's students is truly impressive. Not only has someone at the 1st high school reached the 4th tier of the 2nd level, but the Mo Chen Academy has also kept pace. This is not even comparable to that pale, ethereal moon of the 1st level. In previous years, the 2nd tier level was considered the pinnacle of excellence. Yet this year, it has merely become a backdrop. This is what we call evolution. As Wen Heng listened to the gasps of the crowd, a smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. Who does not relish the adulation of others? If there exists such a person, it is merely because they lack exceptional qualities. In response to Wen Heng's ostentation, Shen Xingchen displayed little reaction, perceiving him as nothing more than a capering jester. He retrieved his spear from the weaponry of the arena and inquired, I hear you specialize in spear techniques and possess remarkable comprehension. Wen Heng scoffed, it seems you are not entirely foolish, having taken the initiative to inquire about me. However, you did not anticipate my level. Shen Xingchen, uninterested in hearing him complete his sentence, interjected bluntly, then by all means, use the spear. It would save you the trouble of conjuring excuses in the event of your defeat. Wen Heng's mocking demeanor faltered. Shen Xingchen truly was unaware of his precarious position. He was already at the 2nd tier, level 4, yet dared to be so audacious. Very well, let him have his way. Chapter 28. Your pride is worthless in my eyes. The onlookers remained oblivious. Whether it was the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th tier, it made no difference to Shen Xingchen. Wen Heng refrained from further discourse, brandishing his spear and charging at Shen Xingchen. He had devoted a decade to mastering his spear techniques, employing an intermediate Xian-level martial skill, piercing the clouds and shattering the moon. His comprehension was unparalleled in the Mo Chen Academy, and after acquiring this skill, he perfected it within mere months. Even without his innate talent, Wen Heng was confident he could triumph in this contest. However, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. Shen Xingchen surged forward, his speed akin to thunder, leaving behind 6 afterimages. He, too, wielded an intermediate Xian-level martial skill, the 6 Harmonies Golden Spear. The distinction lay in Shen Xingchen's attainment of a consummate level. Wen Heng found Shen Xingchen's spear play extraordinarily exquisite, stirring a sense of awe within him. Yet he pressed on with his assault. In a straight line, Shen Xingchen's velocity surpassed Wen Heng's imagination. Bang! Shen Xingchen reached Wen Heng, thrusting his spear, and in that instant, the 6 afterimages converged into one. It appeared as though he unleashed 7 strikes simultaneously, yet all arrived at Wen Heng's body at once. Realizing something was amiss, Wen Heng hastily retreated, but was too late. Shen Xingchen's spear pierced through Wen Heng's chest, blood staining half of his garments in an instant. What? The spectators had merely prepared to revel in an epic clash, anticipating the display of S-level talent's prowess. The battle concluded with alarming swiftness. Wen Heng had suffered a devastating blow in the blink of an eye. Wasn't the S-level talent supposed to be this formidable? The issue was, he hadn't even relied on his innate abilities. Chaos erupted. They all gasped in shock, some even questioning the integrity of the organizers. Wen Heng's prowess, even against ordinary martial artists 3 ranks higher, should have posed a challenge. How could he fall so effortlessly? In the Martial Academy's resting area, Wen Ji's delicate face turned pale. She had never witnessed her brother in such disarray since she could remember. Was that fellow Shen Xingchen truly this formidable? At the command platform, the previously languid director Wang Hao straightened his posture. He had observed closely. The student Shen Xingchen, named by the director, displayed an astonishing mastery of spear techniques, reminiscent of a seasoned master forged over 20 years. Yet, how old was this youth? Just barely over 18. Even if he had practiced since birth, such proficiency seemed implausible. Initially, upon reviewing Shen Xingchen's rank, he had thought little of it, questioning the significance of an S-level talent who appeared to progress so slowly. Now he understood. Indeed, the director's insight surpassed his own. No wonder the man held the title of director, while he was merely a section chief. In the resting area of the Martial Arts Academy, as he witnessed Shen Xingchen's dazzling performance on the stage, Tang Chen's expression darkened. On the other side, Jiang Qingyao was still grappling with whether to honor the wager when she heard the crowd's gasps. Looking up, she saw Wen Heng already stained with blood on the arena floor. Wasn't Wen Heng considered weak? Couldn't he afford a moment more of indecision? Shen Lingjuan's eyes also reflected surprise. He understood that S-rank individuals possessed the strength to surpass their level, yet the opponent was equally formidable, having seized the advantage from the outset. On the stage, Wen Heng's expression was one of shock. He had always perceived Shen Xingchen as merely someone who garnered attention through S-rank talents, believing there to be a significant gap between him and those labeled as geniuses since childhood. However, the marksmanship Shen Xingchen had just displayed was evidently of a high caliber. Having reached mastery, this forced him to concede that Shen Xingchen possessed a greater aptitude for comprehension than he did. How could this be? He had been inconspicuous before awakening. Could it be that awakening one's talents also enhanced their insight? After a prolonged silence, when Heng's eyes regained their brilliance, he had not yet lost, and he still had his talent to wield. With great effort, he pulled out his spear and retreated at high speed, his pupils narrowing, exuding an aura akin to a dragon's might. This was his talent, Mountain Dragon, A rank. In the next moment, an astonishing fighting spirit surged from Wen Heng's body, abruptly stirring a powerful gale. Wen Heng was serious now. An audience member exclaimed with excitement. The divine beast lineage, dragon attribute talent, even among A-rank talents, belonged to the most formidable category. Wen Heng's demeanor turned grave. His spear lunged forward once more, this time with an unprecedented ferocity. The weapon sliced through the air like a moonlit shadow, expanding within a radius of several feet, striking down towards Shen Xingchen with the weight of a mountain. The move was the simplest yet most demanding of strength, cutting through Huashan. Shen Xingchen remained steadfast in his position, his expression calm and his gaze indifferent. Was he truly not going to evade? Wasn't his marksmanship predicated on speed? Someone inquired. Boom! A second-tier, level 4 warrior unleashed his full power with his most proficient strike. The destructive force was beyond imagination. Shen Xingchen raised his spear to block. His form appeared exceptionally diminutive, as if entirely engulfed by the overwhelming might. The violent collision resonated, accompanied by a tremendous gale. The arena ground began to crack inch by inch, dust swirling ominously. The force of a single thrust was terrifyingly formidable. Did Wen Hung win? Someone asked from the stands. Nonsense. With an attack of that magnitude, who wouldn't be severely injured? Another responded. Wen Ji watched her brother with bright eyes. Despite a disadvantageous start, he had emerged victorious. Jiang Qingyao felt a tightness in her chest, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at the arena, her heart racing anxiously. Wen Hung exhaled deeply. He had finally secured the win. That last strike had exhausted all his strength. If that hadn't sufficed, despair would have truly set in. Just as he pondered this, his instincts suddenly heightened, an intense sense of crisis enveloping him. Is this all the strength you possess? From the thick, swirling smoke, a tall figure emerges with a composed demeanor. His complexion is rosy, and his breath steady, betraying no signs of injury or devastation. A hint of disappointment lingers in his expression, as if he were to say, "It seems you are not worth the anticipation." For the first time, a flicker of panic appears in Wen Heng's eyes, filled with terror. That previous strike, even a second-tier 6-level warrior would have suffered greatly. Yet, Shen Xingchen appears unfazed. Is he a monster? Even in such a weakened state, what are you so proud of? Shen Xingchen's voice resonates, directly probing Wen Heng's innermost thoughts. Indeed, he often took pride in his own accomplishments, as one should. However, their cohort is graced with a monster. As the smoke dissipates, Shen Xingchen's figure becomes increasingly distinct. The mountain dragon belongs to a subspecies of the dragon clan, while the azure dragon reigns as the sovereign among them. His azure gold vertical pupils gaze upon Wen Hung, akin to a monarch surveying his subjects. Shen Xingchen's form is adorned with intricate azure gold illusory scales that emanate a terrifying aura, exuding an authority that resonates from the very soul. He speaks calmly yet commands respect. Kneel. The ignoble bloodline should prostrate itself at the feet of royalty. Wen Hung feels a voice whispering in his ear, compelling him to submit. It is the essence of a superior, a weight imposed by bloodline. Among the dragon clan, one's lineage determines talent, status, and everything. In this moment, Shen Xingchen, both in combat prowess and the quality of his dragon blood, far surpasses Wen Hung. Overwhelmed, Wen Heng's mind shatters, and he can no longer maintain his composure. Gradually, he succumbs to kneeling. Chapter 29. Brother Xingchen Qinglong. A revered figure in the myths of Huaxia, is one of the 4 spirits of the East and a celestial presence among the 7 constellations, embodying the essence of Taihao. Even within the dragon lineage, he remains a legendary entity, a paragon of pure bloodline from ancient times. At this moment, Wen Hung bowed low, kneeling before Shen Xingchen, akin to a mountain dragon paying homage to the Qinglong. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd below the arena. What was Wen Hung doing? Some were shocked, others perplexed. Even if he faced defeat, conceding would suffice. Why kneel? Such a display of lack of resolve was unbecoming of a so-called genius. Wen Ji, having just rekindled hope for her brother, was struck with disbelief at this spectacle. No, her brother was not the kind of person to act in such a manner. How could this be? A man of such pride. How could he bow before another? The object of her admiration, her unwavering faith, seemed to crumble before her eyes. In the stands of Wu Dao Yi, Qi Yang observed the unfolding situation, muttering a curse under his breath, yet his expression grew grave. Shen Xingchen's prowess was now undeniable. He was certainly more than just a first-level, second-stage martial artist. From the aura he emanated moments ago, he was at least a 3rd level of the 2nd stage. Because Wen Hung was unable to compel Shen Xingchen to unleash his full capabilities, the spectators remained in a fog regarding his true rank. For the first time, Qi Yang felt a tangible pressure emanating from Shen Xingchen. The leading instructor of the Mo Chun Academy watched the scene unfold with a troubled countenance. Wen Hung was their emblem, representing not merely himself, but the dignity of the entire academy. Wen Hung, what are you doing? The instructor bellowed, his voice cutting through the throngs of people, reverberating throughout the gymnasium. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. On the stage, Wen Hung was jolted awake by the furious shout, regaining clarity. Upon raising his gaze, He beheld Shen Xingchen's youthful visage, which bore an expression of amusement and derision. Such a scenario was one he had encountered countless times before. Yet previously, the victor's position, that air of arrogance, was meant to be his own. What am I doing? He, Wen Heng, was the prodigy of the One family, a rare gem nurtured by his kin from a young age, carrying the weight of their aspirations. The One family had languished for centuries due to the absence of a remarkably gifted successor. His emergence was heralded as the dawn of their resurgence, instilling hope in all his relatives. But now, no, I have not yet been defeated. Wen Heng roared as he rose to his feet, prepared to launch an offensive. However, his intentions were naively optimistic. Shen Xingchen's S-class talent had already manifested, his azure and gold aura surging skyward. Heavenly Azure Dragon. The overwhelming force cascaded forth, felt even in the command area and among the audience, a pulsating power resonating through the air. A spectral dragon of azure hue drifted above the gymnasium, its golden vertical pupils mirroring those of Shen Xingchen, exuding a breathtaking authority, a dragon's might that seemed capable of crushing all in its path. The coveted S-class talent, which has evoked envy among the masses, made its astonishing debut before the crowd. With a single strike, it delivered a lethal blow. Is this truly the essence of S-class? Indeed, it is terrifying. How remarkably captivating. It is a divine beast-type talent of the dragon attribute, truly a gift from the heavens. But why must it be him and not me? No wonder he could so effortlessly suppress Wen Heng. It all becomes clear now. The championship of this duel has begun to take on an air of suspense. On the arena, Shen Xingchen shifted his footing and spun his body, delivering a side kick that struck Wen Heng as if he were casting aside a stray dog on the roadside. Your pride is utterly worthless in my eyes. Shen Xingchen no longer held back. With a resounding crash, Wen Heng was sent flying off the stage, rolling twice and spitting blood. Throughout this battle, Shen Xingchen maintained an unyielding dominance over Wen Heng, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. This display revealed the terrifying nature of S-class, silencing any doubts among the onlookers. Soon, medical personnel arrived with a stretcher to assist Wen Heng. His complexion was pale, and his breath was weak, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Undoubtedly, the blow to his spirit was even more profound. As Shen Xingchen calmly descended from the stage, the crowd remained in stunned silence. Perhaps only that talent from the first high school could rival him. This individual is formidable. Wen Heng has undoubtedly lost all face in this encounter. After Shen Xingchen took his seat, Jiang Qingyao approached with her hands clasped behind her back, smiling as she said, Shen Xingchen, you are quite powerful. She had come to a full realization. She had likely ceased to be his match long ago. What anomaly! Shen Xingchen smiled back at her. Jiang Qingyao, feeling a bit awkward, fidgeted with her hands. What is the matter? Why you still call me by my name? Shouldn't it be Brother Xingchen? Shen Xingchen corrected her with a grin. He added, if you fail to uphold your end of the bargain, I shall fill the notice boards and forums of the third high school with the words Jiang, the flower of the school, is untrustworthy. A deceptive little pup, Jiang Qingyao was regarded as a goddess, an object of reverence for countless students. He could hardly believe she would be so indifferent to her reputation. Jiang Qingyao's face turned pale. Why must life be so arduous? Indeed, gamblers seldom reap good outcomes. She gently parted her lips, her voice barely a whisper. Xingchen, brother. Shen Xingchen affectionately ruffled Jiang Qingyao's hair. Ah, good girl. He often did this to Shen Kiki, but this was the first time he had patted the head of a girl his age. The sensation was distinctly different. He wondered what brand of shampoo she used, as her hair carried a delightful fragrance. He continued with a smile. Let us maintain this going forward. The wager made earlier entailed that she would continue to address him in this manner. It was also Jiang Qingyao's first experience of someone patting her head, and her cheeks flushed like ripe cherries as she gently nodded in agreement. Tang Chun observed their intimate interaction, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. The next match was about to commence. In this match between Qi Yang and Yi Jingjing appeared somewhat unwell. Fully aware of Qi Yang's formidable prowess and the futility of her hopes for victory. As Qi Yang entered the arena, Shen Xingchen astutely noticed a glance from him. imbued with a hint of provocation directed at her. In a hushed tone, Shen Xingchen cautioned Yi Jingjing to be vigilant. With a complex expression, Yi Jingjing nodded and ascended to the stage, requesting Qi Yang's guidance. She had achieved modest success in her previous school, yet her self-awareness regarding her capabilities was clear. This statement subtly conveyed a plea for mercy from her opponent. However, Qi Yang scoffed, retorting, "Guidance? I am not your teacher and bear no responsibility to instruct you. My sole aim is to make you recognize your own limitations and the disparity between your school and mine." Upon hearing these words, Yi Jingjing began to feel a surge of panic. Qi Yang, indifferent to her distress, felt his aura intensify, the blood energy surrounding him thickening, and his eyes reddening, resembling a ferocious beast. This was the effect of his A-class innate talent, blood surge, enhancing his physical strength by 150 and his speed by 130. With the full force of his second-tier 4th-level power unleashed, he closed the distance to Yi Jingjing in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a powerful punch struck her in the abdomen, sending her hurtling backwards like a cannonball, blood spewing from her mouth. Her complexion turned ashen as she quickly declared, "I concede." Yet, Qi Yang feigned ignorance, executing a swift kick that sent her crashing to the ground once more. "What did you say? I can't hear you," he exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. Yi Jingjing lay limp on the stage, unconscious. Qi Yang emerget victorieux. Shen Xingchen sighed. Such is the nature of this world. It is strength that constitutes true confidence. Chapter 30. He Yan's ruthless style bathed in the envious gazes of many. Qi Yang descended the arena with a smile. As he passed by Shen Xingchen, he remarked, "I can see that you are formidable." Qi Yang's demeanor was imbued with defiance as he continued, "However, your effortless victory over Wen Heng merely stems from your innate advantages. I am not akin to that wastrel Wen Heng." His eyes sparkled with confidence. Despite Shen Xingchen's dazzling performance against Wen Heng, Qi Yang was resolute in his belief of his own superiority. Shen Xingchen replied with a smile, "You are all the same." According to psychological studies, individuals often attribute their opponent's successes to luck while crediting their own achievements to innate talent. In layman's terms, it translates to, "You are merely fortunate. I possess true skill." This phenomenon is known as self-serving bias, a commonly observed psychological state. Shen Xingchen perceived Qi Yang to be such a person. "What did you say?" Qi Yang retorted angrily. Shen Xingchen shrugged indifferently. "Believe it or not." Don't get too smug." Qi Yang scoffed, choosing not to engage further as he turned to leave. Perhaps he believed that words exchanged on the battlefield held greater weight. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyao, intrigued, inquired of Shen Xingchen, "Are you two quite familiar? You seem rather close, often whispering to one another." Shen Xingchen chuckled. "You ought to address me properly." After Jiang Qingyao called him Brother Xingchen, she appeared to relax, or perhaps she simply let go, as she quickly repeated her question. "So, Brother Xingchen, are you very familiar with him?" Jiang Qingyao tilted her head. Shen Xingchen nodded in satisfaction and explained, "Well, Qi Yang and I were introduced by Tang Chun." He then turned to Tang Chun, smiling, "Isn't that right?" "Dang Jian." Tang Chun turned to face Shen Xingchen, observing the smile on his face. He felt that although Shen Xingchen was smiling, a sinister undertone was lurking beneath. "Who is it? Who has betrayed me?" Tang Chen's heart raced with fear as he stammered, "Why, you mustn't make baseless accusations. I don't know Qi Yang at all." Shen Xingchen chuckled. "I was merely jesting. Why are you so flustered?" Tang Chen's face turned pale. The earlier scene had resembled him chastising a wayward subordinate. Nevertheless, Shen Xingchen's words provided him with some solace. It was merely a ruse he had concocted for himself. "I knew it. The only ones present were Lin Hu, Suja, and a few long-time followers. How could any information have leaked?" Yet, it was utterly infuriating to be so easily intimidated by a single comment from Shen Xingchen. He replied coldly, "Do not make such jokes. They are not amusing." Shen Xingchen merely gazed at Tang Chun with a knowing smile, his eyes seemingly penetrating the very depths of the heart. Tang Chun, feeling guilty, broke into a cold sweat and shifted to a position further away from Shen Xingchen to rest. After a while, the new matchups were announced. Jiang Qingyao was to face He Yan, Shen Xingchen straightened his posture involuntarily, his brow furrowing slightly. Caution was imperative. The individual known as Yin strikes with tremendous force, wielding a sword, making her quite prone to inflicting injuries. Her psychic abilities are rather peculiar. Thus, it is imperative to remain vigilant of her eyes in the arena, as they serve as indicators of her impending techniques. Should the situation become dire, concede promptly. I shall seek retribution on your behalf, he advised Jiang Qingyao. He feared that she might stubbornly insist on proving her worth, leading to her own injuries. With a playful tilt of her head, Jiang Qingyao replied, "Rest assured. I am aware." Just prior to Yi Jingjing taking the stage, Shen Xingchen had offered her a single piece of advice, yet with Jiang Qingyao, he had provided four. How amusing! For reasons unknown, a sense of delight stirred within her heart. In the arena, Jiang Qingyao was the first to activate her A-level innate talent, the Cloud Dream Frost. The moment the skill was unleashed, the surrounding air became frigid, a wave of cold sweeping over the audience. "Is it snowing?" someone inquired. "What nonsense! It's summer," another retorted. Before them, Jiang Qingyao appeared to be enveloped by a blizzard, and suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing wind reverberated. Behind her, crystalline blue wings unfurled dramatically, amidst the flurry of snowflakes. This was her own innovative application of the Cloud Dream Frost. Ice wings. "Are you on good terms with that, Shin?" Yin asked calmly, without making any significant movements. Jiang Qingyao countered, "And if so, what of it? Then I shall certainly enjoy playing with you." Yin replied with a smile. Jiang Qingyao retorted, "You speak as if victory is assured. I wonder, if you were to sustain grave injuries, would that Shun fellow be distressed?" "How distressed?" Yin queried further. Jiang Qingyao scoffed, gathering strength in one leg, her ice wings resembling two colossal swords poised at her side. Ice wing slash. With a swift motion, the sound of slicing wind erupted as Jiang Qingyao propelled herself forward, her two ice wings tracing a dazzling trail of crystalline blue light in her wake. Wherever the wings passed, the air shattered, as if capable of cleaving through the very fabric of existence. Yin rapidly retreated, expressing her discontent. Why the rush to engage? Jiang Qingyao offered no reply, instead continuing her relentless assault. Her form transformed into a resplendent streak of light, darting across the arena, leaving behind brilliant trails. Yin furrowed her brow, stating, "It seems I must demonstrate the disparity between us." With that, her eyes took on a violet hue, and her aura became enchanting. The sword in her hand began to soar autonomously, aimed directly at Jiang Qingyao's head, moving with a speed that eclipsed even Jiang Qingyao's own. In haste, she retracted her ice wings for protection. With a resounding clash, the violet-illuminated sword collided with the crystalline blue wings, producing a thunderous sound. Jiang Qingyao silently lamented. Yin's prowess surpassed her own, and the force unleashed was palpably stronger. The impact left her with a metallic taste in her throat, as if blood were to rise, which she forcibly swallowed back. The longer the struggle ensued, the greater her disadvantage would become. In her heart, she resolved fiercely, unfurling her icy wings to deflect the imposing purple longsword. Then, the wings shattered, scattering countless ice crystals that hung suspended in the air like myriad crystalline blue daggers. With a swift whoosh, these azure shards surged towards Yin, creating a spectacle of dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of a colossal hammer shattering crystal in an instant. A smile graced Yin's lips as her violet eyes gleamed once more, channeling her mental energies. A spherical barrier materialized around her, enveloping her entirely. This was the manifestation of a mental wave by a psychic. The ice crystals collided against the mental barrier, yet none could penetrate its defenses. Jiang Qingyao, witnessing this scene, could only manage a bitter smile. That previous strike had drained her spiritual power, and still, she was powerless against her opponent. I concede. Her consciousness began to blur as her body plummeted from the sky. Yin's lips curled into a cold smirk as the longsword shot forth with astonishing speed, aimed directly at Jiang Qingyao's abdomen. The ferocity of the sword's light was such that it seemed capable of cleaving Jiang Qingyao in two. Shen Xingchen watched in horror. aware that the distance between the audience and the stage was far too great. No human could match the swiftness of the sword light. He shouted urgently, "Quick dodge!" Not only Shen Xingchen, but the entire audience in the arena held their breath. Should that sword strike true, the exquisite girl might even lose her life on the spot. Thud, thud, thud. The atmosphere in the arena was eerily silent, as if one could hear the heartbeat of every individual present. Just as Jiang Qingyao's consciousness seemed to drift away, it appeared that Shen Xingchen's voice had indeed roused her. She summoned her last reserves of strength to shift her body slightly. Yet it was too late. In the shadows of despair, a thunderous roar erupted. The sword aimed at Jiang Qingyao was obliterated by a flash of lightning. The crowd turned to behold the referee at the command platform. His face darkened as he glared at Yin, declaring, "This is a duel. One cannot harm their opponent's life." The referee's hand crackled with residual lightning, emitting a series of sharp snaps, an overwhelming presence. A fifth-tier warrior had intervened. Chapter 31. The true realm of Shen Xingchen combat is merely combat. Injuries are inevitable, yet lethal force must be avoided. Each year, students participating in the Six Institute's Grand Tournament possess varying levels of prowess. To prevent fatalities among peers, high-ranking martial artists are appointed as judges. Even in the world of warriors, human life holds immeasurable value. The judge frowned as he observed the recent skirmish. The female contender had already conceded defeat, yet the one named Yin persisted in her assault with deadly intent, revealing her malicious nature. "Let this be the last time," the judge remarked coldly. Yin gazed at her shattered sword, disappointment etched across her face. Alas, it was so close. She had been keenly aware of the clandestine rivalry between Shen Xingchen and Qi Yang. How dare that individual provoke my man? It was infuriating. She had intended for the girl familiar with him to suffer a bit, but her plan had unraveled, leaving Yin exceedingly displeased. And this judge, what is one life in the grand scheme? A match without bloodshed is utterly meaningless. Were it not for the judge's formidable rank, she would have sought to teach him a lesson as well. Yin watched as Jiang Qingyao descended slowly, only to be caught by Shen Xingchen. A smile graced her lips. Luck seemed to favor her rival. Shen Xingchen wrapped his arms around Jiang Qingyao's waist, gently lifting her up. With her head resting against his chest, she could hear the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat. She instantly realized that despite his calm exterior, he was far from tranquil within. Though her complexion was pale, a faint smile adorned her face as she reassured him, "I am fine." Nodding, Shen Xingchen carried her off the stage, brushing past Yin, who felt a chill run down her spine as he flashed a devilish grin. "Next, let us have some fun." While Shen Xingchen smiled, Yin could only feel an unsettling apprehension, as though she were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. After the previous match concluded, the atmosphere in the arena grew palpably tense, as if everyone were ensnared within a brewing storm, poised to erupt at any moment. In the third round of the competition, Shen Xingchen faced Tang Chun. There was little to say. Shen Xingchen unleashed his full strength at the second stage, 5th level, and effortlessly defeated Tang Chun with a single palm strike. Why reveal his entire prowess? The answer was simple. He intended to instill pressure and fear in Qi Yang. The anticipation of punishment often breeds greater despair than the punishment itself. Standing atop Tang Chen's head, Shen Xingchen turned to Qi Yang and offered a slight smile. This action once again astounded the audience. Second stage, 5th level. So, Shen Xingchen was indeed at the second stage, 5th level. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Had he not taken his earlier encounter with Wen Heng seriously? He had displayed his full strength. Was it a response to the provocations from Yin and Qi Yang? An S-class divine beast with dragon attributes. Mastery in mid-level gun techniques of the Xian rank. Second stage, 5th level. Each of these capabilities, when considered alone, could be deemed a trump card. Now, they converged within a single individual, inciting envy among all. Yet, their envy paled in comparison to the dire predicament that awaited Yin and her companion. The audience present finally began to believe that Shen Xingchen possessed unparalleled strength in this competition. Even Yin, a formidable second-tier, level 5 practitioner, could be severely injured by a mere lapse in judgment against Shen. As for Qi Yang, he would likely be crushed in a single encounter. Shen Xingchen descended from the stage in silence, and a clear path parted before him, a testament to the respect commanded by a true powerhouse. In the resting area, Qi Yang's expression was grim. The explosive power demonstrated by Shen Xingchen made him realize that his earlier bravado was not mere bluster. Should he face Shen, he would likely meet the same fate as when hung. It had been years since anyone in Xiaonan City had heard of this individual. How could he be so strong? The next round would see 4 contenders reduced to 2, and aside from himself, only Shen Xingchen, He Yin, and the seed candidates from the Martial Arts Division remained uneliminated. The probability of encountering Shen was exceedingly high. Should he concede defeat? What would become of the reputation of his school? He felt regretful, wishing that by Chan Yue, the top student of his institution, had chosen to participate. Otherwise, they would not be in such a precarious position. He Yin grasped Qi Yang's hand and offered a reassuring nod. Despite Shen Xingchen sharing her tear, even with his innate advantages, she believed there was still a chance. However, it was infuriating. If only that Shen had revealed his strength earlier, she would not have provoked him. How could her cousins, a bunch of incompetents, dare to offend an 18-year-old second-tier, level 5 warrior? Regret was futile now. She could only hope to encounter Shen Xingchen first. On the judging platform, Section Chief Wang Hao wore a satisfied smile. This student Shen had not disappointed the director's expectations. He truly was formidable. The second day concluded with 2 rounds of competition. Everyone returned to the hotel to rest and prepare for the following day's matches. Yi Jingjing, with a keen sense of curiosity, inquired of Shen Xingchen, "How do you train?" This is astonishing. When one exceeds others slightly, envy ensues. Yet when one surpasses them by a considerable margin, they can only look up in awe. Such were Yi Jingjing's sentiments at that moment. Song Shuqin also found the topic intriguing. A person as remarkable as Shen Xingchen must possess a unique training regimen. If he could learn from it, he need not surpass Shen, but he would surely transcend the ordinary. Shen Xingchen pondered before replying. "What if I told you I don't train regularly? Would you believe me?" Song Shuqin scoffed. "You can say whatever you want. We were merely asking out of curiosity." No one would believe Shen Xingchen's whimsical claims. Not training? What a jest. Did he expect to level up merely by lying around? Song Shuqin had heard of top students who feigned a lack of effort to give the impression that their achievements came effortlessly, while in reality, they were diligently working behind the scenes. Shen Xingchen must surely be one of them. He resolved to step up his own efforts. Yi Jingjing chimed in with dissatisfaction. "As classmates, this is rather uninteresting." Shen Xingchen shrugged helplessly. It seemed that speaking the truth garnered no belief. Only Jiang Qingyao recalled the day Shen Xingchen had achieved a minor success with the 8 desolations containing Dragon Fist. It appeared he truly had not trained much at all, merely gazing at himself practice his punches. Could it truly be that he would not speak? In a secluded corner unnoticed by anyone, Tang Chun, recently wounded by Shen Xingchen, directed a gaze filled with venomous resentment toward him. Stealthily separating from the crowd, he navigated through several narrow alleys. Once he confirmed that no one could observe him, he withdrew his phone and dialed a number. "Contact Lee Butler." The call connected swiftly. Tang Chun cautiously surveyed his surroundings and, assured of his solitude, spoke. "Uncle Lee, I need you to eliminate someone for me." For too long, he had been subdued by Shen Xingchen, who had become unbearably arrogant. It seemed that He Yin would not be able to handle him either. Thus, Tang Chun was compelled to resort to more drastic measures. During their recent contest, Shen Xingchen had treated him with such disdain, akin to kicking a stray dog, both humiliating and disregarding him. On the other end of the line, Lee Butler inquired, "Young master, should I inform the master about this?" Tang Chun replied, "No, just employ your own servants." His father's discipline had always been stringent, and revealing everything could lead to unforeseen complications. Yet, the most capable individuals at his disposal were only of the 3rd tier, and he himself was merely at the same level. "Uncle Lee," Tang Chun nodded. "3rd tier will suffice. Deploy your people. The sooner the better. Is it truly unnecessary to notify the master? After all, it's murder, and if the enforcement team inquires, we would find it difficult to explain." Lee Butler continued. Tang Chun retorted angrily. "Then ensure that you carry it out discreetly." "But," Nobles, I demand his death. Chapter 32. Tormenting Qi Yang at 9:30 in the morning, the autumn South City gymnasium buzzed with anticipation. The venue for the prestigious 6th hospital competition. The audience arrived earlier than usual, for each subsequent match promised to be a spectacle. Undoubtedly, the most riveting confrontation was the long-standing rivalry between Shen Xingchen and He Yan. Who do you think Shen Xingchen will face today? I believe a duel with He Yan would be particularly exciting. A clash of two second-tier, fifth-level prodigies. What tier is Shen Xingchen? How could he possibly best He Yan? Nonsense. Were you not present yesterday? Shen Xingchen unleashed his full potential. Everyone knows he is also a second-tier, fifth-level talent. Oh, is that so? I missed the match yesterday due to work. Please elaborate, my dear friend. Amidst the animated discussions, the crowd suddenly erupted into a cacophony, all eyes drawn to the entrance. Shen Xingchen has arrived, someone exclaimed. At the entrance, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. With an air of confidence that was palpable in every movement, Shen Xingchen exuded an extraordinary charisma. His sharp brows accentuated his striking features, his clear gaze and handsome visage, though clad in a simple school uniform, could not conceal his ethereal charm. Such a captivating appearance, coupled with formidable strength, naturally attracted the attention of countless admirers. Wow, I just realized this S-class talent is so handsome. Given this, I might have to root for him from now on. Shen Xingchen, you must defeat the nefarious Qi Yang. Many girls gazed at Shen Xingchen with starry eyes. Were it not for the security personnel maintaining order, they might have rushed toward him. Meanwhile, the boys grumbled. Damn, I also planned to look like that. So why didn't I? Perhaps plans cannot keep pace with reality. Shen Xingchen felt speechless. Indeed, in any realm, appearances hold sway. Jiang Qingyao teased, how does it feel? Are you secretly pleased? Shen Xingchen retorted, actually, I feel even more elated when you call me Brother Xingchen. Jiang Qingyao was momentarily at a loss for words and retreated, defeated. The new round of draws commenced. When the big screen displayed Shen Xingchen versus Qi Yang, the audience erupted in excitement, their gazes fixated on Qi Yang with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. In the minds of the spectators, He Yan and Shen Xingchen might have been evenly matched. Yet, while Qi Yang was indeed skilled, facing either of these two formidable opponents would likely lead to his utter defeat. It seemed everyone foresaw the outcome of this confrontation. Shen Xingchen was the first to ascend the stage, exuding an air of defiance as he declared, Qi Yang, come forth and meet your demise. His words ignited the arena into a frenzy. Qi Yang's face turned ashen. The scenario he dreaded the most had come to pass. He leaned close and whispered in his ear, if you can't hold on, just concede. I've got this. Then she turned her gaze towards the arena, threatening Shen Xingchen. If you dare to harm him today, it will be a fight to the death between us. Shen Xingchen remained silent, merely casting a scornful glance at He Yan. He Yan deciphered Shen Xingchen's intent. He was utterly unfazed by her threats. Do you truly dare? He Yan reiterated. Shen Xingchen, disinterested, shifted her attention to Qi Yang, who had already ascended the stage. Qi Yang eyed Shen Xingchen cautiously, fearing an unexpected assault that could lead to his downfall. Shen Xingchen, I apologize. How about we call a truce? At this juncture, Qi Yang had finally begun to feel trepidation. Very well. Shen Xingchen initially responded with a smile. But before Qi Yang could speak again, she added, if you shout 3 times to the audience, I am worthless, merely a coward who bullies the weak, I shall allow you to leave gracefully. Qi Yang, initially believing Shen Xingchen had genuinely acquiesced, was struck with dismay upon hearing her subsequent words. His expression darkened. What kind of joke is this? If he were to comply with Shen Xingchen's demand, he would have no face left to show in future. Shen Xingchen's smile faded. You were the one joking first. Amusing, isn't it? Now you realize your mistake? It's too late. Qi Yang, infuriated, retorted, there has never been any significant enmity between us. Moreover, Jiang Qingyao did not truly endanger my life in our last encounter. Why must you be so aggressive? Shen Xingchen replied calmly. Earlier, He Yan threatened me, and I am curious about her definition of a fight to the death. Is that a valid reason? Reasoning? If reasoning were effective, why would I practice martial arts? Besides, do you truly possess any rationale to offer? In truth, I preferred your previous rebellious demeanor. Upon uttering this statement, Shen Xingchen's aura shifted dramatically. Her expression remained serene, yet her eyes ignited with a brilliant azure flame, exuding an unparalleled authority. Heavenly Azure Dragon. With her first move, Shen Xingchen unleashed her S-grade, innate divine ability, without reservation. This time, her intention was to instill a lasting lesson in this self-centered couple. Although Qi Yang had witnessed Shen Xingchen's prowess from the sidelines, standing against her directly was an entirely different level of pressure. His expression grew grave as he resolutely activated Triple Bloodburst, a Qi Yang signature technique. The power of Bloodburst could be amplified through successive uses, and Triple Bloodburst exceeded his current control. Typically, he would only resort to Double Bloodburst. Even if he managed to endure this time, the backlash from Triple Bloodburst would bring him prolonged suffering, potentially damaging his foundation. Such a severe cost indeed granted Qi Yang a significant boost in confidence, and he laughed maniacally. Then let us battle. Shen Xingchen scoffed, channeling her spiritual power. Her arm bore a twisting azure dragon silhouette, radiating an unmatched might. Those present could not comprehend. The 6 harmonies long spear was not even her trump card. Her most formidable martial technique was the Earth Tier skill, the 8 Desolations Dragon Fist. The terrifying might of the dragon unleashed a tempest within the arena, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This was the formidable power of high-tier Earth martial arts. Qi Yang had just rekindled his fighting spirit when he witnessed this horrifying scene. The madness on his face froze, resembling a frostbitten husky. With a thunderous roar, the ground quaked as Shen Xingchen surged forward. The distance between the two diminished rapidly. Shen Xingchen's fist, imbued with the terrifying dragon aura, struck Qi Yang with relentless force. How many exchanges could Qi Yang endure? From the audience, most speculated it would be 10. Shen Xingchen merely smiled disdainfully at that notion. One exchange. After one blow, if Qi Yang could still stand upon that platform, he would perform a handstand on the red stone. Thud! Qi Yang's body contorted like a shrimp, violently slammed into the ground. He had long lost consciousness, his face a mask of sheer horror. His entire body had been deformed by the impact, collapsing to the floor, twitching involuntarily. Shen Xingchen emerged victorious. The referee blew the whistle. As soon as it concluded, Hien rushed furiously towards the stage, her rage palpable, eyes fixed on Shen Xingchen. I want you dead. I want you all to perish. Chapter 33. The Blade of Birth and Destruction. Many believed that Qi Yang would be defeated. However, none anticipated that Shen Xingchen could so effortlessly deliver a devastating blow to Qi Yang with a single strike. Even Qi Yang himself was oblivious to the vast chasm that lay between him and Shen Xingchen. Just moments ago, the only individual capable of preventing Shen Xingchen from inflicting severe injury upon Qi Yang was the referee, a 5th-tier warrior. Why did the referee refrain from intervening? Firstly, Qi Yang did not have the opportunity to concede defeat. Secondly, the referee harbored disdain for the couple due to Hien's ruthless actions in the previous day's match. Shen Xingchen cast a sidelong glance at Hien, a sly smile playing on his lips. Oh dear, I truly did not foresee how weak your boyfriend is. Laughter erupted from the audience. Ha ha, Shen Xingchen is truly ruthless. Thankfully, Qi Yang has already lost consciousness. Otherwise, he might have been driven to vomit blood from anger. This S-class warrior not only possessed striking looks and formidable strength, but also a delightful sense of humor, garnering even more admiration from the crowd. Fuming with rage, Hien's dagger suddenly unsheathed from her sleeve. Her eyes glinted with malice as she lunged towards Shen Xingchen, exclaiming, "You will pay for this." The agreement between them was clear. Qi Yang must be injured, and the opponent must perish. No one could harm them, not even an S-class warrior. Shen Xingchen let out a cold laugh, preparing to retaliate when, crack, a blinding bolt of lightning descended, obliterating the dagger in an instant. The match is concluded. All unrelated personnel must vacate the arena. The referee declared sternly from the judge's platform. Shen Xingchen withdrew his hand, while Hien, witnessing the referee's formidable intervention, felt a surge of frustration. Her eyes were red-rimmed as she cried out, "It was merely a match. Must you resort to such brutality?" Just moments ago, she had assessed Qi Yang's condition, realizing that he had sustained severe injuries from that terrifying punch after exhausting his reserves. It was uncertain whether he could even rise from bed in the near future. Moreover, Qi Yang's meridians might be affected. Even if he recovered, it could compromise his innate talents and rob him of the title of genius. If Qi Yang were to awaken and hear such devastating news, how could he possibly accept it? He was such a proud individual. Shen Xingchen, uninterested in addressing Hian's emotional outburst, retorted, "Perhaps you should concern yourself more with your own predicament. Do you think that because I struck him, I would spare you? That would render my earlier demeanor as a rogue villain utterly pointless." Hian was rendered speechless by his words. "What you think is your own affair. I have no inclination to indulge your fragile heart. My actions require no guidance from you, nor do I owe you any explanations." With that, Shen Xingchen leapt down from the arena, casually waving as he called out, "See you tomorrow." Having already participated in both matches of the day, he had little interest in lingering further. Left on the stage was Hian, glaring at Shen Xingchen with a fierce intensity. Jiang Qingyao jogged up to him, a smile gracing her features. "Brother Xingchen, the match is wrapped up early today. Shall we go shopping?" Anticipating this victory, she was not particularly surprised. Shen Xingchen's prowess was entirely reasonable. Shen Xingchen nodded in agreement. Jiang Qingyao could not suppress her curiosity any longer. "There were so many people yesterday. I didn't have the chance to ask. How did you manage to break through to the 5th level of the 2nd tier? Weren't you only at the 1st level of the 2nd tier?" Others might be oblivious, but Jiang Qingyao was well aware that just a few weeks prior, during a battle with Tang Chun, Shen Xingchen had demonstrated strength consistent with a 1st-level 2nd-tier fighter. Shen Xingchen, weary of such inquiries, replied nonchalantly, "I just accidentally broke through. There's nothing much to explain." It wasn't as if he could confess that he had merely utilized the time they rested to activate a cheat. Now, that would indeed be an accidental achievement. Jiang Qingyao's gaze turned melancholic, her expression peculiar as she murmured, "Be more careful next time." Shen Xingchen was at a loss for words. What kind of remark was that? The two walked side by side out of the gymnasium, their distance fluctuating unpredictably. Psychologically speaking, interactions between the opposite sexes often maintain a subconscious social distance. Typically, this distance is about 20 centimeters for couples, indicating a relationship of profound intimacy. At present, Jiang Qingyao and Shen Xingchen occasionally crossed this threshold, yet neither paid heed to such minute details. After a moment, Jiang Qingyao suddenly laughed. "Our classmate, Yi, seems to look at you with rather unusual eyes." She had noticed the way Yi Jingjing had gazed at them as they exited the municipal gymnasium. That look was so tender it could likely soften the bones of any young man. What girl wouldn't be enamored by a handsome boy with great strength? Shen Xingchen halted and looked at Jiang Qingyao, asking, "So?" Naturally, he had noticed Yi Jingjing's admiration, but she was of the cute and soft variety, not his preferred type. He favored tall girls with exquisite faces, a cool demeanor, yet lively in his presence. Something felt amiss, but that was generally what attracted him. Jiang Qingyao was momentarily speechless. Yeah, so what? Why had she even brought it up? For the rest of their journey, she silently trailed behind Shen Xingchen, occasionally stealing glances at his back, lost in her thoughts. In Xiaonan City, within the estate of the He family, Hian swiftly concluded her match for the day and drove back home. "Miss, you've returned," greeted the elderly butler, his hair flecked with gray, with a warm smile as he welcomed the young girl. Having served the He family for over 30 years, he had watched the young lady grow up, now blossoming into a graceful figure and a prodigious student of martial arts. The old servant felt genuine joy from the bottom of his heart. Hian, her expression stern, stepped through the gates of the estate. Today, during the 6th Academy competition, Shen Xingchen had dared to injure Qi Yang. He must not realize what Qi Yang meant to her. Qi Yang was the only beacon of light she had encountered in her life. When she was very young, a master of martial arts had come to their family. The extraordinary individual possesses a remarkable talent known as prophecy. He foresaw that Hian's future abilities would mirror those of her ancestors, specifically the A-grade skill of Mind Master. In an instant, Hien found herself basking in adoration, with her father's status within the family ascending to new heights. Her radiance was unparalleled, and she was lavished with affection. However, her joy was short-lived, as she was soon thrust into a nightmarish existence. In a bid to swiftly uncover Hien's mind master abilities and inherit the ancestral power, the He family unanimously decided to send her through the gate of life and death. This gate, a trial left behind by the He family's forebear, was notorious for its terrifying challenges, as that ancestor wielded unparalleled might. Those who entered the gate of life and death inevitably faced excruciating torment, a fact well known among the He family. Yet, at merely 7 years old, Hien was to endure this inhumane ordeal. The young girl was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why her once-loving uncles and aunts had turned obstinately against her overnight. Even as she wept hoarsely, she could not prevent her relatives from ushering her into the gate of life and death. Ultimately, her parents themselves delivered her to that threshold. In that moment, her heart was shattered. Time became an abstract concept, and Hien felt herself numbed by the trials of the path. Nevertheless, she emerged victorious. The harrowing experience, cruelly dubbed the road from hell, would forever linger in her memory, as would the faces of those who had cast her into that abyss. Upon her return, she acquired unimaginable power, the force of life and death, and the blade of life and death. Yet, she also lost her humanity and the capacity for emotional connection. Later, she enrolled in a martial arts academy. Her cold demeanor led others to perceive her as a complete monstrosity. They regarded her with peculiar glances and hurled the most venomous insults her way. Yet, when she unveiled her terrifying prowess, far surpassing that of her peers, she incapacitated them all. Although her power remained sealed, even a mere fraction of it exuded an unparalleled and fearsome might. From that moment on, all began to tremble before her. Still, the looks of disdain persisted, never altering in their intensity, until the arrival of Qiyang. He was unfazed by her indifference, declaring his desire to remain her friend for life. He disregarded the peculiar gazes of their classmates, standing resolutely before her, shielding her and defending her honor. His gaze was forever imbued with warmth and kindness. Ultimately, her heart was breached. He was like a ray of light, penetrating her fortified defenses and illuminating the shadows within her soul. Now, someone sought to extinguish the only light in her heart. That person, the one named Shen Xingchen. He must die. I shall personally kill him. Hien suddenly inquired, "Is my father home?" The old servant replied, "Oh, miss, you came to find the master. If he knew, he would be overjoyed, but alas, he has gone out." Hien coldly interrupted, "It is better that he is not home." With determination, she strode toward the tower-like structure within the estate. The old servant, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, "My lady, you must not venture to the clan tower. There lies a power beyond your control." Hien's gaze was sharp as she declared, "No one can stop me today from retrieving the blade of life and death." The clan tower is a sacred artifact, meticulously crafted over generations by the He family. The blade of life and death resides at the very core of the clan tower. Today, she was resolute in her quest to seize that terrifyingly powerful dagger, the blade of life and death, and then eliminate that person. Chapter 34. Is there someone you fancy? On a bustling pedestrian street during the twilight hour, two individuals strolled leisurely, pausing intermittently to indulge in shopping. Of course, it was primarily Jiang Qingyao who indulged in purchases, while Shen Xingchen was burdened with an array of shopping bags of various sizes. As they wandered, Shen Xingchen suddenly queried, "Would you like some ice cream?" "Absolutely." Jiang Qingyao, already feeling the heat, eagerly responded. Upon receiving her affirmation, Shen Xingchen joined the long queue outside the Mi Shui Ice City shop. With summer on the horizon, the atmosphere remained stifling even as the sun dipped lower in the sky, resulting in an extensive line outside the establishment. Shen Xingchen had no choice but to start queuing from the beginning. Though Jiang Qingyao intended to accompany her, Shen Xingchen urged her to rest, prompting Jiang Qingyao to seek solace in a shaded area. However, scarcely had she settled into her chosen spot when a sophisticated young man approached. Adorned with gold-framed glasses and dressed flamboyantly, he exuded an air of cultured mischief. "Hello, beautiful. Are you alone?" he inquired. Jiang Qingyao glanced up, her brow furrowing slightly in disapproval. She had no intention of engaging with this unfamiliar male and replied curtly, "Is there something you need?" In the absence of Shen Xingchen, Jiang Qingyao effortlessly resumed her demeanor as an aloof goddess. The young man, taken aback by her frosty reception, hesitated before continuing, "Oh, it's nothing serious. I merely thought, if you're alone, we could hang out and perhaps become friends." Jiang Qingyao calmly responded, "Not interested." Unfazed by her rejection, the young man persisted. "My name is Sun Peng, a sophomore at Cheonan Martial Arts University." Cheonan Martial Arts University was a prestigious institution, requiring a rank within the top 50,000 in the province for admission. He deemed his accomplishments impressive enough to captivate some naive young women. Before he could elaborate further, Jiang Qingyao interjected, "I said, not interested." Sun Peng, sensing her blatant disregard, shifted his tone. "What are you pretending for?" Jiang Qingyao cast a frigid glare at him. Sun Peng, now visibly displeased, jested, "With your beauty, I imagine many suitors are vying for your attention." Although ostensibly a compliment, it carried an unsettling undertone, insinuating that her romantic entanglements were numerous. Such remarks, regardless of whether they were acknowledged, denied, or sidestepped, felt akin to being unjustly accused, leaving a distasteful impression. Undeterred, Jiang Qingyao retorted icily, "What? Is there someone you fancy among them?" Her words twisted the meaning of Sun Peng's earlier statement, infusing it with an unintended air of absurdity. Bystanders began to take notice of the unfolding exchange, casting curious glances at Sun Peng. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, "You." At that moment, any further words from him seemed feeble, only drawing more attention from those around. "Did you not hear me? Leave at once." At just that moment, Shen Xingchen approached, her expression decidedly unfriendly as she regarded Sun Peng. Ultimately, Jiang Qingyao is a young lady, unaccustomed to uttering crude remarks, in stark contrast to Shen Xingchen, who speaks with an unrestrained audacity. Upon seeing Shen Xingchen return, Jiang Qingyao's eyes sparkled with delight. Sun Peng also turned his gaze, scrutinizing Shen Xingchen. Although Shen Xingchen possessed remarkable looks, clad in a high school uniform, he was easily underestimated. Sun Peng smirked inwardly. As a second-tier student from Cheonan Martial Arts University, he felt an undeniable sense of superiority when faced with a mere high school student. "Is this your little boyfriend? He doesn't seem impressive at all." Shen Xingchen's eyes glimmered with a golden hue as he coldly retorted, "I shall say this once more. Leave." Due to his S-grade talent and extraordinary abilities, Shen Xingchen exuded an indescribable air of authority. Just as Sun Peng was about to hurl a few scornful jabs, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. His lips quivered, yet no words escaped them. With a mocking smile gracing his lips, Shen Xingchen brushed past him, taking Jiang Qingyao's hand, and walked away. Sun Peng instantly felt the pressure dissipate. He spat disdainfully onto the ground, cursing internally for being intimidated by a high school student. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, presumably his teacher. The man sneered, "Do you feel embarrassed and wish to retaliate?" Sun Peng nodded. "How could I let this go? Being humiliated by a mere high school student?" The middle-aged man retorted mockingly, "Fool, you are merely a second-tier level 4, while that high school student is a second-tier level 5 at such a tender age. Do you truly believe you can trouble him? Even if you gain an advantage today, do you think such a young second-tier warrior lacks a profound background? Before you act, could you not engage your mind?" Sun Peng was taken aback, utterly incredulous. "Teacher, how can this be possible? How could there be such a young second-tier warrior?" As he recalled his earlier brazen demeanor, he broke into a cold sweat. After accompanying Jiang Qingyao for an evening stroll, Shen Xingchen returned to the hotel. They each retreated to their respective rooms. To ensure the students could perform at their best during the 6th Academy competition, the temporary accommodations provided by the 3rd high school were quite commendable. The room was adorned with a crystal chandelier, and beneath it lay an enormous round bed, draped in exquisitely patterned sheets. A half-wall-sized LCD screen was mounted on the wall, playing promotional advertisements. Shen Xingchen reclined lazily on the bed and opened the system panel. Name: Shen Xingchen Tier. Second tier, level 5, talent ability, Celestial Azure Dragon. Associated skills: Dragon's Might, Life Restoration, Martial Arts, Crushing Spear Style, minor accomplishment. 6 Harmonies Golden Spear, major accomplishment. 8 Desolations Dragon Fist, minor accomplishment, cultivation method. Ancestral Dragon Scripture, martial points, 1,500 points after several days of effort. He had accumulated a significant number of martial points, sufficient to learn something new. Shen Xingchen perused the system records, recalling the martial arts he had previously acquired at the city library. Invisible Sword of the Universe was the only Earth-tier martial art he had documented. It seems that even within the entirety of Kainan City, Earth-tier martial arts are quite rare. This realization fills Shen Xingchen with a sense of fortunate serendipity, for he has discovered such a remarkable treasure as the 8 Desolations Dragon Fist in the reading room of his school. Although the Shattered Void Finger and Cracking Sky Fist are both high-level profound techniques, they possess formidable power and can effectively complement the 8 Desolations Dragon Fist. At present, Shen Xingchen does not lack in offensive capability, yet his martial skills are rather singular, making him susceptible to targeted attacks. The Divine Movement Step, classified as a high-level profound technique, is a movement-based martial art that Shen Xingchen urgently requires. Should he encounter an equally matched opponent who wields an excellent movement technique that he has not mastered, he risks becoming an easy target. After meticulously listing all his options, Shen Xingchen ultimately resolves to learn the Divine Movement Step. It would be utterly frustrating to intend to teach a troublesome adversary a lesson, only to have them evade his grasp through superior mobility. System: allocate points. Shen Xingchen called out to the air. Congratulations, host. You have spent 1,000 insight points to cultivate the martial art Divine Movement Step. This is an exceedingly profound technique, and due to the host's lack of experience with movement-based martial arts, the learning process is rather arduous. The host's training speed resembles that of a grandmother burrowing into her blankets, sluggish and drawn out, which brings me amusement. Although the host's talent is limited, his diligence prevails. After 15 years of relentless cultivation, the host has successfully achieved minor mastery of the Divine Movement Step. Even a second-tier, 9th-level warrior cannot surpass your speed. This insufferable system remains as acerbic as ever. Shen Xingchen perused the skill list, noticing that the representation of the Divine Movement Step had transformed from its initial gray hue to a delicate golden shade, signifying minor mastery. Currently, only the martial skill 6 Harmonies Golden Spear has reached major mastery, its corresponding icon radiating a rich golden color, undeniably striking. I truly must be exceedingly diligent, Shen Xingchen mused, reflecting on the effort he had expended in enhancing his martial arts, to the point where his fingers ached from strain. Chapter 35. Assassination as usual. Shen Xingchen indulged in a warm bath. After donning his pajamas, he opened the window to find a gentle drizzle outside. He languidly stretched, inhaling deeply against the breeze, washing away the fatigue that clung to him. Tomorrow marked the championship battle. Although Hian's prowess was indeed remarkable, it paled in comparison to his own. He believed that, deep down, Hian harbored no confidence in defeating him. Tomorrow, he was determined to teach this uncouth woman a lesson. Drip! A single drop of water fell softly onto the floor of his room. Who was it? Shen Xingchen's nerves tensed instantaneously as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. At the moment the droplet fell, he sensed an overwhelming aura of malice. At such a close distance, he could perceive even the faintest breath of the assailant, a testament to their terrifying presence. He followed the trajectory of the droplet, yet saw no figure. You must not harm him. A woman's voice resonated hauntingly from behind Shen Xingchen. He turned but still saw no one. The intruder was exceptionally well concealed, likely employing some artifact far surpassing the second tier. Is that you, Hian? Shen Xingchen deduced the identity of the voice. This deranged woman, coming to his room at such an hour, did she intend to kill him? Suddenly, a prickling sensation surged through his back, an instinctual warning from his warrior's intuition, prompting him to spring away. Just where he had been standing, a dark dagger lunged towards him. Had Shen Xingchen not evaded in time, the dagger would have pierced his neck. His pupils constricted. This madwoman meant to kill. The failed assault revealed a figure clad in black, none other than He Yin herself. Her expression was icy. "I warned you, if he is harmed, you shall die." Shen Xingchen retorted with a cold smile. "You have advanced at the expense of countless others. I merely treat you as you treat them, and you cannot endure it?" He Yin shot back. "I care not for others, him. You must not injure him." Shen Xingchen laughed in disbelief. "Fool, you possess no morals, no boundaries. A revolting, self-serving romantic, as if your very body is being manipulated by primal instincts." He Yin, infuriated, exclaimed, "You have no idea what we have endured. What gives you the right to judge me?" As she spoke, her form transformed into a streak of residual light, the dagger in her hand gleaming with a gruesome red hue. Shen Xingchen felt an oppressive weight, the breath of death enveloping him. It was that dagger. He focused intently. He Yan's pupils glowed with a blood-red light, mirroring the dagger's sinister brilliance. This deep crimson, when unleashed, promised unfathomable might. Shen Xingchen recoiled hastily. The He Yin before him was a stark contrast to the one he had known during the day. She was shrouded in a malevolent aura, resembling a chilling machine of death. He could not match her strength. This was Shen Xingchen's assessment. Yet, he was not without recourse. Although He Yin currently possesses formidable power, her expression is grotesquely contorted, likely a testament to the excruciating sacrifices she has made to wield such terrifying strength. One wonders how long she could sustain this state. With a resounding thud, Shen Xingchen burst forth from the floor-to-ceiling window, taking a few strides before landing on the street below. He had just employed the swift step, a technique he had recently mastered, showcasing a terrifying speed that rendered him unrivaled beneath the third tier. "What you endure bears no relevance to me or anyone else," Shen Xingchen declared. "How you treat others is precisely how they will treat you. What issues arise from that? No one has ever treated you as I have, merely because their strength was insufficient." He cast a disdainful glance at He Yin. "You shall surely perish today." He allowed a cold snort. The dagger in her hand glowed with an increasingly sinister crimson light, while thorn-like patterns swiftly ascended her arm. "With my blood, I shall unlock the cycle of life and death." A complex, mysterious sigil materialized before her, and a wave of deathly power began to spread. It was the strength of her ancestors, the power of the gate of life and death. A mocking smile curled upon He Yan's lips. No matter how powerful Shen Xingchen may be, he cannot withstand the onslaught of the gate of life and death. A massive blood-red dagger descended from the heavens. Shen Xingchen pushed the swift step to its utmost limit, his form nearly dissolving into an afterimage as he raced down the Golden Avenue. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he found himself unable to contend and opted for evasion. The force of death pursued him relentlessly, and he narrowly dodged, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, he possessed a proficient martial skill in agility. When an initial strike failed, the ethereal dagger conjured by the gate of life and death did not vanish. Instead, it adjusted its blade and continued its lethal pursuit of Shen Xingchen. The rain fell with increasing intensity. Shen Xingchen's body, mingled with raindrops, sped down the long street. He merely needed to buy time until He Yin could no longer control this forbidden power. The illusory blood-red dagger struck repeatedly. Shen Xingchen's body moved like lightning, yet evasion remained a strenuous endeavor. Countless times, the phantasmal dagger grazed his flesh, leaving trails of blood that were swiftly washed away by the downpour. A radiant azure light enveloped Shen Xingchen's form. The skill Life Revival from the Azure Dragon of the Sky was activating. The wounds that had just appeared began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of an S-rank talent, a 300% enhancement to life recovery speed. As Shen Xingchen's power increased, his healing rate would only accelerate further. Eventually, it might reach a point where the injuries inflicted by his enemies would not surpass his own recovery speed. While evading the ethereal daggers, Shen Xingchen suddenly sensed that the exertion required for dodging was no longer as taxing as before. His speed had not increased. Rather, He Yin's control over the daggers had diminished. A cold smirk crept across Shen Xingchen's lips. The moment for his counterattack was imminent. Meanwhile, Tian's blood surged violently into the blade of life and death. In response, her complexion gradually paled. To fully master this dagger, one would require at least a 7th-tier strength. This forced activation was not without consequence for her. After once again invoking the blade of life and death to achieve a kill, Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. She was nearing her limit, clenching her teeth. She wondered why Shen Xingchen's speed was so astonishing. It was merely a fraction away, just a hair's breadth. A throbbing pain surged through her head, her delicate features contorting as veins throbbed visibly. Kill! The illusory blood-red dagger surged forth with renewed speed. Buzz, the sound of wind breaking echoed. There was no evading this. Shen Xingchen's expression turned grave as his spiritual power surged forth. Azure golden dragon scales emerged upon his body, enveloping him like a suit of war armor. His fists bore the majesty of a dragon. The 8 Desolations Dragon Fist. For the first time, Shen Xingchen unleashed the full power of his Earth-tier martial arts. Boom! The roar of 6 dragons echoed. His fist, clad in dragon scales, hurtled forward with wild ferocity toward the dagger. You vile woman, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Chapter 36. A twist of fate. 2 torrents of ferocious energy collided with the force of mighty waves, severing the downpour, slicing through the howling winds, and obliterating all that the eye could perceive. The space around them plunged into a brief vacuum. Shen Xingchen's expression twisted in a grotesque semblance of madness. His fist was pierced by an illusory, oversized dagger, blood cascading down his arm. Meanwhile, Tian was not faring any better. She coughed up blood twice, her breath faltering. Shen Xingchen could distinctly sense that she was at the end of her tether, her remaining strength no longer posing any threat to him. As he pondered this, the phantom crimson dagger began to shatter, resembling a fragile porcelain piece fracturing. Shen Xingchen, with renewed ferocity, unleashed his power to utterly dismantle Tian's onslaught. He surged forward with an unmatched force, closing the distance to Tian. Depleted by the blade of life and death, Tian had no strength left to confront him. Shen Xingchen seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. His posture was erect, his pupils ablaze with azure flames, his hair drenched by the rain, yet exuding no sign of despondency, only a palpable aura of menace. You cannot kill me. Tian's countenance was ashen, her body completely crumpling under his grip. The realization that she could not be slain by this individual filled her with an overwhelming sense of regret, self-reproach, and terror. The man who held her aloft seemed genuinely intent on her demise. Shen Xingchen mockingly inquired, "Do you not blame me for injuring Qiyang?" Tian retorted, "Qiyang is a rare beacon of light that I struggled to find. What right do you have to destroy him?" Shen Xingchen chuckled, "Look at you. I'm still my mother's good son." Tian, devoid of color, persisted, "You and he have no animosity. Why must you torment him? He is merely a bit arrogant. Must he be trampled underfoot by you?" "Oh." Shen Xingchen's gaze sharpened, and he tightened his grip slightly. "So, does that imply I am in the wrong?" Feeling the pressure on her neck, Tian stammered in horror. "You." Shen Xingchen increased the force once more. "Don't," Tian pleaded. "Oof." Shen Xingchen lost interest, his grip intensifying. Tian, utterly shattered, cried, "I have realized my mistake. You cannot kill me." Shen Xingchen eased his grip slightly, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Look at how terrified you are. You don't think I'm a villain, do you?" Tian sensed a flicker of life returning, her eyes brightening. Indeed, this Shen character would ultimately spare her. This society, after all, adhered to the rule of law. And Shen Xingchen was merely a law-abiding high school student. She exhaled heavily in relief. At that moment, Shen Xingchen suddenly unleashed his full power. A grin spreading across his face. "I truly am. Tian's body hung in the air, her breath stifled at her throat, convulsing in agony. Her eyes bulged, losing focus, as vitality rapidly ebbed away. Bang! Unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure darted next to Shen Xingchen, delivering a powerful strike. Shen Xingchen staggered back. However, the assailant did not strike with full force. Shen Xingchen managed to stabilize himself in an instant. You brat, your strikes are excessively heavy. The shadowy figure supported He Yin, his expression stern. He Yin had already fainted from prolonged suffocation. Are you trying to shift the blame? Shen Xingchen retorted coldly. Are you from the Martial Arts Academy, or the He family? The figure in black furrowed his brow. Aren't you afraid I might strike you down right now? Shen Xingchen replied calmly, as if you possessed the capability to do so. Just moments ago, he sensed the presence of Principal Chen Lingjun and a group of teachers from the Third Academy. The confrontation between He Yin and Shen Xingchen lasted no more than 5 minutes. Hearing the commotion, various factions began to arrive, and Chen Lingjun rushed over. Pointing an accusing finger at the man, Li Junfeng, are all the people from Martial Arts Academy this unreasonable? The figure in black removed the hood from his raincoat, revealing a middle-aged face. Shen Xingchen recognized him from the grand competition at the 6th Academy. He was the leading teacher from Martial Arts Academy. Li Junfeng replia nonchalantly. Chen Lingjun, why the rush? If a life is lost today, it benefits neither of us, especially not your student. Chen Lingjun retorted, nonsense. It was your academy's students who acted first. Is it only permissible for your people to take lives in Xinan City? Li Junfeng defenda. We have witnessed the enmity between these two students. It was Shen who struck first, severely injuring Qi Yang, which led to this assassination. Chen Lingjun countered. It was clearly your student who provoked first, and Qi Yang has always used excessive force against others. Li Junfeng, realizing his argument was weak, said, That's not what I meant. What I mean is that we cannot place all the blame on He Yin's impulsiveness. If Shen had moderated his strikes at the time, this could have been avoided. Chen Lingjun, furious, exclaimed, impulsiveness? Armed with a family heirloom, stalking in the dead of night to assassinate. If it weren't for Shen's exceptional strength, he might have lost his life on the spot. You call this mere impulsiveness? Li Junfeng's expression stiffened as he feigned ignorance. Well, how about this? I will apologize on her behalf. Chen Lingjun shot back. If apologies were effective, why would I practice martial arts? You cannot just let this slide. Compensation is necessary. Li Junfeng conceded. All right, we will pay. We will do our utmost to fulfill what we can. Shen Lingjun's demeanor softened as he turned to Shen Xingchen. Xiao Shen, you should request the compensation. Ultimately, it was Shen Xingchen who suffered the most in this assassination attempt, and he deserved the opportunity. Shen Xingchen stroked his chin thoughtfully. I want He Yan's life. This is impossible. Li Junfeng protested. He Yan's life is our utmost priority. What a miser. Shen Xingchen scoffed. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, his anger intensified. Had he not just completed his training in godly steps, he might not have been able to hold out until his teacher arrived. This cannot be left unresolved. Li Junfeng broke down. Is this really a matter of being miserly or not? What a damn miser. He should be magnanimous. He Yan's life is at stake. Shen Xingchen pointed at He Yan's dagger. Then I want the dagger in her hand. No way. Li Junfeng scowled. The classmate surnamed Shen is quite demanding. This is a significant item belonging to the He family and must not be given away. Shen Xingchen continued. Then I require 3 drops of the primordial essence blood from a member of the ancient Shedding Sky serpent royal lineage within the demon clan. Previously, while perusing materials in the reading room and through various inquiries, he had learned the name of the royal lineage that severely injured his father, the ancient Shedding Sky serpent clan. It is said that this species possesses several heads in its true form. The more heads it has, the purer the bloodline and the greater the strength. What in the world? Li Junfeng felt as if his head might explode. Among the most elite of the demon clan, the 3 prominent lineages are the ancient Shedding Sky serpent clan, the celestial winged dragon clan, and the sun moon divine demon clan. Do you truly expect me to procure blood from their royal lineage? Do you believe this is something a high school principal could manage? This is akin to asking me to slay the demon emperor. Me? Is it really me? Shen Xingchen pressed. Is it possible? Although his request was indeed excessive. What if? Wasn't Jiang Qingyao able to obtain that fire spirit mushroom in a similar fashion? Li Junfeng exclaimed. Are you joking? Absolutely not. Shen Xingchen snorted coldly. If this isn't possible and that isn't feasible, do you lack sincerity? Chapter 37. The Lingxi pendant, is there a lack of sincerity? Li Junfeng's expression was ashen. What conditions has this person named Shen proposed? In all of Huaxia, how many individuals possess the sincerity to meet his expectations? Observing the stalemate in the negotiations, Shen Xingchen stepped forward with a grin. Old Li, as an elder, why not be magnanimous and present something of worth for your student to admire? Shen Xingchen remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Only then did Li Juanfeng's demeanor soften as he retrieved a jade pendant from his spatial ring. This pendant, known as the Lingxi pendant, brims with spiritual energy, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from a 5th-tier warrior, 10 from 4th tier, and even more from a 3rd tier. With this Lingxi pendant in hand, it would be impossible for them to inflict harm upon you. Li Junfeng clicked his tongue. This was a 4th-grade spiritual item, which, due to its unique nature of storing spiritual power for later use, does not require consideration of the user's tier. It is valued at 20 million. What do you think? He said, his voice tinged with reluctance. Shen Xingchen was astonished. Old Li, this Lingxi pendant is indeed a remarkable treasure. You truly are willing to part with it? 4 lower-tier warriors, acquiring such a high-grade item without usage restrictions is exceedingly fortunate. 4 5th-tier warriors, the Lingxi pendant might be worth only 20 million. But for lower-tier warriors who can use it to save their lives, its value is immeasurable. Shen Xingchen appeared contemplative, deeming the offer quite agreeable. Shen Xingchen also winked at him, clearly advising him to accept the favorable deal. With Shen Xingchen's encouraging gaze solidifying his belief in the pendant's worth, Shen Xingchen replied, "All right." However, he still feigned dissatisfaction as he accepted the jade pendant. Upon holding the pendant, he examined it closely. The jade bore a delicate pink hue, intricately carved with fine feathered wings, its surface radiating a faint spiritual glow, exquisite and lively. He indeed lacked items for self-preservation. A splendid treasure. Ultimately acquiring the Lingxi pendant, Shen Xingchen felt a sense of satisfaction. Seeing Shen Xingchen accept the pendant, Li Junfeng left with a sullen expression, perhaps genuinely feeling the pinch of parting with it. Shen Xingchen remarked with a smile, "This time, Old Li has been quite generous." Continuing to haggle would yield no better outcome. He had known Li Junfeng for over a decade and understood his temperament. Indeed, Shen Xingchen nodded. Shen Xingchen continued, "I never imagined you could triumph over He Yin, who wields the blade of life and death. Do you realize that this divine weapon possesses terrifying power? An ancestor of the He family once wielded this dagger to vanquish a demon of 9th-tier strength. Even if that young lady can only unleash 1/10 of its potential, it remains formidable, and yet you managed to withstand it." Shen Xingchen chuckled. "It was merely luck. Had I not fortuitously learned the divine movement technique, and if Yin had not happened to exhaust her strength, the outcome would indeed be uncertain. Do you harbor any grievances regarding the handling of the He Yin assassination incident?" Shen Xingchen inquired. "How could there be none?" Shen Xingchen retorted with a cold laugh. Shen Xingchen exclaimed, perplexed. "That is quite curious." Shen Xingchen's lips curled into a smirk. "What did I ever claim she would survive?" Shen Xingchen. For the first time, he perceived an utterly audacious side of his classmate named Shen. After a prolonged silence, they concluded their matters, and it was already quite late. Both Shen Xingchen and Shen Xingchen returned to the hotel. Despite the unforeseen calamity they endured, there were indeed some gains. On the final day of the 6th Academy competition, everyone anticipated an exhilarating battle. However, upon arriving at the venue, they learned that the finalist He Yin had withdrawn from the competition. Whispers began to circulate. He Yin attempted to assassinate Shen Xingchen, but was gravely injured in return, hence her inability to compete. The revelation left many astonished. How could the terms female high school student and assassination possibly coexist? As the crowd delved deeper into the situation, they gradually uncovered the full narrative. It turned out that Miss He, harboring resentment over the injuries inflicted on Qi Yang, had pilfered her family's sacred weapon to confront Shen Xingchen. Yet, the endeavor seemed far from successful. It appeared she nearly fell victim to an S-grade warrior. Had it not been for the intervention of Wu Dao Yizhong, she might have faced a dire fate, for that S-grade individual truly possessed extraordinary talent. He Yin wielded the He family's ancestral weapon, a relic once belonging to a renowned assassin, a divine object only ninth-tier martial artists could fully master. Even with such an advantage, she still faced defeat. As the crowd marveled at Shen Xingchen's prowess, they could not help but scorn He Yan's actions. Throughout the competition, the ruthlessness of He Yan and her accomplice had been evident to all. Did not Xiang also severely injure Bei Mingxue and Yi Jingjing during his ascent? Moreover, He Yan had nearly slain the campus goddess Jiang Qingyao from Wudao Sanzhong right on the spot. With such a disposition, how could she expect sympathy when struck back? How could her boyfriend suffer injuries without her breaking down? Regardless of public opinion, the championship was secured by Wudao Sanzhong. This victory allowed the institution to bask in glory, with Principal Chen Lingjun radiating joy throughout the day. Upon hearing of He Yan's withdrawal, Shen Xingchen displayed no signs of surprise. Last night, he had indeed dealt her a significant blow. Even if she had not sustained severe injuries, she would likely lack the courage to confront him in the near future. As Shen Xingchen ascended the stage to receive his award, countless gazes converged upon him, filled with envy. Section Chief Wang Hao's face glowed with pride as he remarked, "Student Shen has truly not disappointed the director. Today, he shall report on this competition in detail." Of course, the assassination attempt by He Yan would also be reported accurately. Some families had grown rather overbearing, and it was time to put them in their place. Teacher Liu looked at Shen Xingchen with immense pride. He had never anticipated that this previously unnoticed student would shine so brilliantly once given the opportunity. Yi Jingjing regarded Shen Xingchen with a mix of reverence, admiration, and a tinge of inferiority. Shen Xingchen was like a dazzling meteor, streaking across her life without pausing for even a moment. Only that tall figure remains etched in Yi Jingjing's memory, an indelible mark. In youth, one should indeed refrain from encountering individuals of such dazzling brilliance. Jiang Qingyao gazed at the resplendent Shen Xingchen upon the podium, a smile gracing her lips. Although the chasm between her and Shen Xingchen had widened, her heart brimmed with blessings. If it is fated that I cannot match your stride, then standing amidst the crowd, witnessing your radiant glow, is truly a gift. Should our destinies be thus entwined, I willingly remain in the dust, admiring your brilliance like the stars. Yet before that, I shall exert every effort to keep pace with you. Chapter 38. My son can still afford to lose. The news of Shen Xingchen's triumph spread through the Martial Arts Academy with astonishing rapidity. The students were not only filled with pride, but were also astounded by Shen Xingchen's meteoric rise. Just a month ago, he was an inconspicuous figure. Yet today he stood at the pinnacle, surpassing all the prodigies of Qianan City. How did Shen Xingchen achieve such an extraordinary feat? Some speculated that perhaps he had acquired some peculiar secret technique that granted him unparalleled strength. I've heard a method, one remarked, that requires a man to be rejected by women 99 times before it can be unlocked. And once it is, its power is boundless. Are you suggesting that Shen Xingchen's persistent affection for Yang, she was merely a means to activate this technique? Indeed, how else can one explain his previous devotion followed by a sudden withdrawal? Their conversations buzzed with theories. In Class 3, Yang Shi found herself in a daze upon hearing of Shen Xingchen's victory, as if caught in a surreal dream. Yet, she could not deny that the current Shen Xingchen was now beyond her reach. As she lingered in her thoughts, a bouquet of flowers was presented to her. "Xiao Shi, please agree to be my girlfriend. I promise to treat you well." Yang Shi looked up to see Jiang Cheng, his eyes brimming with affection. Ever since he learned of Shen Xingchen's true capabilities, he had refrained from pursuing Yang Shi. However, upon hearing that Shen Xingchen had distanced himself from her and grown closer to Jiang Qingyao, he sensed an opportunity. Yang Shi, however, was not impressed by the flowers and replied coolly, "Please leave. I already have someone I like." Since Shen Xingchen's rejection, Yang Shi had reflected deeply and realized that she had indeed developed feelings for him. Memories of their childhood together and the tender moments they shared flooded her mind. Every gesture Shen Xingchen had made, each careful interaction, resonated within her heart. Jiang Cheng, unwilling to accept defeat, pressed on, "Is he truly that exceptional?" From the look on Yang Shi's face, he discerned that her thoughts were occupied by Shen Xingchen. He acknowledged that Shen Xingchen was indeed superior to him now. Yet he could not fathom why, despite his own past strengths, he could not win her heart. Yangshi pondered for a moment and asked, "Would you be willing to kiss my feet?" Jiang Cheng was taken aback for half a minute. Could it be that Shen Xingchen had reached such lengths? Truly, he was a remarkable individual. Resolutely, he declared, "I would." Yet, deep down, he knew he wouldn't. Yang Shi, with a look of disdain, tossed her high ponytail and stood to leave, adding, "You're really quite disgusting." Jiang Cheng's composure crumbled. What a wretched situation. In Qianan City, at the Shuiyan restaurant, within an exceedingly luxurious private room, Director Li was lauded by General Sun Ming, who raised his glass and proclaimed, "Thanks to your intervention, we were able to keep that 7th-tier demon clan at bay." With that, he downed his drink in one go. Opposite him sat the esteemed director of the Education Bureau, Li Tianshu. It was only today that those present realized that, despite his title as merely the director, Li Tianshu was, in fact, a formidable warrior of the 7th tier, a status that commanded immense respect. One could assert that the entire city of Qianan owed him a certain deference. Indeed, Director Li, your mastery of the heavenly finger is truly extraordinary. I am in admiration, exclaimed one attendee. Director Li's prowess is commendable, truly befitting of a 7th-tier warrior, echoed a chorus of agreement. It is important to note that in Qianan, a 5th-tier warrior was already a prominent figure among influential families, while a 6th-tier warrior was considered akin to an ancestral sage. The fact that Li Tianxua had reached the 7th tier at a relatively young age was a testament to his remarkable talent. Li Tianxua raised a glass in response, stating, "This achievement is a collective effort. Although most of the demonic entities have been kept at bay beyond the snowy dragon city, there occasionally emerged a few stragglers. Should these demons infiltrate the city, it would undoubtedly incite panic among the residents. With the crisis averted, it could be deemed a significant accomplishment." How could the Molten Sky Serpent clan appear in Qianan? This is the heartland of Huaxia, someone inquired. Li Tianxua fell into contemplation, for this was indeed a perplexing matter. Due to his connections with Shen Xingchen and his father, he had taken a keen interest in the species. This was also the reason why, as the director of the Education Bureau, he felt compelled to personally venture into the city defense zone to combat the demons. Yet, regrettably, they were not of royal blood, merely an ordinary breed. The Molten Sky Serpent, being one of the 3 most powerful demonic clans, must have some ulterior motives for infiltrating the heart of Huaxia. "We must remain vigilant," Li Tianxua asserted. "Indeed, Director Li speaks wisely." The crowd responded, their expressions turning serious. What followed were pleasantries and formalities. In a world of governance, one must learn to converse aptly with both the esteemed and the ignoble. The attendees, all accomplished officials in their own right, engaged in amiable exchanges. At that moment, Sun Ming inquired, "Director Li, I noticed you received a phone call earlier, and you seemed in good spirits. Is there any good news to share?" Li Tianxua replied with a smile, "Oh, it is nothing significant. Just that the results of this year's 6 Institute's grand competition have been announced." "Did any promising young talents secure notable rankings?" Someone interjected. Being seasoned individuals, they quickly discerned that Li Tianxua was eager to discuss this matter, and they pressed on with their inquiries. With a beaming expression, Li Tianxua responded, "Indeed, there is a junior I hold in high regard who has clinched the championship." Sun Ming raised his glass in a toast, saying, "Then let us extend our congratulations to Director Li." The others followed suit, raising their glasses in celebration. Suddenly, someone chuckled. "If I recall correctly, the heir of the Tang family also participated in this year's competition. How did he fare?" Upon hearing this, the attendees turned their attention to a middle-aged man clad in traditional Tang attire, Tang Qiming, the head of the Tang family. Tang Qiming smiled and remarked, "My son, Tang Chun, is still honing his skills. He barely made it into the top 8 in this competition." Though Tang Qiming spoke humbly, the satisfaction evident on his face was unmistakable. Achieving a position in the top 8 of the 6 Institute's grand competition, which showcased the finest talents of Qianan, was indeed an impressive feat. Then we must also congratulate the head of the Tang family. The crowd raised their glasses in unison. Tang Qiming's face blossomed with a proud smile. At that moment, a dissonant voice inquired, "Pray tell, who eliminated the son of the Tang family. As the words echoed, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Tang Qiming glanced at the director and replied, "It was the champion of this session, Shen Xingchen, who triumphed over him." The crowd turned their gaze back to the director, their expressions peculiar. Just moments ago, the director had mentioned that a promising junior he favored had claimed the championship. And now, this champion had bested the son of the Tang patriarch. How fortuitous, indeed. Li Tianxua had yet to speak when Tang Qiming interjected. "In competitions, naturally, there are victories and defeats. Although my son fell short against the esteemed junior under Director Li's care, he is gracious in defeat. He was merely a businessman of modest achievement, not one to provoke a figure of such stature as the director of the Education Bureau. After all, it was merely a contest, unlikely to yield significant repercussions. Moreover, it was his son who lost. He did not overshadow Director Li during the banquet." The crowd nodded in agreement. While the question had put Tang Qiming in a somewhat uncomfortable position, it remained true that his son ranked among the top 8. A commendable feat in itself. Li Tianxua chuckled, "I have heard whispers of a rivalry between young Shen and your son, Tang Chen. I hope no unfortunate incidents arise." Tang Qiming paused, having also heard of certain matters concerning the martial arts competition. Merely childish disputes fueled by jealousy, inconsequential in nature. He laughed. "Rest assured, Director Li, my son knows his boundaries. One must always understand their own offspring. I shall certainly admonish him to avoid any untoward incidents." Chapter 39, Undercurrents. "Brother Shen, it's truly a delight to see you," exclaimed the chubby Chen Feiyu upon spotting Shen Xingchen. "Ever since your rise, you've forgotten about me." Shen Xingchen looked up at Chen Feiyu. Despite the complaints spilling from his lips, there was no trace of discontent upon his face. Shen Xingchen retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Have I not only been away for 2 days since the grand competition of the 6th Academy? Tonight, at the arcade. Prepare to call me father." Chen Feiyu scoffed dismissively. "In reality, I may not stand a chance against you. But in the gaming realm..." Shen Xingchen laughed. Such unfounded confidence. He then retrieved his phone and began to play a video. In it, Chen Feiyu faced the camera, holding his federal ID card, and spoke earnestly. "I, Chen Feiyu, hereby acknowledge my real name. I cannot compete with Shen Xingchen in interstellar battles. I shall never bark like a dog again. I apologize to my brother Shen. I am truly sorry and shall not dare again." Chen Feiyu's face turned crimson. "Damn it. Delete that. After half a month of hard practice, you have been idly cultivating, and now you surely cannot surpass me." He was certain that Shen Xingchen had been relentlessly training to secure victory in the grand competition. Shen Xingchen paid him no mind and replayed the video. "I, Chen Feiyu, hereby acknowledge my real name. I cannot compete with Shen Xingchen." The expression on Chen Feiyu's face grew despondent, clearly overwhelmed by the humiliation. This video had been recorded on the very first day of Shen Xingchen's arrival in this world. At that time, his system was still binding, and with little to occupy his time, he accepted Chen Feiyu's invitation to the arcade. In this world, where martial arts were paramount, gaming lagged behind the former Earth. Thus, after acclimating to the controls, Shen Xingchen had thoroughly trounced Chen Feiyu. "You actually invested in Dojia?" Chen Feiyu exclaimed incredulously. The video's view count had astonishingly reached 1 million. Shen Xingchen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "So, temper your barking. There are indeed many watching." Chen Feiyu clenched his teeth. All right. Tonight, I shall reclaim my lost honor." Shen Xingchen nodded with a grin. "That's the spirit. Now, class is about to begin." He retrieved his textbook, Fundamentals of Human Meridians. The martial arts curriculum included not only training guidance, but also literature courses. The school's philosophy was that a profound understanding of one's physical form was essential for maximizing one's potential. Just then, a pink envelope tumbled out from the drawer, inscribed with the words, "To Shen Xingchen, personally opened." "What could this be?" Shen Xingchen murmured. Chen Feiyu, observing the scene, regarded him with a peculiar gaze and a tinge of jealousy. A love letter. What else could it be? "I just saw a rather attractive girl sneaking into our class. So, it was to deliver a love letter." His envy deepened, feeling torn between wishing his friend well and fearing his own inadequacies. Shen Xingchen carefully opened the envelope. Upon reviewing the content above, it essentially comprises tender expressions of affection from a girl. One can discern the meticulous care with which she penned this letter, seemingly fearing that any misstep in her words might leave a negative impression on Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen felt as though he were gazing upon the former self of the original owner. He took up his pen to respond. I apologize, but in order to maintain my hierarchical advantage, I must dedicate myself to rigorous training, leaving no time for romance. He jested, and after 2 additional days, he now found himself at the 6th level of the 2nd tier. One must inquire, how diligent can one be? Chen Feiyu, upon reading the reply, widened his eyes in astonishment. Was this truly the price of power? The school bell rang, its chime echoing through the air. The teacher entered with a stern expression. Commencing the lesson, our bodies resemble a Buddha shrine, and our spirit, akin to the incense that nourishes the deities. Our meridians flow like mountains and rivers, converging into the sea, an eternal cycle of life. In a luxurious hotel, Tang Chun leaned against the edge of the bed, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled clouds of smoke, his arm wrapped around a soft figure beside him. Due to his foul mood over the past few days, he had been rather rough the previous night, leaving the woman beside him with traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. He reminisced about the scenes from the day of the 6th Academy's competition, where Shen Xingchen had effortlessly defeated him, tauntingly remarking, "Did you really think I was unaware of Su Zhe?" His expression darkened. He realized that He Yin was Su Zhe's cousin. Such a relationship would have gone unnoticed without an insider's warning. There were traitors even among his minions. Those present were among his most trusted allies, who had betrayed him. It was utterly despicable. To ensure absolute secrecy, he had only disclosed his plan to Lin Hu and Su Zhe, as he was currently injured and incapacitated. He needed 1 or 2 individuals to keep a vigilant watch on Shen Xingchen's movements to ensure the assassination success. The only individuals he could trust now were these 2. Lin Hu shared a common enemy with him, while Su Zhe had been his companion since childhood. As he pondered, a message arrived on his phone. Su Zhe, according to reliable sources, Shen Xingchen plans to visit the arcade on Zhongnan Street tonight. A sinister smile crept across Tang Chen's face. The trap he had orchestrated for Shen Xingchen was finally set to unfold. Shen Xingchen, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. It is your own arrogance that has led to this. At the Tang family estate, Tang Qiming, having concluded his business discussions, hurried home. He inquired of the household servant, "Where is the young master?" The servant replied, "The young master is likely indulging in revelry." Dan Qiming Thou Wen, has he exhibited any peculiar behavior in recent days? We cannot allow Tang Chun to act recklessly. If he truly harms Shen Xingchen, the entire Tang family may face repercussions. The servant pondered briefly, "Not that I am aware of. He is merely a caretaker. How could he fathom the master's intentions?" Just as Tang Qiming began to feel somewhat reassured, he glanced at the servants in the courtyard, sensing something amiss. His heart sank again. "Where is Butler Li?" The servant discerned Tang Qiming's fury and trembled as he knelt upon the ground. "He has gone out with the young master." A chill enveloped Tang Qiming's heart as he grasped the man's collar. "Speak, where have they gone?" He hoped it was not too late to intervene. In the ordinary class, Lin Hu found himself lost in thought. When he first learned of the assassination plot, he was struck with disbelief. They were merely high school students. How could they contemplate murder? That was a living, breathing classmate. Even for someone as unruly as Lin Hu, the most he had ever done was bully others. The notion of taking a life had never crossed his mind. They existed in an era surrounded by demonic forces, raised with the belief that a warrior's duty was to defend against foreign threats. How could they resort to slaying their peers? A tumult of conflicting thoughts raged within him. Should he warn Shen Xingchen? Despite his duplicitous nature, selfishness, and despicable behavior, he believed he was fundamentally a good person. With a sudden resolve, Lin Hu disregarded the strange gazes of his classmates and sprinted towards Class 7 of Year 3. Upon arriving at Class 7, he found it empty. Classmates informed him that Shen Xingchen had already dismissed for the day. Lin Hu dashed towards Principal Chun Lingjuan's office, for he was the only one who could possibly thwart this impending assassination. "Shen Xingchen, you mustn't truly perish." You are an S-class, my future unparalleled ally. Chapter 40. The assassin from the Tang family Chen Feiyu has left. Where do we go now? Shen Xingchen sighed. Indeed, promises made to women should be approached with caution. Originally intending to take a moment to unwind today, it seemed he was once again being dragged by Jiang Qingyao to practice martial arts. Life is truly arduous. To the gaming hall on Zhongnan Street, Jiang Qingyao proclaimed confidently. Shen Xingchen felt a jolt of disbelief. So, you drove Chen Feiyu away and boldly declared it would affect your cultivation, all for the sake of going to the gaming hall to play games with me? Jiang Qingyao tilted her head and smiled. What's wrong with that? Shen Xingchen hesitantly inquired. Can you even play? Jiang Qingyao shot him an exasperated glance. I am the premier jungler of Qianan. Shen Xingchen fell silent. Jiang Qingyao raised an eyebrow in indignation. You don't believe me? Shen Xingchen shook his head. No, not at all. Jiang Qingyao narrowed her eyes. Then why do I see a flicker of weak and uncertain trust on your face? Shen Xingchen retorted. I truly do not. Jiang Qingyao scoffed. You definitely do. Shen Xingchen countered. It is you who does not trust my belief in you. When faced with the probing questions of the opposite sex, one should avoid falling into the trap of self-justification and adeptly redirect the inquiry back to them. Jiang Qingyao was taken aback. His reasoning was indeed quite sound. Just as Shen Xingchen basked in his moment of triumph, two figures clad in black trench coats brushed past them. In the fleeting instant, they crossed paths. One of them revealed a fierce expression. Be careful. Shen Xingchen instantly reacted, hastily pushing Jiang Qingyao aside. The blade of the black-clad assailant grazed Jiang Qingyao's waist, leaving a thumb-sized scratch on her white dress. Jiang Qingyao nearly stumbled, and as she regained her composure, she saw the two black-clad figures charging towards Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen's heart raced. They are coming for me. In but a moment, the aura of his second-tier, sixth-level power surged forth. Zulong Jing, innate divine ability. Heavenly Azure Dragon, Earth-tier martial arts, 8 Desolation's hidden dragon fist. Boom! Shen Xingchen's fist collided with that of one black-clad assailant, generating a tempest. Feeling the force transmitted through his fist, Shen Xingchen instantly gauged the opponent's strength. Third tier, the black-clad assailant also displayed a look of astonishment. According to Butler Lee, this high school student, albeit exceptionally gifted, was only at the second-tier, 5th level. Yet his explosive power clearly suggested he was at the second-tier, 6th level. Moreover, even as a third-tier, 1st-level fighter, he felt the pressure. What kind of monster is this? Seeing their initial strike fail, the black-clad assailants exchanged glances. On either side of the street, 3 more figures dressed in identical black trench coats emerged, totaling 6 individuals. The foremost figure, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair and a square face, was unmistakably Butler Lee. Who sent you? Shen Xingchen inquired coldly. He already harbored suspicions. It was highly likely that it was that little rascal Tang Chun. Dead men do not require such knowledge. Butler Lee was not about to grant Shen Xingchen the opportunity to stall for time. His body flickered, and he appeared before Shen Xingchen. With a resounding thud, a ruthless punch struck directly at Shen Xingchen's face. To onlookers, a full-force blow from a third-tier warrior would surely result in Shen Xingchen's immediate demise. Jiang Qingyao's eyes reflected a glimmer of despair. Suddenly, a pure white barrier of spiritual energy materialized between them. In Shen Xingchen's hand, the Lingxi pendant emitted a resonant hum, providing a formidable defense. The barrier, shaped like an inverted bowl, enveloped both Shen Xingchen and Jiang Qingyao within its protective embrace. He calmly assessed the group of assassins. It was evident that Butler Lee and the 2 previous black-clad figures were third-tier warriors, while the remaining assassins were all at the pinnacle of second-tier strength. This arrangement was more than sufficient to eliminate an ordinary second-tier student. However, Shen Xingchen did not perceive himself as being at a disadvantage. In mere few breaths, Butler Lee's repeated assaults struck the Lingxi pendant's barrier, yet remained unyielding. Shen Xingchen sneered, with your mere third-tier prowess, even if given an entire night, you wouldn't be able to shatter this barrier. Butler Lee's expression darkened. He had just tested the barrier's resilience and confirmed it was indeed a fourth-tier spiritual artifact. Why would such a treasure be in the hands of this impoverished youth? Prior to his arrival, he had investigated Shen Xingchen, discovering that his family was on the brink of destitution. How could he possibly afford a spiritual item worth millions? If he chose to remain within that barrier, would this mission not end in utter failure? Butler Lee scoffed, an S-rank prodigy, yet you dare to cower within this tortoise shell? Shen Xingchen smiled slightly. It seems my actions have left you with many misconceptions. To me, you are merely a collection of older fools. Nonetheless, I'm willing to offer you a chance. He handed the Lingxi pendant to Jiang Qingyao and stepped beyond the protective barrier. He stood there with an air of calm defiance, disdainfully regarding all the assassins. Everyone present was taken aback. Here he was, possessing a valuable artifact, merely needing to await rescue, yet he voluntarily stepped outside the safety of the barrier. What was the difference between this and courting death? Butler Lee was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. So you are a fool. You fell for such a simple provocation. He resolved not to grant Shen Xingchen any opportunity to survive. Jiang Qingyao stood in a daze, holding the Lingxi pendant. She struggled to comprehend Shen Xingchen's actions, yet felt that there must be a rationale behind his decision. Shen Xingchen's blood surged, adjusting himself to peak condition. His eyes blazed with fervor, his aura radiating with intensity. The overwhelming presence of dragon might surge forth as Shen Xingchen launched into a series of rapid assaults. His figure transformed into a brilliant streak of light, intertwining with Butler Lee and the two third-tier black-clad warriors in a frenzied clash. Boom! Boom! The force of their fists collided. Each impact was met with equal might. The 5-second-tier pinnacle assassins watched in horror. When they had arrived, they had been told their target was merely a second-tier level 5. They had inwardly mocked Butler Lee for being overly cautious. However, throughout this battle, they could not perceive the movements of that individual. It was not due to their ineptitude, but rather an overwhelming sense that confronting that high school student would likely result in their utter destruction. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen gradually began to realize that his combat rhythm had taken on a certain melody akin to that of a masterful musician. He recalled the teachers frequently mentioning the concept of combat awareness, an essence that, regardless of innate talent, could only be truly grasped through first-hand experience in battle. The opponents he had previously encountered had been woefully weak, crumbling under a single strike. Thus, since his traversal, he had not engaged in such unrestrained combat. His spirit soared to unprecedented heights. Every move and technique flowed effortlessly, as if he were dancing through the fray, even in his current disheveled state. With his hair tousled and his clothing tattered, he did not appear the least bit disheveled. He had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. Butler Lee's eyes widened in astonishment. The high school student opposite them was not intimidated by their third-tier strength. Rather, his combat fervor intensified. He could distinctly sense Shen Xingchen's momentum surging, shifting from a state of equal footing to a subtle disadvantage for them. Could this be the chasm that separated them from true prodigies? What manner of genius was this? Butler Lee even felt that the high school student was relishing this battle. Jiang Qingyao's mouth fell agape. She was aware of Shen Xingchen's prowess, but had not anticipated that he could contend so evenly with two third-tier opponents. Was this truly the extent of what a high school student of their age could achieve? In an instant, Shen Xingchen surged forward, suddenly increasing his speed by 50%, reminiscent of a missile completing its second-stage propulsion. The Godspeed step. The prior speed had merely been an illusion he crafted for them. These assassins had long since grown accustomed to Shen Xingchen's pace and strength, and this rapid transformation left their minds momentarily paralyzed. With a thunderous crash, a punch was unleashed, and one of the third-tier figures was caught unawares, his body propelled like a cannonball, embedding itself into the wall. Every breath was held in disbelief. A second-tier, level 6 individual had truly executed a turnaround against a third-tier opponent. Chapter 41. The Aberrant Patriarch of the Tang Family. 1 out of 3 with a smile. Shen Xingchen gazed at the remaining two third-tier assassins. Stewardly felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to being scrutinized by a ravenous lion, sending chills down his spine. What are you still hesitating for? Attack! He shouted at the 5 second-tier assassins. The second-tier assassins wore expressions of disbelief. Me? Is it truly my responsibility to deal with him? Are you jesting? Yet, the fundamental qualities of an assassin prevailed, and the 7 of them encircled Shen Xingchen. Observing them, Shen Xingchen inquired with a smile, "Have you ever heard the saying?" "What?" Stewardly cautiously monitored Shen Xingchen's every move. Shen Xingchen unabashedly expressed his disdain. No matter how many useless ones there are, they remain a mere gathering of trash. Arrogant, the dark-clad man retorted angrily. Shen Xingchen let out a cold laugh, his form transforming into a blur, leaving behind a staggering 9 afterimages in the air. 6 Harmony's golden spear. Shen Xingchen utilized his finger as a spear, demonstrating the stabbing technique of the 6 Harmony's golden spear. His spear technique, refined through years of systematic training, had reached the pinnacle of mastery, yet had not ascended to the level of a grandmaster. However, through this battle, as his spirit and essence unified, he attained a moment of enlightenment, finally achieving the grandmaster level. It turned out that the ultimate realm of this spear technique required the baptism of combat. In a singular, straight line, Shen Xingchen's body resembled a cerulean golden spear. In a swift motion, the 9 afterimages converged, and the spear pierced through the skull of another 3rd-tier assassin. Blood erupted forth. How is this possible? Stewardly quaked in fear, although he was slightly more advanced than the other 2 3rd-tier assassins. He was still only at the 3rd-tier level. To execute such a clean and decisive kill on a 1st-tier, 3rd-tier assassin was beyond his capabilities. This prodigious figure from the 3rd school had truly unleashed his might. Could this mission genuinely end in failure? Uneasily, Stewardly glanced toward a corner of the street. Then, as if he had made a resolute decision, he assumed a stance to continue the fight. Just then, a furious roar echoed throughout the street. "Stop!" A middle-aged man clad in Tang attire stormed out, glaring fiercely at Stewardly and the others. It was none other than Tang Chen's father, Tang Qiming. A flicker of joy surged within Stewardly. The family head had personally arrived. It seemed this assassination was destined to conclude without suspense. "Master, it is my incompetence. I have yet to eliminate this scoundrel." Stewardly spoke humbly, as usual, but inside he felt utterly relieved. The remaining assassins also exhaled in relief. They were not eager to confront that monstrous youth any longer. Just to make a living, why risk their lives? Tang Qiming's expression turned icy as he regarded Stewardly. "Did you orchestrate this?" Given the current situation, the assassination had commenced, and it appeared there would be no easy resolution. These fools! Before Stewardly could respond, Tang Chun, who had been observing from the shadows, emerged. "Dad!" Tang Chun beamed with joy, looking at his father with a radiant smile. Though stern, my father's demeanor is but a fade. He knows that he is, in truth, the one who loves me the most. Tang Chun narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "Father, that little beast is quite formidable. Even Uncle Li was nearly defeated here. Fortunately, you arrived, or I truly would not have known how to handle it." Tang Qiming maintained his grim expression. Tang Chen realized he had caused trouble, yet it mattered little. How often had his father feigned anger, yet refrained from punishing him? "Father, this time it is not Uncle Li's fault. It was my idea," Tang Chen asserted with a sense of responsibility. The steward, Li, was moved to tears. "To serve such a young master, I am content." Shen Xingchen gazed intently at the newly arrived man in traditional attire. The aura exuding from this individual was indeed terrifying. Comparable to that of the principal of the 3rd high school, Chun Lingjun, he was at least a 5th-tier martial artist. Noticing his father's lack of action, Tang Chun urged, "Father, you must resolve this swiftly. It will be troublesome when the enforcement team arrives." A sharp slap echoed through the air. Tang Qiming's hand swiftly struck Tang Chun's face, leaving a vivid red imprint. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Shen Xingchen, who had previously maintained a cautious stance, now found it difficult to fathom the situation. Could it be a ruse? Even Stewardly was at a loss. "Father." Tang Chun stared incredulously at his father, feeling an unfamiliarity. His father had struck him. For 18 years, this had never occurred. Go, kneel before him. Tang Qiming pulled Tang Chun towards Shen Xingchen. He then addressed Shun with utmost respect. You must be young, brother Shun. It is no wonder you are favored by the director. Truly impressive. Tang Chen's mind buzzed with confusion. Father, what are you saying? He could scarcely believe his ears. In this moment, his father, a fifth-tier martial artist, had personally come to the scene of an assassination, yet was instructing him to apologize to his adversary? Had the world gone mad? Or was it he who had lost his sanity? Tang Qiming, with a darkened expression, urged, hurry. Shen Xingchen observed the exchange, having gleaned the implications from Tang Qiming's words. It appeared that Li Tianshua's status and strength exceeded his initial assumptions. He had previously thought that the head of the Tang family and the director held equal standing. Meanwhile, Tang Chen struggled, declaring, I would rather die than kneel before him. Tang Qiming grew anxious and struck him again. This time, the blow was more forceful, causing blood to seep from Tang Chun's left gums. Tang Qiming was deeply unsettled. Li Tianshuo was a 7th-tier martial artist. What did a 7th-tier martial artist represent? In Qiaonan City, there were only a handful of 7th-tier martial artists. The Tang family possessed merely one 5th tier. How could they provoke such a formidable entity? Do you comprehend the calamity you have caused? Tang Qiming lamented in frustration. Tang Chun's eyes widened. Confusion etched across his face as he gazed at his father. It's all right, being young. It is normal not to understand. Shen Xingchen chuckled lightly before adding, just be more cautious in your next life. Initially, Tang Qiming found solace in Shun's words, feeling that this young man was quite forgiving, and a smile began to grace his lips. However, as soon as he heard the latter half of the sentence, the smile on Tang Qiming's face stiffened. Embarrassed, he chuckled and said, Shun, you're joking. Just let us know what compensation you require, and we shall endeavor to meet your needs. As he spoke, he tugged at Tang Chun, delivering a forceful kick to his knee. Tang Chen's legs buckled, causing him to kneel before Shen Xingchen, his face ablaze with indignation. Shun, simply express your demands, and all shall be agreeable. Dan Qiming et Galim, you, surname Tang. This is your promise. At this moment, 2 figures approached. Leading the way was none other than the hurried Principal Chen Lingjun of Wudao 3rd Middle School, followed closely by Lin Hu, a regular student from the ordinary class. Tang Chun, who had been engulfed in despair, lifted his gaze upon hearing the approaching footsteps and found Lin Hu in the distance. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Tang Chun felt a surge of humiliation, knelt before Shen Xingchen. How lowly he appeared. Would Lin Hu's subordinates look down upon him? Was he not a sufficiently imposing older brother? Alas! But wait, why was Lin Hu here, accompanied by the principal? Chapter 42, An Eye for an Eye Betrayal. As this notion took root in Tang Chen's mind, all speculations appeared remarkably plausible. For the first time, Lin Hu was present when they conspired to severely undermine Shen Xingchen before the college entrance examination. He was there again during the second instance, plotting with Sun Zhe to humiliate Shen Xingchen in the 6th Academy competition. And now, in this assassination attempt, the appearance of Principal Chen Lingjun unmistakably indicated that the plan had been exposed. Only Lin Hu, Sun Zhe, and he were privy to this secret, yet it still became compromised. So was Lin Hu. How could I have placed such trust in you? A profound sense of loss washed over Tang Chun as he cast a dim glance at Lin Hu, who instinctively shrank back, his demeanor uncharacteristically uneasy. This was the first crack in their otherwise harmonious relationship. Meanwhile, Chen Lingjun inquired with a smile, Old Tang, is it truly permissible to do anything? He felt an eerie familiarity with the scene, recalling just 2 nights prior when Shen Xingchen had also been the target of an assassination. This S-rank individual certainly did not allow for a moment's peace. Shen Xingchen sneered, let us follow judicial procedures. Must every assassination be resolved with cultivation resources? What do you take me for? Chen Lingjun momentarily faltered, yet he recognized the validity in Shen Xingchen's words. Jiang Qingyao approached, seething with anger. All you think about is compensation. Those people were intent on killing both of us. Her fury was palpable. Had it not been for Shen Xingchen's strength, which surpassed all expectations, they likely would have perished in that moment. Each of Shen Xingchen's strikes had made Jiang Qingyao's heart race with dread, fearing the worst. Tang Qiming, astonished, remarked, "Jiang girl, what brings you here? Did my servant not spare even you?" Shen Xingchen keenly observed how Tang Qiming shifted the focus towards his family servant. Indeed, Tang Qiming reached out and, with a formidable pull, seized a peak second-tier assassin, crushing his neck with a single motion. Everyone was taken aback. Blood splattered across Tang Qiming's face as he smiled, saying, "Jiang girl, look how fond my young Tang is of you. How could he ever conspire to assassinate you? This incident was merely a misunderstanding. My servant acted without understanding the situation. And as for you, Shun classmate, it was all just a misunderstanding. You and young Tang are classmates after all. I shall now slay these servants to vindicate you." With that, Tang Qiming unleashed his fifth-tier prowess, ruthlessly dispatching the remaining 4 peak second-tier assassins, leaving only the loyal stewardly. The 4 assassins, faces pale with terror, found themselves bereft of the courage to resist. Jiang Qingyao's visage turned ashen as the gruesome scene unfolded before her. Shen Xingchen frowned. As long as Stewardly remained tight-lipped, this matter would not implicate Tang Chun. Then, the steward approached, kneeling before Tang Qiming. "Master, I assure you, this incident bears no relation to the young master. It was entirely my own volition." Tang Qiming replied coldly. "You will turn yourself in? Do you understand?" The humble butlerly remarked, "I understand." The intention behind eliminating the remaining individuals was to eradicate any possibility of loose lips, leaving only Butlerly to serve as a false witness. Shen Xingchen observed, "What a cunning strategy from the Tang family. Now, there remains but one living perpetrator, who will not find himself ensnared in a prisoner-esque dilemma. Even if he were confined to a cell, no clues could be extracted." Tang Qiming, with a smile, turned to Shen Xingchen, saying, "My dear student, I possess an extra spatial bracelet valued at around 500 million. You seem to resonate with it, so I would like to gift it to you. What do you think?" As he spoke, he removed an exquisite bracelet from his left wrist. It was a gilded bracelet, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, and the inner side glimmered with 9 resplendent gemstones, clearly of significant worth. Having been taken off his own wrist, it was evidently a cherished possession of the owner. Yet, Tang Qiming referred to it as a mere idle item, unashamedly in the presence of others. And the implication was unmistakable. A sudden realization struck Tang Chun, his eyes widening in disbelief. He recognized this celestial moonlit gilded bracelet. It was his father's favorite, something he would have to beg permission to touch. And now it was being given away? Shen Xingchen wore a contemplative expression. Tang Qiming wielded a heavy hand against his own, only to extend a sweet reward to Shen Xingchen. It was indeed a masterful ploy. The young man found himself at a crossroads. Either accept the generous gift of an invaluable storage bracelet or pursue legal recourse, which would likely yield no punishment for Tang Chun, as he had not been the one to strike. Ultimately, Shen Xingchen was persuaded. He accepted the gilded bracelet and stated, "I can agree to a private settlement, but in addition to the bracelet, I have another condition." He felt a sense of discomfort until he voiced it. "Speak," Tang Qiming urged. Shen Xingchen grinned, "Let Tang Chun stand still, and allow me to land just one punch. Only one." Tang Qiming was taken aback. His keen perception had already allowed him to witness the unfolding conflict from afar. Shen Xingchen's prowess far exceeded common understanding. With his second-tier, 6th-level cultivation, he could contend with a 3rd-tier opponent. A single punch from him could very well spell doom for Tang Chun. However, there was a solution. A high-grade magical artifact could deflect such a blow. Hence, Tang Qiming nodded. It is only right to allow Shen Xingchen to relieve his anger. The situation was dire. Should Li Tianshu arrive in person, the outcome could be even worse. Tang Chun gazed at his father, disbelief etched on his face. Receiving a punch from Shen Xingchen felt akin to courting death. "Father, I do not wish to die." Tears streamed down his cheeks as he sensed the impending threat of death. In frustration, Tang Qiming kicked his son, inadvertently causing a badge to slip from his possession. Tang Chen caught it, momentarily stunned. The Guardian Badge? A 3rd-tier spiritual item capable of withstanding a full 4 strike from a 3rd-tier warrior. In an instant, Tang Xun felt a surge of renewed hope. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen had assumed a fighting stance, smiling as he asked, "Are you ready?" Tang Xun braced himself, activating the Guardian badge as its protective waves emanated, readying for the impending clash. As Shen Xingchen stepped forward, a surge of azure energy erupted from his entire being. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed a powerful punch, resonating with the sound of dragon roars, causing the very earth to tremble. The force of his fist collided with the protective barrier of the emblem, sending ripples through the air. Yet ultimately, this strike was thwarted. Tang Qiming could not help but admire. Indeed, this was a person esteemed even by a 7th-tier martial artist like the director. Such prowess rendered him unmatched by anyone below the 3rd tier. However, the ordeal seemed to have reached its conclusion. Tang Chen secretly rejoiced at having narrowly escaped this calamity. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Shen Xingchen's lips as he resolutely launched a second punch. With another resounding thud, the protective emblem barely held for a moment before shattering like glass. The ferocious blow obliterated everything in its vicinity, including Tang Chen's body. A distinct indentation marred Tang Chen's abdomen, a mark left by the punch. His meridians appeared to be entirely severed, leaving him gasping for breath. Shen Xingchen quickly withdrew his fist and turned to Tang Qiming, saying, "I apologize, Uncle Tang. I was caught up in the moment and couldn't rein in my strength." Tang Qiming's expression darkened instantly. Shen Xingchen feigned a look of regret. "Uncle Tang, I have 500,000 in my account. Shall we consider it a token of apology?" Chapter 43. The legacy of the deluded mountaineer's son has heired, taking the lives of a few servants. A mere compensation of resources should suffice. If I were to heir as well, I too could offer some monetary restitution, could I not? My worth is merely around 1 million. Providing you with 500,000 should demonstrate my sincerity. Wouldn't you agree? Surely, it cannot be that your apology is deemed correct while mine is wrong. Having uttered these words of contrition, Shen Xingchen keenly observed Tang Qiming's reaction. Shen Lingjun, also a 5th-tier martial artist, felt no concern over any potential lunacy from Tang Qiming seeking revenge. The onlookers were astonished. So, this is how matters could unfold. Lin, who regarded Shen Xingchen with an expression of trepidation, resolutely deciding to maintain a distance from this unpredictable individual henceforth. Jiang Qingyao felt a sense of discomfort at the notion of letting Tang Chun off so easily. Nevertheless, Shen Xingchen's decisive actions left her astounded. Shen Xingchen added, "If you find the compensation unsatisfactory, Uncle Tang, I could enlist the principal's assistance to cover the payment. You may set your price." Shen Lingjun nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, Tang Qiming repressed his fury, calmly lifting his son. His eyes betrayed no emotion as he hoarsely replied, "Student Shen is jesting. There is no need for compensation." Shen Xingchen marveled, "Uncle Tang, you are magnanimous." Tang Qiming continued, "My son, Tang Chun, is gravely injured. I shall not linger for further discussion. Farewell." With that, he shouldered Tang Chun, leaving behind the silhouette of a man somewhat stooped, akin to an injured wild dog. Human society has always been thus. The strong prey upon the weak, the high trample the low, devoid of any semblance of reason. Yet, Tang Qiming had once occupied the position of strength. Now, confronted by an even greater force that harmed Tang Chun, it was merely the cycle of cause and effect. Should Shen Xingchen bear the blame for his ruthlessness? No, he only holds himself accountable for his inadequate strength. He was indeed perceptive. After Tang Qiming departed, a poised woman clad in an office attire suddenly appeared at the street's edge. Shen Xingchen turned to glance. "Suro? What brings the secretary of Director Li Tianshu here? Has my clandestine practice of the library's martial arts been exposed? That cannot be. It shouldn't come to that." Su Ro shot Shen Xingchen a disapproving look. "What is that expression? You look as though I've caught you in a compromising situation." Shen Xingchen turned pale. Was this woman always so strikingly direct in her remarks? Su Ro clarified, "Enough with the conjectures. I am here to ensure your protection. The director learned of your assassination attempt during the 6th Institute competition and made special arrangements. Frankly speaking, I was observing from the sidelines during your earlier encounter. Had you not been sufficiently formidable, and had my curiosity regarding your potential not prevailed, I could have resolved the situation much sooner. Su rou languidly stretched, her voluptuous curves seemingly poised to captivate. In her eyes, those assassins appeared as mere children at play. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. Was Su Rou's strength truly so formidable? From her words, it seemed she had arrived quite early, yet he had been utterly oblivious to her presence despite her proximity. She must at least be of the 5th tier, he pondered. Shen Xingchen, what if I cannot defeat them? How could I allow you to be harmed? Su Rou grasped Shen Xingchen's collar, drawing close to him. The proximity between them was such that they could even sense each other's breaths. With her lips nearly brushing his face, Su Rou, with an alluring tone, whispered, "Am I right, my dear little brother?" Shen Xingchen awkwardly stepped back a pace, saying, "Sister Su, please, behave normally." Su Rou let out a gentle laugh, captivatingly charming. Since their last encounter, she had discovered that this young man was particularly entertaining. Jiang Qingyao, standing nearby, clenched her fists, her face flushed with indignation. How could this woman act in such a manner? Just moments ago, it seemed they were about to kiss. The thought of Su Rou's seductive demeanor and Shen Xingchen's vulnerable expression consumed her thoughts. Shen Xingchen had never behaved this way in front of her. She desired such attention as well. Yet, the way that woman acted was utterly disgraceful. She simply could not bring herself to emulate it. Jiang Qingyao felt herself on the verge of madness. Noticing Jiang Qingyao's distress, Su Rou turned to her with a smile. Asking, "Little sister, what are you thinking?" The young girl appeared quite adorable in her conflicted state. It seemed she harbored feelings for Shen Xingchen. Jiang Qingyao quickly shook her head, insisting, no, despite being the campus goddess. She felt a wave of pressure when confronted by a woman whose strength and allure far surpassed her own. With a sly smile, Su Rou tightened her grip on Shen Xingchen's collar, teasingly inquiring, "Are you afraid I might steal your little man?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyao's face instantly turned crimson, the blush spreading rapidly to her ears. Stubbornly, she declared, "I don't care." As she spoke, she cast a furtive glance at Shen Xingchen. With a resigned sigh, he pulled Jiang Qingyao behind him, facing Su Rou with a determined air that suggested he was ready to confront any challenge. Su Rou observed them with knowing eyes, realizing they were truly a pair of young lovers, yet to acknowledge their feelings. Just then, Principal Chen Lingjun stepped forward, saying, "You must be Secretary Su. I have long admired you." His gaze was filled with caution. "Please do not lead my students astray." Su Rou returned to her usual demeanor, greeting, "Hello, Principal Chen. I will report this incident to the director, and you need not worry. I also have other matters to discuss with Shen Xingchen." Chen Lingjun responded with interest. "Oh?" Shen Xingchen listened attentively. Su Rou continued, "Do you know where the examination site for the martial arts entrance exam is located?" Without hesitation, Chen Lingjun replied, "Wang Mountain." The news of the examination site had long been circulating, and Su Rou likely had more to convey. Indeed, Wang Mountain, Su Rou elaborated, is quite unique. It is said to be the transformed body of an ancient, formidable figure. According to the latest research from our bureau, Wang Mountain conceals a legacy. Chen Lingjun inquired with curiosity, but in previous years, Wang Mountain has been selected as an examination site, and no legacy has ever been discovered. These seasoned instructors have guided countless students through the years, and they have heard of myriad occurrences within the examination hall. Yet, this particular legacy remains shrouded in mystery. Su Rou's expression turned grave. That is because the previous students were simply too weak. What? All present were taken aback by this statement. A moment's reflection reveals that for centuries, countless scholars have emerged from the Wangshan examination grounds. With such a vast number, is it possible that no one has proven exceptional? Su Rou nodded in affirmation. The evaluation criteria at Wangshan comprise 4 elements. Aside from reaching the summit of Wangshan while besieged by magical beasts, there are 3 pivotal assessments. The first is the striking of the celestial drum. The second is the jade mirror's reflection. And the third is the divine pathway ladder. The most critical of these is the divine pathway ladder. We have recently discovered that the closer one approaches the pinnacle of the divine pathway ladder, the more fervent the legacy's flame within Wangshan becomes. It has awaited for far too long. We speculate that if someone can transcend the 80th tier of the ladder, they may very well obtain the legacy. Chapter 44. System Upgrade Task 80 Layers? What a joke! Shen Xingchen exclaimed in astonishment. The Divine Path ladder of Wangshan comprises a total of 99 layers. Having spent many years in the education sector, he had witnessed countless candidates from Wangshan, yet he had never seen anyone surpass the 70th layer. Even the top scholar of a province barely reached the 60th layer. Shen Xingchen and Jiang Qingyao felt indifferent, as they were not well-versed in such matters. Su Rou cast a glance at Shen Xingchen and remarked, "That particular record has been sealed, so it's understandable that you're unaware. 60 years ago, Wangshan welcomed an S-level candidate who ultimately stood at the 79th layer. After experiencing the pressure of the 79th layer, that student chose not to attempt the 80th, for he had already established himself as the unparalleled leader. Of course, this is also relevant to us, as we were oblivious to what the 80th layer truly signified. It represents a legacy of the king level above the 9th tier." Shen Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He was astounded not only by the fact that someone had reached the 79th layer of the Divine Path ladder, but also by the revelation that the legacy was of king level. It was said that beyond the 9th tier, there exist several realms, with the highest being referred to as king level. In contemporary Huaxia, there is but one king level, who has long resided in the snowy dragon city, safeguarding our nation for countless years. Now, another king-level legacy has emerged. Su Rou, shedding her usual alluring demeanor, looked solemnly at Shen Xingchen and said, "Shen Xingchen, you're the only S-level candidate in a decade. Only you have the potential to inherit that legacy, so you must succeed. The king level in Snowy Dragon City has been stationed for far too long. He is truly aging and exceedingly weary. If only we could have another young king level." Shen Xingchen nodded, affirming, "I will strive for it." Having watched documentaries on the snowy battlefield, he knew the stark reality. Countless individuals bravely sacrificed themselves, relentlessly defending the territory of Huaxia, where lives are lost every moment. Su Rou gazed into the determined eyes of the young man and softly said, "I believe in you." Thus, their conversation regarding the college entrance examination came to a close. Su Rou resumed her enchanting demeanor, and amidst their casual banter, astonishing phrases emerged, such as beyond reach and effortlessly imparting knowledge in a profound yet accessible manner. Shen Xingchen found himself unable to confront these terms any longer. Jiang Qingyao blushed in confusion, although she could not fully grasp the deeper meanings of these words. She could infer a hint of their essence. Unable to endure any longer, Shen Xingchen diverted the conversation, asking, "How is Director Li doing these days?" "Very well," Su Rou replied. Shen Xingchen continued, "And how about Director Li's mother? His father? Is his grandmother doing well too?" Su Rou responded with a perplexed expression. "Just say you don't want to talk about it." Today's high school students truly possess thin skin, feeling embarrassed even to directly refuse. With no other matters at hand, and having been rebuffed by Shen Xingchen, Su Rou had no reason to linger. As she departed, her expression conveyed a sense of unfulfilled longing. Shen Xingchen felt a chill run down his spine. No jesting. Even a 7th-tier demon cannot instill such trepidation in him. With all matters concluded, Shen Xingchen imparted a few words of caution to Shen Xingchen, advising him to exercise caution during his travels. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Such is the swiftness of a 5th-tier warrior. Shen Xingchen then turned to Lin who initially appeared taken aback before hastily stammering, My uncle gave birth to my grandmother, and my father has a cold. I must take my leave now. What on earth does that even mean?" Lin Hu swiftly disappeared, leaving only Shen Xingchen and Jiang Qingyao in each other's company. Jiang Qingyao's mind today was heavily influenced by Su Rou. Recalling the scenes of Su Rou's pursuit of Shen Xingchen, she inexplicably drew closer to him. Her small hand grazed Shen Xingchen's jaw, gently grasping his collar. Nervousness surged within her, her heart racing. Imitating Su Rou's tone, She let her other hand trace circles on Shen Xingchen's chest, softly asking, "Brother, do you think your sister is beautiful?" Upon uttering those words, Jiang Qingyao was taken aback by her own audacity. How could she say such a thing? Shen Xingchen's expression darkened. Even with his toes, he could tell that Jiang Qingyao was mimicking Su Rou. One Su Rou was already more than enough for him. He could not endure a second. Told you not to learn poorly. Shen Xingchen raised his hand and gently smacked Jiang Qingyao pert posterior. A crisp sound echoed, and the world seemed to fall silent. Shen Xingchen could distinctly feel Jiang Qingyao body tremble violently, her mind seemingly blanking out in an instant. Consequently, her cheeks flushed a noticeable crimson, as if she were about to burst into flames. You, Jiang Qingyao stammered, pointing at Shen Xingchen, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Shen Xingchen felt a twinge of regret. After all, she was merely an inexperienced young girl. Yet, having crossed that line, there was little left to say. Had she not also teased him? Jiang Qingyao's face was aflame, practically dripping with embarrassment, as she shot him a glare filled with indignation before fleeing as if escaping. "You big rogue." The girl left behind only that exasperated remark. Shen Xingchen shrugged helplessly. She actually ran away. Such rudeness. He vehemently condemned such a behavior of taking advantage without acknowledgement. He then pondered Jiang Qingyao imitation of Su Rou. Though it was merely an act, her stunning beauty, coupled with that beguiling demeanor, was truly intoxicating. If only it were genuine. After Jiang Qingyao had departed for quite some time, Shen Xingchen finally regained his composure. Although he had been ambushed, the rewards were plentiful. On his wrist, a golden bracelet shimmered under the streetlight, radiating brilliance. The Star Moon Golden Bracelet. Such was the name of this storage bracelet, valued at 500 million soft sister coins. He could procure essential supplies, weapons, spiritual items, and more, all stored within the bracelet. Thus, even when venturing out for extended periods in the future, one need not fret over supply issues. Furthermore, it resolves the previous predicament of having acquired various martial arts skills, yet being unable to carry weapons. The Tang family truly embodies benevolence. Shen Xingchen was lost in thought. Ding! Congratulations, host. Upon assessment, you possess the strength to contend with Tier 3 demon clans. Initiating the System Upgrade Task. Version. System LV2. Daily check-in. Receive martial value 500 additional reward. Random talent skill. Minimum S rank. Please confirm. Shen Xingchen pressed the button. It turns out that upon reaching a certain level, the check-in system would also upgrade. System LV. 2 upgrade task confirmed. Task issued. Eliminate Tier 3 Demon Clans 10. Tier 2 Demon Clans 100. Tier 1 Demon Clans 1000. Chapter 45. The Pear Blossom Falls and the Rain Gun. Shen Xingchen gazed at the system panel, lost in contemplation. After ascending to the second tier, he required 5 years, or 500 points of comprehension value, to achieve a minor upgrade. Consequently, it would now take him 2.5 days to elevate 1 level. However, with the system's upgrade, he would revert to a state where he could advance a level in just 1 day. As for the question of where to find the demon race, every year during the college entrance examination, certain venues would host domesticated demons. The entire Wangshan examination site should suffice. With only a week remaining until the exams, preparations must be made. Following the path home, Shen Xingchen made his way to the nearest weapon shop for procurement. His 6 Harmonies Golden Spear had reached the master level, and its power rivaled that of the minor success 8 Desolations and Hidden Dragon Fist. Shen Xingchen discerned that once a martial skill attained the master level, the unleashed power transcended the limitations of the technique itself. Perhaps this was the allure of the master level. To fully demonstrate the prowess of the 6 Harmonies Golden Spear, he required an appropriate long spear. "Good sir, do you have a suitable long spear?" Shen Xingchen inquired as he stepped into the shop, addressing the old employee within. The old employee reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the evening breeze. His slightly plump figure swayed, accompanied by the creaking of the chair, presenting an image of contentment. Adjusting his monocle, he scrutinized Shen Xingchen and replied, "The first-tier long spears are on the left shelf. Choose as you please." The young lad, appearing no older than 17 or 18, seemed to possess merely first-tier capabilities. With the college entrance exams approaching, many youngsters of that age had been frequenting the shop to exchange weapons. Was it worth relinquishing the comfort of his rocking chair for such trivial matters? Clearly not. The second-tier weapons are on the back shelf. You may take a look there as well, the old employee added. Recently, a young man came to the shop, having reached the peak of the first tier at such a tender age, capable of wielding second-tier weaponry. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. At that moment, Shen Xingchen spoke up. Do you have any third-tier long spears? A standard model will suffice. The old employee, having just taken a sip of tea, sputtered in surprise. What did you say? He asked uncertainly. Third tier, Shen Xingchen affirmed. Having reached the 6th level of the second tier and endowed with the power of the Tian Song Qinglong, he believed he could master a third-tier weapon. The old employee scrutinized Shen Xingchen once more. At such a young age, how could he possibly wield a third-tier long spear? Regaining his composure, he said, Ah, you are selecting a weapon for an elder in your family, are you? Very well, follow me. He descended from the rocking chair, dragging his slippers as he proceeded toward the inner shop. Third-tier weapons were already considered exquisite, and this small shop possessed only a few, all carefully stored in the inventory. Shen Xingchen offered no explanation and simply followed him inside. Here are 3 of our finest, the Pear Blossom Falls and Rain Gun, a standard third-tier weapon. This piece was unearthed from ruins. Although it bears some rust and appears somewhat antiquated, it remains a third-tier weapon. Its name, however, is unknown. This one is another type of standard long spear, the Crimson Flame Gun, which is more suited for fire attribute talents. If your elder possesses fire attributes, selecting this one would be an excellent choice. The shopkeeper continued his introductions. Shen Xingchen did not hesitate. I shall take this Pear Blossom Falling Rain spear. His ascent in rank was rapid. Before long, the third-tier spear would be rendered obsolete in his hands, rendering the selection of an exquisite weapon unnecessary. The spear, marred by rust and unearthed from a relic, indeed bore a distinct aura, yet it remained a mere third tier, even if it had once possessed a higher rank. Restoring it would demand exorbitant materials. The old shopkeeper exclaimed, Oh my, you truly have an eye for quality. This is a genuine masterpiece. His words flowed forth, nearly elevating the Pear Blossom Falling Rain spear to the status of a 9th-tier divine weapon. Shen Xingchen was left speechless, harboring grave doubts that the shopkeeper would offer such praise regardless of the item chosen. Emotional value had certainly been delivered. Shen Xingchen produced a black gold card and handed the shopkeeper 500,000 soft currency. The price of a third-tier spear lay within this range, while a 4th tier would demand around 5 million. 4 high-ranking martial artists, expenditures on weaponry amounted to staggering sums. The shopkeeper's face broke into a smile, his wrinkled skin blooming like a chrysanthemum. He removed the spear and presented it to Shen Xingchen, who weighed it in his hands. It was neither too light nor too heavy, but just right. The shopkeeper inquired, May I ask the name of your esteemed elder? In this neighborhood, although many third-tier martial artists roamed, the shopkeeper had been in business long enough to have a general impression of them. Then, he observed Shen Xingchen's wrist twist. A beautiful flourish of the spear ensued. The shopkeeper's expression shifted. Could it be? A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Was this young man purchasing the spear for himself? How old could he possibly be? Shen Xingchen remained oblivious to the shopkeeper's changing demeanor. Testing a weapon after purchase seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? The interior of the shop was spacious enough for him to demonstrate his prowess. Shen Xingchen aura transformed entièrement, a surge of azure and gold vitality erupting forth. His gaze sparkled like lightning as he executed a swift 6 harmonies golden spear technique. Whoosh! The sound of wind tearing through the air echoed. The Pear Blossom Falling Rain spear shot forth, as if the very atmosphere around it shattered. With one decisive strike complete, Shen Xingchen stood, a smile upon his face. This spear, indeed worthy of its third-tier classification, felt remarkably fluid in his grasp. Unlike the inferior weapons provided on the arena, those worthless items always seemed on the verge of breaking with the slightest exertion. The shopkeeper staggered back several steps, stabilizing himself with difficulty while swallowing hard. That aura, that essence of a spear, This young man truly had purchased the weapon for himself. He appeared no older than a high school student. Surely, a high school student could only have just entered the second tier. How could one wield a third-tier spear? Moreover, his spear technique. After years of running this shop, he had witnessed many customers test weapons, yet he had never encountered such a profound mastery. The young man's technique radiated an essence that seemed utterly natural, as if it were meant to be. Were there such individuals in their community? Shen Xingchen was taken aback by the shopkeeper's reaction, yet he smiled in acknowledgement and stepped out of the shop. At the moment he crossed the threshold, as the pear blossoms fell like rain, the spear shimmered like a streak of light, vanishing into the resplendent, star and moon golden bracelet. The old shopkeeper widened his eyes in astonishment. What he had just witnessed was undeniably real. It was a storage bracelet. Each piece of storage artifact is exceedingly rare, and the one in the young man's possession appeared to be of considerable value. Moreover, it could accommodate a spear, indicating a minimum capacity of 3 cubic meters. This young man must undoubtedly belong to the affluent class. What an eye-opening day it has been. The old shopkeeper smirked, seemingly chiding himself. Having lived half a lifetime, he found himself enviously astonished multiple times by a mere high school student. What a waste of life. After exiting the weapon shop, Shen Xingchen proceeded to the shopping mall, where he procured various daily necessities, disposable toothbrushes and toothpaste, a change of clothing, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and an assortment of items, both practical and otherwise. The golden bracelet possessed a vast space of 125 cubic meters, equivalent to a small storage room. Chapter 46. The Swordmaster, Shui Ping. The college entrance examination is rapidly approaching. In the classroom, Shen Xingchen received the dossier handed over by teacher Li Yu. Upon examining it, he discovered it contained information about the top students from Martial Arts No. 1 High School. For years, Martial Arts No. 3 High School had always aimed to match the achievements of Martial Arts No. 1. Soon, a familiar name caught his eye. He Yin, ranked second in the grade. Second? Wasn't He Yin the top student during the 6 Academies Grand Competition? Continuing his perusal, he found the name of the first student from Martial Arts No. 1, by Chen Yue. Second tier, 5th level. Extraordinary talent, illuminating sword domain, pseudo-S grade, reason unknown. At the same time, in the conference hall of Martial Arts No. 1, Bai Chen sat to one side. Although he possessed striking features, his pronounced dark circles and languid demeanor gave him the appearance of a gaming recluse. At the head of the round table sat an elderly man clad in a white training uniform, the principal of the institution, Bai Li. He shot a stern glance at the young man. Bai Chen Yue, if you continue to be this lethargic, do not expect to touch your games after the entrance exam. The young man instinctively recoiled. Understood, Dad. He was not only the top student, but also the principal's own son. As his father's gaze shifted elsewhere, Bai Chen Yue grimaced. Wasn't it just because he had skipped the 6 Academies Grand Competition to play games? How long had it been? Yet his father still wore that disapproving expression. Yin was also present, her gaze toward Bai Chen Yue laden with complexity. Even she had to concede that Bai Chen Yue's talent was unparalleled among their cohort. Had he participated in the 6 Academies Grand Competition, the outcome would have been uncertain. Memories of that domineering figure flooded her mind. The man who had effortlessly lifted her by the neck. She could almost hear the sound of her bones snapping. That dread, that shadow, clung to her like a malevolent specter. Countless times, she had awakened from nightmares, envisioning her own demise at the hands of that individual. Yin seemed to have made a resolute decision. Bai Chen Yue, can you assist me in dealing with Shen Xingchen? Only you possess the capability to do so. Bai Chen Yue lazily stretched in his chair, smiling at Yin, and replied, No, absolutely not. Yin was taken aback. Why not? Do you lack confidence? Qiyong was still in a severely injured state and would be unable to participate in this year's martial arts entrance examination. If even Bai Chen Yue felt uncertain, who would avenge Qiyong? Bai Chen Yue quickly retorted, Because I am lazy. Was he going to engage in futile endeavors? Was he truly so idle? Well, he indeed was rather idle. Yet, that did not change his refusal to partake in meaningless tasks. Yin hastily offered, I can provide you with anything you desire, as long as you have a need. Just as Bai Chen Yue finished stretching, he slumped back in his chair. We both know that what you have, I lack not. And what I desire, you cannot possibly provide, can you? The Bai family and the He family stood on similar ground, their resources comparable. Hien leaned feebly against the chair, fully aware that she was incapable of providing the requisite level of resources, and her family would not permit it. The last time she forcibly extracted the blade of life and death, it had already angered the elders of her clan. Observing Bai Chanyue, who lay in a pitiful state, Principal Bai Zhili felt a surge of anger. As Bai Chanyue relaxed momentarily, he noticed his father-esque expression and straightened up slightly. Bai Zhili, in an irritable tone, remarked, "This upcoming college entrance examination is of utmost importance. All of you must take it seriously." The students below nodded earnestly. Among them were two other second-tier students who had participated in the grand competition of the 6 institutes. They had witnessed Shen Xingchen's ruthlessness and were grateful to have avoided his wrath. Otherwise, they would have met a fate akin to Qi Yang's. Bai Zhili continued, "You have all heard of the legacy of Wang Shan, correct?" The students, including the teachers, nodded, their expressions somber. Bai Zhili inquired, "Do you know what level of legacy it is?" The students shook their heads. "It is of the king level." What? Everyone was taken aback. Even Bai Chanyue momentarily fell into a daze. Bai Zhili was pleased with their reactions and asked, "Do you know whose legacy it is?" All shook their heads. After a brief pause, Bai Zhili solemnly declared, "It belongs to the sword saint, Cui Ping." The teachers and students were once again astonished. Bai Chanyue, unusually agitated, stammered, "You mean the esteemed Cui Ping from 300 years ago, who fell in battle against the Demon King? The very figure enshrined in our textbooks and illustrated in art? It is said that his swordsmanship struck terror into countless demons, prompting them to send their top-tier kings specifically trained to counter sword techniques to exchange lives with him. His fall is a profound regret for all of Huaxia." Bai Zhili, with a knowing gaze, responded, "Indeed, it is the sword saint you have admired since childhood. How could he not be aware of his own son?" At just 10 years old, Bai Chanyue had incessantly begged him to narrate tales of sword saint Cui Ping. All the martial techniques Bai Chanyue practiced were sword-related, clearly showcasing his deep admiration for the legendary figure. This legacy finally ignited Bai Chanyue's fighting spirit. His face flushed with excitement as he declared, "Very well. Given this, I must reach the 80th level of the Divine Path ladder during this college entrance examination and claim the legacy." Bai Zhili timely encouraged him. "Your martial arts and innate abilities are exceptionally complementary, allowing your innate talents to temporarily reach a pseudo-S level. The opportunity is truly significant." The head of the grade, Li Junfeng, concurred. "Indeed, Chanyue shares the sword path with the sword saint, and his accomplishments are quite remarkable. He is sure to gain his recognition. Although the S level of our school is formidable, he has never practiced sword techniques. Logically, the sword saint should appreciate Bai Chanyue more." Bai Chanyue's eyes glimmered with fervor. His innate ability, known as Illuminating Sword Domain, is rated A, while his martial technique, the high-level Earth-tier Limitless Divine Sword Art, was crafted by a predecessor of extraordinary talent. One merely requires a talent for the sword to transiently elevate the level of their innate ability by 1 tier. For him, his sword-related talent was already classified as A grade. With the enhancement of the Limitless Divine Sword technique, it astonishingly ascended to S grade. This explains why, despite both he and Hien being merely at the 2nd tier, level 5, he stands undisputedly as the top of his class. Bai Zhi's gaze fell upon his son, brimming with determination, and a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Hien observed the expression on Bai Chanyue's face, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. Her innate ability was that of a mind master. Should she master the swordsmanship of the esteemed sword saint, it would significantly augment her combat prowess. However, she truly lacked the confidence to surpass Bai Chanyue. Furthermore, would the individual from Class 3 so readily relinquish their legacy? In the classroom of Class 7, Year 3, after perusing the information on the martial arts candidates from the first martial arts school, Shen Xingchen noticed a small booklet tucked within the file. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained materials sent by Isu Ro regarding the Wang's Mountains. The moment he glanced at the booklet, a striking name caught his attention: Sword Saint Cui Ping. He felt a sense of familiarity with that name. delving into the system's martial arts interface. He found a terrestrial-grade martial art he had yet to practice, the invisible sword of the Zhou sky, attributed to Cui Ping. Chapter 47. The Martial Arts Examination to 1S Surprise. The author of the Zhou Tian Wuxing sword is none other than the Sword Saint of Huaxia. What a fortuitous coincidence. Without hesitation, Shen Xingchen allocated all his Dao comprehension points for the week to the Zhou Tian Wuxing sword. Congratulations, host. You have utilized 1,400 points of Dao comprehension. You have successfully cultivated the Zhou Tian Wuxing sword for 14 years. After years of refinement, your mastery of this earth-tier martial technique has reached this subtle level. Shen Xingchen felt an invisible sword aura erupt around him. This martial technique was fundamentally about cultivating sword energy. The greater the quantity of sword energy, the higher the mastery of the technique. Now, 6 streams of sword energy surrounded Shen Xingchen, signifying his attainment of this subtle level. With the martial arts examination just a day away, he now possessed an additional earth-tier martial technique, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to outshine all competitors in the examination arena. On June 7th, the day of the examination, at 7:30 a.m., the school arranged for buses to transport all students to Wangshan for the test. Shen Xingchen rose early, meticulously checking his array of weapons and examination pass. Based on past experiences, he understood that each year, there are always a few fixed NPCs who would either arrive late or forget their passes. The martial arts examination had finally arrived. With a composed smile, Shen Xingchen stepped out of his home. In the same military-civilian alley, at the northernmost courtyard, stood the old residence of Yang Shi. As usual, Yang Shi beautified herself with makeup and savored a warm glass of milk before preparing to leave. Just then, a sophisticated and charming woman called out to her. I heard that the young man next door, Shun, won the championship in this year's 6th Academy competition. If you happen to encounter him at the examination, perhaps he could lend you a hand. After all, you are neighbors. He should not refuse, especially since he seems fond of you. This was Yang Shi's mother, Song Mei, who regarded her daughter with an expression that hinted at her awareness of everything. Yang Shi, her expression unreadable, replied coolly, I understand, Mom. She was well aware that the current Shen Xingchen would hardly pay her any mind, let alone entertain such matters. Noticing her daughter's lack of enthusiasm, Song Mei urged, do not dismiss it lightly. As young women, ISNT at our aspiration to find a good man in life. I believe Shun's abilities are quite commendable. You should seize the opportunity. If he manages to achieve the top spot this time, I would certainly approve of him pursuing you. Goodbye, Mom. Yang Shi, unable to endure the conversation any longer, donned her shoes and left without a backward glance. Song Mei sighed, oh, this child. Meanwhile, Chen Feiyu had risen late today. He hurriedly gathered his examination supplies and rushed toward school. On the way, he encountered his father. Son, what are you wandering about for on such a hot day? Chen Feiyu's expression darkened. I'm going to the examination. At 9 o'clock a.m., all students were escorted to the outskirts of the Wangshan ruins. This mountain range was enveloped in mist. Any contact with the fog would result in immediate transportation into the depths of the ruins. The teleportation was random, and given the vastness of the space within the ruins, it was rare to encounter familiar faces. Thus, most individuals relied on their own abilities. However, there will always be a small fraction of individuals who enjoy good fortune, which is indeed a facet of one's prowess. When Shen Xingchen disembarked from the vehicle, it incited a flurry of excitement among the onlookers. Is that truly an S-class? The aura is remarkable. I wonder if he possesses abs? Have you heard? The top scholar of the city might just be him. Shen Xingchen calmly navigated through the crowd and joined his peers from the 3rd middle school. Chen Feiyu gazed at his good friend with envy, pondering when he too would have such an impressive moment. Yang Shi looked at Shen Xingchen with a complex expression, feeling the growing distance between them. When Jiang Qingyao arrived, she too sparked a wave of commotion, a testament to her goddess-like charisma. Yet, Jiang Qingyao always seemed to intentionally avoid Shen Xingchen. One might understand such behavior as mere playful teasing, but why does she both evade him and steal glances in his direction? This left the onlookers somewhat perplexed. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Shen Xingchen took the initiative to break the silence. Are you well? Jiang Qingyao retorted playfully. You lecher. Shen Xingchen, many present, upon hearing her playful rebuke, cast peculiar glances at him. What had he done to provoke such a reaction from the campus beauty? Shen Xingchen, steeling himself, shifted the topic. Haven't you been guaranteed admission? Jiang Qingyao's irritation subsided slightly, her eyes sparkling. I enjoy it. Is that so wrong? As long as you are happy. Shen Xingchen found himself at a loss for words. Every year, there are students with guaranteed admission who participate in the college entrance examination, perhaps to assess their own capabilities. Soon, the supervising teacher approached. I trust you all have heard the examination rules numerous times. Let me reiterate them once more. The teacher passionately reiterated various details of the examination, and the students listened intently. Shen Xingchen was equally attentive. The rules of the college entrance examination are quite straightforward. The Wangsanshan ruins span vast territories, and each student will be teleported to the outskirts of the ruins. The central mountain, known as Wangsanshan, serves as the ultimate destination for all. Everyone shares a common goal, to reach the summit of Wangsanshan. Each path leading to the mountain is guarded by various factions of demonic creatures as a trial, predominantly of the first and second tiers. Of course, third-tier creatures also exist. The first assessment does not require candidates to vanquish the demonic beings. They merely need to elude them and ascend to the peak of Wangsanshan. The supervising teacher emphasized, if you encounter a third-tier demon, flee decisively, exit their territory, as they typically do not pursue beyond their domain. Shen Xingchen inquired, Teacher, how many third-tier demons are there in total? The upgrade system requires 10. We must ensure we have enough to slay. The supervising teacher responded with satisfaction. That is an excellent question. For the safety of all candidates, only a little over 10 third-tier demons will be allocated throughout the examination area, and they will be positioned in very remote locations. So one should not encounter them under normal circumstances. Shen Xingchen nodded, deeming it acceptable. It should suffice. The supervising teacher added, for your safety, several teleportation arrays have been established, allowing for mid-course exits. The examination content that followed had been previously discussed by Su Ruo. They comprise striking the heavenly drum, jade disc reflection, and divine path ladder. Striking the heavenly drum tests the student's explosive power, whereas jade disc reflection assesses their willpower. Finally, the divine path ladder evaluates one's overall qualities, which requires considerable time. Hence, the earlier one reaches the summit of Wang Mountain and commences the ascent of the divine path ladder, the greater the advantage one possesses. The leading instructor announced, the examination duration is 7 days, and we will reconvene at this location upon its conclusion. Furthermore, during the examination period, refrain from attacking other candidates. Focus on your own performance and begin the ascent of the divine path ladder as soon as possible. Additionally, the peak of Wang Mountain is under live broadcast. All students must remain mindful of their public image and avoid bringing disgrace to the school. Upon grasping the rules, Shen Xingchen closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. At that moment, a stir arose within the crowd. Look, there's Bai Qinyue from number 5 high school. I heard he is determined to ascend the 80th level of the ladder. The 80th level? Are you certain? Is that even achievable? I wonder who is stronger between him and that S-ranked individual. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingchen opened his eyes. In this day and age, there are still those who dare to challenge my standing? The instant he opened his eyes, his gaze met that of a fellow candidate. The candidate appeared languid, yet his eyes betrayed an inherent pride. That was Bai Qinyue. At this moment, Chun Feiyu approached Brother Shun. What do you think would be the outcome if you faced him in a duel? Shen Xingchen pondered briefly, perhaps a 9-to-1 ratio. Chun Feiyu inquired, who is 9 and who is 1? Shen Xingchen grinned. No, what I mean is with one strike from me, he would shatter into 9 pieces. Chun Feiyu. Naturally, Bai Qinyue was oblivious to the conversation Shen Xingchen was having. He merely offered a polite smile from a distance. Chapter 48. The fire lizard at the periphery of the Madness Mountain at 9:30 in the morning, the examination time commenced. All candidates, please queue up, present your passes, and enter the ruins in order. The chief examiner's stern voice resonated throughout the area. Soon, students formed a long line. Some parents, unable to quell their worries, accompanied their children to the examination site, still anxious as they approached the venue. "Son, don't push yourself too hard. We have a gold mine behind our house, and there's no need to endure unnecessary hardships. Daughter, I've kept this from you for 18 years. Your father is the wealthiest in Shannon. Everything we do is for your brighter future. Good son, strive hard and aim to emerge alive from the Madness Mountain." Shen Xingchen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What on earth was this? A gold mine. I don't want to exert myself anymore. Cough. Cough. The chief examiner cast a stern glance at the parents, prompting them to cease their incessant chatter. The students then resumed their cue, leaving behind the hopeful gazes of their parents. Shen Xingchen presented his pass and entered the examination hall. The moment he encountered the mist, his body began to sink. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, surrounded only by scattered, withered branches. This was a ruins? As Shen Xingchen pondered, the ground trembled, and a fierce wind whistled past him. Reacting swiftly, he bent down to evade it, just in time to see a massive, obsidian claw graze his body. Turning his head, he beheld a fire-red lizard, its body encrusted with magma. The creature opened its wide maw, a long, crimson tongue dripping with dark green saliva, presenting a most terrifying sight. Was this a demon? Having lived in the city for so long, he had only encountered this grotesque creature in textbooks. A fire lizard, peak rank 1. Without hesitation, Shen Xingchen retrieved the pear blossom rain gun from his gilded bracelet. He charged forward, thrusting the spear like a harpoon directly into the lizard's head. With a sickening sound, dark green blood gushed forth. The lizard's head shattered, yet the remaining half of its body continued to convulse in a violent spasm. Kill rank 1 Demon 1. Just as Shen Xingchen halted, he heard the system's mission prompt. While others rushed straight to the summit of Madness Mountain, he had a different objective, his system task. If he failed to complete it this time, he would have to wait a long while. Only one? Why were there so few demons in Madness Mountain? If other candidates could hear Shen Xingchen's thoughts, they would surely deem him insane. Fewer demons meant everyone could safely reach Madness Mountain. Was that not preferable? Throughout the ensuing journey, whenever Shen Xingchen encountered a demon, he would strike them down. Kill rank 1 demon 1. Kill rank 1 demon 2. The progress bar for his system task gradually inched upward, albeit slowly. At this pace, completing the task in 7 days would be utterly impossible. This would he do. He needed to gather more foes. After traversing a considerable distance, Shen Xingchen began to realize that this method was far too inefficient. He began to sprint wildly, traversing through various forests, kicking aside any demon he encountered before fleeing. Several fire lizards gazed at him with wide eyes, perplexed by this human's audacity and cowardice. Even some second-tier blood demons began to follow him. A multitude of demons trailed behind Shen Xingchen, ensuring maximum efficiency. At that moment, Shen Xingchen overheard a cacophony of voices, humans engaging in conversation. It was the first time he had seen living souls in the illusory mountain ruins. As he crested a hill, he indeed spotted 2 men and 2 women, all clad in high school uniforms, clearly candidates for examination. Upon noticing Shen Xingchen, the candidates were initially filled with surprise, only to be struck by the sight of the numerous demons behind him. Goodness! Someone shouted. What on earth did he do to attract so many demons? He is going to die. ISNT. At that moment, a petite girl in their group suggested, shouldn't we help him? A lanky boy with elongated features scoffed. If you want to go, be my guest. With that many demons, anyone who approaches will get hurt. Others echoed his sentiments. The slender boy continued. Every year, a few unfortunate souls like him show up during the martial arts entrance exams. If you're so compassionate, then go ahead, but don't waste our time. Had there not been so many demons behind Shen Xingchen, they would have gladly teamed up with him, as it would significantly expedite their ascent of the illusory mountain. But now, human nature is inherently selfish, especially in the pressure cooker of an examination. Helping him could jeopardize their own lives. The petite girl's expression wavered with uncertainty. Just then, Shen Xingchen abruptly halted. He took a deep breath, his spear poised, its sharp tip glinting ominously. The 4-member team watched in bewilderment. What was he doing? Why wasn't he running? Surely this would lead to his demise? All eyes were fixed on the mass of demons encroaching upon Shen Xingchen. Yet no one made a move to assist. Only the petite girl dashed forward to rescue him, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Xingchen sprang into action. The second-tier blood demon was nearly upon him. Yet, Shen Xingchen moved with the speed of lightning, darting through the space around him. In a flash, his trajectory traced a series of sharp angles, each pivot leaving behind a lingering afterimage. The afterimages of his spear pierced through the demons, lifting them off the ground entirely. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of demons pursuing Shen Xingchen lay dead. Kill count. First-tier demons 30, second-tier demons 5. What? The petite girl halted in her tracks, her mouth agape. She had initially thought him a mere fool paralyzed by fear. The scene unfolding before her exceeded her comprehension. The other three stood in stunned silence, their jaws dropped. How is this possible? Which esteemed academy did this prodigy hail from? Are you joking? You think I graduated in the same class as him? Shen Xingchen had been listening to their conversation for a while now, but there was little to reproach them for. In such critical moments, who would sacrifice their own interests for the sake of others? Yet, that petite girl appeared somewhat dazed, adorably foolish. He offered her a smile and turned to leave. There was nothing more to discuss with these individuals. Unexpectedly, a slender-eyed male classmate approached him, saying, "Classmate, I see you possess considerable strength. Which academy are you from?" Shen Xingchen glanced back at him. The slender-eyed student, not waiting for a response, continued, "Among us. The highest rank is merely at the peak of the first tier. It took us great effort to reach this point." Shen Xingchen maintained his calm gaze. Noticing Shen Xingchen's lack of reaction, the boy added, "Our strength is insufficient. We need someone with adequate prowess to bolster our presence." Ultimately, they were merely just adults. Their faces still tender. They could only communicate in such indirect manners. "And?" Shen Xingchen inquired with a smile. Seeing Shen Xingchen smile, the slender-eyed boy felt encouraged and blurted out, "So, I hope you'll join us and guide us." Shen Xingchen reined in his smile, replying, "You are quite humorous." Chapter 49. Jiang Qingyao encounters He Yin again. Are we truly that familiar? Do you possess no sense of boundaries whatsoever? And what were you thinking? What were you doing just now? Are you utterly oblivious to it all? Shen Xingchen felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. The classmate with slender, elongated features seemed poised to speak again. A boy beside him tugged at his sleeve. "Lu Ming, if she disagrees, then so be it." Lu Ming, the boy with delicate features, immediately bristled at the remark. "Yes, I acknowledge your prowess, but with so many demons in the examination hall, wouldn't it be beneficial for us to assist one another? Indeed, your participation would significantly enhance our scores, and you wouldn't suffer any detriment, would you? If our actions earlier displeased you, I could even offer an apology. How's that sound? Sufficiently sincere, I trust?" Lu Ming's voice grew increasingly agitated. Listening from the side, Shen Xingchen found amusement in the exchange. "I could effortlessly assist you without it costing me a moment of my time. But did you ever inquire if I would be willing? Did you consider whether my ears delight in your apology? Am I your father, indulging you in such a manner?" Shen Xingchen regarded him with cold disdain, azure flames flickering ominously in his gaze. Clear a path. In an instant, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, causing him to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Shen Xingchen cast a scornful glance in his direction before weaving through the group and striding into the distance. The quartet fell into a prolonged silence until one of the girls finally spoke. "If we had aided him earlier, would he not have stayed to guide us?" The group was rendered speechless. In the northern part of the Wangshan ruins, He Yin perched upon a branch of a gnarled tree. "Have you located her?" Beneath the tree, a boy clad in dark attire nodded. "Boss, I found her. Jiang Qingyao is approximately 30 kilometers to the southeast." He Yin nodded in satisfaction. The boy reporting back was a student from Wudao No. 1 High School, named Go Peng, who had long since pledged allegiance to Qi Yang as a subordinate. His innate ability was known as Sun-Devouring Divine Canine, manifesting as a sleek, jet-black divine hound, classified as A-grade. This divine beast not only augmented strength and agility in battle, but also possessed a remarkably practical skill, tracking. He Yin recognized that she was not a match for Shen Xingchen. However, she could certainly target Jiang Qingyao. Having clashed during the last inter-academy competition, He Yin was aware that Jiang Qingyao was no match for her. Rumors suggested their relationship was exceedingly close. Since Shen Xingchen had annihilated Qi Yang, she resolved to destroy Jiang Qingyao. He Yin instructed Go Peng, verify the location once more, and then we shall proceed. A sinister smile flickered across her lips. Jiang Qingyao, a name as beautiful as the person it belongs to. I wonder how heartbroken Shen Xingchen will be upon hearing the news of your demise. Go Peng immediately sprang into action. Plugging his nose, a phantom black hound materialized behind him. Boundless pursue across 10,000 miles. Go Peng's consciousness plunged into the realm of taste, extending 30 kilometers away. Jiang Qingyao's breath was rising and falling, seemingly embroiled in a fierce battle. The creature before her was undoubtedly a demon from the abyss. Sister, follow me. Go Peng called out as he dashed in a particular direction, and He Yin immediately followed suit. 15 minutes later, on a mountainous path, Jiang Qingyao, having expended considerable energy, finally vanquished a second-tier demon. If only Shen Xingchen were here. Jiang Qingyao found herself lost in reverie. That brute should find it effortless to slay these demons. She recalled Shen Xingchen's demeanor in battle. If he were to eliminate a second-tier demon, he would likely remain unfazed. When questioned, he would nonchalantly respond that he hadn't exerted much effort, implying that it was merely luck, inciting further frustration in those who listened. Such arrogance. Enough of that rogue. Jiang Qingyao shook her head, casting Shen Xingchen from her thoughts. Just as she resolved to press onward, a teasing female voice rang out. So, you truly are here. She looked up to see He Yin, accompanied by a dark-clad young man with a similarly malicious grin. What do you want? Jiang Qingyao raised her elegantly arched brows, casting a cold glance at them. He Yin replied with a smirk. I wonder if you've heard, every year during the martial arts examination, there are death quotas. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen wandered around the examination grounds. After a day's time, he had already slain over 200 first-tier demons and 10 second-tier ones, mainly in pursuit of them. With each kill, the demon count dwindled. It was time to venture deeper into the Wishing Mountains. He grasped his spear and proceeded along a narrow path toward the center. After taking only a few steps, a frantic examinee barreled toward him, momentarily stunned upon seeing Shen Xingchen. Brother, run. There's a third-tier demon behind me. Shen Xingchen, puzzled, brightened at the words. He seized the examinee's collar, urgently inquiring, where? Having been there for a day, he had yet to encounter a third-tier demon. The examinee, initially sprinting with fervor, suddenly found himself halted as Shen Xingchen grasped his collar, causing his lower half to continue forward while his upper half lagged behind. His expression was frantic. Don't ask. Just run with me. At that moment, a beast with the head of a wolf and the body of a man surged forth at tremendous speed, its eyes devoid of emotion, resembling a chilling machine of death. The shadow wolf. The examinee, disregarding everything else, desperately attempted to break free from Shen Xingchen's grip. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, he could not shake off the iron hold of Shen Xingchen's hand. He was shaken. As a second-tier martial artist, he found himself utterly powerless against the creature. Suddenly, the hand gripping his collar released him. That figure, enveloped in azure golden spiritual energy, charged toward the shadow wolf. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? In that fleeting moment, Shen Xingchen had already arrived before the shadow demon wolf. The creature, lacking in intelligence, perceived its prey before it and wore an expression of sheer excitement. With a resounding thud, the collision of claws and fists reverberated through the air, sending shards of stone flying. The azure golden dragon shadow along Shen Xingchen's arm surged towards the body of the shadow demon wolf. In an instant, the dragon shadow pierced through the creature's form, emanating a resounding roar. The strike concluded swiftly. The wolf's eyes gradually dimmed. Shen Xingchen retracted his stance. It must be acknowledged that the combat prowess of a third-tier demon was indeed formidable, compelling him to unleash his utmost killing move to ensure victory. However, this demon wolf's intellect was rather lacking. It likely mistook him for the previous candidate and had not exerted its full strength. One was well prepared, while the other acted in haste. This disparity resulted in a single punch dispatching a third-tier demon. The nearby candidate stood in astonishment. Was it truly so effortless to eliminate a third-tier demon? This was not what my instructor had taught me. The teacher had advised to flee at the sight of a third-tier demon, to escape its territory with all possible speed. Chapter 50. Jiang Qingyao in Peril Bro. You. The examinee was silent for a long while, hesitating to articulate his thoughts, yet feeling that no words could sufficiently convey his astonishment. Shen Xingchen paid him no mind, extracting a piece of magic crystal from the belly of a third-tier magic wolf. After slaying so many of these demonic entities, he discovered that within their bodies resided a form of energy known as the magic crystal. Although uncertain of its potential uses, it surely possessed considerable value. Could you kindly share your name with me? The examinee finally spoke again. Shen Xingchen replied, Should you introduce yourself before inquiring about others? The examinee quickly responded, I am Lin Han, hailing from Wudao No. 1 High School. Shen Xingchen expressed surprise. For No. 1. How well do you know Hien? She was nearly assassinated by that lunatic last time. Shen Xingchen reflected on the events of recent days, feeling a mix of frustration and regret. If you're on good terms with her, you might encounter some minor troubles. Lin Han sensed an unusual scrutiny in Shen Xingchen's question. Not familiar, he replied. This was the truth. Despite his high ranking in his class, he felt worlds apart from someone like Hien. He had only recently managed to reach the second tier before the exam, finally feeling a sense of standing. He never expected to encounter such an extraordinary individual on the very first day of the examination. Shen Xingchen pressed, really not familiar? Lin Han stepped back slightly. I assure you, truly. Shen Xingchen replied, What a pity. What pity indeed. Lin Han was puzzled. Could it be that this guy had a good relationship with Hien? He hastily added, I suppose I could be considered. Before Lin Han could finish his sentence, Shen Xingchen interjected, What a shame. If you were closer to her, I would have to eliminate you. Lin Han. Shen Xingchen cast a sidelong glance at him. I am Shen Xingchen. Lin Han exclaimed, Shen Xingchen, the one from Wudao No. 3? The champion of this year's 6 Academy Grand Competition, the one who severely injured Qi Yang and thwarted Hien? He had indeed pondered this name. But Shen Xingchen's display of strength was so overwhelming that it seemed beyond that of any current student. Shen Xingchen nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, Lin Han fell silent for a lengthy moment, realizing that someone of such caliber had emerged from their cohort. Afterwards, as if recalling something, he inquired, Do you know Jiang Qingyao? Shen Xingchen felt a twinge of wariness. Had he stumbled upon a fan of the young lady? Why do you mention her? He asked cautiously. Lin Han explained, A few hours ago, I encountered Hien. She was in pursuit of someone named Jiang Qingyao and mentioned you during the chase. Upon hearing this news, Shen Xingchen's hand, which had been toying with a gilded bracelet, suddenly stilled. Are you certain? Absolutely. It was to the east of the examination site, Lin Han affirmed. Shen Xingchen's demeanor darkened abruptly, the very air around them seeming to thicken. I haven't sought you out yet you dare to come to me first? It seems that you believe my leniency last time lacked consequence. Thank you. Shen Xingchen's breath surged as he activated the Godspeed technique, his form suddenly vanishing from sight, leaving only a lingering echo. Lin Han gazed in astonishment. Fortunate was he for not participating in the 6th Academy Grand Tournament. For who could remain composed in the face of such a spectacle? On the eastern side of the ruins examination site, Jiang Qingyao cast a dark glance at Hien, who lingered not far behind. The vastness of the arena had, regrettably, led to their encounter. Though she had recently advanced to the 3rd level of the 2nd tier, she remained no match for Hien. The latter had not intended to let her escape, pursuing her relentlessly for several hours. Do you think you can flee? Hien taunted, wielding her psychic mastery and soaring through the air on her sword, a smirk betraying her amusement. Her violet-hued pupils glinted menacingly as another long sword darted forth, swift as lightning, the air crackling with the sound of impending explosion. In an instant, the sword was upon Jiang Qingyao's back. Employing the Godspeed technique, she focused intently, hastily executing the martial skill imparted by Shen Xingchen. Her form blurred, and at the critical moment the sword skimmed past her, With a resolute hum, her ice wings unfurled, propelling her skyward as she narrowly evaded the flying sword. This marked her 6th use of the ice wings that day. Even her 2nd-tier, 3rd-level spiritual energy could not sustain her for much longer. Yan, unfazed by the failed attack, found amusement in Jiang Qingyao's desperate evasion, each attempt more entertaining than the last. A smirk played at the corners of Yan's lips. There was nothing goddess-like about Jiang Qingyao now, merely a wretched creature, akin to a stray dog. Numerous sword marks marred Jiang Qingyao's figure, crimson droplets staining her attire. Quite pitiful, Yan remarked nonchalantly, standing firmly upon her sword, a playful glint in her eyes. I recorded your little escapades on my phone. I shall send them to Shen Xingchen. I wonder how he will react upon viewing them. It had been long since she had felt such exhilaration since the 6th Academy Grand Tournament. Jiang Qingyao bit her lip, her determined countenance taut. She had evaded capture several times, yet that cloaked figure always managed to track her down swiftly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she ceased her flight, ice-blue spiritual energy swirling around her. 8 Desolation's dragon fist. She unleashed a punch, a sound akin to a dragon's roar resonating around her. As a shimmering ice dragon apparition spiraled forth. With a start, Yan's expression shifted as she summoned her flying sword to counter the attack. This technique was eerily reminiscent of the one Shen Xingchen had wielded to severely injure Qi Yang during the tournament. You know it too. Yan's once exquisite features twisted into a fierce grimace. Dozens of long swords erupted from her storage ring, their chilling brilliance formidable. The memory of the previous technique stirred unpleasant recollections within her. She had no intention of holding back now. She was prepared to strike with lethal intent. With a flurry of swift movements, the swords erupted like thunder, descending with the fury of white lightning. Jiang Qingyao's complexion was pale. It seemed she could truly no longer withstand such an onslaught. Countless ice wings erupted, reminiscent of the dazzling display during the grand competition at the 6th Academy. The ice crystals, bursting forth, met the sword's brilliance, yet shattered instantaneously. Jiang Qingyao coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering from a severe backlash, her breath becoming feeble. Yan had already closed the distance, approaching step by step, looking down at Jiang Qingyao with a disdainful expression. What a pity. I cannot witness Shen Xingchen's reaction to this recording. I imagine it would be truly spectacular. Your demise holds great value. This is the price he pays for provoking both me and Qi Yang. As she spoke, a different thought crossed her mind, and she turned to Go Peng, inquiring, Dog, do you find that girl beautiful? Go Peng, following behind, gazed at Jiang Qingyao and licked his lips. Of course. If I could taste her beauty, it would be worth dying for. She is the campus belle of the 3rd Martial Arts Academy, and even holds some renown in the 1st. At that moment, her pitiful appearance truly evoked a sense of sympathy. What a stunning beauty, with skin as delicate as jade and a charming demeanor. Yan's expression turned playful. Then she is yours. I shall provide you with the recording. Jiang Qingyao's delicate face finally displayed a hint of panic. Her eyes filled with tears. If she were truly subjected to such a fate, she would rather choose death. Ah, really? Gopeng was taken aback. Such a beautiful woman had long made his mouth water. Yet she was the prey of the leader. He had hesitated to voice his desires. Now, the leader was offering her to him? Yan urged, hurry. Try to make it last a little longer. Otherwise, it would be dull. Gopeng could hardly contain his excitement. All right. I never expected that a woman Shen Xingchen hadn't even had the chance to touch would fall into my lap. A beauty of this caliber must be an absolute delight. Just as he stepped toward Jiang Qingyao, the entire space turned frigid, an icy killing intent locking onto everything around. A suppressed voice echoed from afar. Oh, is that so? Chapter 51, Slay. The figures seemed to descend from the heavens. Initially, it was merely a dazzling beam of azure gold light, extending from hundreds of miles away, straight and unyielding. Just as Gopeng's hand was about to touch Jiang Qingyao, the figure stepped upon Gopeng's head, gathering strength. Bang! Gopeng's body crumpled, his skull driven into the earth by that azure gold figure. The ground shattered. Gopeng's head had deformed, his eye sockets protruding, filled with bloodshot veins, devoid of any glimmer of life. Clearly, he was utterly dead. The horror etched on his face froze, and before he could utter a plea for help, silence enveloped him. Shen Xingchen stood upon the corpse of Go Peng, coldly gazing at Hien. The brilliance receded. Hien finally discerned the visage of the newcomer, a familiar yet disorienting countenance. It was the haunting face that had invaded her dreams countless times in recent days. "How could you be here?" Hien's voice trembled. Even wielding the blade of life and death, she was still no match for Shen Xingchen. Moreover, in this moment, where could she summon the courage to confront him? Jiang Qingyao gazed at the descending figure, her beautiful eyes gradually illuminating. She remained fragmented, hiding behind Shen Xingchen, sheltered in the shadow of the tall youth. A mix of admiration and joy surged within her. She felt that, regardless of the tumultuous years to come, no one could evoke the same heart-stopping thrill she experienced at this moment. Surprised? Unexpected? Shen Xingchen asked with a cold smirk. Hien snapped back to reality. Disbelief flooding her features. "You've killed someone." Despite her malicious thoughts, it was the first time she witnessed a living person lose their vitality. The primal fear coursing through her genes rendered her mind completely blank. Shen Xingchen sneered condescendingly. "Allow me to share 2 pieces of information with you. First, this relic is isolated from the outside world, hence your phone has no signal. Second, there is no one else in this area. So, can you guess what will happen next?" Shen Xingchen regarded Hien with a playful glint in his eyes. This time, he would not let this venomous, deranged woman escape. Without uttering a word, Hien's body moved like a startled swan, soaring away on her sword. If only she could reach the nearest teleportation array, she murmured softly. The results of the Martial Arts College entrance examination no longer mattered to her. Having witnessed Shen Xingchen's method of killing Go Peng, she knew she could not escape his grasp. However, since he had committed murder, he could manipulate matters once outside. Shen Xingchen took a few swift steps, his body moving like a shadow. With a mere instant, he appeared behind Hien like a specter. His large hands grasped her neck tightly. Once again, Hien felt that pallid sense of powerlessness. "Please, no. I beg you, I will never dare again. I cannot die yet. You can have anything you desire, even my body. I am untainted. I have never given myself to Qiyang." Her body writhed in a frantic attempt to escape Shen Xingchen's grasp. Just days prior, she had felt this brush with death, which had haunted her with countless nightmares. Now, that specter returned to entwine her reality. An overwhelming aura of despair loomed as fragments of dreams coalesced. Shen Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smile. "You are of such lowly caliber that even a dog would reject you." A surge of sword energy erupted from within him. 6 ethereal, invisible sword energies burst forth, exuding an imposing power. The invisible sword of the universe. Suddenly, the 6 sword energies pierced Hien's waist, leaving behind 6 glaring wounds. "Aye, truly." Hien's words faltered as life slipped away. Shen Xingchen released her neck, and her lifeless body crumpled to the ground. He shook the blood from his hands. It was his first act of murder, claiming 2 lives in a single moment. A wave of nausea washed over him, a natural human response. He leaned against a nearby tree, retching. Turning his head, he spotted Jiang Qingyao dragging 2 corpses away, seemingly unaware of her destination. "What are you doing?" Shen Xingchen inquired. Jiang Qingyao turned, bewildered, disposing of the bodies. "That's what they do in movies." Shen Xingchen was taken aback. "Aren't you afraid? Shouldn't a girl be terrified of such horrific matters?" Jiang Qingyao's face paled. "Of course I'm scared, but one must complete the task." Despite her ashen complexion, Shen Xingchen remained oblivious. His head throbbed. "Stop. This is the wilderness." "Oh, right." Jiang Qingyao finally relinquished the bodies. Shen Xingchen stepped forward, retrieving Hien and Go Peng's phones, crushing them in his grip. Under the strength of a second-tier, 6th-level martial artist, the devices shattered beyond repair, preventing anyone from uncovering clues. "Let's go." Shen Xingchen called softly. Jiang Qingyao, hands clasped behind her back, skipped along cheerfully. As night fell, "Does it hurt?" "Yes. Just endure a little longer." "All right, here I come." Hiss. "I'm bleeding." Beneath the moonlight, the young pair sat beside a flickering fire, its glow illuminating their faces. Shen Xingchen was tending to Jiang Qingyao's wounds. As the injury was on her back, she struggled to manage it alone. At this moment, Jiang Qingyao's shirt was partially shed, exposing her delicate arms and a glimpse of her slender waist, her skin as pristine as jade. After a quarter of an hour, the bandaging was complete. Shen Xingchen gazed at his handiwork with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Fortunately, he had brought along some healing ointment when he acquired the storage bracelet. There should be no scarring. Shen Xingchen, it would be such a pity if this beautiful back were marred by scars. Jiang Qingyao softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Shen Xingchen continued. It is quite late now. Let's rest here. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyao inquired. After such a difficult encounter, shall we not journey together tomorrow? Shen Xingchen shook his head. I have certain matters to attend to. You should proceed to the summit of Wangshan first. Jiang Qingyao was taken aback. She truly did not anticipate Shen Xingchen's refusal, yet she did not dwell on it for long. Very well, do be swift. The earlier you commence your ascent on the divine path, the further you shall go. In her view, Shen Xingchen undoubtedly had more pressing matters to attend to. Thus, she felt it would be inconsiderate to disturb him. Shen Xingchen smiled gently. Given the circumstances tonight, it remains quite perilous. Take this. He retrieved the Lingxi pendant from his storage bracelet. After days of accumulation, the pendant now possessed sufficient spiritual energy to activate its defenses once more. You have used this pendant before, so I need not elaborate further. Shen Xingchen stated as he handed the jade pendant to Jiang Qingyao. She accepted it obediently. Shen Xingchen felt a sense of relief. In the days to come, he would devote himself entirely to fulfilling the system's tasks. Chapter 52. Humanity in Crisis and the Summit of Illusions on the second day. Shen Xingchen bid farewell to Jiang Qingyao and continued his hunt for the demon clan. With each demon that fell, Shen Xingchen's task progress bar steadily lengthened. Kill First Order Demon 234. Kill Second Order Demon 21. Kill Third Order Demon 3. Shen Xingchen engaged in battle as if he were immersed in a game, reveling in the exhilaration of the hunt. During this time, he encountered several groups of candidates heading toward the summit of illusions. These candidates, who had previously been strangers, were left astounded upon witnessing Shen Xingchen's prowess. Word quickly spread throughout the examination grounds of a formidable killer among the current candidates, one who seemingly disregarded his exam scores to exclusively hunt demons with astonishing strength. After dispatching another second-order blood demon worm, Shen Xingchen shook his weapon to rid it of the dark green blood. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. 2 men and 2 women were sprinting for their lives, pursued by a third-order shadow demon wolf. As Shen Xingchen focused his gaze, he recognized this group as the same quartet he had encountered the previous day. Among them was a petite girl, innocent and simple-minded, who had left a favorable impression on him. Just as the fangs of the shadow demon wolf were about to reach a boy named Lu Ming, he acted desperately, seizing the petite girl in front of him and pulling her toward danger by dragging her into his path. He had essentially exchanged her life for his own. Shen Xingchen observed this unfold and, with a powerful push off the ground, executed the advanced martial technique, Shadow Step, at full speed, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette. In the instant before the petite girl was ensnared by the wolf's jaws, he grasped her arm and pulled her to safety. In a swift motion, the 2 figures dashed several miles away, escaping the peril. The shadow demon wolf stood bewildered, questioning the audacity of a mere human to snatch its prey. The remaining trio from the small team were taken aback by Shen Xingchen's speed. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the skilled fighter from the previous day. Brother Expert, please help us fend off this demon wolf. Lu Ming exclaimed with joy, well aware of the expert's capabilities. If anyone could emerge unharmed from the clutches of a third-order demon, it was undoubtedly Brother Expert. At that moment, Shen Xingchen and the girl were at the forefront, while Lu Ming and the other 3 formed the middle, with the wolf trailing behind. The petite girl, having just been betrayed by Lu Ming, finally regained her composure and exclaimed, "Lu Ming, you scoundrel." She then turned her gaze to Shen Xingchen with gratitude. Shen Xingchen smiled suddenly and asked the petite girl, "Do you think I should save them?" After a moment's hesitation, she resolutely replied, If it were me, I certainly would not save Lu Ming in a life-and-death situation. She had seen through the true nature of his character. The trio, hearing this, grew anxious. Yiyun, how can you be so disloyal? Lu Ming is still our teammate. It was then revealed that this was the true nature of Yiyun. I shall no longer pay you any heed. The three individuals glared fiercely, directing their scorn towards Yiyun, whose eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. In stark contrast, Shen Xingchen chuckled heartily. Excellent. If you dare to utter the word save, I shall cast you back. Subsequently, Shen Xingchen waved at the trio, apologizing. I find that magical wolf rather endearing and cannot bring myself to slay it. Therefore, may you seek your own fortune. After uttering this, Shen Xingchen grasped Yiyun's hand and performed a swift movement, disappearing in mere breaths. The remaining three exchanged bewildered glances. Upon realizing that its greatest threat, Shen Xingchen, had departed, the shadow wolf resumed its menacing demeanor. In that moment, one of the female students reacted swiftly, fleeing first. She thought to herself, all I need to do is heed the teacher's advice and escape the wolf's territory. Lu Ming soon followed suit, beginning his escape. However, the last male student found himself on the brink of being devoured by the wolf, with no time left to flee. He shouted in despair, let us perish together. With that, he seized Lu Ming. Retribution has come swiftly. Lu Ming exhibited unmistakable shock and panic. Both were simultaneously brought down by the massive claws of the three-tiered magical wolf. The shadow wolf, with its deep green glowing eyes, fixated intently on the two, revealing a look of satisfaction. A buy-one-get-one free offer? It opened its maw wide, its fangs tearing into them one by one. Help! Save me! The heart-wrenching cries echoed through the valley. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed since the examination day. Atop the Wangshan Mountain, a considerable number of students had gathered. Many began to attempt the projects of striking the heavenly drum, jade mirror reflection, and divine path heavenly ladder. Zong, zong, zong. The sound of 6 drum beats resonated, plunging the mountain's summit into a brief silence, which soon erupted into astonishing discussions. My heavens! Someone actually struck the heavenly drum 6 times. I only managed 3. This is truly extraordinary. Which genius from which academy is this? It is said to be Bai Ming Shui from Martial Arts Class 2. Impressive. At that moment, someone retorted, what does that matter? His rebuttal was quickly met with ridicule. How many did you strike? Exactly, do not just bark. The individual scoffed. The number I struck is inconsequential. Do you know how many he achieved? He gestured toward a handsome youth by the divine path heavenly ladder, who was Bai Chunyue. A few strikes? Interest piqued. Someone inquired. 9 strikes? No way. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? According to legend, the last time a drum rang 9 times was decades ago. Is Bai Chunyue's talent truly this terrifying? The individual continued. Guess how many paces Bai Chunyue left in the Jade Mirror? The best record for the Jade Mirror reflection is 12 paces, a realm only attainable by the top scholar of the province. An analysis emerged. Indeed, Bai Chunyue also left a record of 12 paces. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. In truth, those capable of reaching the summit of Wangshan within 5 days are undoubtedly figures of considerable renown within their academic circles. Faced with such prodigies, one cannot help but feel a sense of impotence. Their accomplishments are merely a span of 7 zhang. It is understood that individuals like Bai Chunyue possess strength surpassing one's own, yet the extent of that superiority remains unknown. In this stark and unadulterated comparison, a suffocating sense of disparity emerges. Currently, the most distinguished among Chunji include Bai Chunyue, Wenheng, Jiang Qingyao, Bai Ming Shui, and Song Henning. Wenheng has resonated the heavenly drum 7 times, casting a shadow of 11 zhang. Jiang Qingyao has resonated it 6 times, casting a shadow of 10 zhang. Bai Ming Shui has also resonated 6 times, casting a shadow of 9 zhang. At this moment, a girl with a ponytail, acting as an eager observer, meticulously listed the achievements of these elite talents. It was then that someone curiously inquired, what about that S-rank individual? Was he not the champion of the 6th Academy competition? Surely his results Must be exceptional. Indeed, where is he? This oversight in recording such a pivotal figure seems utterly careless. The ponytailed girl felt wronged. How could I possibly forget him? Yet, he truly has not arrived. This revelation left the crowd in astonishment. How could this be? He has yet to arrive? Yet, Chen Yue has already ascended to the 42nd level of the heavenly ladder. Even if he were to rush here now, would it still be timely? Chapter 53. The God of Thunder, you need not follow me so closely, she exclaimed, a hint of fear in her voice. On the main road, leading to the summit of the illusory mountain, Shen Xingchen walked ahead, while Yi Yunyun trailed timidly behind. He was merely one third-tier demon away from upgrading his system. The encounter with the shadow demon wolf had left Yi Yunyun with considerable psychological scars. Shen Xingchen inquired, given your frailty, why do you wish to participate in the martial arts examination? Yi Yunyun opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately fell silent. I am aware of my limitations, but must you articulate it so bluntly? Shen Xingchen proposed, I have a suggestion. Oh, do tell. Yi Yunyun nodded obediently. Shen Xingchen continued, you should venture to that cave entrance. There lies a shadow demon wolf. Lure it out, and I shall assist you in your ascent. This was the third-tier demon he had encountered a few days prior, which had eluded him in a slip of fate. Having witnessed Shen Xingchen's prowess, it was now reluctant to show itself, leaving Shen Xingchen at a loss for alternatives. Yi Yunyun's eyes widened. Shen Xingchen reassured her, do not worry. I possess absolute confidence that you will not come to harm. This was not mere bravado, but a conviction born of strength. Yi Yunyun timidly extended her finger. Then let us make a pinky promise. Such a vow cannot be broken. This left Shen Xingchen momentarily speechless. Are you truly this Navi? What binding power does such a childish trick possess? Will you do it? Yi Yunyun asked. Yes. Shen Xingchen extended his pinky in response. Once more, I assure you of my unwavering confidence, so you need not fear. Yi Yunyun replied, pinky promise 100 years. Is that sufficient? Shen Xingchen queried. Yi Yunyun lowered her head, yes. Are you certain? I know a pinky promise lacks credibility. Yi Yunyun suddenly raised her face. I merely wish that in a dire moment, should you consider abandoning me, you might exert a little more effort, even if it is just a tiny bit. She had witnessed Shen Xingchen's strength over the past days and understood the source of his confidence. Had it not been for the incident with Lu Ming, she might not have thought to make such a promise. Very well. Shen Xingchen nodded emphatically. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yunyun fell silent, cautiously approaching the cave entrance, while Shen Xingchen positioned himself 20 meters away within the dense thicket. This distance was reminiscent of the moment he had rescued Yi Yunyun, ensuring he could save her even should she find herself perilously close to the demon wolf. Suddenly, a dark figure surged forth from a cave. Shen Xingchen observed intently. Swiftly raising his spear, he twisted at the waist, channeling azure energy into the spear before casting it with force. With a whoosh, the peony rain's spear shot forth like a javelin, tracing a dazzling arc of white lightning. Just before it reached Yi Yunyun, the spear struck true, piercing the head of the shadow demon wolf. Yi Yunyun barely had time to comprehend the wolf's form before the entire ordeal concluded, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. As the system's notification echoed, Shen Xingchen felt a surge of joy within. At last, he could ascend to a higher level. Upon verification, all system upgrade tasks have been completed. System upgrade initiated. LV1, LV2, 1030, 100 system upgrade complete. Additional reward granted. Randomly selected talent ability, ding. Draw result. SS level talent ability, Thunder Sovereign of all gods. Please confirm receipt. Shen Xingchen clicked to confirm. Meanwhile, Yi Yunyun, just regaining her senses, beheld an immense aura of spiritual energy converging around Shen Xingchen. Above this area, the clouds thickened ominously. In an instant, the sky darkened, shrouded in a foreboding gloom, reminiscent of an impending tempest. As the spiritual energy gathered, Shen Xingchen radiated an increasingly brilliant light, expanding outward in all directions. At one moment, he appeared as the solitary beacon of illumination in the world. Crack! In the distance, a bolt of thunder, as thick as a bowl, pierced through the heavy clouds, akin to tearing apart a dark curtain. From afar, a resplendent beam of pure white light descended from the heavens. This brilliant radiance struck Shen Xingchen with tremendous force, enveloping him entirely. In that fleeting instant, beneath the ominous clouds, countless pale bolts of lightning rained down with ferocity. The mountains appeared ensnared in an endless realm of thunder. Nearby candidates, witnessing this astonishing phenomenon, exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Bathed in the beam of light, Shen Xingchen distinctly sensed his potential soaring. The cataclysmic power of thunder was gradually coming under his command. His expression shifted, and he suddenly opened his eyes. A white, mystical rune ascended upon his brow, giving him an ethereal appearance. "Is this the thunder sovereign of all gods?" he murmured to himself. His palm crackled with the energy of thunder, brimming with explosive power. Thunder sovereign of all gods. The bearer resembles a deity from the heavens. Governing the thunder, all lightning in the world falls under your dominion. Indeed, Shen Xingchen marveled. He recalled that Tang Chun possessed a talent ability related to thunder, known as Thunder Serpent. In comparison, his own talent ability seemed like a mere small snake, lacking grandeur. A quarter of an hour later, the brilliance receded. The thunder elements within Shen Xingchen coalesced into the mark upon his brow. "He's gone." Shen Xingchen waved at the astonished Yi Yunyan. On the 7th day of the college entrance examination, in the examination room, numerous screens were arranged in the central area, displaying scenes from the summit of Wangshan. The principals and directors from various academies gathered together, observing the progress of the examination. The principal of First High School, Bai Jilin, suddenly chuckled. "I've heard that Shen Xingchen, the S-level student from 3rd High, possesses extraordinary strength. Yet on this 7th day, we have yet to catch a glimpse of him." Bai Jili gazed at Chun Ling Jun, seemingly awaiting his response. Yet in truth, he was anticipating his embarrassment. Prior to the college entrance examination, that illustrious S-class individual basked in glory. Bai Jili had personally ventured into the filthy military civilian alley to recruit him, only to return empty-handed. Now, his own son had ascended to the 70th level of the heavenly ladder, while that Shen Xingchen had yet to make an appearance. He was eager to witness how that S-class would humiliate himself. The other teachers of various ranks also regarded Chun Ling Jun with a knowing glimmer in their eyes. They had all been gracefully declined by Shen Xingchen at the time. Chun Ling Jun scoffed. "ISNT, it's still not over?" However, despite his words, the seed of doubt had begun to sprout within him. Could it be that Shen Xingchen had encountered misfortune on Wang Mountain? This year, the 3rd-tier demon tribe assigned to Wang Mountain was indeed a bit excessive, yet with his prowess, it should not have posed a challenge. A teacher from Mo Chandao Academy remarked, "Even if Shen Xingchen were to arrive now, what difference would it make?" Bai Chun Yu took 4 days to reach the 70th level. The Pearl Academy chimed in. Indeed, the time gap is too significant. There is simply no opportunity left. Chapter 54. Atop the peaks of Wangshan, the 11th beat of the celestial drum. The examination room was rife with discord. Yet the consensus among the majority of the educators was that the title of this year's city champion unequivocally belonged to Bai Qinyue. In contrast, Shen Xingchen, regardless of the circumstances, was unlikely to achieve commendable results. At that moment, the door creaked open. A middle-aged man, slightly portly and clad in formal black attire, entered, none other than Director Li Tianxua. Following closely behind was his secretary, Su Ro, adorned in an office lady uniform. Both bore frowns, subtly conveying their impatience. A hush fell over the crowd. They understood that Director Li held the S-class student in high regard. The predicament faced by the S-class student at this moment naturally cast a shadow of displeasure over him. Li Tianxua approached the main seat in silence. Fully aware of Shen Xingchen's capabilities, it was inconceivable that he had not yet ascended Wangshan after such a prolonged period, suggesting an unforeseen complication might have arisen. Each year during the martial arts entrance examination, a few students face calamity, and a mortality rate was, regrettably, anticipated. Yet that child possessed wisdom in knowing when to advance and retreat, a sense of propriety, and filial piety. He neither instigated trouble nor displayed arrogance despite his formidable strength, instead exhibiting the noble spirit of youth. Truly commendable. Su Ro, equally solemn, stood behind the director. She had witnessed Shen Xingchen's prowess firsthand and firmly believed that the nurtured demons could not possibly best him. At the summit of Wangshan, a voice exclaimed, "Look, Bai Chunyue has already ascended to the 77th level." Countless candidates turned their gazes toward him. Surrounding Bai Chunyue was an overwhelming aura of sword energy, swirling with both grace and dominance. His countenance was resolute, radiating an undeniable determination as he took a step forward. Bang! Bai Chunyue's body swayed momentarily before he regained his balance. 77th level. In the annals of past candidates, only one had ever reached such heights. Bai Chunyue was nearly on par with that esteemed predecessor. He still had the strength to advance further. Have you heard of the Wangshan legacy? Could it be that Bai Chunyue is the destined one awaited by the inheritance? Countless eyes glimmered with fervor as they gazed upon Bai Chunyue's silhouette, filled with envy. Many were now embarking upon the divine path of the heavenly ladder. Wan Heng stood at the 55th level, clenching his fists as he regarded Bai Chunyue's elevation. He harbored his own pride, yet the stark reality before him compelled him to acknowledge his defeat. However, the individual surnamed Shun had yet to arrive. That, at least, was somewhat reassuring. Jiang Qingyao, positioned at the 49th level, gritted her teeth in determination. She understood that Shen Xingchen must have his reasons for the delay, and she firmly believed that he would eventually make his appearance. This inexplicable trust had taken root within her, and she found herself unwaveringly convinced that Shen Xingchen would forever be capable of performing miracles. Beyond that, on the divine ladder, hundreds of figures were exerting every ounce of their strength to ascend step by step, though they could not compare to the few in the lead. They were driven by their own convictions. Each step gained was a testament to their resolve, as they aimed to surpass thousands. Of course, there were also those who relished in the misfortunes of others. Even if they cannot surpass the few ahead, there is still an S-class legendary figure trailing behind them, is there not? With merely 2 hours remaining until the conclusion of the examination, how much can even that prodigious S-class talent truly achieve? Just as everyone was making their final sprint, a dark shadow surged forth from the summit of Wangshan with astonishing speed. This figure stood tall, with black hair and a white garment, his eyes radiating a celestial azure glow. It was none other than Shen Xingchen, arriving just in the nick of time. His expression was calm, an unspoken aura of authority emanating from his very core. Having endured countless battles, Shen Xingchen had undeniably garnered a reputation. The commotion drew innumerable gazes. Is this what it means to be S-class? My heavens, to what extent has he refined his agility techniques to achieve such swiftness? Does his arrival hold any significance at this juncture? Upon hearing this, many wore expressions of amusement. What a jest! It would be remarkable if he could complete the first 2 assessments at all. Indeed, with only 2 hours left, attaining a score is all that matters. Who needs a bicycle? I never imagined I might surpass an S-class. We have all surpassed an S-class. Wan Heng also looked at Shen Xingchen with a glimmer of schadenfreude. Yet, only Jiang Qingyao gazed at Shen Xingchen with eyes still bright, akin to amber. In the examination room, Shen Xingchen's figure appeared on the screen. Li Tianxua, who had remained silent for so long, finally broke into a smile. Su Ro also let out a sigh of relief. Although Chan Lingjuan's expression remained grave, he felt considerably more at ease. Bai Ji Li snorted coldly, choosing to remain silent. Atop Wangshan, Shen Xingchen did not linger, but proceeded directly to the heavenly drum. It was an enormous drum, over 10 meters in height, exuding an air of ancient solemnity. According to the records, each individual need only strike the drum once to assess their explosive power. Typically, the greater the explosive force, the more resonant the drum's sound would be. Shen Xingchen took a deep breath and lifted the drumstick. The jeers of those around him, he paid them no heed, for among them, not a single soul truly understood him. Just how powerful is he? Everyone might assume that Shen Xingchen's limits are akin to Bai Chunyue's. Perhaps he could surpass Bai Chunyue, but not by much. With a sudden surge of strength, He unleashed the might of the azure dragon of heaven in a resounding strike. How can my limits be comprehended by mere mortals like you? The drum reverberated. Dong, dong, dong. 7 strikes. Gasps arose as he produced an uninterrupted series of 7 sounds. He had already matched the majority of the elite talents. The crowd looked on in astonishment at Shen Xingchen's figure. However, it was not over yet. Dong, dong, dong. Another 3 strikes. This time, the pace was slightly slower. 10 strikes. My heavens, it is indeed 10 strikes, surpassing by Chenyue. He has equaled a century-old record. An S-class truly lives up to its name. Who dares to claim that my brother Shen is incapable? Come fort, ni seius. When it comes to explosive power, the S-tier celestial azure dragon stands unrivaled. Countless onlookers were rendered speechless, their mouths dry in astonishment. Thud! Just when everyone believed the spectacle had concluded, the heavenly drum emitted another languid sound. What? Did I hear incorrectly? Was that another strike? Indeed, the record has been shattered, one that had stood for over a century. If Shen Xingchen were to achieve 10 strikes, it would signify his standing alongside that illustrious predecessor. But 11 strikes, what does that imply? Could it indicate surpassing greatness? Yet that predecessor had already transcended the 9th tier. An eerie silence enveloped the summit of Wangshan. In that moment, Shen Xingchen loomed like a colossal mountain, pressing upon the hearts of all present. Even so, time is simply insufficient. A voice broke the spell, and the crowd regained their senses. They began to ponder, if the heavenly drum were to sound 11 times, surely many institutions would be inclined to offer exceptional admissions. Chapter 55. The Youth Chui Ping, and the shattering of the illusory jade wall as the crowd remained ensconced in astonishment. Shen Xingchen stood before the illusory jade wall. Was it so swift? Did he not require respite? The celestial drum had already shattered previous records. Surely the projection of the jade wall would be equally breathtaking. Yet, one could argue that some individuals merely exhibit a sudden surge of strength. Their willpower and combat prowess in the heat of the moment may not be particularly formidable. Indeed, every motion of Shen Xingchen now resonated with the nerves of those surrounding him. He tenderly caressed the jade wall, which rippled like water. As the second phase of the assessment, the projection of the jade wall possessed its own unique significance. The strength of an individual at that moment was gauged by the sound produced from striking the celestial drum. However, the height of the jade wall's projection determined how far one might journey in the future. It was said that many top-tier individuals had reached 12 zhang. Before Shen Xingchen, the jade wall began to manifest an ethereal silhouette. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. The silhouette gradually expanded. Shen Xingchen felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, a weight emanating from the jade wall's will. 6 zhang, 7 zhang, 9 zhang. The form of the silhouette grew increasingly grand and solemn, akin to a divine being surveying the myriad of mortals below. At last, Shen Xingchen discerned the identity of the silhouette upon the jade wall. It was the shadow of the sword saint, Chui Ping, the essence of a royal figure. The will he left behind transformed into this projection, overwhelming the spirits of countless scholars. Shen Xingchen furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze to scrutinize. The silhouette seemed to sense his stare, and an even more piercing pressure descended upon him, as if the divine visage demanded reverence. Its will unquestionable. Begone! Shen Xingchen bellowed, his eyes suffused with divine radiance. The silhouette bore the majesty of a predecessor, yet the youth possessed the indomitable spirit of his age. No one could fathom the pride that surged within Shen Xingchen. What a royal status! He could effortlessly rise to take their place. Boom! 2 wills clashed fiercely against one another. The imposing silhouette continued to ascend. 10 zhang, 11 zhang, 12 zhang. Indeed, he too had reached 12 zhang. This outcome solidified his standing alongside Bai Chenyue. Alas, had he arrived at the summit earlier, he might have witnessed a contest between himself and Bai Chenyue upon the celestial ladder. With such prowess, why had he arrived so late? No one dared to question Shen Xingchen's strength any longer. But why had it not concluded? Did not the teacher say that the jade wall's projection had a maximum limit of 12 zhang? Why did every instructor assert that the celestial drum had no upper limit, while the jade wall did? At that moment, someone voiced their skepticism. Before the jade wall, Shen Xingchen's body was bent beneath the pressure, yet he gritted his teeth resolutely. Was it truly impossible to surpass 12 zhang? Throughout the ages, how many prodigies had emerged? Regardless of how many times the celestial drum resounded, the projection of the jade wall had never surpassed 12 zhang. Not even for that extraordinary genius who struck the drum 10 times. Why? A dull thud resonated through the air. Shen Xingchen's consciousness was drawn into the jade wall by a powerful force. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself enveloped in an abyss of nothingness. Yet, something was amiss. A figure, towering like a man, stood silently several meters away. The silhouette exuded an air of solitude and desolation, reminiscent of the eternal cycle of existence, as if he were the sole being amidst the cosmos. Was this the true projection of Senior Cui Ping? Shen Xingchen murmured. The indistinct shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to the sword Saint Cui Ping depicted in the tales. What was its purpose? Just as he pondered, the genuine shadow lunged towards him. The sword aura surrounding Shen Xingchen solidified as if it were tangible, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Much like the formless sword of his own, it encircled him, yet the intent emanating from this figure far surpassed his own. The intent to kill was palpable. Shen Xingchen hastily raised his hand, barely managing to parry the incoming assault with the pear blossom rain spear. So it was to transcend the 12 zhang. One must overcome the formidable Senior Cui Ping of the same rank. No wonder so many prodigies found themselves stymied here, for at the 12th zhang, they were confronted by a legendary figure of centuries past. Nonetheless, the lethal force of the shadow, though formidable, was merely that of second-tier, 6th level. Shen Xingchen steadied his breath. This was perhaps the most formidable opponent he had encountered in his realm. A youthful king, the shadow moved with ease, its sword aura manifesting as a tangible flying sword. With a swift motion, several flying swords shot towards Shen Xingchen with the ferocity of thunder. Shen Xingchen wielded the pear blossom rain spear, the Six Harmonies golden spear. The master-level mid-tier martial technique erupted with dazzling power, executing a series of thrusts, jabs, bursts, and cleaves. Shadows of the Six Harmonies golden spear collided with the ethereal flying swords. Clang, clang. The flying swords, akin to true iron, sparked as they intertwined with the spear. Boom! Following another intense clash, both sides fell into a brief moment of stillness. Shen Xingchen's pear blossom rain spear trembled, resonating with a humming sound. The youthful Cui Ping was indeed extraordinary. However, through their recent exchange, Shen Xingchen gained a newfound confidence. Victory was still within his grasp. In truth, although the expression of the Cui Ping shadow did not waver greatly, the flying swords under its command had begun to tremble. This was a sign of fatigue. Shen Xingchen raised his arm, returning the pear blossom rain spear to his gilded bracelet. He slightly bent his knees, coiling his fist to gather strength. A swirling azure golden dragon emerged, unleashing a resounding dragon's roar. With a simple yet profound punch, he struck forth. Boom! The shadow dissipated, and silence reclaimed the world. Outside, what was he doing? Why had he remained motionless for so long? Only 10 minutes were left until the examination concluded. Was he conceding defeat? With his abilities? If he had not squandered time at the Jade Wall, he should have ascended to the 20th level of the heavenly ladder. The crowd murmured in speculation. Just then, unexpectedly, the previously stagnant shadow at the Jade Wall began to rise once more. 13 zhang. 14 zhang. The ethereal silhouette ascended with astonishing rapidity. Suddenly, at a particular moment, a resounding crack echoed. A once immaculate jade wall had birthed a fissure at its center. This crevice widened, and in an instant it shattered. The jade wall appeared as if it had been struck, creating a profound dent, while the crack spread like a spider's web. Initially, the onlookers were astounded by Shen Xingchen's unprecedented breakthrough, surpassing heights unknown to his predecessors. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their astonishment shattered their very spirits. The jade wall had broken. My heavens! Was this the work of Shen Xingchen? I sensed the sword intent of Senior Chui within that jade wall. It was a legacy left by him, and yet it was shattered. Those familiar with the inheritance of Wang Shan gasped in disbelief. All doubts and prejudices, at that moment, seemed utterly ludicrous. Wan Heng was intently focused on ascending the 56th tier of the heavenly ladder when he inadvertently glanced at the jade wall's condition. A shock surged within him, causing him to halt mid-step. Yet, with this pause, he found himself unable to ascend further. The girl with the ponytail, who had been busy compiling the achievements of various prodigies, witnessed this scene and cast an odd glance at Shen Xingchen, before noting down, Shen Xingchen, 11 strikes of the heavenly drum. The jade wall reflects a height of 14 zhang, then shatters. Judging by just these two aspects, Shen Xingchen was undeniably the foremost among them all. Chapter 56, An Era Without You While I Am Here. All the prodigious individuals who had ascended the heavenly ladder turned to gaze at Shen Xingchen. Some felt a sense of relief, grateful that Shen had arrived rather late. Others wore expressions of mockery, deriding Shen's inability to fully showcase his formidable prowess. There were also those who felt a pang of regret, lamenting that such a remarkable talent was ensnared in such dire circumstances. Bai Chunyue similarly cast a glance at Shen Xingchen, his expression revealing palpable disappointment, as if to convey, "How foolish of me to regard you as a rival. You are, indeed, rather inadequate." Bai Chunyue shook his head. "I apologize, S-Class. But regardless of your reasons, arriving late is still arriving late. Thus, I now stand at the pinnacle. I'm the protagonist of this cohort, and this is my era." A smile danced upon his lips as he regarded Shen Xingchen, exuding an air of boundless arrogance. The onlookers could not conceal their intrigue. Bai Chunyue and Shen Xingchen were both leading figures of this generation, now at odds with one another. Every young person harbors a modicum of pride, especially in the crucible of this examination. However, it was abundantly clear that Bai Chunyue held the upper hand. He had already ascended to the 79th tier of the heavenly ladder, an unparalleled figure in the last 60 years. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen might truly become a mere backdrop. Look, the crowd watched as Bai Chunyue's body moved. After their verbal exchange, he continued his ascent upon the divine path. Could it be? The 80th tier? Was Bai Chunyue aiming to break records? Perhaps after being somewhat overshadowed by Shen Xingchen, he sought to prove that he could surpass his limits as well. This is what it means to be a prodigy. At the 79th tier of the heavenly ladder, Bai Chunyue's gaze was resolute, his expression unwavering, as he took a step forward. Thud! A fierce wind roared from the heavenly ladder, an uncountable weight pressing down upon him. Even those positioned elsewhere felt its impact, their bodies swaying. Only upon taking that step did Bai Chunyue comprehend the true difficulty of the endeavor. Even after resting for several hours and reaching the zenith of his spiritual intent, the pressure still rendered him breathless. His aura expanded, an immense sword intent surged forth. This was his A-class innate ability, the transparent sword domain. Bai Chunyue once again harnessed his powers. The sword intent seemed to be rejuvenated by the laws governing the realm, rejoicing exuberantly. A pseudo-S-class, a barely audible sound of footsteps resonated, insignificant amidst the tempest. Yet, to the ears of the crowd, it was akin to the sudden rumble of spring thunder. He did it. The 80th tier, a truly unprecedented achievement. What a spectacle. This was the essence of prodigious rivalry. You shatter 2 of my records, and I shall forge a new one. In the examination room, Bai Ji Li's face flushed crimson, his expression brimming with excitement. His son had broken the record of the heavenly ladder. Moreover, this lofty peak bore the legacy of that esteemed figure. Even the typically reticently Tian Shu had spoken. Bai Chunyue is indeed remarkable. However, although he praised Bai Chunyue, his gaze remained fixed on the screen where Shen Xingchen stood. Some discerning observers noted the disparity and flattered. Shen Xingchen appears quite remarkable. What a pity. Indeed, given sufficient time, he might ascend to the 80th floor. However, based on his current achievements, all the prestigious institutions would eagerly welcome him. Yet, the title of the top scholar would likely still belong to that child, Bai Chunyue. Li Tianxuo continued to focus on the screen. Within it, Shen Xingchen stood before the divine path ladder. Although his divine aura was restrained, there was no hint of despair. Thus, he resolved to wait a little longer, even if it was just 5 minutes. Shen Xingchen stood composed before the divine path ladder, and the gazes of everyone shifted back from Bai Chenyu to him. Outside the examination hall, numerous teachers were undoubtedly watching the screen as well. He stepped back with his right foot, and brilliant blue and white arcs of electricity erupted from the sides of his shoes. The thunder, like a caged thunder serpent breaking free, instantly coiled around his ankle. Crackling sounds of electricity pierced the air, echoing a shattering noise. He was employing the SS-level divine power granted by the system's upgrade task, the thunder of 10,000 gods. What is the significance of the college entrance examination? Is it not to showcase one's value and capture the attention of those in higher echelons? Thus, he unreservedly displayed his most formidable side. What was he doing? What was the lightning on his feet? A lightning-based technique? Regardless, it appeared immensely powerful. Shen Xingchen took a step forward. Every inch of his skin resonated. Every drop of his blood boiled. In that moment, his body was enveloped in a pale radiance. Elementalization. Shen Xingchen's form surged forth like a bolt of lightning. The 80th floor of the divine path ladder? No, what he sought was always the highest. In the astonished expressions of the crowd, Shen Xingchen soared like a slender beam of pure white light, seemingly extending to the world's edge. 10 floors, 20 floors, 80 floors. He experienced no hesitation whatsoever, surpassing Bai Chenyu's position, leaving only a blue-white shadow in his wake. Bai Chenyu stood there, utterly astonished. Shen Xingchen chuckled softly. Your era? As long as I am here, your era shall not exist. 90 floors, 91 floors, 99 floors. At the pinnacle of the Miao Mountains, Shen Xingchen's lightning element dissipated as he took a step forward, stepping into the 99th floor of the divine path ladder. The sound of his shoes touching the ground echoed, identical to the sound made when Bai Chenyu ascended to the 80th floor. However, at this moment, silence enveloped everyone. It was so quiet that one could hear a needle drop. Bai Chenyu proclaimed it was his era. Therefore, Shen Xingchen demonstrated to all that he could ascend to heights unreachable by others. He need not speak. His actions served as proof. All present, including Bai Chenyu, were deemed insignificant. He seemed to express that what you admire and envy appears to Shen Xingchen as nothing more than a jest. Your era? No, I shall personally thrust you back into reality. That 80-story edifice you take pride in holds no challenge for me. The stark contrast was so profound that it rendered the crowd as if they were ensnared in a dream. Silence reigned, an unwavering silence. How did he achieve this? A female voice shattered the tranquility. Indeed, how did Shen Xingchen accomplish such a feat? What manner of force could unleash such terrifying power instantaneously, allowing one to ascend the divine staircase in a heartbeat, reaching the 99th tier? Was it that thunderous might? Why does it appear akin to innate divine abilities? Wasn't that S-class innate ability a dragon attribute of the divine beast lineage? Confusion enveloped everyone. Around the 20th tier of the divine staircase, a girl with a ponytail, who delighted in chronicling the achievements of prodigies, let out a soft laugh. How intriguing! In her excitement, her pupils transformed into a mesmerizing emerald green slit. Beneath her garments, her skin revealed fine emerald green scales, reminiscent of serpents. I believed such prodigious beings existed only among my kind, the celestial demon serpent clan. The ponytailed girl murmured softly. A remarkable smile graced her lips, revealing a startling curvature as she flicked her serpent-like tongue, losing any semblance of humanity. It turns out that among humans, there exist such individuals. Yet, soon after, she reverted to her normal appearance, her visage unremarkable and easily lost in the crowd. Chapter 57. The Legacy of Cui Ping and the Art of Sword Cultivation. Shen Xingchen stood atop the peak of Wang Mountain, at the pinnacle of the divine path ladder, as if illuminated by a celestial beam. In this vast arena, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, he seemed to be the sole recipient of countless envious gazes. In the examination room, All the educators, directors, and staff were momentarily engulfed in silence, akin to the students of Wong Mountain. While they had encountered S-class individuals before, none had witnessed someone like Shen Xingchen ascend with such an invincible demeanor, shattering records with effortless grace. The previous S-class did not achieve the summit in this manner. Having taught for many years, they understood that a person's combat prowess was not merely dictated by the level of innate talent or divine abilities. An A-class prodigy, if exceptionally perceptive, could potentially surpass an S-class individual. Yet here was Shen, effortlessly overwhelming all contenders. What extraordinary levels of combat awareness, comprehension, and willpower did he possess? Shen Lingjuan's expression was fervent, his breath quickening. They had cultivated a true champion in their academy. Su Ro gazed at Shen Xingchen on the screen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an enigmatic allure, lost in thought. Li Tianshu finally donned a bright smile, appearing quite pleased. It seemed that Director Li's acumen in recognizing talent was indeed superior. Someone initiated the flattery, remarking, "Indeed, Shen is worthy of your praise, Director Li." Others quickly followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. Truly, Shen Xingchen is someone you had great faith in. Just moments ago, Director Li had remained silent, seemingly aware of Shen's unique qualities. After all, Director Li is a 7th-tier warrior. He cannot be as superficial as we are. Their continuous flattery inadvertently shifted the spotlight from Shen Xingchen to Li Tianshu. Growing weary of the compliments, Li Tianshu interjected, "This cohort of students is commendable, and indeed, young Shen is the most remarkable among them. I did not misjudge." Li Tianshu was genuinely elated. He had been among the first to bet on Shen Xingchen's potential and had even assisted the boy's father. Given the child's character, he would undoubtedly not disappoint. At that moment, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, where has Shen Xingchen gone?" All eyes turned toward the 99th level of the Divine Path ladder. Shen Xingchen's figure had inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace or ripple. What on earth is happening? Where'd he go? Students on Wong Mountain murmured in confusion. Indeed, where has my significant other disappeared to? Some female classmates had already begun to refer to Shen Xingchen differently. Could be a legacy? What legacy? Chui Ping's legacy, of course. Are you unaware? Brother, elaborate. Bai Chen Yue gazed at the spot where Shen Xingchen had vanished, her expression darkening. That legacy was meant to be his. The girl with the ponytail, who had just regained her composure, squinted slightly upon witnessing Shen Xingchen's disappearance. If he were merely S-class, it would not pose much of a challenge for her. However, that individual unexpectedly inherited the legacy of Chui Ping. That changes everything. When Shen Xingchen opened his eyes once more, he found himself at the edge of a broken bridge, surrounded by a tumultuous sea of clouds. The thick layers of clouds obscured all that lay beneath the bridge, as if it stood at the very edge of the heavens. Have you arrived? A rich and resonant voice echoed. Shen Xingchen turned to behold an elderly man clad in a white training garment, his visage gaunt yet his expression gentle. Upon closer inspection, the elder's skin radiated a soft, ethereal glow, resembling a celestial emissary walking among mortals. At the moment the elder manifested, Shen Xingchen felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was not that the elder intended to impose it. Rather, the disparity in their statuses created an innate aura of dominance. "Are you?" Shen Xingchen inquired. "Indeed, I am Chui Ping," the elder replied with a nonchalance akin to introducing an ordinary individual. His deep-set eyes bore into Shen Xingchen, as if capable of perceiving the very essence of his soul. "More precisely, I am the lingering remnant of Chui Ping." Shen Xingchen was taken aback. What kind of formidable being could leave behind a remnant that endures for centuries? And yet, the elder before him bore no resemblance to a mere remnant. Were they to meet on the street, one would undoubtedly perceive him as an ordinary old man. The elder approached the edge of the broken bridge and asked, "Young one, might you indulge an old man in conversation?" Shen Xingchen nodded and followed suit. "How many years have passed outside?" The elder gazed into the distance. In the Huaxia calendar, it is the year 3849. "Ah, so I have fallen for over 3 centuries." Shen Xingchen was rendered speechless. Has the so-called emperor of the demon race awakened? Shen Xingchen inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. He was unaware of such a title. In his understanding, the demon race consisted of only 7 royal figures, with no mention of an emperor. The elder discerned Shen Xingchen's bewilderment and waved his hand. A veil of water appeared at the edge of the broken bridge, reflecting an entire world. Shen Xingchen was utterly captivated by such a transcendent display of power. 350 years ago, a crimson meteor fell upon the North Pole of Earth. As the elder narrated, the water veil illuminated synchronized images. That meteor was the origin of the demon race, as well as their sole emperor. The emperor's awakening tainted all that surrounded it, giving rise to the present-day demon race. They marched southward, seizing the eastern regions of the Siberian territory of the Russian Empire. The scenes unfolded gradually, and Shen Xingchen felt as if he were witnessing the events of that era firsthand. It became clear that the demon race hailed from beyond the heavens. This was knowledge absent from any textbook. The images shifted once more, this time revealing a human settlement. A lone human battled a colossal serpent, its massive body obscuring the sun, rendering the human insignificant as dust. Yet, the human's sword energy surged forth, matching the serpent's might. With a single strike, mountains shifted and rivers were overturned. The final scene, the heavy sword energy, the essence of the blade, and the mastery of swordsmanship converged into an enormous longsword, rivaling the colossal serpent in might. The two forces clashed, and the scene abruptly froze. Is this you? Shen Xingchen felt a surge of emotion. Such a spectacle rendered his previous endeavors akin to a child's play. The elder did not respond to Shen Xingchen, but instead inquired, "You have come to accept the inheritance, have you not?" Shen Xingchen nodded. "I have ascended to the peak of Wang Mountain and passed the trial of the divine paths, celestial ladder." "Wang Mountain?" the elder asked. Shen Xingchen affirmed, "It is the mountain you transformed into, as per legend. Even at the royal level, as a human, one merely wields greater celestial energy. How could one transform into a mountain?" The elder chuckled. "That mountain is likely the embodiment of the celestial demon serpent." Shen Xingchen was initially taken aback, but soon found it reasonable. "So that is how it is. Since you have arrived here, you shall naturally obtain what you seek." The elder lightly tapped Shen Xingchen's forehead. A slender stream of light flowed from the elder's finger into Shen Xingchen. "My inheritance is not merely a martial technique. Rather, it is a lineage of cultivation. I call it the Heart-Blood Nurturing Sword." Chapter 58. The 3 sword energies left by Chui Ping calming his thoughts and emptying his mind. The elderly man's resonant voice echoed in Shen Xingchen's ears. Following the elder's guidance, Shen adjusted his body, heart, and spirit to their optimal state. Suddenly, a sensation akin to an explosion surged through his brain. A torrent of memories crashed over him like a tidal wave, illuminating countless fragments of information in his mind. Using divine iron as the sword's foundation, employing the essence of one's blood as a catalyst, and the righteous aura as the sword's intent, the unity of heart and sword. Forging the sword base with the heart's furnace, tempering intent with the heart's fire, the spirit transforming into the sword's soul, the heart sword formless, the heart sword circulating in the cosmos. As the memories flooded in, Shen gradually comprehended the concept of nurturing the heart sword with one's essence. Unconsciously, he began to channel the cosmic formless sword. The 6 sword energies danced and swirled around his body. Upon exiting, you must seek suitable divine iron as the sword's foundation. The quality of divine iron. "Ah!" the elder Chui Ping exclaimed in surprise. "The cosmic formless sword? You have actually cultivated this? What is wrong?" Shen Xingchen inquired. Chui Ping stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It is truly fate. You are remarkably fortunate." With a thought, a fierce wind suddenly whipped up at the broken bridge. Swish, swish, swish. 3 formless sword energies burst forth from beneath the broken bridge, piercing through the thick cloud layers and abruptly halting at the bridge's edge. The elder chuckled. "These are a few remnants of my sword energies. Although they have long since lost their initial sharpness, they can serve as a unique killing move for your current realm." Why is it said that Shen Xingchen is exceptionally fortunate? The cosmic formless sword and his sword energies originate from the same source. Since he has practiced the cosmic formless sword, as long as he releases his intent to claim these 3 sword energies, Shen can naturally draw these unclaimed energies into his acupoints. When faced with formidable adversaries, he can unleash the sword energies without hesitation. Even after all these years, the diminished power of these 3 sword energies is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Thank you, Elder Chui Ping. Shen Xingchen recognized the value of this gift and began refining the sword energies to integrate them into his acupoints. Upon first contact, he felt a piercing pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Half an hour later, Shen's breath stabilized. Simultaneously, the system's voice resounded. Congratulations, host, for successfully recording the cultivation technique. Heart-blood nurturing sword technique. Heart-blood nurturing sword technique, not yet initiated. Rank unknown. Congratulations, host, for successfully gathering 3 sword energies from Chui Ping. All tasks were completed. The elder casually gestured, and an object materialized. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a mirror. This is called the Twin-Born Mirror, an artifact from the celestial demon serpent's past. A taboo item born from the blood sacrifice of a human with extraordinary innate abilities, capable of replicating others. The ability of this taboo item is to replicate objects. I estimate it can be used 3 more times and will be of service to you. Keep it safe. Shen Xingchen gazed at the twin-born mirror in his hand. Hearing the term taboo item for the first time, Chui Ping offered him solace, stating that although the forbidden object was forged from human blood, it was futile to dwell on such matters now that the die had been cast. In this world besieged by demonic forces, only by cultivating sufficient strength could one protect all that they hold dear. Shen Xingchen nodded in agreement, and the elder smiled with satisfaction. 3 centuries later, humanity still boasted such prodigious talents. At merely 18 years of age, he had attained the remarkable rank of 2nd level, 6th tier, and moreover, awakened a formidable divine beast affinity with draconic attributes. That was an S-level talent. Even in their era, where prodigies flourished, S-level abilities were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, this youth possessed a commendable temperament. What is this? His martial skills also appeared quite proficient, indicating exceptional comprehension. Alas, he possesses yet another divine ability, an SS level 1. At that, of a lightning attribute, such a violently potent talent. Just how immense must this child's explosive power be? In the blink of an eye, the elder discerned the entirety of Shen Xingchen's prowess. This was the insight and perspective born of once being at the pinnacle of power. Chui Ping's figure gradually faded. He understood that time was of the essence. It filled him with joy to see such an outstanding youth even after 3 centuries. Elder, Shen Xingchen reached out, only to grasp at empty air. Chui Ping, with a final smile, remarked with a sense of release, "May our human race stand tall for countless millennia." At the outskirts of Wang Mountain, parents anxiously inquired about their children's progress. What level is your child in the 1st tier? Will they be able to enroll in Xianan University this year? I heard Beifeng University is expanding its intake. My child is determined to apply. My child is only at 1st tier, level 7. They just need to reach the summit of Wang Mountain to secure an undergraduate degree. I've heard we have an S-level candidate this year. I wonder how they fared. And what about Chen Yue from Yizhong? Is there any possibility of entering Shangjing University? Parents and teachers waited anxiously outside, occasionally engaging in discussions. Just then, someone shouted, "They're coming out." The mist surrounding Wang Mountain began to dissipate, revealing the candidates emerging one by one. After 7 days of intense concentration, the students exhibited signs of fatigue, yet their spirits were palpable. Some appeared worried, others hesitant, some proud, and others elated. "How did you do?" Finally, the classic question was posed to each student in turn. They reported their scores, leading to a mix of joy and despair among the onlookers. Some parents had even prepared bamboo rods, ready to act the moment they sensed any unusual demeanor from their children. Most of these parents had a foundation in martial arts, and when wielding those rods, they could even call out techniques. The dragon emerges from the sea, 1,000 shadows of the staff, 18 styles of the swimming dragon. Whatever they summoned would come forth. The children, themselves martial artists, could withstand their blows. Gradually, several noteworthy prodigies emerged. Why do Hung appear so pale? Bai Qinyue's expression was also troubling. Wasn't he a top candidate? Was Bai Mingshui also showing signs of distress? She looked rather disheveled. What on earth had transpired? What did they experience in the ruins of the Wangshan? A murmur of discussion arose among the onlookers. Who can tell me where my daughter has gone? Suddenly, a powerful roar erupted. Many turned their gaze towards the source of this furious cry. It was a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie. Isn't that the head of the He family? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. His daughter, is she not the illustrious He Yin? Indeed. It was perplexing that He Yin had not yet appeared, remarked a passerby. The father of He Yin began to grow increasingly anxious. Although he had faith in his daughter's abilities, he was painfully aware that every year some students met untimely ends in the examination grounds, which caused him great concern. Most of the prodigies had emerged, yet his daughter remained absent. He soon overheard snippets of conversation. Among these prodigies, it seems only Shen Xingchen and He Yin are yet to appear. He Yin's father was taken aback. He had taken note of Shen Xingchen's name due to a prior conflict with his daughter. Shen Xingchen was affiliated with the authorities, making it difficult to confront him. However, the fact that only the two of them were missing seemed rather coincidental. Before long, he caught wind of another fragment of conversation. Shen Xingchen has ascended to the 99th level of the Divine Path ladder and is currently receiving a legacy. Though the voice was barely audible, it attracted countless gazes. Even some students who were aware of the situation displayed expressions of sorrow. Couldn't you wait until I had moved further away before bringing this up? He Yin's father was left in a state of shock. If Shen Xingchen was receiving a legacy, then what of his daughter, He Yin? Chapter 59. The arrival at Shangjing University upon receiving the inheritance. Shen Xingchen's figure flickered, and he found himself at the periphery of the Wangshan ruins. This sudden movement instantly attracted countless gazes. He has finally emerged. Has he truly obtained the legacy of Senior Cui Ping? He was already formidable, and now, having acquired a royal-level inheritance, how extraordinarily powerful must he be? He is not only this year's city champion, but may even be the provincial champion. Bai Qinyue, despite her strength, could not surpass him. With S-class talent and extraordinary comprehension, his combat prowess is terrifying. Furthermore, he possesses striking looks. What window did heaven close on him? The eyes around him brimmed with envy, wishing to take his place. Ignoring the crowd, Shen Xingchen was about to step forward when a figure rushed over. Have you seen my daughter? Who are you? I am He Yan's father. Shen Xingchen replied calmly. I have not seen her. Is that so? He Yan's father, already a fifth-tier warrior, emanated a pressure that momentarily stilled the surrounding air. The Wangshan examination grounds are vast. Who can guarantee an encounter? Shen Xingchen countered. Or do you believe your useless daughter would recklessly seek trouble with me? Within his dantian, 3 formidable sword energies surged, ready to strike at any moment. Should this middle-aged man truly attempt to impose his will, Shen Xingchen would ensure he pays a heavy price. What do you mean by that, Mr. He? At that moment, the lead teacher from Class 3 approached. The two stood in a tense standoff. Shen Xingchen felt the pressure ease considerably. He Yan's father frowned. I merely inquired about my daughter's whereabouts. Is that too much to ask? Is this how one inquires? The teacher from Class 3 scoffed. One might think you are conducting an interrogation. He Yan's father reigned in his imposing aura somewhat. I am merely concerned. The teacher from Class 3 huffed. You better be. Student Shen has just secured the top spot in this year's college entrance examination. How could he be subjected to any grievances? With a smile, Shen Xingchen walked past He Yan's father, casually remarking, Mr. He, perhaps you should wait a bit longer. Your daughter may yet appear. He Yan's father's pupils constricted. Even if his daughter's disappearance were indeed connected to Shen Xingchen, he had no substantial evidence. All he could do was watch as Shen Xingchen walked away. Oh dear, our star has returned. Jiang Qingyao tilted her head, her charming face beaming playfully. Shen Xingchen retorted, Call me Brother Xingchen. After some time, Jiang Qingyao seemed to grow accustomed to this address. She leaned closer to Shen Xingchen's ear and whispered, Brother Xingchen, did He Yan's father give you trouble? She had seen that middle-aged man glaring at Shen Xingchen with fierce intensity from a distance. Thankfully, no conflict had erupted in the end. Although the enmity between He Yin and her originated from Shen Xingchen, he had indeed taken lives in the process of saving her. She couldn't help but feel that she had inadvertently implicated him. Shen Xingchen spoke casually, stating that without evidence, one could not take action. Jiang Qingyao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she made a gesture of zipping her lips with her fingers, indicating that she would keep the matter to herself. Shen Xingchen found the scene endearing and could not help but pat Jiang Qingyao on the head. She resembled a docile little kitten. Suddenly, Shen Xingchen recalled something. I remember you mentioning that your father reached the 9th tier before consuming the fire spirit mushroom. After witnessing the prowess of Senior Chui Ping, he became enamored with the realm beyond the 9th tier. He believed that such a level could no longer be classified merely as a martial artist. It was more akin to divinity. Jiang Qingyao's expression darkened. In truth, my father went missing shortly after ascending above the 9th tier a decade ago. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. Was there such a tale? Jiang Qingyao continued. My father was the first genius of our family in hundreds of years, displaying astonishing talent from a young age. Consequently, the family directed all its resources toward him, enabling him to reach the 9th tier at such a young age. However, no one in the Jiang family could match his cultivation pace. Even the most formidable ancestor was merely a 6th-tier martial artist. As a result, the location of his disappearance is one that the family strongmen dare not approach recklessly. No one has been able to locate him. There are even rumors that my father. Tears glimmered like pearls in the corners of Jiang Qingyao's eyes. Shen Xingchen comforted her. Since your father is a powerful being above the 9th tier, he must possess the means to protect himself. Jiang Qingyao nodded, wiping away her tears, and inquired, what were you about to ask earlier? Shen Xingchen replied, nothing, just setting a small goal for myself. Jiang Qingyao's eyes widened. The 9th tier? Just a small goal? She shot him an exasperated glance. The two continued their conversation as they made their way toward the team at Sanzhou. As they passed through the crowd, they attracted a flurry of discussion. Where do you think Shen Xingchen will attend university? From what I understand, the top 3 universities in Huaxia are Shangjing University, Shanghai Shinli University, and Shanghai Martial Arts Academy. Shangjing University seems a better choice. It's located in the capital, and the resources must be superior. Do you think these schools will compete for students? They do every year. Simultaneously, in the capital, at Shangjing University, in the conference room, a rectangular table was filled with teachers of various ranks, all esteemed figures in their fields. At the front of the room, a prominent computer screen was displayed. A middle-aged man, bearing the principal's insignia, held a disc in his hand. The video recordings and rankings of this year's Martial Arts College entrance examination have been released, and now we must select the most outstanding students and contact them for enrollment. The principal inserted the disc into the computer. The first thing to appear was the rankings of students for various districts. Let us first examine the top 3 students from each district and identify those with the greatest potential. The seasoned teachers at the table quickly took out paper and pens to begin recording. Only a man in his 60s, seated in the corner, remained unmoved. He was an elderly man with silver hair and a white beard, donned in a simple black practice uniform, his stature not particularly imposing. His demeanor appeared lethargic, lacking vitality, which gave him an air of nonchalance. However, none of the attendees dared to underestimate this venerable figure. Soon, the electronic screen displayed the rankings of the top scholars. Kyoto, Tianqiu Mountain Examination Venue. First place, Bai Feiyu, rank, 2nd level, 5th grade, talent and divine ability, a grade. Second place, Lin Yin, rank, 2nd level, 3rd grade, talent and divine ability, a grade. The principal methodically introduced the students, while the computer screen showcased recordings of their examinations. Although the content varied, the assessments primarily measured the students' explosive power, willpower, and overall combat capability. This by Feiyu seems promising. Make a note of him. Understood, principal. In the earlier footage, the student named by Feiyu resonated with the ancient stone tablet of the sages, earning unanimous perfect scores from all evaluators. The principal inquired of the languid elder in the corner, Elder Shui, do you have any intentions of accepting disciples? I believe this by Feiyu. Not qualified. Before the principal could finish his sentence, the languid elder merely opened his eyes slightly before sinking back into his previous position. The other teachers observed this exchange with wry smiles. Elder Xue possessed a transcendent status, commanding respect even from others. Thus, his standards for students were exceptionally high. However, the fact that even Bai Feiyu failed to impress him suggested that he truly had no intention of taking on disciples. Jiangnan City, Mongshan Examination Venue. First place, Qinshou rank, second level, fourth grade, talent and divine ability. The selection process for students proceeded in an orderly manner. The quality of this cohort was commendable, and the instructors from Jing University were quite satisfied. Soon, they arrived in Qunan City. Qunan City, Wangshan Examination Venue. First place, Shen Xingchen, rank, second level, sixth grade, talent and divine ability. S grade, with the drum of heaven sounding 11 times, the Wangshan jade plate shattering. Ascending the divine path to 99 levels. Chapter 60. The esteemed mentor from the capital seeks a disciple. How many levels are there? A teacher seated towards the back, perplexed, questioned, thinking he had misheard. The existence of the legacy from the esteemed Elder Chui Ping in the Wang's Mountain ruins was well known among the higher-ups, hence their heightened attention towards the Wang's Mountain examination site. After all, the divine ladder consists of only 99 levels, does it not? 99 levels? Another teacher echoed in disbelief. Even the instructor responsible for directing the broadcast revealed a look of uncertainty. Turning his head, he scrutinized the candidate information once more. Shen Xingchen, Wang's Mountain examination site. Divine ladder, 99 levels. It was not just him. Everyone turned their gaze towards the screen with keen interest. Upon confirming the details, they collectively exhibited expressions of incredulity. How is this even possible? Even the previous S-class barely reached 79 levels. Quick, cut to the examination footage. Even the previously languid elder in black opened his eyes. Soon, the examination scene appeared on the screen, revealing a youth radiant with arcs of lightning, forcefully breaking through the layers of obstacles. They could scarcely be termed obstacles, for the pressure of the divine ladder was nearly negligible for the young man. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the sound echoed as the youth reached the pinnacle. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood in stunned silence. I want this student. In the corner, the previously disinterested elder in black sprang to his feet in excitement. He was certain he had not misjudged. That was a lightning attribute talent, presumably no less than S-class. Yes, the records indicated that this student Shun was indeed S-class, a perfect match. Lightning attribute, S-class. His prowess in lightning techniques finally found a worthy successor. This exclamation jolted the surrounding teachers awake, for he had reclined in his chair for far too long, leading some to entertain the ludicrous notion. He can actually stand up? The president of the capital university reassured, Elder Xue, please take a seat. This student Shun is not yet enrolled in our institution. We cannot be entirely certain. As you know, the other two academies also possess exceptionally talented resources and instructors. Before he could finish his sentence, Elder Xue huffed. Are you suggesting someone dares to poach my student? The president chuckled ruefully. Elder Xue, please calm down. Elder Xue, who was named Xue Hizai, was a retired figure from the snowy dragon city, reputed to have engaged in battle with top-tier demons and sustained serious injuries that led to his decline. Nevertheless, even in his diminished state, Elder Xue remained a ninth-tier martial artist, holding a prestigious position within the Capital Academy. As the president, he had to accord due respect to his counterpart. Little did he expect that Elder Xue was not inclined to listen. You are right. I cannot allow anyone to steal my student. I will personally seek him out, Elder Xue declared, striding towards the exit. The president followed, urging Elder Xue. Your status is exceedingly revered. Such actions are beneath your dignity. What teacher goes to a student's door to solicit discipleship? Wouldn't you agree? Please, wait a moment. Old Xue, our journey to the capital was destined for greatness, being the foremost among the three academies. Bang! The elderly man with the surname Xue abruptly exited the conference room, leaving a group of teachers exchanging bewildered glances. 2 days later, Shen Xingchen was accompanying Jiang Qingyao on a shopping excursion. As Jiang Qingyao retreated to the changing room to try on dresses, Shen Xingchen remained outside, engrossed in the system panel. Wisdom points 2,400. This amount had accumulated over the 7 days in the examination hall, along with the 2 recent days. Since the system upgrade, the accumulation of wisdom points had accelerated significantly. All in, Shen Xingchen allocated all his points to the ancestral dragon scripture. Now, he was dominating his peers in the same realm, without any signs of spiritual power instability. Congratulations, host. You have successfully utilized martial points 2,400. I must say, host cultivation speed is still akin to a turtle's crawl. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to second stage, level 7. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to second stage, level 8. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to second stage, level 9. The third stage is a substantial threshold. It is time to accumulate foundation. 3 years later, no change. 6 years later, no change. 9 years later, congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to third stage, level 1. He had reached the third stage. Shen Xingchen exhaled deeply. Given the current circumstances, his advancement speed was quite commendable. Just as he was lost in thought, a nearby friend inquired eagerly, "Hey, are you also waiting for your girlfriend?" Shen Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. His relationship with Jiang Qingyao was one of friendship that bordered on romance. The friend continued unabated. "No need to hide it. Who among us waiting here isn't waiting for their girlfriend?" As soon as he finished speaking, a throng of boys turned their attention towards him. "My girlfriend has been inside for half an hour." "That's nothing. My girlfriend has been in there for an hour and a half. Look at that guy at the back. He hasn't moved for 3 hours." Shen Xingchen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The competitive spirit among boys manifested itself in every aspect. The initial friend chuckled. "Is it because your girlfriend isn't attractive and you're embarrassed to admit it?" "Not all." Shen Xingchen shook his head. From any perspective, Jiang Qingyao could never be associated with unattractiveness. It doesn't matter if she's not conventionally pretty. What matters is her character. The friend seemed particularly fond of monologuing. "You have no idea how helpless married men can feel. Before marriage, it's all sweetness. After marriage, it turns into a fierce battle. You have no idea. I only get $50 for pocket money each month. I have to divide a single cigarette into 3 parts to smoke." The friend rambled on, sharing his woes. "Brother Xingchen, we're leaving." A graceful girl stood nearby. She wore a long navy blue dress, adorned with exquisite lotus patterns at the hem. With her fair complexion, she resembled a lotus flower emerging from the water, captivating and ethereal. Shen Xingchen was momentarily entranced. Jiang Qingyao chuckled. "Am I beautiful?" "Absolutely stunning." Shen Xingchen exclaimed in admiration. This was no mere flattery. Jiang Qingyao's visage was undeniably the most exquisite he had ever beheld. Moreover, her ethereal aura resembled that of a celestial maiden from the heavens. Jiang Qingyao's smile widened. Over the years, countless individuals had praised her unparalleled beauty. While she relished the compliments, it was merely a fleeting indulgence of vanity. Shen Xingchen, however, was different. When he declared her beauty, it filled her heart with genuine joy. The onlookers were spellbound. What had he just said? Had he consoled her by suggesting she shouldn't mind if her girlfriend was unattractive? Did he even have the right? And why was it that his girlfriend was not only beautiful, but also so gentle, her every word accompanied by a radiant smile? Across from a clothing store, an elderly man clad in black martial arts attire sat opposite a young, plump disciple. "Master, must it be this way?" the young man asked, visibly distressed. The elderly figure was Xue Hizai, and the young man was his student. Xue Hizai slammed the table. "It is settled. You will masquerade as a thief, unleashing your 5th-tier prowess to incite outrage. Then, I shall execute a flying kick to subdue you, revealing my 9th-tier strength. Remember, you must halt directly in front of your junior brother. Do not err. Just watch as I mesmerize this young lad." Chapter 61. The elder who appears to be a charlatan Xue Hizai found a semblance of wisdom in the principal's words. He was not a charlatan, and the eagerness to take on a disciple did seem a tad beneath his dignity. Thus, he resolved to showcase his prowess to that student, Shun. The chubby boy, his face turning a shade of purple, exclaimed, "Teacher, have you considered that if you unleash your 9th-tier strength, I might very well perish. Is that so? Shui replied, absolutely. The boy was nearly in tears, fully aware of his teacher's formidable capabilities. Shui Hizai playfully tapped the boy's forehead. I told you to practice diligently, yet you refused. Now look, you're hindering my progress. The chubby boy, on the verge of tears, lamented, but teacher, I'm only a third-year student at Tier 5, Level 1. ISNT that quite impressive? Even at the prestigious Beijing University, achieving Tier 5 before graduation was commendable. Being a third year, the boy was indeed gifted. Shui Hizai shot him a glare. That's because I taught you well. With an air of impatience, Shui waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I have it under control and will hold back a bit. The chubby boy eyed his teacher skeptically. Hurry up and prepare. Your junior brother is on his way. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen and Jiang Qingyao exited a clothing store, engaged in lively conversation, their rapport suggesting a closeness akin to that of young lovers. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Thief! Thief! Someone shouted from a street. Shen Xingchen paused in surprise and then noticed a chubby thief, donning a Diga Ultraman mask, being pursued by the restaurant owner. Just as capture seemed imminent, the thief let out an exaggerated scream, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. The restaurant owner was sent flying by the force of this energy. A palpable pressure enveloped the street as onlookers sensed an extraordinary power. Tier 5, Shen thought, incredulous at the sight of such a young thief wielding such strength. In a city like Qianan, which was merely an ordinary prefecture-level city and not even a provincial capital, encountering a Tier 5 individual at such a young age was unprecedented. Furrowing his brow, Shen was not astonished by the thief's strength, but rather perplexed. Why would a Tier 5 warrior resort to thievery? What could possibly be worth stealing? Noodles? Chopsticks? As he pondered these questions, an elderly man dressed in black training attire rushed from the restaurant. Little thief, where do you think you're going? The old man appeared gaunt and lacking vitality, yet his strides were large and powerful. The incongruity of the scene struck Shen Xingchen as surreal. With a swift kick, the elderly man sent the chubby thief flying. In midair, the boy's expression morphed into one of disbelief, as though he had encountered the utterly unbelievable. Upon landing, the thief rolled several times before coming to a stop, spitting blood and beginning to convulse, his eyes rolling back. Shen Xingchen was utterly stunned. What in the world was happening? Then, Shen Xingchen found himself being scrutinized by the elderly man clad in black, who wore a smile that gleamed with curiosity. Their gazes met, and the elderly man's smile broadened even further. Young student, I perceive extraordinary potential in your physique. You are indeed a promising candidate for martial arts training. I possess several volumes. Without hesitation, Shen Xingchen seized Jiang Qingyao's hand and departed. Something felt amiss, profoundly so. This must be a new and rather crude scheme of deceit. Jiang Qingyao, feeling somewhat dazed, was led away by Shen Xingchen. What's wrong? Why aren't you listening to the old man? She inquired. With a serious tone, Shen Xingchen replied, Qingyao, you must understand, this world is fraught with peril. Those two are most likely in collusion. Really? Is there such a thing? Jiang Qingyao widened her eyes, her expression one of disbelief. Shen Xingchen asserted earnestly. The likelihood of two high-level martial artists appearing simultaneously in a noodle shop is exceedingly low, and I just witnessed them exchanging glances. There is certainly a trick afoot. Is that so? Jiang Qingyao questioned, her confidence wavering. Do you believe me? I do. Shen Xingchen nodded with satisfaction. You are too naive. Remember, aside from my words, do not readily trust the words of other boys. Understood. Jiang Qingyao nodded obediently. As they walked away, Shui stood frozen in place, pondering the situation. He scratched his head. What exactly went wrong? While he was lost in thought, a chubby boy crawled over and tugged at Shui. His pant leg. Teacher, I seem to be a bit dead. Only then did Shui remember he had a student. He hurriedly fed the boy a pill, which had an immediate effect. The boy's complexion quickly regained its rosy hue. After a while, the chubby boy, regaining his strength, said, Teacher, I can no longer trust you. What exactly was the flaw? Shui pondered. That young man was clearly avoiding me. Teacher, you were far too ruthless. You must have used at least 7th tier strength. The chubby boy lamented. Could he have discerned such subtle exchanges of glances? Shui was astonished. Did the information not state that Shen Xingchen was merely at the second tier, level 6? Teacher, are you even listening to me? The chubby boy exclaimed. Shui clapped his hands decisively. Initiate Plan B. Days passed. During this time, a new family moved in next door to Shen Xingchen. It was rumored they had paid a hefty sum for the adjacent property. The newcomers consisted of the elderly man in black and a chubby boy. When Shen Xingchen first laid eyes on them, he was taken aback. They were indeed a pair, having followed him home. However, after 2 days of vigilance, Shen Xingchen noticed that the duo exhibited little activity. The old man and the boy seldom ventured outside. The chubby boy took on the responsibility of cooking, while the elderly man practiced his martial arts in the yard. Strangely, when the old man trained, the sound of thunder rolled forth, echoing through several alleys. It seemed to stir the very thunder within Shen Xingchen, causing a flutter of excitement within him. The commotion has prompted numerous residents to voice their complaints. The elderly man in black remained silent, while only the chubby young man offered a cheerful apology, assuring everyone that he would practice only during daylight hours. These neighbors lacked any significant influence, making them reluctant to confront anyone formidable. Since the individual was willing to compromise, they chose to acquiesce. However, Shen Xingchen harbored a different perspective. The old man exuded an unmistakable strength. That kick he delivered to the chubby lad was undeniably authentic. Furthermore, he was well-versed in thunder techniques. Having recently awakened his SS-level thunder affinity, Shen recognized that if he could master the old man's skills, it would enhance his confidence as he approached university life. In recent days, several institutions have reached out to him, including Shanghai Shenwu, Shanghai Martial Arts, and Shangjing University. Their messages echoed a similar sentiment. Should he choose to enroll, they would guarantee him access to the finest training resources. The Shanghai Shenwu, which offered a direct admission for Jiang Xiaonyou, was his primary consideration. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he has resolved to attend this esteemed institution. As for mentorship, he is confident that any of these universities would provide him with a tutor of no less than 7th rank willing to take him under their wing. Chapter 62. Is classmate Shen a bit disdainful of us? I hope to find a satisfactory mentor in the end, preferably someone with striking beauty, long legs, and a slender waist. Alas, something seems amiss. Never mind. A pleasant temperament is essential. This is of utmost importance. The mere thought of enduring a mentor with a perpetually sour expression throughout 4 years of university is utterly disheartening. Let us set that aside for now and focus on charming the old gentleman next door. Shen Xingchen strode into the house, calling out, "Mom, are there any dumplings left from yesterday? I'd like to share some with our new neighbors." In hindsight, I shouldn't have been so aloof when I encountered the old man in black a few days ago. However, it's of little consequence. With a slight effort, I shall surely impress that old chap. There on the second shelf of the fridge came Jiang Li's voice from the master bedroom. With a basket of dumplings in hand, Shen Xingchen made her way to the neighboring courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the door. Inside, Shui was lazily reclining in a rocking chair, basking in the sun. Suddenly, the sound of knocking reached his ears, and his martial instincts kicked in, instantly revealing to him that it was none other than the object of his thoughts, Shen Xingchen. Little fatty, hurry and answer the door, Shui urged. Although he was indeed eager to take on the student, he couldn't appear too casual. Little fatty was busy in the kitchen, but upon hearing the call, he rushed to the door. Click! The door swung open. Shen Xingchen, holding the basket of dumplings, greeted him. You must be the new neighbors, right? My mother is quite hospitable. She just made some dumplings and wanted to share them with you. Shen Xingchen's gaze assessed the young man before her. The aura he had displayed the other day indicated he was already a 5th-tier martial artist. Little fatty was taken aback. Is that all? That's unexpected. In his mind, he had assumed that classmate Shen would be paying a visit to seek tutelage after witnessing his mentor's prowess. This remark carried a different connotation for Shen Xingchen. Is he truly that aloof? Is he dismissing me? Doesn't he wish to invite me in for a chat? Just days ago, he was quite eager to share his martial arts secrets. Glancing toward the courtyard, she noticed the elder leisurely swaying in his rocking chair, with no intention of rising. Well then, I shall take my leave, Shen Xingchen said, a tinge of disappointment creeping in as she realized she might miss out on a formidable lightning technique. Wait, don't go. To her surprise, little Fatty grew anxious at the thought of her departure. He feared that if Shen Xingchen left today, he might have to endure future classes on his knees. He quickly grasped her arm, insisting, "We're neighbors. Stay and have a meal before you go." Little Fatty possessed considerable strength, leaving Shen Xingchen no opportunity to refuse as he pulled her into the courtyard. At the dining table, little Fatty served the rice while Shen Xingchen and Shui sat across from each other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Shui appeared calm, yet internally he was quite anxious. Why hasn't classmate Shen brought up the matter of him being her mentor yet? Is his reputation in Xianan City not illustrious enough? Shen Xingchen stared blankly at the table. Just a few days ago, Lao Deng had been eager to impart his secrets to him. Why the silence today? Speak up. Soon, the plump boy presented 2 bowls of dark rice. Shen Xingchen gazed at the blackened grains in astonishment. What on earth? You've been cooking since 9, and this is what you produce by noon? No wonder the old man at the noodle shop gave you a beating. I would have done the same. The atmosphere was already awkward, and now it had become even more so. Shen Xingchen quietly retreated to the kitchen to heat the dumplings from earlier. At the dining table, the master and disciple exchanged glances. As neighbors, they had come to foster relations. What had they done? Had they forcibly dragged the child over to prepare a meal for them? Having spent years together, they could understand each other without words. They exchanged frantic looks. Look at the mess you've created. Now Shen feels his teacher is unreliable because of a student like you. Teacher, I didn't mean to. I've just never cooked before. The plump boy protested. Then you should lend a hand. Shui Hizai signaled with his eyes. No need for that. The plump boy remarked. Do you think he seems a bit disdainful of us? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shui Hizai shook his head vigorously. Moments later, Shen Xingchen returned with the heated dumplings. Eat up. They sat together like any ordinary neighbors. After becoming somewhat acquainted with the elder and the youth, Shen Xingchen took his leave. It appeared that patience was necessary. Meanwhile, Shui Hizai felt a loss of dignity, deeming today an unsuitable occasion to take on a disciple. Thus, he also decided to wait for a better opportunity. At the city center hospital, Qiang's health had finally improved enough for him to eat normally. He lay on the hospital bed, while Yan's father stood beside him, his expression grave. Before the college entrance examination, did Xiao Yan say anything to you? Qiang shuddered. He had only just learned that Yan had tragically perished at the Wangshan ruins. This information came from the examination authorities who discovered it during the post-exam investigation. Yan's body had been torn apart by the magma lizards, her death horrific and unrecognizable. Qiang rasped. It must have been Shen Xingchen. Yan could never have died at the hands of those lizards. Only Shen Xingchen possesses such power and motive. Yan's father coldly inquired. Well, you know, Qiang Shrangbek Hisitating. Yan's father's gaze turned icier. Speak. The loss of his only daughter weighed heavily upon him, and he exerted the pressure of a 5th-tier warrior upon Qiang, compelling him to divulge everything. Unable to withstand the intensity, Qiang confessed. Before the examination, Yan sought revenge for me, intending to retaliate against Shen Xingchen. What? In my fury, I knew Yan was no match for Shen Xingchen, so I suggested she target Jiang Qingyao. Qiang, bang you, scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Yan's father struck the wall with a clenched fist. The subsequent events were easy to anticipate. It was undoubtedly a moment when his daughter was teasing Jiang Qingyao, only to encounter Shen Xingchen. Qiang was nearly in despair. Uncle He, I truly did not foresee that this would lead to Yan's demise. I never imagined. Yan's father wore a grim expression. Qiang continued to murmur, I am sorry. I had no idea. I genuinely did not know. I apologize. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. At last, Yan's father broke the silence. My daughter must not die in vain. Qiang's eyes widened in shock, his throat parched. Yan's father inquired in a low voice. What kind of people does Shen Xingchen usually associate with? What is his background? Speak plainly. Qiang appeared dazed, responding in a daze. He is highly regarded by the 7th-tier martial artist Li Tianxua and the teachers at the third middle school are quite fond of him. Beyond that, I know nothing. What is the highest rank among his family members? Are there any fifth-tier powerhouses? None. Qi Yang answered with unwavering certainty. So, it means he has no one to protect him, correct? For the first time, He-Yan's father revealed a smile, albeit a chilling one. Indeed, Chapter 63, the footstep that annihilates the seventh order that night. Shen Xingchen sat upon a stone pedestal in the courtyard. Hello, is this Shen? It is I. Shen Xingchen answered the call, greeted by a melodious voice from the other end. I am calling from the admissions office of Shanghai Martial Arts. Are you interested in attending our school? Shen Xingchen pondered for a moment. I am particularly fond of teacher Wen Xian from your institution. Can you reach out to her? That's wonderful. She is right beside me. The voice on the other end brimmed with joy. Shen Xingchen continued. That is splendid. I am quite intrigued by her abilities, yet I am dissatisfied with her primary martial arts practice. Could you inquire if she might, for my sake, retrain and focus on thunder techniques? His face was alight with anticipation. After all, she was an esteemed eighth order mentor, a rarity even among the three major academies. On the other end of the line, there was a prolonged silence, followed by the sound of something being struck. The young lady hastily concluded the call. Shun, I have an urgent matter to attend to. We shall talk another time. Beep, beep, beep. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. She hung up on me. How rude. Just as he rose to collect the drying clothes, a sudden rush of powerful spiritual energy surged into his awareness. Two formidable auras swiftly approaching. As he turned around, two figures materialized before him. One of them was familiar. It was He-Yan's father, with whom he had previously met. What brings you both to my home at this late hour? Shen Xingchen inquired, his expression cold, the protective barrier of his Lingxi pendant already activated. He-Yan's father smiled at his companion. He asks us what our intentions are. What do you say, Brother Han? The man named Han replied, Old He, is it necessary for me, a seventh order, to intervene against a mere third order? He-Yan's father retorted, This boy is quite peculiar. When I last encountered him, I felt an inexplicable pressure, as if I were locked onto by some formidable presence. To this day, I recall the sheer murderous intent in Shen Xingchen's gaze, so pure that it seemed he could end my life with but a thought. Such a phenomenon is indeed strange for someone who was merely at the second order at that time. Then, He-Yan's father turned his cold gaze upon Shen Xingchen. Tell me, did you kill my daughter? Shen Xingchen's expression darkened entirely. Their late-night visit, coupled with such overt hostility, rendered the question of whether he had slain He-Yan almost trivial. He scoffed. She deserved to die. He-Yan's father, his teeth gritted and eyes wide with fury, exclaimed, It is indeed you. He suddenly struck towards Shen Xingchen with a swift palm. My daughter was so innocent. How could you harm her? Boom. The force of a fifth-order strike slammed against the barrier of the Lingxi pendant, generating a fierce gust of wind. The barrier showed signs of cracking, yet it still managed to withstand the blow. Shen Xingchen, amused by the situation, replied, Are you truly unaware of the vile deeds your daughter has committed? He-Yan's father, now consumed by rage, lost all rationality. I care not for such matters. You killed my daughter, and thus you must pay. As he witnessed the failure of his strike, he turned to the other man and said, Old Han, make your move. The man surnamed Han sighed, as a formidable surge of spiritual energy emanated from his palm. Shen Xingchen's eyes glinted with mockery. Since you have chosen death, allow me to oblige. Within the confines of the Lingxi shield, Shen Xingchen took a deep breath. He raised his arm, his thumb pressed against his fingers, pointing at the evidently stronger man, Han. The chilling glimmer of sword qi began to manifest. The two adversaries felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that nearly suffocated them. This was the residual sword energy left by Cui Ping. Old Han, stop him. Do not let him unleash the sword qi. He-Yan's father urged in desperation. The sword intent, as tangible as reality, had already coalesced at Shen Xingchen's fingertips. At that moment, a voice reverberated from behind him. What a pity to waste your precious sword qi on such two worthless fools. It was the elderly man in black from next door. With a mere gentle clap, the sword qi at Shen Xingchen's fingertips dissipated, retreating back into his meridians. Shen Xingchen looked back in confusion. only to see the black-clad elder make no pause, executing a casual kick. It was as nonchalant as stepping on an ant by the roadside. Even a man surnamed Han, a 7th-tier cultivator, was sent flying. His chest caved in and gasping for breath. "You see, was that not rather simple?" the elder remarked. "You are incredible," Shen Xingchen stammered, struggling to articulate his admiration. A 7th-tier warrior, reduced to nothing by a mere kick? It seemed that the chubby boy could indeed endure a beating. Hian's father was utterly dumbfounded. Han Yu was his longtime friend, possessing unparalleled talent, having reached the 7th tier by the age of 40. Yet, the elder dispatched him with a single move, not even a formal technique, merely a casual lift and drop of his leg. What background did Shen Xingchen possess that could summon such a figure? The black-clad elder chuckled. "I have incapacitated them for you. Handle them as you see fit." With that, he delivered another simple kick. Hian's father barely had time to register his shock before he too, like the man surnamed Han, found his chest caved in, blood spewing from his mouth. "What is happening?" Shen Xingchen was taken aback. He understood the elder's strength, but why was he assisting him? "You may handle the situation first. Explanations will follow," the elder stated. Shen Xingchen, not wanting to appear hesitant, nodded in agreement. He approached the 7th-tier warrior, surnamed Han, retrieving a dagger from his gilded bracelet. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged it into the man's heart. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom his demise at the hands of a mere 3rd-tier warrior. Next, Shen Xingchen moved to Hian's father, seizing his hair. The abrupt motion aggravated the man's chest wound, causing his veins to bulge and his body to convulse in agony. "What unfortunate timing. It seems you will not have the chance for revenge," Shen Xingchen said with a tone laced with provocation. Hian's father's eyes were bloodshot, filled with resentment as he gazed at Shen Xingchen. He was consumed by hatred, knowing he would die without avenging his daughter's murderer. "Do you comprehend the loathsomeness of your kind?" Shen Xingchen gazed at him with indifference. "It lies in the inherent hypocrisy shared by you and your daughter. Your daughter has made several attempts on my life, as well as the lives of those dear to me. She merely lacked the capability to succeed. Yet, that does not absolve her of the malevolence she harbored towards me." Shen Xingchen remarked, "It is merely a matter of the victor and the vanquished." Hian's father scoffed coldly, then spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, it appeared as though his spirit and entire backbone had been siphoned away. Shen Xingchen continued with a smile. "Do you know what substance, when sliced open, reveals a crimson hue?" Hian's father appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning. A smirk graced Shen Xingchen's lips. "It is your daughter, my friend." The extinguished embers of Hian's father's rage were reignited, his chest heaving violently, as if he wished to devour Shen Xingchen whole. After delivering a distasteful jest, Shen Xingchen plunged a dagger into Hian's father's neck. Dull. Shen Xingchen wiped the blood from his hands. Chapter 64. The Return of Winning. "Have you exhausted your breath?" Shui Hizai chuckled as he gazed at Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen voiced his confusion. "Why do you choose to assist me?" Maintaining his dignified demeanor, Shui Hizai replied, "Because that plate of dumplings you served during the day was exceptionally delectable." "Is that acceptable?" "Yeah, certainly," Shen Xingchen responded. "Ah, to become a disciple, my dear brother." The little chubby boy, who had been eavesdropping on their banter, could no longer bear the drawn-out exchange. With a single push of his foot, he leapt over the wall. Despite his rotund figure, he displayed remarkable agility in his leap. Shen Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized, "Who are you?" "Ahem," Shui Hizai began with a theatrical cough before continuing, "I am but a man of humble repute. A former chief commander during the War of the Snowy Dragon City, an honorary vice president at Beijing University, deputy minister of the Central Law Enforcement Bureau, and an honorary martial artist at the Tian Shu Martial Arts Institute." The little chubby boy felt overwhelmed. The teacher had launched into another lengthy introduction. Shen Xingchen was left in a daze. After a long string of titles, Shui Hizai added with a smile, "Most importantly, my name is Shui Hizai, a 9th-tier warrior specializing in the Path of Thunder." "So you came here specifically to..." Shen Xingchen pieced everything together. It turned out that this old man's peculiar antics were all aimed at having him become a disciple. The fact that he had traveled all the way from Beijing was a testament to the allure of Shen Xingchen's SS class talent. However, before Shen Xingchen could finish his thought, he was interrupted. Ahem, I merely happened to be passing by, fortuitously renting the house next to yours. I found your talent commendable and felt a sense of appreciation for gifted individuals. The elder feigned a nonchalant demeanor, adding with emphasis, do not overthink this. Shen Xingchen was speechless. So he was just a proud old man. The little chubby boy beside them exchanged frantic glances. Shen Xingchen understood. It is a fortunate encounter for a student to meet a teacher. Prideful or not, at least he appeared amiable. Indeed, very well. Shui Hizai nodded in satisfaction. Although your cultivation is commendable, remember not to be arrogant. While I acknowledge you as my student, you remain in the assessment phase. Hearing this, Shen Xingchen turned to leave. What are you doing? Shui Hizai exclaimed in haste. I'm just going to wait a bit longer to see if there are any teachers who do not require an assessment. Shui Hizai, unable to maintain his facade, hurriedly grasped Shen Xingchen's arm. From this moment onward, you are my official student, a Thunder-type S-class student. Can one find another in all of Huaxia? If Shen Xingchen were to leave, he would surely berate himself throughout the night. Shen Xingchen stroked his chin. No assessment then? Shui Hizai shook his head. No assessment. Shen Xingchen smiled as he scrutinized Shui Hizai. Let us see how long you can maintain this pretense. The little chubby boy watched anxiously. Why was there such a disparity in treatment among students? Feeling somewhat awkward under Shen Xingchen's gaze, Shui Hizai quickly shifted the topic, of course. There will be a ritual for becoming a disciple. Feel free to suggest anything. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Xingchen mused. I possess a cultivation method that requires divine iron as a catalyst to refine the sword's body. Therefore, it would be ideal to acquire some high-quality divine iron. His remarkable technique, the heart-blood sword cultivation art, lay dormant within the system panel. Shui Hizai, displaying a contemplative expression, replied, I have some dragon-pattern green jade. You may utilize it for now. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade stone, roughly the size of a human head, from his storage ring. The stone radiated a translucent brilliance, resembling jade, and exuded a faint aura of spiritual energy, indicating its substantial value. Shui Hizai continued, I cannot ascertain if this will suffice for your needs, but its quality is undoubtedly exceptional. It is an S-class forging material. Just as innate abilities and divine powers are predetermined and immutable, so too are the classifications of forging materials, ranging from F to S grade. The chubby boy observed enviously from the sidelines, for this divine iron was something even instructors of Shui Hizai's caliber were in dire need of. At the 9th tier, weapons crafted by ordinary individuals could no longer sustain their usage. Thus, self-refinement became essential. Dragon Pattern Green Jade is capable of supporting the crafting of royal-grade items. Shen Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the upper echelons possessed extraordinary treasures. Surely, the materials used by Senior Cui Ping for sword bases were of similar quality. He then inquired, Teacher, I require a martial skill for cultivating lightning techniques, preferably one of very high rank. Shui Hizai handed Shen Xingchen a jade slip, saying, This is a skill I would impart to you regardless. It is called 10,000 Thunder Returning to the Void. The realm of lightning is vast and profound. One must begin with the fundamental control of lightning intensity to gradually master its power. In the future, I will provide specialized training in this area. Upon receiving the martial skill jade slip, Shen Xingchen opened it. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring the mid-level heavenly martial skill 10,000 Thunder Returning to the Void. Detected that the host possesses 2,000 comprehension points. Would you like to commence cultivation? Seeing Shen Xingchen momentarily stunned, Shui Hizai offered reassurance. It is entirely normal not to grasp the intricacies of this lightning technique in a short span. Shen Xingchen cast a peculiar glance at his teacher before internally declaring, Increase the points. Host, how many points would you like to add? Let us start with 10 years. His demeanor resembled that of a bargain hunter at a market. Congratulations, host, for consuming 1,000 comprehension points. The host possesses the SS grade innate divine ability, Lord of 10,000 Thunder, excelling in the realm of lightning. Although this martial skill is of mid-heavenly rank, it shall not prove too arduous for you. You may now begin your cultivation. This martial skill requires the forging of the body with thunder, gradually allowing one to perceive the might of lightning to become familiar with and master it. Initially, successfully channeling a single bolt of lightning signifies entry into the skill. If one can achieve this within 3 months, it would be considered extraordinary talent. Remember, do not be overambitious. The voice of teacher Shui Hizai echoed in his ears. In the 4th year of cultivation, you successfully summoned your first thunderbolt. Boom! The once darkened night sky was suddenly illuminated by a striking flash of lightning. What a delightful sensation! Shen Xingchen, struck by the lightning, felt as if the thunderous power within him had ignited. The force of the thunder was poised to burst forth. Just as he was halfway through his thoughts, he found himself frozen in place. What? Could it truly be that in this world, someone could grasp martial arts with merely a glance? What sort of prodigy is this? What kind of student has he taken under his wing? After a decade of cultivation, WNTNGUX has reached a subtle level. The system's voice resonated once more. Then, rumbling thunder echoed. This time, there were 10 bolts. Exhilarating. Shen Xingchen shouted in joy once again. The baptism of thunder felt akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, bringing an invigorating sense of euphoria. This time, Shui appeared equally struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. What has transpired? Shen Xingchen, the student he had just taken on, had achieved a subtle understanding of WNTNGUX. This must be a jest. Which ordinary person could master such advanced martial arts merely by flipping through the pages twice? That was a celestial-grade technique. The chubby boy was similarly petrified. He did not possess the innate talent for thunder elements. Thus, he had not practiced WNTNGUX. However, he recognized the commotion as a sign of entering the technique. He found this world utterly absurd. Why? If his memory served him correctly, Senior Sister Bai took a full 2 years to reach such a level. Yet Shen Xingchen achieved it in mere breaths. Chapter 65 The Trace of the Celestial Serpent. In that moment, the chubby boy found himself at a loss for words to express his emotions. Shui placed his hand upon Shen Xingchen's shoulder and, through a thorough investigation, confirmed the astonishing reality that Shen Xingchen had indeed attracted the attention of the celestial void. No matter how incredulous he might feel, the truth was undeniable. Good. Shui exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. He had already envisioned the day when Shen Xingchen would unleash his lightning techniques, radiating brilliance. With a look of pride, Shui declared, from this moment forth, "You shall be my closed-door disciple." As the chubby boy emerged from his astonishment, he was struck by his master's proclamation. The transmission of martial arts lineage held immense significance. And here was a master of the 9th tier, still with a long lifespan ahead, who had chosen him as his sole disciple upon their first encounter. What a remarkable acknowledgement of Shen Xingchen's potential. Yet, recalling Shen Xingchen's extraordinary comprehension, the chubby boy felt a sense of acceptance. In the ensuing hours, Shui addressed several of Shen Xingchen's cultivation queries and engaged in casual conversation. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away until it was already dawn. Shui, thoroughly pleased with his new disciple, produced a golden insignia. This is the identity token of a student from the prestigious Beijing University, a symbol of your newfound status. From this day forth, should anyone attempt to oppress you, reveal this identity. If they remain unconvinced, I shall personally intervene. Though Shui's words were imbued with pride, his gaze remained remarkably calm. To him, this was merely a matter of course. He continued, "This is your 4th senior brother, Du Xiaoye, who has reached the 5th tier. He can assist you with any minor issues." Shui pulled the chubby boy forward. "But, Master, my name is Du Xiaoye." The boy protested, scratching his head in frustration. Shui, undeterred, added, "I shall return to the academy tomorrow, so let Xiaoye accompany you for registration. It would be beneficial for you both to become acquainted and foster camaraderie." "Yes, it's senior brother Xiaoye who will accompany you." Du Xiaoye corrected Shen Xingchen. "All right, senior brother Chubby, It's Du Xiaoya. Chubby, remember to take care of those 2 corpses and clarify to the Law Enforcement Bureau that we did not instigate trouble. We acted in self-defense. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Shui yawned and departed after assigning his tasks. Du Xiaoya appeared to possess experience in handling corpses, executing the task with remarkable proficiency. Observing this, Shen Xingchen struck up a conversation with his senior brother. Senior brother Chubby, as the 4th brother, who are the first 3 brothers? With a resigned expression, Du Xiaoya replied, the eldest brother is Gu Qinglin. He graduated long ago and is likely in the Snow Domain Dragon City now. The 2nd brother is Li Zhixing, a senior student in his 4th year, at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. As Du Xiaoya placed the corpses into a storage bag, Shen Xingchen inquired, and what about the 3rd brother? Not the 3rd brother, but the 3rd sister. Du Xiaoya corrected. Shen Xingchen's eyes brightened. Sister, how delightful. I have a fondness for sisters. Du Xiaoya regarded Shen Xingchen with disdain, then chuckled. Although she ranks 3rd, I would advise against calling her 3rd sister. Why not? Due to senior sister's disdain for being called old, she insists that I refer to her as junior sister, claiming it makes her appear younger. Shen Xingchen, it is merely a title. Do not perceive senior sister as domineering, for she possesses a gentle disposition. Du Xiaoya, by the way, senior sister's name is by Wanqing. Very well. Plump senior brother, Shen Xingchen nodded. Du Xiaoya dragged the body bag out of the courtyard. Suddenly, Shen Xingchen remarked, Junior brother Xiaoya, remember to take the leftover dumplings when the teacher departs tomorrow. Without lifting her head, Du Xiaoya replied, I will reiterate, is plump senior brother, not junior brother Xiaoya. Plump senior brother, I merely appear chubby. You may consider it as being slightly plump, not in the true sense of the word. As she spoke halfway, Du Xiaoya froze. Shen Xingchen regarded him with a peculiar expression. This 4th senior brother seems rather dim-witted. Junior brother, let's try again. Du Xiaoya implored almost desperately. Very well, plump senior brother. In the stillness of the courtyard, a mournful cry emanated from Du Xiaoya, attracting the ire of the neighbors. At this late hour, are you not going to sleep? Who is it? Are you sick? If you keep howling, I'll lock you up with a randy sow. The following day, after Shui departed, Shen Xingchen and Du Xiaoya played several games of chess. Shen Xingchen was certain that when Du Xiaoya allocated his talents, he only invested in physical attributes, neglecting intelligence. My daughter, a piercing wail echoed through the alley. Shen Xingchen, now a 3rd-tier martial artist, distinctly recognized it was Aunt Wang from the alley. Aunt Wang was notorious for her sharp tongue and was often avoided by many due to her caustic nature. But what could have caused such a horrifying scream so early in the morning? Soon, the alley was crowded with onlookers. Shen Xingchen and Du Xiaoya also moved closer to the scene, where they saw Aunt Wang cradling a 10-year-old girl whose eyes were ashen, her body resembling burnt twigs, wrinkled and frail, as if a gust of wind could scatter her remains. Clearly, she was lifeless. What could have transpired? Everyone was taken aback. The 10-year-old girl was Aunt Wang's daughter, who had been lively just yesterday, yet today showed no signs of life. Shen Xingchen's expression grew somber. Du Xiaoya mirrored his concern. Was this death similar to that of the girl from Hui Min Alley a few days prior? Hui Min Alley decent to Yun Min Alley. At that moment, a resident of the alley gasped. Yes, that was the Li family's daughter. She was equally withered, utterly tragic. What if there is an invasion by demonic entities or other malevolent forces? Is it not said that demons feed on the souls of children? This aligns perfectly with the descriptions found in illustrated books. The neighbors exchanged anxious words. Shen Xingchen glanced at Du Xiaoya. Senior brother? Du Xiaoya's countenance turned grave. Indeed, certain factions of the demonic realm are known to consume human souls, but why specifically target children? Shen Xingchen nodded in agreement, for he too had never heard of such a tradition among the demons. Nevertheless, caution remains paramount. Shen Kiki should not sleep alone for the time being. Shen Xingchen felt that this matter was far from straightforward. It would be wise to report it to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Although Aunt Wang is quite irksome, the children are innocent, which elicited a wave of sympathy from the crowd. At that very moment, as Shen Xingchen turned his head, he suddenly noticed a glimmer of deep green light in the corner by Aunt Wang's doorstep. Curiously, he approached to inspect it, discovering what appeared to be a piece of metal. However, upon closer examination, he realized it was not metal at all, but rather the scales of a living creature. What kind of colossal being could shed scales as large as a palm? Du Xiaoya also came over to investigate. The molten sky demon serpent, she whispered. As one of the three major institutions, Jing University conducts the most meticulous and comprehensive research on demon species. This scale is identical to the samples of the molten sky demon serpent housed within the school. Do the molten sky demon serpents ascend by consuming human souls? Shen Xingchen inquired. Absolutely not. Du Xiaoyu responded. The molten sky demon serpent is among the most noble of demon species. Their ordinary kind is born at the 5th tier, while royal members are inherently at the 7th tier. The souls of ordinary humans hold no significance for them whatsoever. This alleyway is extremely perilous. At present, the true intent of the molten sky demon serpent remains unknown, but it certainly transcends something as simple as the souls of children. Chapter 66. The initial mastery of sword cultivation. Du Xiaoya spoke in a resolute tone. I shall report to the enforcement team immediately. With that, she picked up the phone and dialed. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen calmed his mind and began to analyze the situation. The circumstances were indeed rather bleak. Thus, enhancing his combat prowess swiftly was of utmost importance. He still had a balance of 1,500 martial arts points. If he exerted himself to the fullest, he could at best reach the 3rd tier, 3rd level, which was not an ideal choice. Cui Ping's swordsmanship transcended the sky tier, and its power would undoubtedly surpass imagination. He retrieved the token of apprenticeship bestowed upon him by his teacher the previous day, a piece of dragon-patterned jade. According to the records in the sword cultivation technique, such jade could forge 3 blood-infused flying swords, which was quite considerable. However, he felt unsatisfied. It was said that the esteemed Cui Ping once possessed 9 blood-infused flying swords, each of a quality rivaling that of the dragon-patterned jade. Fortunately, the venerable Cui Ping had anticipated the scarcity of high-tier divine iron, and thus gifted him a twin mirror. He took out the twin mirror from the gilded bracelet. Upon careful examination, this ancient mirror emanated a rather sanguinary aura, likely due to its blood-forged nature. It could still be utilized 3 more times. Shen Xingchen placed the dragon-patterned jade into the mirror. The surface rippled, imbued with mystical energy. Within mere seconds, 2 pieces of jade the size of human heads were ejected. He repeated the process, tossing in the 2 pieces once more. 4 pieces. Another toss. 8 pieces. With everything prepared, Shen Xingchen commenced his training. Congratulations, host, for utilizing 1,500 Dao comprehension points. Beginning the cultivation of the designated technique, blood-infused sword cultivation. Rank unknown. Materials consumed: 8 pieces of dragon-patterned jade. The initial cultivation of blood-infused sword cultivation is not overly complex. Through one's own spiritual energy, the dragon-patterned jade is forged into sword embryos. This process took you a year. Congratulations, host, for successfully forging 24 dragon-patterned jade sword embryos. Following the previous process, you have gained new insights into blood-infused sword cultivation, commencing the forging of flying swords. With the heart pulse as the guide, and the heart fire forging intent. Congratulations, after 14 years of cultivation, you have successfully forged 3 dragon-patterned jade swords. Only 3? Shen Xingchen sighed softly. Such an extraordinary technique left by his predecessors was indeed not something that could be mastered easily. With a thought, 3 azure flying swords emerged from his brow. These were 3 divine swords imbued with profound intent, adorned with dragon scale-like patterns, shimmering with brilliance. With a mere flick of his will, the sound of slicing wind resonated, showcasing considerable power. Senior brother, come here, he called to Du Xiaoya. What is it? She responded, having just hung up the phone. I have a newly learned technique that requires someone to test its power, Shen Xingchen explained. Du Xiaoyu readily agreed. It was quite normal to test the power of a newly acquired technique, especially among fellow disciples. Senior brother, are you ready? Shen Xingchen inquired. Ready. Du Xiaoya thought to herself with a hidden smile. The junior disciple is indeed overly cautious. With his mere third-tier strength, what could he possibly do against me? A fifth-tier warrior? Even without defense, I could withstand his attacks. Having been overshadowed by the junior's talent, I finally have the chance to reclaim my dignity. Du Xiaoya stood there nonchalantly, languid and completely dismissive of Shen Xingchen's forthcoming onslaught. Upon receiving a firm affirmation, Shen Xingchen's gaze suddenly sharpened, wielding his sword with intention. At the center of his brow, a third eye seemed to open. Swish! A heavy, watery sword aura surged forth. The azure sword light twisted the very fabric of space. Resembling a startled swan, Du Xiaoya, who had initially been indifferent, instantly straightened his posture. Goodness! He had thought the junior disciple was merely at the mid-level of the third tier, easily dismissible. Little did he expect such pure sword intent to send chills down his spine. Was this truly an attack from the first level of the third tier? The azure sword light approached swiftly, leaving Du Xiaoya with no choice but to hastily respond. A formidable wall of earthen might materialize on his arm, just in time to block the sword light. This was his trained earth-based technique, the rock shield. His body swayed slightly, yet his solid foundation allowed him to endure the impact, to compel me to utilize my fourth-tier strength. Impressive indeed. Du Xiaoya marveled inwardly, feeling grateful to have preserved his seniority. What a disgrace it would have been to be repelled by a mere third-tier junior. Just as he was lost in thought, two more azure sword lights surged forth in a similar manner. Whoosh, a straight line. The sword light shot out like an electromagnetic pulse cannon. Three beams of sword light stacked together, radiating an overwhelming azure glow. Du Xiaoya was left dumbfounded. There's even more. Crack! In a moment of carelessness, he had not been able to unleash a stronger defense. His rock shield was merely a basic mystic technique. With no further options, the shield shattered. Du Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief. His body was suddenly struck by a tremendous force, flying like a projectile and crashing into the wall, dust billowing around him. "Brother, are you all right?" Seeing this, Shen Xingchen was also taken aback. Hadn't the chubby senior prepared adequately? Why did he appear so disheveled? He glanced at the spot where his senior stood. The wall bore a massive human-shaped dent, with Du Xiaoya pinned to it. Although his fifth-tier foundation prevented any serious injury, the humiliation was profound. Cough, cough, a light cough emerged. Whether it was the heavy dust or Du Xiaoya's attempt to mask his embarrassment, he remarked, "Junior disciple, that move of yours quite impressive, despite being covered in dust." He feigned nonchalance, as if the earlier scene of being pinned to the wall had merely been a performance in collaboration with Shen Xingchen. He added, "Your swordsmanship is sufficient to contend with fourth-tier opponents, though it still falls short compared to me, your senior. Is that so?" Shen Xingchen nodded. "Indeed, just so." Du Xiaoya, with an unflustered demeanor, addressed her junior disciple. "I have a matter to attend to. I shall return home for a while. You continue your practice. Do not rush." With that, she departed, her figure shrouded in dust, appearing somewhat disheveled and forlorn. Shen Xingchen discerned the sentiments of his portly senior brother, but chose not to expose them, primarily out of concern for the fragile remnants of his self-esteem. Shen Xingchen continued to practice sword control in the courtyard for a while longer. The art of sword nurturing was indeed remarkable. The three dragon-patterned jade swords, which had been meticulously refined, now felt like an extension of his own being. The energy consumed in wielding them was negligible. During this period, following Du Xiaoya's report, the enforcement team arrived and established surveillance throughout the alley. The leader, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, bore an insignia that indicated a high rank. "Greetings, I am Ji Qing, the director of the Autumn South City Law Enforcement Bureau. You are the one who reported the incident?" Shen Xingchen replied. "It was my senior brother who reported it. He is next door." He guided Ji Qing to the adjacent room, where Du Xiaoya had just finished her bath, having changed from her dusty attire. After confirming the details of the incident with Du Xiaoya, the law enforcement personnel adopted a more serious demeanor. "We will reinforce our presence and maintain a vigilant watch here day and night," Ji Qing concluded, his sense of responsibility palpable. Soon, the evening descended. Due to the incursion of the demon clan, Du Xiaoye and Shen Xingchen convened in the small courtyard. Ji Qing stationed himself atop a two-story building, attentively monitoring the alley's activity. It was not long before the stillness of the night was shattered by a piercing cry. "Help! Save my child!" Chapter 67. The royal serpent woman, the colossal serpent, filled the entire alleyway, its emerald-hued eyes devoid of any emotion. The dreaded serpent had emerged, its frigid gaze fixated on the young girl in the distance, flicking its forked tongue, saliva dripping to the ground like viscous slime. Indeed, it was the same creature that had appeared in the city defense area days prior. Ji Qing wore a solemn expression. This seventh-tier demon had somehow infiltrated the urban area. Ji Qing drew the tang knife from his waist. As the massive serpent prepared to engulf the girl, he struck down with a swift motion. The gleaming arc of the blade illuminated the night sky, colliding with the serpent's illusory scales. In an instant, sparks erupted, equally matched in tier. Ji Qing showed no signs of inferiority against the giant serpent. In human territory, there existed formidable warriors of equal rank. Upon sensing an ambush, the dreaded serpent twisted its gargantuan body, ready to flee. Boom! Though it escaped, the serpent wreaked considerable havoc upon the streets. The Enforcement Bureau's various teams mobilized with full force to capture the beast. Ji Qing shouted into his communicator. Now that the dreaded serpent had entered the town, it must not be allowed to escape alive. This was a seventh-tier being, and its appearances always resulted in immeasurable losses. Little junior brother, I shall follow as well. You guard our home. Duke Xiaoyu instructed Shen Xingchen. As the dreaded serpent fled, it would inevitably endanger the residents along its path. Even though he was only at the fifth tier, he could still protect some people. Little junior brother, being merely at the third tier, despite his exceptional prowess, was still too weak. Remaining to guard the home was the most prudent choice. Shen Xingchen felt that in such a situation, unless he summoned the sword energy of Senior Chui Ping, he would be of little assistance. Thus, he said, "Senior brother, if the opportunity arises, I wish to obtain 3 drops of blood from that dreaded serpent." Li Tianxuo had mentioned that this dreaded serpent was an ordinary species. It would be prudent to retain some blood for future use. Very well. Du Xiaoye did not inquire further. His plump figure, resembling a meatball, moved with surprising swiftness. He soon vanished from view. The dreaded serpent continued to flee through the alleys. A few Enforcement Bureau officers had already formed a pincer movement. Its deep green pupils focused on the humans ahead, and its massive tail lashed out violently. Bang! Surrounding buildings were obliterated at the waist. Ji Qing dashed forth, engaging in a fierce struggle with the giant serpent. In the Shen family courtyard, rustling sounds reached Shen Xingchen's ears just as he began to relax. It was as if the giant serpent had not departed, still lingering nearby, flicking its tongue. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a heavy aura of murderous intent. Instinctively, his body urged him to evade elsewhere before the impending crisis. Bang! The spot where he had just stood erupted violently. A sharp tail spike had struck. Just as Shen Xingchen pondered this, those troublesome humans finally departed. "Classmate Shen, we meet again. I wonder if you still remember me?" A girl with a ponytail entered with a cheerful smile. Her slender neck bore glimpses of dark green, serpentine scales. Shen Xingchen furrowed his brows. "Who are you?" This girl was a stranger to him, yet she appeared to recognize him. Her eyes, reminiscent of a serpent, exuded an icy chill. The girl with the ponytail smiled. "I possess a human name, Chen Yu, though you likely have never heard of it. After all, you are a paragon of the human race. How could you possibly know a mere inconspicuous being like me? Am I correct?" She observed Shen Xingchen with keen interest. On that day, atop the peak of Wangshang Mountain, she had witnessed this human effortlessly ascend the 99 steps of the divine path, especially as he had even acquired the legacy of Chui Ping. If allowed to mature, he would undoubtedly become a grave threat to the demon race. Shen Xingchen scoffed. "So you are yet another metamorphosed celestial serpent." Chen Yu did not refute. Still wearing a cheerful smile, "I offer you 2 choices. First, I can mark you with a slave seal, making you my subordinate and subject to my commands. Second, you and your family may perish in this narrow alley. What will it be?" Shen Xingchen scrutinized the ponytail girl. "You are so weak. Are you truly of the celestial serpent lineage, or merely a hybrid that doesn't even qualify as a standard species? The aura she emitted was barely at the 4th tier. Are you seeking death? This despicable creature dared to mock his noble bloodline. Unforgivable. The skin of the ponytailed girl erupted, illusory scales gradually enveloping her body. Her legs fused into a single form, transforming into a dark green serpentine tail. With a swift strike, her tail lashed out like a sword unsheathed. Shen Xingchen did not dare to delay. He summoned the 8 Desolations dragon fist with all his might, his arms entwined with the power of thunder. The combination produced astonishing force. The clash of fist and tail was evenly matched. Indeed, a slave must be conquered through strength. The ponytailed girl suddenly opened her emerald serpent eyes. The surroundings morphed into a grayish hue, revealing a realm exclusively hers. This was the unique domain of the Celestial Serpent Clan. As she spoke, "Submit as my slave, dear classmate Shun." The moon in the sky appeared tainted with crimson, rendering the already dilapidated alley even more desolate. "A domain? You are of royal lineage," Shen Xingchen exclaimed. "Afraid?" The ponytailed girl mocked. Initially, she had disguised herself as a human to partake in the martial arts examination. After obtaining the ancient serpent's divine bone atop Wangshan, she should have returned to the Hall of 10,000 Demons. However, this exceptionally gifted human had to be eliminated at once. Thus, she resolved not to grant Shen Xingchen an opportunity for survival. Once this corrupt domain was unleashed, unless she perished, even a 7th-tier powerhouse would find impossible to penetrate. Shen Xingchen's fighting spirit surged even higher. "You shall meet your end." The corrupt domain relentlessly eroded Shen Xingchen's spiritual energy. Yet he possessed the resurrection power of the S-rank Azure Dragon. The transcendent serpent of the demon realm stands as the true sovereign of the demonic lineage. Its royal bloodline does not ascend to its pinnacle without avoiding the battlefield. If one were to wait until they possessed the strength to confront the royal family of the transcendent serpent in the Dragon City of the Snowy Domain, seeking to claim its essence, one cannot fathom how much longer that would take. Regardless of the current circumstance, wherein this entity possesses merely 4th-tier strength, it represents a rare opportunity. The transcendent serpent shall undoubtedly have no chance of leaving alive today. Boom! His fist radiated with increasing brilliance, as the thunderous energy entwined with a cerulean dragon's silhouette, delivering one blow after another. His speed was astonishing. Each surge was akin to a bolt of lightning. Though Chun Yu appeared as a petite girl, her physical prowess mirrored that of the transcendent serpent. With every movement she exhibited, a formidable force was unleashed. Illusory tails lashed out, causing the very fabric of space to shatter. Bang, bang, bang. Repeated collisions echoed through the air. The girl with the ponytail began to grow increasingly somber as she realized that, despite her 4th-tier cultivation, she could not suppress this 3rd-tier human. In desperation, she bit her finger, drawing a crimson rune in the void. The gaze of the serpent monarch. That rune gradually morphed into a vertical pupil, both eerie and enchanting. This was her unique, innate divine ability, akin to a human's innate talent. Anything struck by the gaze of the serpent monarch would instantly be transformed into stone. By human standards, this constitutes S-rank power. Human, you have provoked my wrath. Chapter 68. The sword strikes. The celestial serpent Shen Xingchen took a deep breath and summoned the formless sword of the cosmos. The sword energy, bestowed upon him by the venerable Chui Ping, was drawn forth from within. He aligned his fingers together, aiming at the celestial serpent, known as Chun Yu, a royal heir of the serpent lineage. His keen perception revealed that when Chun Yu invoked her innate divine ability, Serpent Monarch's gaze, the aura she emanated far exceeded the 4th tier. It was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to withstand. This might be attributed to her unique realm. Boom! 2 blinding beams of light erupted simultaneously, one pure white and the other deep green. The anticipated balance of power was absent. The pure white sword light effortlessly cleaved through the deep green beam, akin to a knife slicing through tofu, even though it was the celestial serpent's full-force strike. even though it was an innate divine ability far surpassing the fourth tier. Before the sword light, it appeared so fragile and insignificant. This is impossible. For the first time, terror flickered across Chun Yu's countenance. The pure white sword light did not relent, surging upward to confront her true form directly. Chun Yu's expression turned horrified as she hastily activated her strongest defensive scales to fend off the attack. Crack! It remained as feeble as before. The sword light pierced through her scales, penetrating her organs, leaving a conspicuous wound on her half-serpent, half-human body. Even the dwelling behind her seemed as if it had been cleaved by a sword, leaving only a massive scar. This is the sword energy of a monarch. Chun Yu instinctively clutched her wound, but could do nothing to stem the torrent of blood. That human had actually unleashed the sword energy of a monarch. The sword energy severed everything around, including her domain of decay, which now bore fissures. This was beyond her wildest imagination. Though Chun Yu's aura had already waned, Shen Xingchen activated the Lingxi pendant, wary of her final counterattack. This celestial serpent undoubtedly possessed other means. Observing Shen Xingchen's cautious demeanor, Chun Yu suddenly smiled. You truly exceed my expectations. Very well, I concede. She released her grip on the wound, dark green blood gushing forth, her aura rapidly declining. Yet, her smile remained unchanged, utterly devoid of the demeanor of a dying being. You should have guessed. The ordinary creature before was merely a diversion to draw away the experts around you. My target has always been you. Though that isn't entirely accurate. For my arrival in Huaxia was not solely for you. My objective has been achieved. Killing you feels more like an afterthought. As she spoke, her body began to shatter spontaneously, akin to porcelain cracking. At that moment, she could no longer maintain the guise of an ordinary human girl. Her shattered form quickly reassembled. In an instant, she transformed into a woman with silver hair and azure eyes, clad in a vibrant red robe. Her attire was quite revealing, failing to conceal her long, delicate legs, which were now exposed to the gaze. The only unchanged aspect was her gradually diminishing aura. I knew you were up to something. Shen Xingchen scoffed. If it were so effortless to eliminate a royal from the demon clan, then the snowy dragon city would not have been embroiled in incessant warfare for years. Moreover, how could such a youthful royal genuinely risk their safety by venturing into the heart of Huaxia? What could her intentions possibly be? Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Princess Yue. Her beauty was breathtaking, and every movement she made exuded a captivating allure. If a comparison must be drawn, Shen Xingchen believed that only Jiang Qinyao could rival her in appearance. Shen Xingchen, though this form is merely a manifestation of 3 drops of my essence. You are the first to triumph over me despite your lower realm. I shall remember you. Yue seethed with indignation. How dare a lowly human defy her will? This body, merely a product of 3 drops of blood, did not constitute a significant loss. Yet, she could not swallow her pride. Shen Xingchen smiled. Are you displeased? Do you truly believe that my noble lineage would bow to your inferior existence? Yue, as one of the most exalted bloodlines of the demon clan, possessed an innate pride. She would not permit herself to lower her head before such a humble human. Shen Xingchen continued with a smile. What would you think if, upon the demise of this vessel, I stripped you bare and displayed you in the bustling center of Qinan City? Would you still consider yourself noble? His grin bore a sinister edge. Yue's chest heaved violently, her fury reaching its zenith. As a princess of the transcendent demon serpent lineage, even in a form born of mere drops of blood, she could not accept such an affront. It appears that your demon clan possesses a sense of shame after all. Shen Xingchen taunted. Rest assured, your true self, far away in the demon realm, will certainly learn of your humiliation being paraded in a human marketplace. He had indeed questioned whether the demon clan, primarily a savage beast-like race, held any semblance of social attributes akin to humans. To let her depart so easily would be far too lenient. You are shameless. Yue could no longer sustain her corporeal form and could only hurl curses. Her father was right. Humans were indeed the most cunning of beings. Do you demons ever use smartphones? I could gift you a collection of your own photographs. Would you like that? Shen Xingchen continued to provoke her. He could not quell his frustration without shattering her pride. Yoyue's eyes blazed with fury. If looks could kill, Shen Xingchen would surely have been reduced to mere ashes at that moment. Do you know that we humans have something called naked loans? How much do you think your body could fetch? Shen Xingchen inquired. Yoyue retorted with fury. Human, I shall return for you. With that, she severed her connection to this corporeal form. Perhaps she sensed that if she continued to listen, her true self would be driven to internal injury from rage. Shen Xingchen muttered softly, Fear not, your body will serve another purpose. As Yoyue's vessel perished, it carried an air of profound humiliation. She could not bear to accept such degradation at the hands of this human. Yoyue's essence extinguished completely. The realm of decay she had wrought began to dissipate. The sky was no longer crimson, and the streets returned to their former appearance. As soon as Shen Xingchen emerged into the world, he was swiftly detained by Du Xiaoye. Little junior brother, where have you been? She inquired anxiously. After all, he was the precious new student of their master. If the elder had just departed and she failed to safeguard her junior brother, allowing him to fall into the clutches of the demon race, he might never see the light of day again. Shen Xingchen dragged over the corpse of Yue. There is also a molten sky demon serpent here. It just pulled me into its domain, but I managed to counterattack and kill it. Du Xiaoye was taken aback. Another molten sky demon serpent's domain? Is this something a third-tier martial artist can handle? She glanced at the recently cooled corpse, then back at her junior brother, lost in contemplation. I need to refine this corpse and extract the demon serpent's essence blood. Do you have any other matters to attend to, senior brother? Shen Xingchen inquired. Du Xiaoye replied, What use is her essence blood? Just a moment ago, you mentioned wanting the blood of that 7th-tier demon serpent, and it seems to be the same now. Shen Xingchen replied succinctly, for medicinal purposes. Chapter 69. The melancholic girl beneath the torrential rain to the north of the snowy domain Dragon City lies the territory of the demon clan. In that far northern expanse, a watercolor-hued palace hovers in the sky. It serves as the royal abode of the treading heaven demon serpent, one of the most esteemed factions of the demon race. The room is spacious and brightly lit, adorned with minimal decorations, a solitary bed and a mirror, with drapes concealing the scenery beyond. Yue sits before her vanity, admiring her own reflection. The mirror reveals the corner of an exquisitely beautiful crimson gown. Suddenly, she seems to awaken from a trance, her demeanor shifting to one of wild agitation. Shen Xingchen, Shen Xingchen, Shen Xingchen, how dare you? I shall ensure your demise. The aura of her noble lineage permeates the air, rendering it heavy and oppressive. The attendants and guards cower on the ground, their hearts racing, uncertain of the cause behind the princess's fury. Shen Xingchen, you had better not fall into my grasp. Otherwise, I shall savor every moment, devouring you piece by piece. Her manic and sinister voice reverberates within the palace. The Shen family. One cannot deny that the physical resilience of the demon race surpasses that of humanity. It took Shen Xingchen a full 2 hours to extract the essence of Yue's blood, collecting 3 drops of blood shimmering with an emerald glow in a small porcelain vial. Father, what was your realm before you were injured? Shen Xingchen inquired curiously. Shen Keek's gaze followed suit, having heard from neighbors since childhood about her father's unmatched genius. Surely his rank must be quite high. Shen Jinan sighed. Merely the 7th tier? Hardly noteworthy in the snowy domain Dragon City. Shen Xingchen nodded, picking up her phone to message Jiang Qingyao. It was time to fulfill their previous agreement. In the affluent district of the southern city, Jiang Qingyao lay sprawled on her soft bed, engrossed in videos on her phone when she noticed a message notification. She responded with a surprised emoji, then cautiously slipped away to the family treasury. She was determined not to break her promise to Shen Xingchen. Approaching the palace-like structure, a hint of trepidation lingered within her. Most of the treasures within the treasury belonged to her father, who had been missing for years, leaving the family to manage them in his absence. Yet, for reasons unknown, the family had increasingly shunned her from the treasury, treating it as their own. If the current endeavor were to be exposed, she, without her parents by her side, would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from her family. Stealthily, she made her way forward when suddenly, she overheard voices from the adjacent courtyard. Jiang Shua cannot return. The fire spirit herb belongs to the family. And is it not beneficial for my husband to break through the fifth-tier bottleneck? A middle-aged woman's voice carried through the air. Jiang Qingyao recognized it as her third aunt. The Jiang Shua mentioned was her father, a once-celebrated figure within the family. Jiang Qingyao halted her steps, straining to listen further. Shouldn't the fire spirit mushroom belong to the main branch? Another person hesitantly inquired. This was Jiang Qingyao's aunt, who appeared to be somewhat intimidated by the woman before her. Speaking in a timid voice, the main branch? She's merely a little girl. What kind of storm could she possibly stir? Yet the third aunt's voice rang out loudly. However, the fire spirit mushroom can only unleash its medicinal power when consumed by one possessing the innate ability of fire elements. Little Tao has awakened a wind attribute, and, since it's a spiritual herb, it naturally benefits anyone who consumes it. The third aunt insisted. Isn't this inappropriate? The third aunt grew anxious. Jiang Tao is your own brother. How can you not consider him at all? Is this how a sister should behave? All right, it's settled then. If Qingyao finds out, she will undoubtedly be furious. Let her come find me. I refuse to believe I cannot handle a girl who is both parentless and troublesome. How can you say such a thing? Xiao Shua contributed significantly to the family in the past. Without his intervention, none of us would have reached even the fourth tier. That was in the past. It's no longer relevant. Jiang Qingyao's eyes turned red upon hearing this. Clenching her teeth, she quietly stepped toward the family treasury, pressing her fingerprint. The system responded. Identity verification in progress. Identity verification successful. Miss Jiang Qingyao, please enter. The mechanical sounds of the door opening echoed. Meanwhile, in the Shen family, Shen Xingchen felt at ease after receiving Jiang Qingyao's response, knowing she would surely present the fire spirit mushroom to him. This was rather remarkable, considering they had only known each other for 3 months. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Xingchen glanced at Du Xia. Senior brother, I have a friend. Du Xiaoya shot a glance at Shen Xingchen, recognizing the classic beginning of a tale. Surely, what followed would be a rather melodramatic story. Shen Xingchen continued. My friend is exceptionally handsome, and one day his father fell ill, requiring a substantial amount of money for treatment. At that moment, a wealthy and beautiful girl appeared, resembling a princess from a fairy tale. One day, she met my friend and learned of his predicament. At that time, they were not very familiar, merely acquaintances. Yet she audaciously offered to risk her family's disapproval to gather enough money to help my friend's father, requesting only that he assist her with her homework daily. Why do you think that is? Shen Xingchen looked at his senior brother with anticipation. Du Xiaoya pondered for a moment. What you're describing sounds strikingly like a novel I recently read. Was it romance? Shen Xingchen inquired curiously. Du Xiaoya shook her head. No, it was a science fiction novel. What nonsense! Such a perfect girl could not possibly exist in reality. Even if she did, it would be sheer coincidence for her to encounter your friend. That is utterly absurd. Shen Xingchen pressed. I mean, hypothetically. Du Xiaoya responded matter-of-factly. It's quite evident. That affluent beauty must have a crush on your friend. Shen Xingchen expressed his confusion, but they were really not that familiar back then. Du Xiaoya kunteod. Is it so strange to fall in love at first sight? Did you not say it yourself? Your friend is quite handsome. Shen Xingchen nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Senior brother, I appreciate your response. Du Xiaoya then inquired, just how handsome is your friend? Shen Xingchen pondered for a moment. Stroking his chin, perhaps he is as handsome as I am. Du Xiaoya conceded that Shen Xingchen possessed a modicum of charm, finding herself at a loss for a rebuttal. She also recalled that her junior brother was remarkably talented, which suddenly kindled a twinge of jealousy within her. As the sky gradually darkened, a heavy downpour commenced, transforming the roads into muddy paths, saturating the air with the scent of earth. Shen Xingchen took out his phone to send a message. Remember to bring an umbrella when you go out. Jiang Qingyao did not respond. After a while, he sent another message. If the rain is too heavy, let us postpone until tomorrow. There is no rush. Still, he received no reply. Just as Shen Xingchen pondered this silence, a knocking sound resonated through the small courtyard. Sensing something, he hurried to the door. Before him stood a visage of exquisite beauty, albeit appearing somewhat pale. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly. Jiang Qingyao stood there, without an umbrella, allowing the rain to drench her clothes. In her arms, she cradled an ancient wooden box. Despite being soaked to the skin, the box remained perfectly dry, a testament to its precious contents, the fire spirit mushroom that Jiang Qingyao had promised. "Here," she said, handing the box to Shen Xingchen without uttering another word. "You should come inside quickly. You'll catch a cold," Shen Xingchen exclaimed, raising the umbrella over her. His heart felt as if it had been grasped tightly, tugging at the tender emotions within him. Yet, Jiang Qingyao shook her head. "No, I must leave immediately." To prevent her family from discovering the whereabouts of the fire spirit mushroom, she had rushed over. The priority was to return home swiftly, ensuring that everything seemed as if it had never transpired. The girl did not afford Shen Xingchen another chance to speak, darting away into the rain-soaked distance. He stood there, entranced, gazing at her pale silhouette, her drenched dress, and the mud clinging to its edges, feeling as though his heart had been brutally pierced. Chapter 70. Father Shen reaches the 8th tier, resonating with the world. Shen Xingchen discerned the reason for the girl's hurried departure. He stood in a daze at the doorway, taking a long while to regain his composure. Jiang Qingyao was indeed an exceptional girl, deserving of all the beauty that the world has to offer. "Junior brother, stop standing there like a fool. The auxiliary herbs are ready, and we can begin." Du Xiaoye called from within the house. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingchen proceeded to prepare the medicine according to the plan provided by Li Tianxia. Shen Jinan approached him, saying, "Xiao Chun, you've worked hard." For days, he had watched his son search for herbs solely to treat his own incapacitated body. Shen Xingchen smiled. "What is the need for such words among family?" Shen Jinan's eyes glistened with moisture. By the standards of other families, he should be the pillar of the household by now. Yet, the responsibility had fallen upon his son, who had only recently come of age. As a father, it was disingenuous to claim he felt no guilt. Shen Xingchen continued with a smile. "The fire lingji has remarkable effects for those with fire elemental talents. Perhaps this time it will help you break through your bottleneck. You are already at the 7th tier. It is certainly possible to reach the 8th tier. With his father's presence, from this day forth, the Shen family's weight would be acknowledged throughout Xiaonan." Shen Jinan merely nodded. To him, all of this was achieved through Xiao Chun's efforts. Besides, as the top scorer in the martial arts examination and a holder of S-grade talent, his son's future achievements would surely surpass his own. What pride could he take in his meager cultivation? That girl at the door was Qingyao, wasn't she? Shen Jinan changed the subject. Shen Xingchen nodded. "She brought the fire lingji for you. Otherwise, I would have had no other means." "What a wonderful girl. If you have the ability, pursue her," Shen Jinan teased. Indeed, Shen Xingchen's gaze was fixed on the flames in the stove, somewhat lost in thought. Approximately half an hour later, the medicinal concoction was ready. Shen Xingchen added the refined blood of the treading sky demon serpent into the mixture. Shen Jinan drank it down in hearty gulps. Instantly, his body flushed with a fiery glow, as if it were about to ignite. He hastily began to meditate and regulate his breathing. As he commenced, a significant amount of spiritual energy began to coalesce around him. His dormant meridians, quiet for many years, began to absorb the energy autonomously circulating through his body. The aura of a martial artist surged upward. 2nd tier, 3rd tier, 6th tier. It was only upon reaching the 6th tier that the ascent began to slow, yet it continued to rise. Shen Xingchen watched with a hint of envy, even with advantages. He had not advanced this swiftly. Shen Jinan lingered at the 6th tier for a while before progressing to the 7th tier. 1st level, 2nd level, 9th level. Finally regaining his former grandeur, Shen Jinan's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. The sense of despair dissipated, replaced by a deep-seated composure imbued with a latent sharpness. His aura continued to rise, and even the rain seemed to quieten in response. An abundance of spiritual energy began to fill the entire Shen family courtyard. The once shadowy sky has been illuminated. What on earth has transpired? The first to sense the anomaly were the residents of this narrow alley. It seems the commotion was stirred by the ailing Shen family. Is this a martial artist breaking through a bottleneck? What level of prowess must one possess to elicit such a disturbance? As more and more spiritual energy converges, an increasing number of individuals take note of the stir in Jumin Alley. Goodness, this must be at least a 7th-tier martial artist breaking through, right? Another 7th-tier martial artist has emerged in Xiaonan City. No, wait. This is the aura of an 8th-tier martial artist. I can't believe it. Is it true? The mayor has only just reached the 8th tier. Who is this person? It feels as if heaven and earth are resonating. In that instant, the world fell silent. All things came to a halt. Even the torrential rain seemed to freeze in midair. Boom! The complete aura of an 8th-tier martial artist erupted. The neighbors in Junmin Alley were overwhelmed by an astonishing pressure, their faces betraying fear. After a long while, that aura finally receded, and the pressure on everyone diminished. How terrifying! Has the Shen family member finally regained their former glory? He is an elder of this neighborhood, well aware of how illustrious Shen Xingchen once was. Xiaonan City has descended into unrest. Numerous prominent figures urgently instructed their subordinates to investigate. It is imperative to ascertain the identity of this newly ascended 8th-tier martial artist at the earliest opportunity. In the southern part of the city, at the Jiang family manor, Jiang Qingyao had just returned home, and upon opening the door, she was met with countless gazes converging upon her, led by her third aunt. The third aunt's expression was icy. Did you steal the fire spirit mushroom? Jiang Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, but then composed herself, choosing not to respond. In the eyes of her third aunt, this was tantamount to an admission of guilt. The third aunt, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Your awakened talent is clearly of the ice attribute. This is of no use to you. Why hoard the fire spirit mushroom?" Jiang Qingyao remained silent. Although the spirit herb was left to her by her father, it had long been regarded as their treasure. No amount of argument would be of any avail. "Very well. We raised you, and now you've grown wings, have you?" The third aunt's face turned entirely frigid. Jiang Qingyao raised an eyebrow. "Did you not always treat me as an outsider?" If there was any guilt she felt about taking the fire spirit mushroom earlier, it had vanished upon hearing the discussions between her third aunt and aunt. The third aunt coldly demanded, "Where have you hidden the fire spirit mushroom?" In her view, Jiang Qingyao must have concealed it somewhere. After all, the fire spirit mushroom is harmful to those awakened with ice attributes. Jiang Qingyao calmly replied, "I will not divulge that information." The third aunt retorted angrily, "Very well. If you refuse to speak, then seize the young lady and confine her. Until she reveals the location of the fire spirit mushroom, she shall not be allowed to eat." Soon, servants rushed in. The aunt advised, "Qingyao is still the only daughter of your elder brother. Is this truly appropriate? Proceed." The third aunt showed no signs of wavering. Jiang Qingyao found herself surrounded, with no opportunity to resist. The servants were somewhat embarrassed and dared not approach, merely offering a bitter smile as they said, "Miss, please come with us." Jiang Qingyao had no intention of making things difficult for the servants. She cast a cold glance at her third aunt. Subsequently, she was led towards the dilapidated attic on the west side of the estate. Her third aunt glared menacingly at Jiang Qingyao as retreating figure, seething with rage. The fire spirit mushroom had already been designated as a promotion gift for her family's Tao Ge, and to have it intercepted in such a manner was infuriating. If Jiang Qingyao remained silent, she might as well starve to death in that attic. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly felt a tremor, as if the very heavens and earth were resonating. Then, she beheld a divine light emerging from the north of Xiaonan City. This was a scene she had witnessed over a decade ago, a sign of a top-tier martial artist breaking through, at least of the 8th rank. Her breath quickened. The northern district, often referred to as a poor area, had unexpectedly given rise to such a figure. She hastily commanded someone, "Go investigate who the master of that celestial phenomenon is. Once you ascertain their identity, inform me immediately. Do not act rashly. After dealing with that little wretch, I shall personally pay a visit to present a grand gift and cultivate a cordial relationship." Chapter 71. No longer wishing to argue since last night. The courtyard of the Shen family has been bustling with visits from influential dignitaries and high-ranking officials. The streets of Junmin Lane have come alive. These visitors first inquired about the recently promoted 8th-tier master, Shen Xingchen, a prodigious figure from over a decade ago. To their astonishment, they then discovered that Shen Xingchen's son, the young man named Shen Xingchen, is none other than the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Shen'an City. A pair of exceptional talents. Shen Xingchen ascended to 8th tier in his middle age, while Shen Xingchen stands as the sole S-rank heir of the Wangshan ruins in the past decade, a true prodigy of youth. This news spread like wildfire, rendering everyone restless. A wealthy individual, eager to associate with the powerful, even presented a property from his holdings as a gift, wearing an affable smile that left no room for refusal. Shen Xingchen, preferring to avoid socializing, left the responsibilities to Shen Xingchen, who engaged only in light conversation and accepted gifts without any hassle. As the day wore on and evening approached, the number of visitors began to dwindle. At this juncture, a familiar figure arrived, Shen Xingchen's homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu. Accompanying him was a group of teachers from various grades of the 3rd high school, all looking somewhat awkwardly at Shen Xingchen. In truth, Mr. Li had initially been reluctant to come, as he was merely Shen's teacher and teaching was part of his duties, nothing deserving of special camaraderie. However, his colleagues insisted on his presence, eager to meet Shen and his 8th-tier warrior father. After several refusals, he was ultimately persuaded to attend. Mr. Li, is this your daughter? Shen Xingchen noticed a shy girl of about 12 or 13 peeking at him from behind Mr. Li. His tone became considerably warmer than before. The previous gift givers were merely strangers seeking favor with the strong, and he had only engaged them superficially. But Mr. Li was different. He was a responsible and commendable teacher who had aided him greatly, particularly in his awakening at the stone, which had cultivated his S-rank talent. Thus, he felt it imperative not to be dismissive. Yes, this is my daughter, Li Mushuan. Mr. Li introduced the blushing girl. Come and greet your older brother, Shen. The young girl timidly stepped out from behind her father. Hello, brother Shen. Mr. Li chuckled. My daughter Mushuan truly admires you. Li Mushuan lowered her head, somewhat bashful. Shen Xingchen smiled and gently patted her head. Feels quite similar to Shen Kiki. What an extraordinary young man Shen is. We have long admired Shen's father. May we have the honor of meeting him? Indeed. Truly, a tiger father begets no dog son. The group of teachers behind them eagerly joined in. Shen Xingchen responded to each of them courteously. After all, they were brought by Mr. Li and were teachers from the 3rd high school, deserving of respect. However, the conversation soon dwindled as there were no shared topics of interest, merely exchanging pleasantries. In contrast, Li Mushuan was quite amiable, being of a similar age to Shen Kiki, and he was well acquainted with young girls of that age. During their idle chatter, he managed to elicit delightful giggles from her. After some time had passed, Li Tianshuo and Chen Lingjun arrived by car. Shen Xingchen warmly welcomed them. These two individuals, during his most vulnerable moments, served as his unwavering support. Their assistance proved to be invaluable. Li Tianshuo entered with a beaming smile, exclaiming, I never anticipated such a dramatic transformation in Shen's household within just 3 months. This remarkable change was indeed a result of Director Li's support. Shen Xingchen, as composed as ever, responded affirmatively. Li Tianshuo patted Shen Xingchen on the shoulder, playfully suggesting that Director Li need not be so formal. He could simply call him Uncle Li or Brother Tianshuo. It is rare to encounter a child whose temperament, character, and talent resonate so harmoniously. Shen Xingchen nakyesa, Uncle Li. Li Tianshu shuklat hartili. Brother Tianshuo, please come in and take a seat, beckoned Shen Xingchen from within the room. Ever since he had regained his abilities, Shen Xingchen's aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. As Li Tianshuo stepped inside, he remarked, Brother Shen, it is evident that you truly are a prodigious talent. You have already ascended to the 8th tier ahead of me. Shen Xingchen replied, it is primarily due to the energy of the fire spirit mushroom. However, I do possess some insights on breaking through to the 8th tier, which I shall gladly share with you, my esteemed brother. The prospect of receiving insights on the 8th tier upon their first meeting was indeed a gesture of reciprocity from Shen Xingchen. Given that Li Tianshuo had previously played a pivotal role in saving the entire Shen family, their conversation extended into the night, and gradually, everyone departed. In the end, Shen Xingchen gifted the young girl, Li Mushuan, a complete volume of Heavenly Gang 10,000 Buddha Seal, an advanced martial technique obtained from the city library. With this technique and her B-level innate talent, the young girl was poised to excel in the martial arts entrance examination. The following morning, Shen Xingchen sat on the steps of the courtyard, munching on roasted corn. Alone with his thoughts, he found himself pondering about Jiang Qingyao. He sent a message, "Thank you, Jiang girl." Based on her usual demeanor, he anticipated a proud response from her. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. No reply. Shen Xingchen furrowed his brow. Jiang Qingyao typically responded within 3 minutes. Had she discovered something already? He had intended to clarify matters with the Jiang family in a few days and offer compensation of equal value. Regardless, he was indeed in the wrong this time. "Are you all right?" Shen Xingchen uncertainly sent another message, but it too fell into silence. "Junior brother, something's amiss." Du Xiaoya rushed back, her expression fraught with urgency. "Jiang Qingyao has stolen a family heirloom and hurried back home. I couldn't shake my concerns. Since I was unable to leave due to my father's situation, I arranged for my senior brother to keep an eye on things, but he didn't return until the next day." "What happened?" Shen Xingchen's heart sank. Du Xiaoya spoke rapidly. "When I arrived at the Jiang household, the atmosphere felt peculiar. Jiang Qingyao's actions should have been discovered by now. I wanted to inform you immediately, but through overhearing a conversation between Jiang Qingyao and her family, it became apparent that she might not be held in high regard by them. Thus, I seized an opportunity to question one of the Jiang family servants. After the disappearance of Jiang Qingyao's father, she faced continuous ostracism, while her family coveted the cultivation resources left behind by him. In essence, they were merely biding their time, waiting for her to be utterly destitute. The rotund boy divulged all he had learned to his junior disciple. "What?" Shen Xingchen's brow furrowed in sudden concern. "What is her current condition?" From Jiang Qingyao's usual demeanor, he had perceived her as a girl who had been indulged since childhood. He never anticipated that she would endure such hardships. This realization struck him with a pang of anguish. Du Xiaoya remarked, "Judging by that harsh woman's tone, it seems Jiang Qingyao's refusal to disclose the whereabouts of the fire spirit mushroom might lead to her starvation." Shen Xingchen crushed the cup in his hand, an unsettling fury simmering beneath his calm exterior. "Senior brother, why is it that malevolence is so often met with a sense of entitlement?" He had always operated by his own principles. Those who had suffered at his hands typically did so after harboring animosity towards him, prompting his retaliatory actions, albeit sometimes excessively. However, it seemed illogical to him to retaliate at an equal level when provoked. Yet this time, he wished to act differently. Since he had adhered to the rules, and they remained unchanged, was he simply too lenient in his demeanor? Du Xiaoya chuckled. "Junior disciple, to be honest, I do not appreciate your rigid adherence to the rules. We are disciples of Shui Lao. What harm is there in occasionally engaging in mischief or causing a stir? Moreover, I believe we are still in the right this time." Chapter 72. You may kneel and listen to my words within the grand hall of the Jiang family. The third aunt's eyes glimmered with cold light. What has become of that wretched girl? She had truly underestimated her niece. With a malicious heart, she had pilfered family treasures and yet remained tight-lipped. It seemed that this girl, whom she had watched grow up, possessed such cunning. It had already been 2 days without sustenance, and the young lady still refused to divulge the whereabouts of the fire spirit herb, as reported by the servants. Let us continue. The third aunt tightened her grip on the teacup. She could hardly believe that a mere girl, just stepping into adulthood, could be so obstinate as to starve herself to death. Her husband, Jiang Tao, was already a 5th-tier warrior, with no rivals save for the old patriarch. Surely, all that was needed was a single herb. How could there be any complications? Qingyao has indeed gone too far. Jiang Qingyao's uncle expressed his grievances. The aunt was somewhat puzzled. She clearly awakened an ice elemental talent. What need has she for the fire spirit herb? The second aunt chimed in. "I suspect that girl has a wild man involved. Perhaps she has already given the fire spirit herb to him. Is that so?" The third aunt's interest was piqued. Recently, there had been rumors at the Martial Arts Academy about a boy named Shen Xingchen. The second aunt elaborated. In truth, she had heard this from her own son. It was said that during the grand competition of the 6th Academy, Jiang Qingyao was defeated by a girl from the He family, thanks to this boy's heroics. However, she had not inquired further. Her words were merely an expression of discontent with Jiang Qingyao's actions. Indeed, a wretched girl. All she knows is how to entice wild men. The third aunt was truly incensed by Jiang Qingyao's actions, her tone growing increasingly rude. This family needs to be properly managed. The uncle sighed and inquired, when will the third brother return? With the old patriarch wandering about, we rely solely on him for guidance. Without him, the family feels adrift. The third aunt complained. He told me yesterday that he was hurrying back. The Snow Domain Dragon City is no place for a person. One cannot foolishly venture there and court death. The uncle cleared his throat. Sister-in-law, exercise caution in your words. While he too believed those who went there were fools, such sentiments should remain unspoken. After all, without those fools defending the front lines, how would we enjoy our comfortable lives? If they wish to court death, let them do so. The Autumn City is also far from peaceful. I heard the head of the He family has died, though the circumstances remain unclear. They dare not report it to the enforcement team. The second aunt was well informed. Upon receiving the news, she was astonished. A fifth-tier warrior in the Autumn City was considered a significant figure, yet he had passed away so quietly. Perhaps he had offended someone formidable. We must not follow in his footsteps. The third aunt felt a lingering fear. Even a family with a fifth-tier warrior was still vulnerable, which is why she fervently hoped her husband would break through to the fifth tier, not solely out of selfishness. Just then, an unexpected voice broke through from outside. Second master, third madam, someone has come to visit. The doorman's expression was somewhat unnatural. Uncle Air inquired, who is it that has come? What is their purpose? The doorman, with a peculiar expression, replied that the visitor claimed to be a friend of the young lady, wishing to meet her. In truth, the chubby individual had demanded the release of Jiang Qingyao, threatening to annihilate the Jiang family otherwise. The doorman lacked the audacity to relay such a message directly. Thus he could only convey it in a roundabout manner. A glint of cold malice flickered in the eyes of Aunt San. This is utterly outrageous. The wretched offspring's lecherous man has dared to invade our home. Come, follow me to see. The group proceeded to the main entrance of the estate, where they beheld two youthful figures. The more handsome of the two lounged nonchalantly on the threshold, wearing a smile that was neither here nor there, while the chubby one exhibited a similarly haughty demeanor. Moments ago, they had apprehended a servant to glean intricate details about the Jiang family. Presently, the family was under the governance of the third branch, which comprised Jiang Qingyao's uncle and aunt. Years ago, Jiang Qingyao's uncle had held great admiration for her father, fostering a close bond that garnered him additional resources and elevated him to the fifth tier. Yet in recent years, it was the third branch that had shown the most indifference towards Jiang Qingyao. Truly, the hearts of men have grown cold, and the world has become harsh. He boldly declared, if you are willing to kneel and apologize to Jiang Qingyao now, I can bring this farce to a dignified conclusion. Shen Xingchen regarded this assembly as unworthy of being Jiang Qingyao's kin. True familial elders would never revel in another's misfortunes, nor would they seek to extract the last vestiges of value from a relative. Upon uttering these words, a flurry of murmurs erupted among the crowd, their expressions darkening. What did you say? Aunt Sam believed she had misheard. This was the Jiang family, after all. How dare he? Did he not know that the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Tao, had already reached the pinnacle of the fifth tier in martial prowess? Did he truly think it was still 20 years ago, when the Jiang family had yet to rise? Du Xiaoye coldly interjected, did you not hear clearly? Kneel and apologize. Everyone was taken aback. How could these two young individuals dare to threaten the entirety of the Jiang family? Had they lost their minds? The wretched offspring had indeed found a fool to be her man. Aunt San, dripping with scorn, commanded Xiao Wu, go apprehend these two. In her estimation, given their youth, how formidable could they possibly be? The slender, handsome youth appeared barely of age, and possessing second-tier strength would be commendable. Xiao Wu, already at the pinnacle of the third tier, was more than capable of handling such matters. Soon, a man with a muscular physique approached. You are courting death, he exclaimed, stepping forward and unleashing a swift punch. It was astonishingly a technique from the Xian stage martial arts, and judging by the speed of his energy flow, it was of the earth tier. Xiao had never heard of a prominent family named Shen Xingchen. Thus he dismissed Shen Xingchen entirely. A mocking smile graced Shen Xingchen's lips. Such a feeble assault could be deemed the pinnacle of the third tier. He did not even rise, remaining seated on the threshold with an air of nonchalance, as his palm crackled with thunderous energy. Crack! The rampant lightning surged forth like a ferocious hydra, instantly locking onto Xiao Wu. Courting death? Are you referring to me? Shen Xingchen taunted. Xiao Wu's warrior instincts were suddenly awakened, as an ominous sense of death enveloped him. The breath of that youth revealed a staggering third-tier power. Such a young third-tier warrior left him astonished, and undeniably, a tinge of envy stirred within him. However, the ferocious thunder emanating from the boy instilled in him an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Had he lost his mind? He was convinced that he must still be in a dream to be intimidated by a low-tier third-tier warrior. Nevertheless, he charged forward with unbridled ferocity. Crack! There was no suspense. The thunder struck Xiao Wu's body in an instant, causing him to convulse violently, a searing heat threatening to ignite his very being. How could this be? Before he could finish his thought, Shen Xingchen seized his head with a firm grip. Be more cautious in your next life. The thunder raged on, and Xiao Wu's body was already charred beyond recognition. So, are you ready to kneel now? Shen Xingchen asked, his smile unwavering, his demeanor confident and composed. Chapter 73. A door, a ray of light. Two individuals, can you kneel down now? As the striking young man uttered these words, both the masters and servants of the Jiang family felt the inherent arrogance within the boy. Yet, they could not deny his formidable strength. Achieving such accomplishments at his age foreshadowed an extraordinary future. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have sought to befriend him. However, now that they were adversaries, his demise was inevitable. Do you truly believe that defeating a servant could bring shame upon the entire Jiang family? Aunt San cast a cold glance at Shen Xingchen before turning to the middle-aged man beside her, stating, it seems that second brother must take matters into his own hands. Uncle Jiang Qingyao also sneered, this little bastard possesses some ability, but that is the extent of it. As a second-tier, fourth-level martial artist, he hardly regarded someone newly entering the third tier as a threat. In truth, they were all alike. Losing interest, Shen Xingchen suddenly surged forward. In an instant, blinding lightning raced past. The ferocious current seemed to pierce through the very fabric of space. In a heartbeat, Shen Xingchen reached Uncle Jiang's side. Under Uncle Jiang's stunned gaze, Shen Xingchen pressed down on his shoulder. Uncle Jiang had never anticipated such swiftness from Shen Xingchen. Just as he attempted to withdraw, a streak of azure sword light emerged from Shen Xingchen's palm. It was the completed dragon pattern azure jade sword. As the dragon pattern azure jade sword materialized, it unleashed a force capable of shattering the very foundations of the earth. The azure light penetrated Uncle Jiang's right shoulder, staining a large portion of his garments crimson. In alarm, Uncle Jiang hastily retreated. How could such a young boy possess such power? His face twisted in fear, as if he had encountered a ghost. Boom! Shen Xingchen launched another powerful kick. The thunderous crackling emanated from his feet, since cultivating the 10,000 thunder returning to the void technique. His mastery over lightning had reached unprecedented heights. Previously, he could only harness lightning to awaken his potential. Now, he could imbue each attack with electric force. Every move he executed resembled the prowess of a well-trained earth-tier martial technique. Caught off guard, Uncle Jiang was struck directly by Shen Xingchen's kick. His shoulder blade suffered a ghastly indentation the size of a bowl. Second brother, Aunt Sen rushed forward to assess her brother's condition. At this moment, he was utterly depleted, barely clinging to life. Aunt Jiang Qingyao's eyes glistened with tears. Regardless, he is a friend of Qingyao's. How could you inflict such harm upon her family? Shen Xingchen replied indifferently. Yesterday, Qingyao remarked that you do not regard her as family, yet you did not refute it, did you? Blood is thicker than water. Aunt Jiang Qingyao was about to retort, but Aunt San interrupted. Today, you have insulted the Jiang family, and I shall remember this. With second brother already defeated, none present could stand against Shen Xingchen. They could only await the return of her husband, Jiang Tao, to seek retribution. You may have misunderstood one matter. Shen Xingchen looked down upon his third aunt, declaring, "Whether you have tomorrow is for me to decide." With a swift motion, he struck her. The force of his blow sent her entire body hurtling backwards, as if she were a lifeless creature collapsed in the mud, her breath faint and dwindling. Shen Xingchen then cast a cold gaze upon the malicious members of the Jiang family. With an average level of merely third tier, how dare they regard him so insolently? He retrieved the pear blossom falling rain gun. In an instant, the phantasm constructed by the Six Harmonies' golden spear sent them all soaring. In a heartbeat, the ground was stained crimson with blood. Upon completing this, Shen Xingchen turned to Du Xiaoye, calling out, "Senior brother." "Understood," Du Xiaoye responded, unleashing a terrifying aura that radiated from within. The pressure swept over the entire Jiang estate, causing the very ground to tremble slightly. This overwhelming force rendered all the Jiang family members incapable of maintaining their stance, forcing the already bloodied crowd to kneel, some even collapsing entirely under the weight. The air was thick with the scent of blood, as if it sought to dye the atmosphere of vivid scarlet. Fifth tier. The seemingly amiable little chubby man was, astonishingly, of the fifth tier. How could this be? Some gasped in disbelief as they struggled. Shen Xingchen stood proudly at the forefront, looking down upon all present. "Kneel in the courtyard and await my return." In the western tower, Jiang Qingyao sat on the edge of her bed, hugging her knees. She had not eaten for nearly 2 days, her lips parched and cracked from dehydration. Silence enveloped her. No one spoke, no one remembered her. Jiang Qingyao felt a pang of sorrow. Before the age of 7, she had been the cherished princess of this household, surrounded by adoration and care. Back then, she was blissfully unaware of what a 9th-tier warrior was, or the significance of cultivation resources. She simply knew that those days were truly delightful. However, everything changed after she turned 7. Following her father's disappearance, year after year, her family's demeanor towards her grew increasingly harsh. Initially, she believed it was due to her own shortcomings that her uncles and aunts no longer favored her. She endeavored to improve herself, seeking their affection. Yet, it seemed that no matter her efforts, everything she did was deemed wrong. It became clear that they had only ever cherished the benefits her father had provided them, while she herself was merely an expendable appendage. She did not regret giving the fire spirit mushroom to Shen Xingchen. Beyond the promise made that day, there lingered a hidden sentiment deep within her heart. She could not recall when it began, but thoughts of him invaded her meals, her training, even her dreams. His handsome visage, always adorned with a gentle smile, was both infuriating and endearing, yet undeniably reliable, always rising to the occasion in critical moments. Was it not said in stories that when a princess was trapped by a wicked dragon, her knight would descend from the heavens? Jiang Qingyao mused to herself, her eyes gradually brimming with tears. She was fully aware that Shen Xingchen was merely a 2nd-tier, 6th-level warrior, incapable of breaching her family's stronghold. She was merely, filled with anticipation, yearning for an unrealistic dream. Shen Xingchen seized a servant and instructed him to lead the way. As they traversed the grounds of the Jiang residence, he was enveloped by the memories of Jiang Qingyao's life, each corner steeped in her essence. Upon encountering the swing, he envisioned her soaring through the air, her garments fluttering. Passing by the wooden stakes, he recalled her diligent training, beads of sweat glistening upon her brow. As he walked past the study, her adorable visage, deep in thought while poring over her books, came to mind. This was the sanctuary where Jiang Qingyao had blossomed. It was the homeland of her spirit. In truth, he harbored a profound reluctance to disrupt this world. For the devastation would not merely extinguish lives, but would also shatter the childhood that Jiang Qingyao could never reclaim. Such a pure-hearted girl deserved all the beauty this world has to offer. How could you, a wretched lot with minds befouled, bear to inflict harm? In the end, he arrived before a door. Long ago, he had come to realize that within the depths of his heart resided a singular presence. Now, that enchanting silhouette awaited him just beyond the threshold. The door creaked open, a beam of light spilled through the crack, dancing upon the dust-laden air and settling upon the girl. She quivered slightly, lifting her gaze to behold that familiar face. She had not wept when scolded, nor when confined to her chamber, nor when hunger gnawed at her belly. Yet, in this moment, the floodgates of her tears could no longer be restrained, and she murmured, with a blend of confusion and affectionate reproach, "Why have you come only now?" Chapter 74. Some people do not deserve to live. Jiang Tao, the head of the Jiang family, was in particularly high spirits. He was only half an hour away from home, finally liberated from the perilous existence he had endured. Life in the snowy Dragon City military was exceedingly brutal. Even a fifth-tier warrior faced the constant threat of death. However, his journey was not without its rewards. He had witnessed what it meant to be a peak powerhouse. The snowy Dragon City was indeed a realm where great figures roamed, and prodigies were as numerous as dogs. Particularly, the individuals at the pinnacle of the war merit list, perhaps to them, a ninth-tier warrior was merely akin to an ant. Such individuals were the ones he aspired to emulate. He wondered when he might reach such heights, and pondered about the situation at home. Perhaps it was the anticipation of returning home that made Jiang Tao speak to himself. When will third brother return? Aunt Jiang Qingyao inquired. Initially, she had sided with Jiang Qingyao, but that young man had gone too far, not only seizing the family's precious medicinal herbs, but also coming to their doorstep. Aunt Sin gasped weakly, akin to a defeated dog soon. Her husband, Jiang Tao, was at the pinnacle of the fifth tier. Only his return could salvage the current predicament. From her perspective, that little chubby boy's aura seemed slightly weaker than her husband's. Once her husband returned, he would surely settle accounts with those two, or perhaps three little brats. It wouldn't be long now. She hoped it would not be too late. As she contemplated this, Shen Xingchen emerged, holding Jiang Qingyao's hand. Being held by a male for the first time, Jiang Qingyao's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. "Qingyao, they are in your hands," Shen Xingchen declared, leading Jiang Qingyao before the Jiang family. Aunt San's face turned a shade of utter despair. Ultimately, it was too late. To perish on the eve of dawn left her with a sense of profound reluctance. If only she could wait just another 15 minutes, perhaps her husband Jiang Tao would arrive in time. She began to play the emotional card. "Qingyao, you cannot kill me. Do you remember when I pushed you on the swing and took you shopping for candied hawthorn? Have you forgotten all those moments? I am your beloved aunt. I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistakes." Aunt San's pleading was heartfelt, perhaps even convincing herself. Jiang Qingyao's eyes turned red anew. Aunt San's words only served to unearth the unpleasant memories of the years gone by. Slap! A cold little hand struck across, producing a crisp sound. Jiang Qingyao pressed her lips tightly together, tears sliding down her cheeks. "Ever since I overheard your conversation that day, I could never trust you again." For years, she had believed that her inadequacies were the reason for her uncle and aunt's indifference. Little did she know, they regarded her merely as a worthless girl without parents, valuing only the resources left by her father. "From now on, we shall have no further relations," Jiang Qingyao declared resolutely, "and I will take my father's belongings with me." Aunt San and the others turned ashen, but dared not retaliate. Jiang Qingyao grasped Shen Xingchen's hand. "Let us go. I wish to give you something." Father left behind numerous treasures. She believed that a materialistic person like Shen Xingchen would surely appreciate them. If that is the case, they would be fitting to gift them to him. After all, Father is no longer here and would remain oblivious, even if he were to find out later. The most that would happen is a pretense of reprimand. It would not lead to any serious consequences. Shen Xingchen appeared somewhat surprised. "What are you giving me?" "You can select anything you fancy from my father's treasury." "What if I like everything?" Shen Xingchen inquired further. "Then I shall gift you all of it," Jiang Qingyao replied without hesitation. This left Shen Xingchen momentarily speechless. Jiang Qingyao continued, "Provided you have enough audacity to accept it." Shen Xingchen felt a pang of frustration. If only that last remark had been omitted. Jiang Qingyao secretly smiled with cunning. The two approached a palace-like structure. In truth, this palace was a spatial storage artifact. Jiang Qingyao explained, "This was a classical pendant my father carried in his youth. The interior space is akin to a palace." Shen Xingchen gasped in astonishment. His gilded bracelet was merely the size of a small room, yet this storage artifact resembled an entire palace. Were all ninth-grade warriors this affluent? Identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Welcome back, Miss Jiang Qingyao. A mechanical female voice announced. The palace doors swung open. Jiang Qingyao gestured. To the left are the cultivation resources left by my father, and to the right is the accumulation of our family over the years. Shen Xingchen followed her indication. It was evident. The left side housed valuable items, with most martial techniques and skills being of the earth grade, and the weapons shimmering with brilliance, indicating their high quality. In stark contrast, the right side boasted significantly fewer items of inferior quality, some of which Shen Xingchen deemed unworthy. It was hard to believe that this was the wealth amassed by the affluent Shunan family over many years. Shen Xingchen had reason to be skeptical. His uncle and aunt might merely be fabricating a reasonable excuse to claim Jiang Qingyao as father's cultivation resources. What about that spear? Shen Xingchen pointed toward a long spear on the right side, its entire body blackened and glimmering with rust. Although aged, its quality was fourth grade. Unlike the spear he encountered at the weapon shop, this one seemed to possess an inexplicable allure that drew his gaze. The last time he felt such a sensation was with the ancestral Dragon Sutra. The original quality of this spear must far exceed expectations. That belongs to the family. Jiang Qingyao remarked, puzzled. Shen Xingchen scoffed. They've taken so many of your fine possessions. What harm is there in me claiming one? Well, that's a valid point. Jiang Qingyao conceded, finding Shen Xingchen's reasoning quite sound. Shen Xingchen assisted Jiang Qingyao in removing the family's discarded items from the palace. Then, as if reciting an incantation, Jiang Qingyao caused the palace to shrink into a pendant, resembling amber. At the center of the jade pendant, a miniature palace appeared to be encased within. Let us go, Jiang Qingyao called out. Shen Xingchen likewise beckoned to Du Xiaobang in the distance. As the three individuals were about to exit the Jiang family estate, a black sedan came to a halt at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit emerged from the vehicle. The moment she laid eyes on him, Aunt San's face illuminated with excitement. From a distance, she shouted, Tout, go, quickly eliminate these three. They have stolen the family's treasure. The rest of the Jiang family, invigorated by the arrival of what they perceived to be their savior, rallied their spirits. Shen Xingchen, however, merely scoffed. Some individuals truly do not deserve to exist. With remarkable swiftness, he unleashed his power. A wave of spiritual energy materialized from his palm, and the dragon-patterned jade sword, imbued with murderous intent, manifested. With a resounding thud, the azure blade shot forth from his hand, akin to a bullet. No one anticipated such a decisive strike. In the midst of Aunt San's astonishment, the dragon-patterned jade sword abruptly pierced through her skull, causing her head to explode. Jiang Tao, who had just set foot on the ground with a look of joy at returning home, was met with the horrifying sight of his wife's demise. Rage surged within him as he exclaimed, You seek death. Chapter 75. Senior brothers and sisters die. Jiang Tao's eyes burned with fury, having completely lost his reason. The full force of his fifth-tier pinnacle strength erupted. His figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing a punch imbued with spiritual energy. The anguish of witnessing his beloved wife perish before him was unbearable. Regardless of the reasons, this ruthless and handsome young man must meet his end. At that moment, his rounded physique appeared surprisingly agile. Begone! With a stomp of his foot, the ground fissured, and a robust tree branch grew wildly. The branches intertwined in a chaotic dance, rapidly enveloping the entire courtyard in verdant splendor. Trapped within the thicket, Jiang Tao swung his fist to fend off the onslaught of creeping vines from all directions. Each collision felt akin to grappling with a fifth-tier warrior. He sensed the strain weighing upon him. Who on earth are you? Jiang Tao's astonishment knew no bounds. When the chubby young man had approached, he had assumed that such a youthful warrior would fall beneath his strike. Yet, the reality far exceeded his expectations. This young rotund figure was indeed a fifth-tier warrior. He had encountered such a youthful fifth-tier warrior just days prior on the battlefield of Snowy Dragon City, an elite dispatched by various prestigious academies for training. The chubby young man regarded him with calmness. You've been in this small town of Cheonan for far too long. Do you truly believe that fifth-tier warriors are remarkable figures? Not to mention the capital city. Even the pillars of families in provincial capitals should be at least seventh-tier masters. Fifth tier? Students ranked slightly higher at Beijing University graduate with fifth-tier prowess. Du Xiaoya held Zhang's family in contempt. With a sneer, he added, my little junior brother is not someone you can provoke. Just as tensions escalated, two youthful figures, one male and one female, entered the courtyard. The young man at the forefront, adorned with framed glasses, clapped and remarked, well done. I never expected our little chubby one to have such a commanding presence. Second senior brother, the chubby young man exclaimed in delight. He too had ascended to the position of senior brother. The girl accompanying him, dressed casually yet exuding a unique charm due to her striking looks, appeared somewhat languid. Junior sister, why are you all here? The chubby young man asked in surprise. The languid beauty shrugged. After the teacher returned to the academy, he praised you to the skies, insisting that we meet you beforehand. So here we are. The bespectacled young man added, yes, we arrived at your home first, then heard you were here, so we came to see. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao squinted, realizing that even a mere young chubby man was already quite formidable. The demeanor exhibited by the newly arrived male and female surpassed that of the chubby young man. Who, exactly, had John's family crossed paths with today? This must be the little junior brother, indeed. The young man with framed glasses scrutinized Shen Xingchen, offering a gentle smile as he introduced himself. I am Li Zhixing, your second senior brother. To his surprise, the junior brother turned out to be quite handsome. The languid beauty nodded in satisfaction. Previously, he had only one junior brother, Du Xiaoping, who was chubby and unremarkable, utterly lacking in charm. This one, however, was quite appealing, fair-skinned and clean. Shen Xingchen felt somewhat speechless. Xiaoping must have mentioned me. My name is Li Zhixing, and this senior sister is Bai Wanning, the framed boy introduced. Shen Xingchen nodded. Greetings, senior brother Li and senior sister Bai. Jiang Tao, uninterested in their budding camaraderie, coldly interjected, have you finished your chatter? Your companion has slain my beloved wife, and today you shall not leave here alive. Though he had calmed down somewhat, the thirst for vengeance remained unquenched. To his astonishment, as soon as Jiang Tao finished speaking, Bai Wanning's voice rang out sharply. Do you think your cruel actions are noble? In an instant, her figure vanished, only to reappear right before Jiang Tao. With a mere casual swipe of her hand, Jiang Tao experienced an odd sensation. The strike descended slowly, yet was utterly unavoidable. After years of cultivation, this was the first time he felt such a bizarre thought, sending a chill down his spine. The martial prowess of the newcomer clearly surpassed his own. He could not react in time. Bai Wanning's hand landed on his face with no room for doubt. The sharp sound of the slap resonated like an explosion, causing Jiang Tao's body to spin like a top, half of his face distorted from the impact. Not allowing us to leave alive. Is that your claim? Bai Wanning scoffed. Just you? Jiang Tao, clutching his face, twisted in anguish, feeling an icy dread. Despite pouring all his strength into evasion, he could not escape her casual blow. Realizing the futility of opposing these individuals, Jiang Tao could only shout, whose life is not precious? Do you think that just because you possess some power, you can kill it? Well, indeed, such is our arrogance, such is our disregard, Bai Wanning replied nonchalantly. Yet her tone left no room for contradiction. You are indeed presumptuous. Jiang Tao seethed with rage. Bai Wanning ignored his fury and turned to Shen Xingchen with a slight smile. Junior brother, it's your turn to handle this. Shen Xingchen understood that the senior sister was avenging him. He nodded resolutely and then glanced at Jiang Qingyao, who also nodded in agreement. Shen Xingchen grasped her intent. She had previously stated that she had severed ties with her relatives in the Jiang family, and thus, she would not concern herself with the forthcoming events. They have bullied you for so many years. They must pay the price. Jiang Tao, was it? You claim I kill indiscriminately? Why not inquire about what your controlled Jiang family has done all these years? As kin, how can you possess your father's legacy meant for his daughter without a shred of guilt? Do your actions honor your missing elder brother? Shen Xingchen regarded Jiang Tao with a cold gaze. Jiang Tao was left speechless. Shen Xingchen approached a young male member of the Jiang family and inquired, "Should that woman from earlier perish? You should perish instead." The young Jiang man began to retort, but before he could finish, Shen Xingchen struck him with a palm, instantly shattering his skull. "You little bastard, how dare you!" Jiang Tao at the entrance seethed with rage. That was his most cherished concubine's son, whom he had doted on excessively. Just as Jiang Tao prepared to charge at Shen Xingchen, he was intercepted by Li Zhixing. You can only watch. Li Zhixing, sword in hand, emanated an imposing aura, as if the mere thought could lay waste to 100,000 foes. Jiang Tao, filled with terror, dared not advance an inch. The prowess of this young man surpassed even that of the woman from before. Shen Xingchen, with a smile, approached another young female member of the Jiang family, asking, "What is your opinion? Should that woman meet her end?" Having witnessed the previous incident, the young Jiang woman trembled. "Even if we were at fault." Bang! Upon hearing her tentative words, Shen Xingchen felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He unleashed another punch, and the Jiang woman crumpled to the ground. She became the fourth individual from the Jiang family, including servants, to perish. The palpable aura of murderous intent sent shivers down the spines of all the Jiang family members. Simultaneously, a thought crept into their minds. Had they not initially bullied Jiang Qingyao, such a fate might have been averted. All of this stemmed from the greed of the third ant. They dared not harbor resentment towards Shen Xingchen and could only redirect their anger towards the third ant. Once more, Shen Xingchen seized another young member of the Jiang family. He had previously noticed that the third ant's son exhibited the most profound grief at her demise. "And you? Do you believe that woman should die?" Shen Xingchen asked with a smile. This young man was, in fact, the third ant's biological son. After a prolonged hesitation, he vacantly uttered two words, "She should die." Hearing his son's response, Jiang Tao's heart sank to despair. How could you? Boom! Shen Xingchen delivered a brutal kick, breaking the third ant's son's body, rendering him silent. The members of the Jiang family were left in shock. "So you would kill according to your whims?" Shen Xingchen seemed to finally grasp the situation. "I apologize. I have become accustomed to acting decisively." Chapter 76. Some affections must be voiced. Can we leave now? Shen Xingchen asked mockingly. They had intended to depart earlier, but were thwarted by Jiang Tao. It was indeed ironic that, after the recent tragic loss of several lives within the Jiang family, the perpetrator remained unscathed. The imprint of a slap still lingered on Jiang Tao's face, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. You! Witnessing the murder of his kin made him grit his teeth in agony. He truly regretted his premature return at this moment. His expression fluctuated between despair and anger for a long while. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he muttered, "You may go." After all these years, he knew well that in this world, strength reigns supreme. The Jiang family had become unequivocally weak. No matter how reluctant he was, what could he possibly do? Shen Xingchen cast him a derisive glance and strode past him with determination. Within him, the remnants of two sword energies from Chui Ping thrummed ominously. This formidable sword intent, though not yet unleashed, still carried an intimidating presence. As the two brushed past each other, Jiang Tao broke into a cold sweat. That sword energy. It turned out that this untested youth harbored the power to slay him. Shen Xingchen and his companions departed, their voices echoing in the distance. "Senior sister, you were so impressive just now," Shen Xingchen exclaimed. "Bai Wanjing, you're still young. In the future, you'll surely surpass me," she replied. "Are all the students from Beijing University this formidable?" He questioned. "Rest assured, given your prowess, you could easily overpower all the freshmen. And even the second-year students are no match for you. When it comes to the third and fourth years, just call on us, and we shall avenge you," Bai Wanjing reassured. "Junior brother, you must understand the esteemed position we hold under Master Shui. Remember, you ought to be a bit more audacious in the future." After they departed, Jiang Tao summoned his subordinates to recount the entire sequence of events in detail. From the third ant's intention to privately use the fire spirit mushroom, to Jiang Qingyao offering it to the young man and subsequently being imprisoned. The young man, with righteous fury ignited by love, stormed it. At the core of this matter lay the ongoing dispute over the cultivation resources left behind by Jiang Sha. He recognized the impropriety of this situation. In the past, Jiang Qingyao had been alone. The entire Jiang family had been united, even if she felt discontent. She had to endure. Until today, someone had finally come forth with a forceful demeanor to seek justice for her. Such is the irony of fate. All present fell silent. Jiang Tao sighed deeply. That fire spirit mushroom rightfully belonged to my elder brother. Why must you place such blame on Qingyao? Can it be that my sister-in-law has died in vain? The second uncle's expression was one of profound sorrow. What can we do? Jiang Tao felt even greater sorrow, yet he remained rational. However, there was no use in dwelling on it any longer. Let it be considered a thing of the past. This journey to the snowy Great Wall had revealed to him that there are indeed greater powers beyond comprehension. It is no exaggeration to assert that even a single toe of those eminent figures could obliterate the entire Jiang family. A soft chuckle echoed. Who is it? Jiang Tao felt a chill run down his spine. At such a close distance, as a fifth-tier martial artist, he was utterly oblivious. The strength of the individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be that they were still dissatisfied? If that were the case, it would truly mean an utter extermination. The owner of that laughter quickly revealed himself, a middle-aged man. I am Shen Xingchen. As Shen Xingchen reappeared, he had already placed his hand firmly on Jiang Tao's shoulder. You should consider yourself fortunate. Had you dared entertain even the slightest thought of retaliation, you would already be dead. Jiang Tao felt an overwhelming coldness. The visitor was actually an 8th tier. For a brief moment, terror engulfed him. Yet, that pressure vanished once more. He lifted his gaze again, but the powerful figure had disappeared. Terrified and astonished, Jiang Tao slumped to the ground. Days later, the Shun family relocated. They moved from the military and civilian lane to the northern district of Xiaonan City. This move was a lavish gift from a wealthy benefactor congratulating Shen Xingchen on his ascension to 8th-tier martial artist. The benefactor, Luo Yicheng, was a savvy real estate investor. He cleverly gifted a villa conveniently located near his own residence, thus fostering a neighborly relationship with an 8th-tier martial artist. Both Shen Xingchen and Shen Xingchen discerned each other's intentions, yet they tacitly accepted it. Is this our new home? Shen Kiki exclaimed excitedly as she hopped to the entrance of the villa. The entrance was grand, with arched windows and ornate wall patterns that exuded opulence. The white wooden banisters framed a house with a sharply peaked, reddish-brown roof. The courtyard was meticulously maintained, complete with a garden and a cobblestone path adorned with exquisite dragon carvings. Upon entering, Shen Kiki couldn't contain her joy. It was stunning, like a scene from a dream. Yes, we shall live here from now on, Shen Xingchen said, playfully pinching Shen Kiki's nose. At 11, Shen Kiki was ready to attend the Junior Martial Arts Academy. Such a beautiful girl would surely captivate countless foolish young men, becoming an unattainable moonlight for many. Shen Xingchen reserved the master bedroom for his parents, choosing instead the room at the far east end of the 2nd floor. The other rooms were designated for guests to accommodate visiting seniors. As for Jiang Xianyao, she surprised everyone by purchasing a separate villa next door for herself. Shen Xingchen couldn't help but marvel at the world of the affluent, which he found perplexing. Moreover, in recent days, Jiang Qingyao had been acting quite strangely. Each time she saw him, she appeared hesitant to speak, and when Shen Xingchen pressed her for answers, she would blush. Shen Xingchen was utterly baffled. After dinner, he reclined on his soft bed, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a message arrived from Jiang Qingyao. Come to my house. Shen Xingchen glanced at the moonlight outside, puzzled. So late. Was it appropriate to visit her? Was there pure friendship, as innocent as a white flower, about to transform? Meanwhile, as soon as Jiang Qingyao sent that message, she shyly averted her eyes from the screen. She covered her face with a pillow, akin to a thief concealing the sound of a bell, stealing glances at the chat window from the corner of her eye. Initially, she perceived Shen Xingchen as somewhat arrogant, but as she learned of his extraordinary martial arts talent, she lamented his limitations due to a lack of innate powers. Then came the incident with the fire spirit mushroom, which prompted him to begin teaching himself martial arts. Ultimately, It was his repeated acts of bravery that captivated her. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze had become entranced by that boy. Yet, he remained as aloof as a block of wood. During their time in the Jiang family's attic, the atmosphere had become charged, yet he unexpectedly pulled her away, denying them the chance for solitude. He was soon to attend Beijing University. The thought of missing this opportunity gripped her heart in anguish. Ding! The sound of a WeChat notification broke the silence. Jiang Qingyao partially shielded the screen with her hand and slowly opened it, revealing a message. All right. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Nevertheless, she resolutely approached her wardrobe, selecting her most exquisite white gown. Today, she intended to present her most beautiful self to that boy. Soon after, Shen Xingchen arrived at the newly acquired little courtyard of Jiang Qingyao. The villa was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the gentle glow of the moonlight. He hesitantly pushed the door open but found no sign of the girl. However, his uncertainty was short-lived as he received her message. On the rooftop, Shen Xingchen ascended the stairs, and upon reaching the rooftop, his gaze was immediately captivated. There stood Jiang Qingyao beneath the radiant moonlight, her long black hair cascading. Clad in a flowing white gown, her slender legs and breathtaking visage exuding ethereal beauty. A gentle smile adorned her face. In Shen Xingchen's memory, Jiang Qingyao had always possessed a goddess-like aura, yet in this moment, he realized she could be even more stunning, resembling a celestial being. As he opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Qingyao suddenly halted, her heart inexplicably racing, as if a pebble had disrupted the tranquility of a still lake. Time seemed to freeze. Clenching the fabric of her dress tightly, she closed her eyes and, resigned to her fate, blurted out, I like you. Thud, thud. Thud. The world around them seemed to quieten, leaving only the echo of their heartbeats resonating in the stillness. After a long pause, Jiang Qingyao cautiously opened one eye to see Shen Xingchen standing beside her. Though they had been in such close proximity before, the charged atmosphere between them felt palpably different. You, Jiang Qingyao began, but Shen Xingchen swiftly pulled her into his embrace. She murmured softly, You haven't said you like me too. Shen Xingchen replied earnestly, I have liked you since our first encounter. In the villa area, amidst a patch of grass in the garden, a girl held a pair of binoculars, scanning the rooftop in the distance, while two boys chattered excitedly beside her. Junior sister, have you progressed to that stage? Sister, let me have a look. These individuals are unmistakably the senior brothers and sisters of Shen Xingchen. Upon suddenly catching sight of a particular image, the senior sister jolted awake and tossed the telescope to Li Zhixing. Hastily, Li Zhixing grasped the telescope and peered through it. They kissed. Chapter 77. The transformed Shen family with only 3 days remaining until the commencement of a new school term. The lives of Shen Xingchen and Jiang Qingyao have been entwined ever since her heartfelt confession beneath the moonlight. The time Jiang Qingyao typically dedicated to honing her martial skills has been devoted to their budding romance, leading to a slight decline in her discipline. During this period, Shenmu Jiangli, concerned about Jiang Qingyao's culinary skills and the unwholesome nature of takeout, has extended invitations for her to dine at their home, treating her as if she were already part of the family. Meanwhile, Shen Kiki has ceased to pester her brother for bedtime companionship, frequently visiting Jiang Qingyao instead. Shen Jinan has been busy with early departures and late returns. As an 8th-tier martial artist, the enhancements in his abilities have manifested in numerous aspects, including the family's identity, status, resources, and connections. Shen Kiki no longer faces the same challenges that once plagued Shen Xingchen regarding the scarcity of high-level martial techniques and practices. In a villa area park, Jiang Qingyao and Shen Xingchen nestled together. What do you like about me? She inquired. Shen Xingchen stroked his chin thoughtfully. I adore your smile. When your eyelashes flutter, it brightens my world. I cherish your eyes, where my reflection resides, and I am fond of your white dress. Jiang Qingyao's eyes sparkled with delight. So you truly like me that much? After a moment's pause, she tilted her head, puzzled. But when you first saw me, you were staring at my legs. Unfazed, Shen Xingchen replied, My gaze was not merely upon your legs. I sought to understand the paths you have traversed. the joys and sorrows you have experienced, and the resolve to walk alongside you. Is that so? She mused. Indeed, not that I find your legs unappealing. They're quite beautiful. It's just that I place greater importance on what lies within. Shen Xingchen affirmed. You're so kind. And you as well. Jiang Qingyao continued. Do you prefer me to be more clingy or more rational? Shen Xingchen pondered for a moment. When you are affectionate, I admire your gentle and sweet nature. When you are composed, I appreciate your independence and restraint. I see. They moved closer together, their connection deepening. From a distance, Bai Wanqing observed them with a look of delight, embodying the essence of a shipper. How sweet! Exclaimed Du Xiaoye, her expression full of envy. Li Zhixing was even more animated, recognizing his junior's remarkable charm in wooing others. If he could master such skills, winning the hearts of the girls in the academy would be effortless. He resolved to seek guidance from his junior in the near future. With only 2 days left until classes resumed, Bai Wanqing waved goodbye to Shen Xingchen. Junior, we must return to school now. As new students were to arrive, the senior students had various responsibilities to attend to and needed to leave early. Li Zhixing clutched his copy of the 36 strategies for flirting, feeling as though he had struck gold. This was the secret manual he had managed to procure from his junior the previous night. He would never again endure being called a fool by a girl. Gratefully, he looked at Shen Xingchen. Junior, upon your arrival at school, I shall reward you with 1,000 academy points. Bai Wanqing expressed her astonishment. Are you truly this generous? Such an abundance of points must have taken you a year of arduous tasks to accumulate, correct? Li Zhixing responded with a mysterious smile. You do not comprehend. Academy points can be continually earned through tasks, but should a young lady miss the opportunity, it is a genuine loss. Hence, what do these points signify? Shen Xingchen raised her hand, inquiring, what are academy points? Li Zhixing elucidata. It is a mechanism employed by the institution to encourage students to engage in practical experiences. Within the academy, currency holds little value. All resources must be exchanged using points. Oh, is 1,000 points a substantial amount? Bai Wanqing glanced at Li Zhixing before continuing. It is quite considerable indeed. In any case, it is sufficient for you to indulge in a lavish exploration of the academy's various treasure halls. Such a significant sum, Shen Xingchen remarked, somewhat taken aback. The treasure halls of Jing University must surely contain numerous valuable items. It was astonishing that her senior sister suggested he could afford to be extravagant. He must make the most of this opportunity to seek his fortune. All right, we shall take our leave. Farewell, uncle and aunt. Goodbye, Kiki and Xingyao. Bai Wanqing hoisted her bear-shaped backpack and departed with Du Xiaoye and Li Zhixing. Everyone rose to see them off, watching as they gradually receded from view. On the way, Du Xiaoye gazed enviously at Li Zhixing's 36 strategies of flirting. Senior brother, just let me have a glimpse, only for a moment. No way. You must pay me. Or rather, you must offer points. Ah, please, we are practically family. After the departure of the seniors, Shen Xingchen sat quietly on the sofa. More than 10 days had passed, and he had accumulated a considerable amount of enlightenment points. Martial arts points 60, 500, gazing at the balance on the system panel. Shen Xingchen felt a sense of satisfaction. He began to methodically enhance his cultivation levels and martial techniques. Both aspects were vital. They must develop in harmony, as levels form the foundation of one's existence, while martial techniques represent the direct manifestation of strength. For his first allocation of points, congratulations, host. You have utilized 3,000 enlightenment points. You have commenced the cultivation of the technique, Ancestral Dragon Scripture. It must be noted that your progress is rather slow, yet your foundation is remarkably solid. Even when cultivating the same technique at the same level, your spiritual energy is of the richest quality. After 30 years of cultivation, you have successfully advanced to the 3rd tier, 4th level. Shen Xingchen sensed a surge of power. Although the time spent cultivating within the system seemed extensive, the actual accumulation required was merely over 6 days. 6 days to reach Tier 3. Whoever he told would undoubtedly consider him mad. For his second allocation of points, congratulations, host. You have utilized 1,500 enlightenment points. You have begun to cultivate the magical technique, 10,000 thunder returns to the void, shaping your being with the power of thunder. After 15 years, your thunder-based magical technique, 10,000 thunder returns to the void, has reached a small success stage. Achieved small success. Shen Xingchen was elated. This was a celestial-grade martial technique, and the difficulty of its cultivation was evident. Its power was beyond the reach of his peers. His rapid advancement was undoubtedly linked to his SS-grade talent, the divine ability of the Thunder Sovereign. For his third allocation of points. Congratulations, host. You have utilized 2,000 points of enlightenment value to commence the cultivation of Heart's Blood Sword technique. After 2 decades, you have successfully forged 4 Dragon Pattern Jade swords, bringing the total number of Dragon Pattern Jade swords you have refined to 7. Excellent. Your trump cards are gradually increasing. Thus concludes a day of cultivation. With but 1 day remaining until the commencement of the new academic term at the high-speed railway station in Qinan City, Chun'er, here are some freshly made buns for you to eat on the way. Do not always indulge in those nutritionally void instant noodles. Furthermore, upon your arrival in the capital, remember to call home. As the high-speed train to the capital approaches the platform for ticket inspection, Jiangli meticulously reviews her checklist. Understood. Shen Xingchen merely nods in acknowledgement. Brother, I will miss you dearly. Shen Keek's eyes brim with tears. Shen Xingchen gently ruffles her hair and then turns his gaze to the quiet girl, Jiang Qingyao. Unlike Shen Kiki, who openly displays her reluctance, Jiang Qingyao silently watches Shen Xingchen, etching his silhouette and visage into her memory. I will be in Shanghai and will start a live broadcast, so you'll be able to see me every day, Jiang Qingyao says with a gentle smile. Shen Xingchen feels a warmth in his heart. Their relationship had just blossomed into romance, and they had scarcely enjoyed their tender moments together before the day of enrollment arrived at the academy. Nonetheless, Jiang Qingyao remains as understanding as ever. In a final embrace, Shen Xingchen holds the girl close, inhaling the familiar fragrance reminiscent of their first encounter. At last, Shen Xingchen approaches the ticket inspection point. Peking University, here I come. Chapter 78. The beginning of the academic season, early autumn. A high-speed train traverses the plains and winding mountain paths, resembling a serpentine giant, gradually coming to a halt at the prestigious Beijing station. The dazzling lights first immerse Shen Xingchen in the opulence of this city. Merely in terms of the scale and architectural elegance of Beijing station, it far surpasses that of Qianan City. Upon disembarking, Shen Xingchen takes a deep breath of the fresh air. Given that it is the start of the academic year, the train is predominantly filled with youthful faces. Shen Xingchen calmly navigates through the crowd, casting glances around. A senior had mentioned that each year, upperclassmen come to the station to greet the newcomers. This not only serves to welcome the freshers, but also helps prevent them from losing their way to their respective colleges. Where is the orientation point for Beijing University? Shen Xingchen murmurs to himself. Logically, the orientation point should be adorned with conspicuous red banners. Just then, a girl with light makeup approaches. Excuse me, are you a student of Fengyun University? This is the orientation department. The girl greets politely, her demeanor warm and sisterly. No, Shen Xingchen replies with a shake of his head. Fengyun University is the second-ranked martial arts institution in Beijing, and its students generally possess commendable qualities. The lightly made-up girl, however, seems to be at the pinnacle of the third stage. Yet, he is searching for someone from Beijing University, leaving little room for further conversation. After politely declining, Shen Xingchen continues on his way. At that moment, a few individuals walk past the girl, both male and female, who appear to be students of Fengyun University. Yo-yo, you're too eager. Asking every passerby will surely wear you out. One remarks, indeed, gaining admission to Fengyun University is no easy feat. After all, we are the second in Beijing and among the top 10 in Huaxia. The girl named Yo-yo acknowledges her impatience and adds, I just thought that guy looked quite handsome, hoping he might be from our school. Her tone is tinged with regret. It is a shame that such a charming young man is not a new student at Fengyun University. Perhaps his capabilities are not formidable. Unless, of course, he is a student of Beijing University, though the likelihood of that is as rare as winning the lottery. Yo-yo, one should not judge solely by appearances. A younger girl interjects with a laugh. A boy, seemingly enamored with Yo-Yo, directs a hint of hostility towards Shen Xingchen. What good is good looks? Ultimately, it all comes down to strength. Oh, Xiao Yu, it seems your strength is quite impressive. The boy named Xiao Yu flushes with embarrassment. At least I'm stronger than that pretty boy. In truth, he is not particularly distinguished at Fengyan University, but when compared to students from other faculties, he might fare better. Do you even know him to say such things? Xiao Yu, unwilling to lose face in front of the girl he likes, continues to argue loudly. I wager 100 Fengyan points that his school cannot compare to Fengyan University. The exclamation draws discontent from all the students. Upon disembarking from Beijing Station, the only school that could rival Fengyan University is, indeed, Beijing University. Selecting any random student on the bus, what are the odds that they hail from Beijing University? Who would dare wager on such a trivial matter, unless one were slightly unhinged? Nevertheless, this bold declaration undeniably drew the attention of the crowd towards Shen Xingchen, who then seemed to share an unspoken agreement to await the outcome. In truth, I found myself rather eager to witness Xiao Yu's embarrassment. How amusing it would be if that dashing young man truly were a student of Beijing University. Haha, they did not have to wait long. Shen Xingchen quickly located the orientation booth for Beijing University and began conversing with the senior students there, observing him produce his acceptance letter. The seniors greeted him with warm smiles. Together, they boarded the university bus. All present, including Sister Yu and Xiao Yu, gaped in astonishment. No way, he really is one. Sister Yu, why is your face as red as a cherry? Xiao Yu, have you turned red with embarrassment? Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen settled into a seat by the window on the Beijing University bus. As it was the first day of registration, the bus was not overly crowded. He slightly opened the window for some fresh air, gazing at the bustling shops and throngs of people along the route, once again experiencing the vibrancy of Beijing. The upcoming years would be spent here. Beijing University is generally divided into 5 distinct zones: the teaching area, resource area, practical training area, living area, and administrative area. A senior was explaining various matters to the newcomers. While Shen Xingchen admired the scenery outside, he listened intently. The long-legged senior continued. Firstly, the teaching area comprises the training grounds and classrooms, where martial arts are taught alongside corresponding theoretical knowledge. Secondly, the resource area includes training rooms, the alchemy pavilion, and the artifact pavilion. Notably, the better the training room, the more fiercely it is contested, reflecting your strength. Thirdly, the practical training area is where students accept tasks to earn college credits, a crucial aspect that can be exchanged for coveted training resources. Fourthly, the living area features dormitories and a commercial street. The senior elaborated on the school's offerings. Throughout the journey, the newcomers were brimming with excitement, eager to immerse themselves in the university's training rooms and martial arts arenas. The bus drove smoothly into the campus. For convenience, it parked directly in front of the dormitory entrance. Shen Xingchen had heard that the student dormitories at Beijing University were doubles, which filled him with anticipation. Just as he approached the dormitory gate, the sound of a beep interrupted the orderly entry. This alarm instantly attracted numerous gazes. Shen Xingchen felt a twinge of confusion. Why was he being denied entry? What was happening? Immediately, staff members rushed over. Shen Xingchen was confident in his identity, so he calmly awaited their conclusion. The staff conducted a routine check. Name, Shen Xingchen. Hometown, Donglin Province, Chunan City, West District, Military Civilian Lane, Building 36. Affiliated High School, Chunan City, Wudao No. 3 High School. As the staff entered his information, the alarm resounded once more, and the staff, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, "I'm sorry, but you're not a student of this institution." The public dormitory system of the academy records the information of all admitted students prior to the commencement of the academic year. It was evident that Shen Xingchen had not been accepted. It was quite surprising that, in this day and age, there were still individuals impersonating students of Beijing University. Although his visage remained composed, a sense of disdain and displeasure brewed within him. Shen Xingchen was filled with confusion and silently cursed Xue Laoding. He could not fathom that Xue had traveled such a distance to recruit disciples merely to toy with him. Surely, He had neglected to report to the Academy's system. He had always known that this old man was unreliable. At that moment, he became the focus of curious glances from those around him. He is not from our school. What's he doing here? Could he be impersonating a student of Beijing University? A few years prior, there had indeed been an incident where someone fell victim to a counterfeit certificate, ultimately failing to gain admission to their original institution. Some students, lacking genuine ability, still harbored a sense of vanity. Strangers, who were not acquainted with one another, were now engaged in silent discussions about Shen Xingchen, mostly casting glances filled with condescension and pity. Just as Shen Xingchen was about to call Shui Laoding to clear his name, a plump figure approached. It was Du Xiaoye. Upon seeing Shen Xingchen, she donned a smile and said, "Junior brother, you've finally arrived. Let me show you around the campus." Chapter 79. The Mountain Villa and Teacher-Student Dynamics. Junior brother, we students under Master Shui do not reside here. We inhabit a solitary villa on the back mountain. As Shen Xingchen turned his head, he encountered the cheerful visage of his chubby senior brother approaching with a beaming smile. The new students began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is that person? Is he an accomplice? Who is this Master Shui he speaks of? Is Vice Dean Shui present? What ist? A staff member intercepted Du Xiaoye, pointing at Shen Xingchen, declaring, "He is suspected of forging an admission notice from our institution. You cannot take him away." Du Xiaoye was taken aback. The junior brother is the chosen disciple of our teacher. Forging an admission notice? Have you perhaps indulged in counterfeit wine? He calmly responded, "You must be new here. Do you not recognize me?" Under Master Shui's tutelage, there were only 5 students in total, including Shen Xingchen. Their brotherly bond was esteemed, and they held a modest reputation within the school. How could this staff member fail to recognize him? Had he lost weight recently? The staff member, sensing Du Xiaoye's formidable presence, which did not seem to align with being an imposter, cautiously inquired, "Which one are you?" With a proud smile, Du Xiaoye retorted, "Do you know who ranks 20th on the heavenly list?" A sense of satisfaction surged within him, for he had entered the top 20 of the heavenly list by his junior year. Finally, he could present himself with an air of seniority before his junior brother. The staff member blurted out, "Song UMA? What of it? Is that your name?" He then regarded the chubby figure with an odd expression. It hardly sounded like a name befitting a robust fellow, did it? Du Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. He opened the campus app on his phone and gasped in astonishment. What? Who has ousted me? He had merely accompanied the teacher to Qinan, and now he had been displaced? Who are you exactly? The staff member inquired. Du Xiaoye clicked his tongue in disbelief. What he had intended to present as a moment of grandeur before his junior brother had instead turned into an embarrassment. He produced his campus points card, pointing at the photograph. This must suffice, right? The campus points card was crafted from a unique alloy exclusive to the academy, rendering it impossible to forge. Although the photo was from his enrollment period, it was still recognizable as himself, having failed in his attempt to impress. He now yearned to escape this awkward situation. The staff member, upon seeing the campus app of the chubby fellow, had already believed half of his claim. "I apologize," he said contritely. "Students from Jing University are undoubtedly remarkable individuals, and no one dares to treat them with neglect." Du Xiaoye led Shen Xingchen away. At that moment, a sophomore female student leading a group suddenly recalled, "That person is Du Xiaoye. His innate talent is classified as A grade, known as the 5 elements tree, capable of mastering techniques involving the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Yes, I remember seeing his virtual image on the heavenly list last month. Another senior chimed in. Just now, Du Xiaoye referred to that new student as junior brother. Someone connected the dots. Could it be that Master Shui has taken on another student? Goodness, if he is indeed a student of Master Shui, he must be exceptionally gifted. Meanwhile, Du Xiaoye had already taken Shen Xingchen far away. Tokyo University is nestled amidst the mountains, sprawling over an area of 30,000 acres. Yet accommodates a mere 40,000 students. The mountain is known as Whale Mist Mountain, renowned as the most picturesque locale of the academy. 2 individuals ascend the hill on foot, with Du Xiaoye providing insights to Shen Xingchen. The lake before them is called Mirror Lake, and part of its waters flows from the academy's dragon transformation pool, imbuing the surroundings with a rich spiritual essence conducive to cultivation. It is said that in the early morning, one might witness the ethereal sight of spiritual energy surging in a mirror lake like a dragon merging with the sea, a breathtaking and profound spectacle. Though I have yet to behold it, due to my late rising. The accommodation selected by your teacher offers a view of Mirror Lake through the window, allowing you to gaze upon it in the morning before returning to slumber. As Shen Xingchen takes in the sights, it feels as though she has entered a scenic wonderland. The waters of Mirror Lake are crystal clear, unmistakably different from ordinary water, likely due to the latent spiritual power it harbors. At this moment, the sun is at its zenith, filtering through the clouds and casting a kaleidoscope of hues upon the lake surface. Where does the teacher reside? Shen Xingchen inquires. Du Xiaoye replies, the teacher resides in a villa at the summit. If you find yourself bored, feel free to pay him a visit. Shen Xingchen is left speechless. What do you mean by pay a visit? Can't you choose your words more wisely? The teacher kicked you that day. Surely, it was personal. Will I be living alone? Shen Xingchen asks again. Du Xiaoye explains, considering student interaction, the academy typically does not allow students to reside alone, so you will have a roommate. Of course, you may request to live alone from the teacher. Lao Ding dotes on you and would surely agree. Du Xiaoye casts a wistful glance at Shen Xingchen, reminiscing about the lack of such privileges when she was a junior disciple. Shen Xingchen nods, contemplating that having someone to converse with might not be so bad after all. Du Xiaoye leads Shen Xingchen to her new abode, which indeed is a charming villa facing Mirror Lake, dreamlike in its beauty. The villa spans 2 stories. Shen Xingchen selects a well-lit room and arranges her daily necessities. Her new roommate has yet to arrive, and she wonders about their disposition, hoping for amicable companionship. Once settled, Du Xiaoye departs due to other commitments. Following the route provided by her chubby senior, Shen Xingchen makes her way to the residence of teacher Xue Hizai. Upon reaching the summit, she finds Xue Hizai leisurely reclined in a rocking chair. Beside him stands a man clad in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, who appears to be in his 40s, exuding a demeanor of anxious restraint akin to a child who has misbehaved. Xue Hizai addresses the man, saying, I do indeed have a solution for your concerns. Despite his long-standing position of authority, the man struggles to contain his excitement. The 9th tier. How many aspire to this dream throughout their lives, and now the opportunity lies before him. Please, teacher Xue. The man begins, but Xue Hizai interrupts. You must first spend 3 years honing your skills in the snowy dragon city. The man, momentarily taken aback, bows deeply, acknowledging, as it should be. Xue Hizai, indifferent, turns over with a casual wave. Very well. Now go, and do not disturb me as I bask in the sunlight. The man, respectful and reluctant to intrude upon the elder's tranquility, departs with reverence. As I pass by the mountain peak intersection, I encountered 2 young individuals. Shen Xingchen also noticed the middle-aged man and politely acknowledged him, suddenly recalling that elder Xue desired solitude for his sunbathing and wished not to be disturbed. The middle-aged man intercepted Shen Xingchen, stating, Elder Xue is resting. Please return a while. His intention was, in fact, a well-meaning reminder. Disrupting Elder Xue's peace would serve no benefit to the young man. While Elder Xue is indeed a person of great respect and stature, he possesses a rather peculiar temperament. Those of us who have long occupied high positions increasingly find it difficult to discern Elder Xue's thoughts, leading to a growing caution in our dealings with him. To everyone's surprise, however, Shen Xingchen seemed oblivious to this warning and strode forward confidently. Old dang, have you always been this leisurely? Shen Xingchen spoke casually, as if engaging in light banter with an elder by the village square. The middle-aged man was initially taken aback, then admonished, impudence. Elder Xue hold a revered status, and even we top-tier warriors show him great respect. How can this young man be so ignorant of decorum? It was then that an even more unexpected scene unfolded. Elder Xue, removing his eye mask, cast a fleeting glance at him, his expression tinged with discontent. He then turned to Shen Xingchen and remarked, in the presence of outsiders, do grant me a measure of respect. Chapter 80. The SS-class ancestor. In ancient text, the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses was taken aback. What stature did Elder Xue possess? When had there been anyone so audacious as to jest so casually? Yet, Elder Shui appeared merely to voice a few complaints, showing no signs of anger whatsoever. Curiosity about the young man's identity began to stir within him. Shen Xingchen's response was particularly intriguing. He retracted his playful demeanor and earnestly performed a gesture of respect. Student pays homage to the teacher. He had already familiarized himself with Elder Shui's storied past. As a figure of great significance in the once dominant dragon city of the snowy region, he commanded universal respect. However, his primary aim now was to appease the elder's vanity. The middle-aged man's confusion dissipated. So this young man was indeed Elder Shui's new student? What fortuitous luck! Nevertheless, he remained astonished by the casual rapport between the two. Even as a student, such unguarded candor seemed rather inappropriate. Soon after, he heard Elder Shui's urging voice. Shaoli, if there is nothing else, you may depart early. The middle-aged man bowed once more before making his way down the mountain. Elder Shui gazed upon his new student with satisfaction. How discerning his eye was. Then, as if recalling something he inquired the other day, I observe your swift mastery of the WNT Ing Gu X technique. So impressive that even I was taken aback. I neglected to ask, have you ever measured the level of your lightning attribute talent? From witnessing Shen Xingchen's explosive power, he had initially surmised it to be at least S-class. Yet, upon further reflection, the young man was only at the 3rd tier. Even if he were indeed S-class, such potency seemed implausible. Thus, his curiosity deepened. No, came Shen Xingchen's reply. Since the system had directly informed him by conventional standards, it meant he had not undergone any testing. I have heard that you possess another S-class talent? A peculiar light sparkled in Elder Shui's eyes. How unfairly favored the heavens were. While others toiled for lifetimes in pursuit of an S-class talent, this young man possessed two? Yes. Shen Xingchen responded with candor. Elder Shui regarded him with a strange expression. This boy was truly blessed. He gestured towards a corner of the villa courtyard. There lies a spirit-measuring stone tablet. Go and test it. Allow this old man to broaden his horizons. The elder's tone carried a hint of humor. Given his age and status, he hardly needed a young novice to expand his understanding. Yet, he sensed that today would reveal a unique talent. Shen Xingchen complied. He approached the stone tablet and placed his hand upon the central crystal. A torrent of violent thunder surged through his meridians, drawn towards the tablet. A low, resonant hum emanated from the stone, followed by a blinding flash of white lightning. A massive, serpentine arc of violet and white plasma encircled the tablet, while the surface of the stone glimmered with piercing lightning patterns, spreading like a web. The spirit-measuring stone hummed under the strain, as if on the verge of shattering. Stop! Elder Shui commanded. His voice possessed an unusual cadence. The previously rampaging lightning seemed to obey his command, retracting as if in compliance. Shen Xingchen felt the electric energy around him subside, gazing at his teacher in confusion. Shui appeared lost in thought. Could it truly be the thunder of all gods? Such an extraordinary and transcendent talent is only mentioned in ancient texts. Once this planet boasted a more radiant martial civilization, where individuals possessed a thunderous might that surpassed contemporary understanding, known as the thunder of all gods. Its description is succinct yet profound. Dominion over the divine thunder of the heavens. Master? Shen Xingchen inquired with a hint of confusion. SS class, the thunder of all gods. Shui's eyes gleamed, his excitement unmistakable. For someone of his caliber, such emotions were rare. His student, destined to inherit his legacy of thunder, was indeed of SS class. Despite his attempts to maintain an air of calm superiority in front of his pupil, he found it impossible to conceal his exhilaration. Feigning ignorance, Shen Xingchen asked, Master, is there a rank above SS class? I have never heard of it before. Shui placed a reassuring hand on Shen Xingchen's shoulder. You are still young. 300 years ago, during the era of Shui Ping, there was an SS class individual with the extraordinary ability known as royal authority. This power could significantly augment strength and unleash a realm where all who entered would feel as though they were in the presence of a monarch, devoid of any will to fight. Curiosity piqued, Shen Xingchen asked, what became of that esteemed predecessor in the end? At that moment, Shui's excitement waned. He sighed deeply. In his later years, he ventured alone into the Arctic tundra, seeking the emperor of the demon clan, and ultimately vanished without a trace. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. According to Chui Ping's accounts, that emperor was merely in slumber, with the potential to awaken at any moment. Could such a being truly be beyond the reach of eradication? Do not be overly ambitious, Shui cautioned. Shen Xingchen then posed another question. Is there a talent or ability even higher than SS class? There is, but it cannot be attained through mere awakening, Shui replied, cryptically, steering the conversation elsewhere. Now, let's focus on assessing your progress with the thunder of all gods. Oh, Shen Xingchen expressed a hint of regret. Engaging with such high-caliber individuals, he promised deeper insights into this world. However, it was evident that his master was reluctant to delve further into this topic. No matter, he could always return to seek knowledge, as the distance was not far. Over time, he would surely glean more information. Shen Xingchen began to channel the thunder of all gods, successfully summoning 10 bolts of lightning, a manifestation of the technique's subtle intricacies. Swiftly, he attracted 10, then 11, 12, all the way to 19, and finally 24. Shui had anticipated Shen Xingchen's pace of cultivation, yet he remained astounded. In scarcely a month, he had achieved such progress. He burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Once you reach full mastery and can adeptly wield the power of thunder, I shall teach you how to unleash this force. The thunder of all gods is merely a technique for controlling lightning. In simpler terms, those endowed with the thunder elemental talent can often unleash bolts, obliterating all in their vicinity. However, the martial artist's spiritual energy is finite and cannot be squandered in such a manner. Mastering the mastery of thunder allows one to harness its power according to one's will, leading to a more formidable eruption. Subsequently, the two engaged in light conversation until a young man arrived at Elder Shui's villa, Li Zhixing, the second senior brother of Shen Xingchen. Li Zhixing was also assessed by Elder Shui regarding his progress in cultivation, after which the three partook in a hot pot feast. Suddenly, Shui recalled, second brother, the academy requires us to send a representative for the guidance match for the new students. This is a yearly tradition at Beijing University, allowing senior students to showcase their prowess before the newcomers, thereby igniting their fighting spirit and preventing complacency. Li Zhixing nodded in agreement. His junior sister, Bai Wanqing, typically showed little interest in such matters. The responsibilities at the academy were usually shared between him and his chubby junior disciple. At that moment, an idea struck him. Ah, junior disciple, you've already reached the third tier. Why don't you stand in for me and guide the new students? Chapter 81. My wealthy roommate, why don't you mentor the new students in place of your senior brother? After Li Zhixing uttered this suggestion, he felt increasingly convinced it was a splendid idea. The freshmen were still at the second tier, and his junior brother possessed ample ability to assist them. Simultaneously, this opportunity would allow his junior brother to forge new friendships among the students. What could be more delightful? Senior brother, are you serious? Shen Xingchen gazed at him with skepticism. Of course. Is it really inappropriate? What if it causes some calamity? The repercussions for the school would be quite severe. How could it be inappropriate? It's settled then. Li Zhixing did not afford Shen Xingchen the chance to decline. Shen Xingchen could only acquiesce, well, if you insist. After finishing their hot pot meal, the evening descended upon them. Li Zhixing and Shen Xingchen strolled down from the mountaintop. Junior brother, have you collected your campus points card? Li Zhixing inquired. I have. This afternoon, while chatting casually with the teacher, someone from the school delivered it to me. Li Zhixing patted his chest. I promise you those 1,000 points. I shall not go back on my word. Let me transfer them to you. He took Shen Xingchen's point card and, with a flick of his finger, transferred the points. Curious, Shen Xingchen asked, Senior brother, did you really follow the 36 strategies for flirting from that book? Although the book provided extensive insights, its practical applicability remained questionable. Li Zhixing's expression was one of exhilaration. I am now with Goddess Su. Are you certain? Shen Xingchen questioned doubtfully. Can a mere book bring about such a transformation? Li Zhixing pulled out his phone to show Shen Xingchen the chat history. Xia, I adopted a cat. Image, Li Jixing. Miao. Li Jixing. Ha. Li Jixing. Just kidding. Li Jixing, wasn't that amusing? Evening, 11:39 p.m. Li Jixing. I'm begging you, please don't mention this to anyone. Evening, 11:59 p.m. Li Jixing. I was just hacked. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. Li Jixing hastily exited the chat. Oh dear, I opened the wrong one. Here it is. He flipped to another conversation. Li Jixing. May I see your armpit hair? Su Xinyuan. Li Jixing. Because I think of you every night. Su Xinyuan. Li Jixing. Xinyuan, say something. Su Xinyuan. Seniorly, do you like me? Li Jixing. How could that be? Xinyuan. Why would you think that? Li Jixing. Haha. I isn't my joke quite amusing. Li Jixing. Can this chat be kept private? Su Xinyuan. Seniorly, I like you. Su Xinyuan. Let us be together. Upon reading this, Shen Xingchen cast a peculiar glance at his senior brother. Is this truly possible? It seems that this senior sister, Su, may have harbored feelings for Senior Li for quite some time, having accomplished a commendable deed. One might ponder the implications of not possessing that book, The 36 Strategies of Flirting. One can only imagine how long the two would have been entangled in their limitations. Shen Xingchen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Senior brother, I remain quite curious about the subsequent story of that senior sister Xiaoye. Li Jixing's smile faltered momentarily as he scratched his nose. Children ought not to concern themselves with such matters. She wouldn't dare to post my image on the campus wall, would she? Senior brother, I never mentioned the campus wall, came Shen Xingchen's retort. Li Jixing's demeanor stiffened, and ultimately, he chose not to indulge Shen Xingchen's curiosity. He appeared preoccupied and hurriedly departed. Under the twinkling stars, Shen Xingchen reclined upon the plush sofa of the mountain villa. Ding! The sound of the doorbell resonated through the air. Shen Xingchen rose in bewilderment, questioning the propriety of visitors at such an hour, especially since he had recently arrived at the academy and was only acquainted with a handful of seniors. Having already met 2 senior brothers during the day, he mused that it was unlikely that senior sister Bai would seek him out at night. Upon opening the door, Shen Xingchen was momentarily dazzled. The visitor's appearance was strikingly ostentatious, clad in a golden robe reminiscent of an emperor's attire, adorned with a gleaming gold necklace and 2 golden watches on his wrists. Greetings. I am your new roommate, Li Jinhao, he announced, inadvertently revealing a gold tooth as he spoke. Your attire, Shen Xingchen began, taken aback. The man's garb and demeanor seemed to proclaim, I have endured the greatest hardships since birth, merely to emerge from the womb. Li Jinhao, noticing Shen Xingchen's astonishment, clarified, my father insists that projecting an impression of wealth can mitigate losses in life. Shen Xingchen gestured for him to enter. The exterior of this villa is quite agreeable, yet the interior decor seems somewhat bland. Do you mind if I summon a renovation team to make some alterations? Li Jinhao remarked, inwardly lamenting the modest living conditions of the less fortunate. Do as you wish, Shen Xingchen replied. While the ostentation was somewhat excessive, it was commendable that he respected the opinions of others. Were he to disregard his roommate's input regarding the renovations, it would appear rather selfish. Li Jinhao produced a ring from his pocket, stating, you seem like a genuinely nice person. My father taught me that to forge friendships, one must present gifts. Thus, I bestow upon you this spatial ring as a token of our newfound companionship. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. Wait, my friend, is this truly a spatial ring? It must be worth at least 100 million. You intend to give it away so casually? Li Jinhao extended the ring towards Shen Xingchen, who, despite his astonishment, did not decline the offer. The sincerity in Li Jinhao's gaze lacked the arrogance typical of the wealthy. Instead, he employed the term gift with genuine intent. Your accent suggests you hail from Sichuan? Shen Xingchen inquired. Although Li Jinhao spoke Mandarin, a hint of his regional dialect lingered. Indeed, Li Jinhao replied, dropping his luggage heavily onto the sofa. There aren't too many spots available from Sichuan, are there? Your cultivation seems commendable. Shen Xingchen engaged his new roommate in casual conversation. Generally, one would require at least a second-tier level to attract the attention of prestigious universities, such as Beijing University. At this age, such cultivation is indeed remarkable. primarily due to the excessive reliance on medicinal aids. Li Jinhao waved his hand dismissively. Shen Xingchen was rendered speechless once more. Is this fellow truly this forthright? Shen Xingchen casually remarked. The training room is on the second floor, well, soundproofed and rich in spiritual energy. The training room? You can make use of it. I have no need, Li Jinhao retorted with grandiosity. Even if I were to starve to death or leap from the mountain, I would never stoop to the level of practicing like you all, Li Jinhao proclaimed with an air of bravado. Shen Xingchen raised his thumb in admiration. I genuinely appreciate your attitude. Goodness, in this vast world, he has actually found a kindred spirit. The two continued to converse leisurely for a while. Suddenly, Li Jinhao glanced at the time and exclaimed, It's almost 9 o'clock. I must tune into my goddess's live stream now. Let's chat later. Goddess? Li Jinhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. A new streamer named Xingyao. She truly aligns with my aesthetic. Shen Xingchen took out his phone and glanced at Jiang Qingyao's Douyin account. The username, Xingyao. He cast a peculiar glance at Li Jinhao. Just then, Shen Xingchen received a WeChat message from Jiang Qingyao. Baby, I trial streamed for half an hour this morning. A wealthy patron actually gifted 2 million. Chapter 82. New student guidance meeting. Shen Xingchen harbored grave suspicions that the affluent dog owner mentioned by Jiang Qingyao was none other than Li Jinhao. He provocatively remarked, Isn't she merely a streamer? To his surprise, Li Jinhao grew irate, exclaiming, She is different. In what way is she different? Shen Xingchen inquired, intrigued. Li Jinhao elaborated. I bestowed upon her gifts worth 20 million, yet she merely cast a fleeting glance and did not even express gratitude to me, her benefactor. So you're upset about that? Li Jinhao shot a disdainful look at Shen Xingchen. Doesn't that merely signify that goddess Xingyao is not enamored with wealth? What a splendid quality. Shen Xingchen, your reasoning is quite commendable. Li Jinhao continued. Moreover, while other female streamers rely on filters and effects, she embodies natural beauty, radiating an aura that makes it seem as though her hair itself glimmers. Shen Xingchen tentatively posed, If I'm merely hypothesizing, she has a boyfriend? Given the typical behavior of those top supporters, when their favored streamer enters a relationship, it feels akin to betrayal, and their affections swiftly fade. Li Jinhao skufa shalo. While I might feel a tinge of sadness, that is her choice, and I shall wish her well. Well said. Flattery is unnecessary, Shen Xingchen retorted. In that case, would you still bestow gifts upon her? Shen Xingchen asked, curious. Of course not. Li Jinhao waved his hand dismissively. I'll shower both of them with gifts. Shen Xingchen was taken aback. Is that truly the case? Li Jinhao inquired again. I noticed you were searching for goddess Xingyao earlier. What did you think? Is she not stunning? Shen Xingchen paused for 2 seconds before responding. I find her quite appealing. The following morning, Li Zhixing arrived at Shen Xingchen's villa, ready to escort him to the new student guidance meeting. The venue was a spacious martial arts arena. Approximately 30 new students stood in formation, the vitality of youth palpable in the air. Attendance. The organizing instructor initiated. Songyu, present. Dueng, present. Qin Yuan, present. Shen Xingchen and his senior sat on one side of the venue, awaiting the commencement of the guidance session. We are responsible for these few newcomers. I have reviewed their profiles. The strongest among them is Qin Yuan, second tier, level 7, Li Zhixing remarked. Shen Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Once attendance was concluded, Shen Xingchen approached all the new students. I shall guide you through this session. From here on, unleash your potential. I will address any minor issues. Upon his entrance, the crowd of newcomers erupted in chatter. Wow, this senior is so handsome, dressed in white, pristine, and serene. Simply remarkable. I wonder how strong he is. Ahem. Shen Xingchen cleared his throat. All right, let us begin in the order of the roster. Songyu, present. A girl in short denim shorts and a white shirt stepped forward. As she entered, Songyu eagerly asked, Senior, do you have a girlfriend? The question elicited laughter from the audience. Shen Xingchen replied nonchalantly, Yes. Oh. Songyu appeared somewhat dejected. Shen Xingchen paid no heed, merely inquiring. You wield a spear, do you not? Indeed, replied Songyu. Shen Xingchen selected 2 spears from the armory, handing one to Songyu. Since this was a guidance session, it was essential for the newcomers to showcase their unique strengths. Once both parties were prepared, Song performed a respectful bow, then flashed a confident smile. Though I am merely a freshman, I possess considerable strength. Do be careful, senior. Shen Xingchen merely smiled in response. As Song brandished the spear, a hint of skepticism lingered in her mind regarding Shen Xingchen's prowess. He appeared rather youthful. Standing there, he exuded little aura, resembling an ordinary individual. Song was a second-tier, fourth-level practitioner, considered above average among her peers. Having sparred with her, she knew her Xian-tier spear technique was already quite proficient. She pondered how vast the gap between them might be. Many onlookers were filled with anticipation, eager to witness the strength of the senior students from Jing University. However, the next moment, bang! As soon as Song Yu's spear made contact with Shen Xingchen's, it was sent flying from her grasp. The warrior's spear had slipped from her hand. Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't this just the beginning? After all, Song Yu was considered above average. Could the disparity between her and the senior be so pronounced? Shen Xingchen, equally astonished, remarked, "My apologies, I shall restrain my strength further." He had already suppressed his realm to the first tier, yet Song Yu still struggled to contend. Song Yu, bewildered, rushed to retrieve her spear and returned with a brisk pace, asking Senior, "What level is your spear technique?" Having practiced for many years and standing closest, she felt the discrepancy most acutely. Despite her senior's aura being diminished after suppressing his realm, she found herself utterly incapable of countering his strike. "Continue," Shen Xingchen instructed, offering no reply to her inquiry. "Very well, senior." Realizing her senior had no intention of idle chatter, Song Yu ceased her attempts to amuse herself with banter. She launched another assault. This time, Shen Xingchen cautiously moderated his strength, and in pure force, he was indeed inferior to Song Yu. Bang, 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 inumedut et jang. Each time, Shen Xingchen would weaken his power slightly, yet he consistently managed to withstand Song Yu's onslaught. Simultaneously, every thrust, jab, curve, and counter from Shen Xingchen was executed with exquisite precision, placing immense pressure on Song Yu. This was not a matter of realm or sheer strength, but rather a complete domination in spear technique. What kind of spear technique is this? How impressive! It isn't merely a question of technique, but rather an individual's comprehension of it. Are all the students from Jing University so formidable? Will we possess such strength in the future? The newcomers were left in awe of Shen Xingchen, engaging in lively discussions. In the center of the training ground, Shen Xingchen systematically dismantled Song Yu's offensive. The spear must be steady. Its foundation lies in the feet, not the arms. With feet grounded and waist firm as rock, Shen Xingchen executed a thrust. Even without employing significant force, he still caused Song Yu's spear to tremble. The eyes, where they gaze, should align with the direction of the gun. One must not allow their focus to waver. Shen Xingchen seized upon Song Yu's moment of laxity and executed a sudden and forceful move. Each time Shen Xingchen spoke, Song Yu felt her defenses crumble, leaving her utterly unprepared and unable to shield herself. It was a revelation to discover that the pinnacle of marksmanship could manifest in such a manner. Despite her disarray, she genuinely sensed a flicker of enlightenment. Truly, the senior was deserving of her status. In the final moments, Shen Xingchen delivered a sweeping strike that connected with Song Yu. At the last instant, she tempered her force, delivering a gentle blow. "Let this suffice." Shen Xingchen concluded her display. "Remarkable," Song Yu exclaimed in admiration. Many classmates observed with glimmers of intrigue in their eyes. Yet, at that moment, dissenting voices emerged. "It's not that impressive. It's merely the result of a couple of extra years of practice. I've trained at the academy for several years, and I possess a similar level of skill," spoke a girl, appearing quite delicate, her face adorned with an air of arrogance. Chapter 83. Who Understands Family? "What is your name?" Shen Xingchen casually inquired, devoid of any trace of anger. It is an undeniable truth that even the most exceptional individuals cannot garner universal recognition. "Qin Yuan, what troubles you?" The girl's petite face displayed an obstinate and indignant expression. "Very well. Take your turn and step up." Qin Yuan felt a wave of anxiety. Surely, this individual would not seek vengeance for a mere utterance of hers, although she harbored confidence in her potential to surpass him in the future. That was merely a distant prospect. It's you do not evade. With no option but to comply, Qin Yuan gritted her teeth and declared, "Let us both restrain our realms to the first level of the second tier." Shen Xingchen smiled lightly. "I shall suppress my realm. You may do as you please." "Even better." Qin Yuan grinned, feeling more assured. She held her weapons with both hands, her knees slightly bent. "Come forth," displaying a heightened sense of caution. She assumed an optimal defensive stance, awaiting Shen Xingchen to reveal a flaw. Shen Xingchen stepped forward with an air of nonchalance, unleashing a casual strike with his weapon. Boom! Qin Yuan immediately felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mountain. Gritting her teeth, she braced herself resolutely. Shen Xingchen continued to restrain his strength. Though Qin Yuan was also skilled in marksmanship, she found herself unable to withstand the potency of his technique. To be precise, it transcended mere technique. It could be aptly termed the way of the gun. After several exchanges, he remarked, "You may surpass Sonya slightly, but that is merely due to your realm and foundation. Your marksmanship is not significantly different. The issues you face are ones I also recognize. Precision and steadiness are key. It appears that Senior Shen is no ordinary individual at school. Indeed, I have heard that Qin Yuan is the top scholar of Wuyue province. The gap is indeed considerable. Even upon entering university, one must not relax. Yes, the senior must also engage in relentless practice to possess such mastery. Absolutely. Let us strive tirelessly. As long as we do not succumb, we shall push ourselves to the limit." The new students were ignited with the motivation to cultivate. It could be said that the purpose of this guidance session had been achieved. On the other side, Qin Yuan's face flushed crimson. Having been hailed as a peerless prodigy since childhood, she had never before endured such humiliation. Even if this person was older and possessed greater cultivation, she would not permit herself to be defeated. Shen Xingchen, feeling somewhat disinterested, suggested, "Let us conclude here, descend and reflect upon the issues I mentioned." His words were drawn from personal insights gained during his practice. Attentive listening would undoubtedly yield rewards. Having uttered this, Shen Xingchen stood with his weapon lowered. However, Qin Yuan had no intention of halting. Her eyes suddenly blazed a vivid crimson, and her once attractive visage contorted into a fierce expression. The bulging veins revealed the excruciating price she was willing to pay. Qin Yuan's aura continued to surge. Second tier, level 8. Second tier, level 9. Third tier, level 2. Her body radiated a surge of blood energy. This was the secret technique of her family, the blood soul refinement, a fleeting elevation of her realm. She observed the flow of Shen Xingchen's aura. Although it remained suppressed at the first level of the second tier, his original realm was not particularly elevated. At most, it could reach the fifth level of the third tier. For someone of her caliber, battling beyond her rank was hardly novel. With renewed vigor, she wielded her spear, and this time, her might was incomparable to before. Shen Xingchen furrowed his brow. The purpose of the Academy's orientation for new students was to inspire them. However, Qin Yuan's reckless determination might lead her to injure herself, and she could hardly blame anyone else for that. Shen Xingchen maintained a serene expression, steadily raising his guard. As he had just explained, he rooted his feet firmly, stabilizing his foundation, and unleashed power from his waist. With a thunderous crash, Qin Yuan's spear came crashing down. In an instant, her body felt as if it had collided with a truck, sending her hurtling backward. The new students were left in stunned silence. Li Zhixing, who had been slumped in a lethargic heap, suddenly sat upright. The organizing teacher furrowed his brow. He observed closely. Qin Yuan was indeed excessively proud, refusing to accept defeat even in the face of a higher realm. In her obstinacy, she resorted to the perilous blood techniques. As a mere clerk, he possessed no means to intervene. The organizing teacher cast a resentful glance at Li Zhixing, who had the ability to prevent Qin Yuan's reckless actions, but had unfortunately fallen asleep just then. The organizing teacher admonished, "What madness is this? Risking everything in a guidance match?" At this moment, Qin Yueyin was already exhausted, lacking the energy to heed such words. The organizing teacher sighed, realizing the futility of further discussion. Let us hurry and take her to the infirmary. The infirmary at Beijing University was no ordinary clinic. Its scale surpassed that of a standard hospital, particularly excelling in surgical care. Ultimately, the organizing teacher cast one last glance at Shen Xingchen. As a senior, should he not show some consideration for the junior? Yet, he appeared remarkably youthful. Which mentor was he a disciple of? Why had he not been seen before? Following this commotion, the other new students gained a clearer understanding of the world's disparities. Shen Xingchen subsequently offered guidance to several students learning martial arts. They soon discovered that not only was his spear technique extraordinary, but his boxing skills were also remarkable. A few girls gazed at Shen Xingchen with starry eyes. He was not only handsome, but also possessed outstanding abilities. Among the upperclassmen, he surely stood out as exceptional. In the infirmary, under the care of the nurse, Qin Yueyin gradually regained her strength, though her aura remained faint. This was a lingering effect of the blood-soul ritual, likely to last around 3 months. During this period, whether in training or combat, she would be enveloped by a profound sense of weakness. She could not help but harbor resentment towards Shen Xingchen. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and a faint smile graced her pale face. She opened her phone, connected to the campus network, and logged onto the campus wall. This was the space where students at Beijing University exchanged gossip, with fresh happenings almost daily. She began to compose. Does anyone understand? Today, during the freshman orientation competition, there was a senior named Shen, whose actions left me utterly speechless. He audaciously bullied me. What an insufferable individual. Attached is a photo of a pale-faced beauty. As soon as this post surfaced, the campus erupted in outrage. People tend to believe first-hand accounts, especially when they involve vehement denunciations. Soon, inquiries flooded in. Dear Junior, what transpired at the freshman orientation competition? How could someone be harmed to such an extent? Is it conceivable that someone could be so lowly as to bully such a delightful girl? We will seek justice for you. A multitude of responses followed. Qin Yu, with an even brighter smile, continued to engage in the thread. I apologize for interrupting, esteemed seniors. Upon reflection, I realized that the purpose of the freshman orientation competition is to help us recognize our disparities. The senior acted rightly. I shall endeavor to improve further. Thank you all for your concern. I had to step out for an errand today, so there is only one chapter. My sincerest apologies. Chapter 84. The training tower. Qin Yueyin's mature demeanor instantly sparked a greater uproar.